This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Doomsday Survival Game. She must have been sleepwalking and lost the memory in the middle. How else to explain the incident of suddenly turning from home to a square? Like the scene switching in the video, the process in the middle was erased. But it is precisely because there is no process that it seems particularly thrilling. However, the fresh mint taste of toothpaste in my mouth is still very clear, and the water stains on the corners of my mouth when I rinse my mouth have not dried up. It was enough to explain how short it took for her to appear in the square from home. How to explain? Renyu raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, tightened her bare pajamas, looked around blankly, and found more blank faces. This seemed to be a large-scale supernatural event. Look around. Someone is holding a toothbrush in his mouth, someone is holding a cooking spatula in his hand, and someone is chewing the food in his mouth subconsciously, looking around in confusion, facing the equally confused faces, all with question marks in their eyes. Not far away, a young man wearing big pants grabbed his hair with sleepy eyes, smiled, and burst into a rough mouth. Grass, this dream is really clear. After speaking, I will fall backwards. A pig-like howling was rang on the square. At the same time, I also pressed a switch. The square began to boil. What happened? Why did I come here suddenly? I eat breakfast. Come out? Where is this? Why is this like this? Am I not waking up yet? Otherwise, how can I come out suddenly? This. I have a sleepwalking. I am dressing my children. What's going on? Why is it coming to Yida Plaza? My child will not come out too. Right? Beanbag. Did my parents come out too? Dad, Mom. Someone started running around, anxiously looking for their children's family. Renyu is an orphan, with no family to contact. She can only hold herself tightly, carefully observe the surroundings, and force her brain to work, analyzing the current situation. In addition to the square, the road next to it, and the open space in front of the shops across the road are also full of panicked people. The door of a porridge shop was slapped, accompanied by a middle-aged man shouting, "Why won't you let me in my shop?" As he slapped, a string of no entry popped up above his head, which looked like a text bubble in a game. A man ran into a shared bicycle on the roadside in a panic, and a message popped up above the handlebars, "Do not ride." Renyu's eyelids twitched, and a strange guess spread wildly. Before she could continue to observe, the world in front of her suddenly began to change. The buildings and the flowers, plants and trees on the street changed their colors slightly, and a red and blue strip appeared above everyone's heads. At the same moment, countless balls of light fell from the sky, rushing towards the crowd like meteors. The surroundings suddenly became chaotic, and many people screamed and ran around with their heads in their hands, dodging everywhere. Bang! A ball of light exploded in front of Renyu, revealing a translucent panel, and a few lines of text popped up. The Doomsday Survival Game has been opened. Please select a profession and match skills. Skill slots are universal, currently open to 5. Please choose carefully. The Doomsday Survival Game? The conjecture just now came true. Reality is game-like. Who hasn't read a few novels? The setting is wild and unconstrained, and all kinds of brain holes are opened. So when I noticed the change just now, combined with the so-called scene switching, I naturally thought of this. I just never thought that such a mysterious thing would really happen in the real world. Renyu looked calm on the surface, but her heart was beating wildly because of panic, but she still tried to suppress her panic and focus her mind on the void. Main occupation: swordsman, mage, poison master, archer, fighter, lurker, healer, summoner, gunner, sharpshooter/sharpshooter. Occupational skills: swordsman, slash, wind slash, armor break, blade rage, double blade dance, sweep across. Swordsman, flash slash, continuous air strike, swordsmanship mastery, armor break, heavy sword slash. Mage, fireball/ice, fire. Ball, firewall, fire ring, light shield, explosive flame, fire rain. Ice ball, ice block, frost arrow, ice wall, ice shield, ice spike. Poison master, poison kiss, poison mist, deadly corrosion, weaken, poison master tarsal. Archer, shooting, breaking, critical blow, double arrow, triple arrow, rain. Fighter, diamond fist, shadowless kick, charge, fight. A fatal strike, slide. Stalker, stealth, assassination, thrust, shoot with both hands, double-edged combo. Therapist, healing, purification, heart of the virgin, shield of the virgin, push with a little hand. Summoner, summoning zombies, soul rift, summoning divine beasts, fine shield, flash. Gunner, sharp gun/gunner, sharp gunner, deadly pursuit, point shooting, long range heavy attack, continuous shooting, double gun combo, laser beam. Gunner, heavy strike, floating strike, heavy artillery mastery, laser continuous shooting, carrying a heavy load forward. Life occupations: primary gathering, primary fishing, primary tailor, primary chef, primary pharmacist, primary carpenter, primary forging. When you played games, he was particularly fond of life skills. Therefore, in the long introduction of professional skills, the corner of his eye first caught the following. Life occupation. Raise your hand and click a series of buttons. Get primary gathering, primary fishing, primary tailoring, and primary chef. Primary gathering. You can gather some crops, but there will be a 20% to 60% failure rate, depending on the item level. Primary fishing. Ordinary fishing skills, only 20% success rate, but at the same time mastered simple swimming skills. Primary tailoring. Know some basic weaving and simple clothing making skills, but there is a high probability of making shoddy equipment. Primary chef. The successor appointed by the god of cooking, but currently only knows some simple cooking skills, and there is a certain probability of making ordinary products. Note, ordinary items do not contain attributes, but can satisfy your appetite. Don't waste it. There is one skill bar left, which means that she can only equip one attack skill after choosing a profession. Are you a little impulsive? Renyu's fingers slid across the selected life skills, and she was reluctant to remove any of them. It's really inhumane to have universal skill slots. Game. You need to improve. Renyu raised serious questions, but she did not make any changes, determined her route, and established her stubborn personality. She looked up, looking at the career options. Should she be a majestic swordsman or a chic swordsman? Renyu gave up after only 0.5 seconds of consideration. No close combat. Then the range of options would be small. Mage, archer, gunner, poisoner. Renyu's eyes fell on the gunner. Gunners are divided into sharpshooters and sharpshooters, just like mages are divided into fire and ice. Both are mages, but their development paths are different. She prefers the sharpshooter. The weapon is light and easy to operate. Renyu pressed decisively, selected the career, and then scanned all the skills, selected the first one. Deadly chase shot. In terms of the level of use, it seems that this is the only option. Skill, deadly pursuit shot, operable at level 1, usable for guns and cannons, can cause 10 points of damage to the opponent each time, effect pursuit shot, 95% hit rate. Usable for guns and cannons, although this option is not included in the corresponding professional skills of the sharpshooter. That is to say, she can switch back and forth between the sharpshooter and the sharpshooter, the only difference is the weapon. You can switch between them if you have the chance, but deadly pursuit shot is not the sharpshooter's professional skill. I don't know how powerful it is. As the fifth skill slot was filled, Renyu suddenly noticed a slight change in her body, and seemed to have realized something. What did she comprehend? Before she could study it carefully, the interface in front of her was refreshed, and her personal information popped up. Player, Renyu, female, sharpshooter, level 1, 0/100. Life, 108/108. Mana, 126/126. Fatigue, 108/108. Constitution Life 6. Intelligence, Mana 7. Strength, Physical 4. Agility, Speed 5. Equipment, none. Skills, Primary Gathering, Primary Fishing, Primary Tailoring, Primary Chef, Deadly Pursuit. Special Skills, none. Dog Game, Playing Blind Boxes. The sharpshooter she chose is a physical attack profession. Strength determines physical attack, physical defense, and weight bearing, but the strength is so poor at the beginning. The page automatically disappears, shrinks to the upper left of the page, new messages continue to pop up, and the translucent panel is densely covered. Please set your game nickname _____ optional. System backpack unlocked. Map unlocked, map is updating. Mall unlocking. Chat channel unlocking. Please receive your novice gift pack. You get 100 copper coins, corresponding professional weapons, 10 compressed biscuits, 10 bottles of ordinary mineral water. You are the first player to choose Primary Tailor, reward cotton cloth 1, silver needle 1, excellent item, use can increase the quality rate by 15%, 10 character experience points, 10 copper coins. You are the first player to choose Primary Fishing, reward fish basket 1, excellent fishing rod 1, excellent item, use can increase the fishing rate by 15%, 10 character experience points, 10 copper coins. You are the first player to choose primary collection, rewards. 1 small hoe, 1 fine iron pickaxe, fine item for collecting medicinal herbs. Using it can reduce the scrap rate by 5%, 10 character experience, 10 copper coins. You are the first player to choose primary chef, rewards. 1 braised beef recipe, 1 fine iron pot, fine item. Using it can increase the quality rate by 15%, 10 character experience, 10 copper coins. I didn't expect there would be a preliminary reward. All the rewards flashed. Some were automatically collected into the backpack, and some were automatically classified into the corresponding skill item column. Renew raised her hand and tapped in the void, entering the game nickname, Yo-Yu. Then opened the backpack icon below to view the items obtained. 25 backpack slots. The same items can be stacked and stored. The maximum capacity is 999. Renew saw her weapon in one of the slots, SC-01 pistol. Tap lightly, the relevant attribute introduction pops up. SC-01 pistol, normal available at level 1, effective range 30 meters. Occupation, sharpshooter, counterpart weapon, /sharpshooter, passive choice, strength +3, physical attack +9, agility +1, durability 50, each attack can cause 15 points of damage, there is a 5% chance of a critical hit, the magazine contains 8 bullets, and 1 bullet is automatically replenished every minute. Attributes are automatically stacked when worn. Clicking on the wear next to the weapon, there was an extra gun in his hand. Renew continued to look at other things in the bag. Cotton cloth and recipe. Clicking on the recipe to use it, it was prompted that it failed, required an intermediate chef level. Cotton cloth can be used to make cloth armor equipment, but Renew did not study it in detail, because she saw a low shrub plant suddenly appear under the sycamore tree over there, emitting the special effects light that can be collected in the game. The game items began to refresh. Renew's primary collection was ready to move, and he raised his foot and walked over there. Tap. Renew paused, looking down. The footsteps sounded a bit special, very crisp, very much like the special effects in the game. At the same time, the surrounding sounds gradually became louder. The running sounds of those who were still running in a panic became clearer. Tap. Tap, all turned into special effects in the game, and could not be controlled. Even if she was wearing silent slippers, she still could not escape the game settings. Tap. Tap. Renew walked towards the low bushes. As soon as she got close, a prompt popped up in front of her. Player you found the berry plant raspberry, you can collect it. The collection in the game cannot be done directly, you need to use skills and related tools. The skill was triggered, and the pistol disappeared automatically, and a hoe replaced it. One by one, the health bar above the bushes dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The operation was not difficult, and the health bar was depleted after a few chops. But it was a bit embarrassing that she would make special effects sounds such as ha uncontrollably. Damn. Do you have to do this to pick some fruits? How embarrassing. As the last bit of health bar fell, the bushes disappeared, and a handful of bright red small fruits floated in the air, with the word pickup next to them, and 2 character experience points, 2 skill experience points, and 1 fatigue point was consumed. Life skills can be upgraded, and main professional skills cannot be upgraded, but it seems that they can be strengthened. Renew took a quick glance, and didn't look carefully. As soon as the berries were put into the package, a prompt popped up in the void. Chapter 2 Mini First Prizes, Bug Hunting. The primary collection skill of this server is activated for the first time, gives you 30 character experience, 30 skill experience, 30 copper coins reward, and grants you the title of Collection Master. Whether the title is worn or not, you enjoy the title attributes. Death disappears. Collection Master title attribute. You will get double experience every time you collect. The first choice has rewards, and the first activation also has rewards. Renew is very happy, hidden in a low-key manner. I wonder if there is a first kill reward. With this thought, Renew no longer hesitated, turned around and quickly ran out of the square, hoping to meet a small monster for her to test. How can there be no monsters in the game? The monster should have been refreshed. Right? Renew thought as she ran. In the back, most people had not recovered from the panic. Some collapsed and screamed, or anxiously asked for help from the people around them. Some people had already understood something, staring at the void and tentatively reaching out their hands. Renew ran out of the square and ran to the intersection. Meow. A cat's cry made Renew break in time, and she looked over, raised her gun and took a look, and got the information of the raccoon cat. Mutated Raccoon Cat, Level 1, Life 100 out of 100, Skill Claw Attack. It's you? Renyu approached quickly. Skill 10 points of damage. Weapon increases 15 points. I don't know how many points the character attribute increases. If she can't hit a critical hit, she will have to fire several shots to take down the Raccoon Cat. Renyu fired the first shot. Bang! The special effects streamer wrapped the bullet and exploded on the Raccoon Cat. Successful hit. The red words -33 popped up above the Raccoon Cat's head. Renyu's arm shook slightly, quickly adapted to the recoil of the pistol, and fired the second shot as soon as the 0.8-second cooldown of the skill ended. Bang! -33. Her attribute bonus is 8 points of attack. This is a very embarrassing number. If it does not trigger a critical hit, she needs to fire 4 shots to kill a small monster, and the last shot only needs to knock down 1 point of the Raccoon Cat's health. If a critical hit is triggered, 2 or 3 shots will solve it. The gunshot alarmed the confused people nearby, and also angered the Raccoon Cat, which made a shrill meow, backed up, and grabbed Renyu in midair. The mutant Raccoon Cat was 3 times the size of a normal adult Raccoon Cat, with red eyes, sharp nails, and very fast, and it pounced in almost the blink of an eye. The dangerous instinct made Renyu subconsciously roll to the left to avoid, and dodge the Raccoon Cat's pounce. The movements were smooth and skillful, as if she had practiced it tens of thousands of times, but she was not so flexible before. Perhaps this was the realization of something that flashed through her mind just now. Thinking of the changes in the whole world, Renyu was silent. Perhaps her body was digitized in the game. Rolling up, Renyu fired the third shot, while the Raccoon Cat's second counterattack also grabbed her shoulder. Bang! Ah! Her attack missed, the Raccoon Cat's attack hit. The sharp claws with silver-white special effects lie deeply embedded in the flesh of Renyu's shoulder. The claws scratched through the flesh, blood splattered. The pain made her eyes go black. And she screamed. She seemed to see something explode above her head from the corner of her eyes. But she didn't care. She instinctively distanced herself and maneuvered, and found the right opportunity to fire another shot. Bang! Finally. A critical hit. The Raccoon Cat's health bar was cleared, and it fell to the ground with a plop, raising a slightly exaggerated special effect dust. Dropping 2 copper coins, 1 complete raccoon skin, 1 cat claw, 1 cotton thread, and gaining 5 experience points at the same time, and consuming 2 fatigue points. Killing a small monster will deduct 2 fatigue points, which is too much. Renyu was panting in pain, and she turned her head to look at her shoulder. The wound was real. The flesh was turned over, and the blood was flowing, staining her little bear pajamas red. Damn. It hurts even more. It hurts so much. But it only gives 5 experience points. You need to kill 20 monsters to level up. But I feel bad. She accepted her fate quickly, and grabbed a lot of rewards. Now she has 77 experience points. She should be able to level up to level 2 soon. Just thinking about it, a reminder popped up in the void. Congratulations on your first kill of the monster. You will be rewarded with 100 experience points, 100 copper coins, 50 permanent health points, and 1 primary residence. Renyu clenched his fist and waved. Beautiful. You have reached level 2. And you have obtained 4 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Swish. Fatigue value is full. Health value is full. A white light flashed at the wound, and it healed instantly. Renyu moved his shoulder. It was amazing. The pain disappeared as the wound healed. There was no residual pain. It was so quiet that it seemed like it had never happened. Even the bear pajamas were repaired. That's not bad. Otherwise, it would be painful. It was unclear how much blood was restored. The pain controlled Renyu's mind. He didn't even bother to check his blood value. Now he opened the panel to check the attribute information. The upper limit of health value increased by more than 50 points. It also increased by 20 points. The mana increased by 5 points. It should be the increase of the second level. Next, attribute points are allocated. For attribute points, Renyu adds 2 points each for strength and agility. Strength determines her attack. Agility is related to speed and reaction ability. For example, the roll and dodge just now. If it was faster, maybe it could avoid the counterattack of the Raccoon Cat. It takes 200 experience points to upgrade to level 3. Renyu glanced at the experience bar on the panel, said. However, there is too much experience overflow. There are still 77 points left after reaching level 2. Currently it is 77/200. After reading the information, Renyu glanced at the backpack to check the attributes of the items. Complete civet skin and cat claws are both materials for making leather armor and props. Raspberries are materials for making berry tea. Berry tea sounds like a drink. Is it something a chef can make? When you open the life skill page and browse the food that can be made. Multigrain steamed buns require chef level junior, effective time of fullness 4 hours. White flour steamed buns, junior, effective time of fullness 12 hours. Rice, junior, effective time of fullness 12 hours. White porridge, junior, effective time of fullness 1 hour. Multigrain porridge, junior, effective time of fullness 1 hour. Small pickles, junior, good for food, no effect. Stir-fried vegetables can be made at the junior level, good for food, can also clear negative damage caused by accidents. As a chef, you can only make these few kinds? Is berry tea not one of the chef's skills? Renyu's eyes suddenly paused, and found that there were rows of gray icons to be unlocked below. Scanning them one by one, unfortunately, she found berry tea and a rich variety of dishes in it. Grilled fish recipe, primary craftable, purchase requires 100 copper coins, permanent authority. Grilled meat recipe, primary craftable, purchase requires 100 copper coins, permanent authority. Grilled chicken recipe. A treasure porridge recipe. Blueberry juice recipe. Berry tea recipe, primary craftable, purchase requires 50 copper coins, permanent authority. You need to spend money to own it. Renyu is talking crazy. The dog attribute of the dog game is starting to appear. It requires Krypton gold. It is the setting that will empty the player's pockets. Although the recipe is locked, in order to stimulate consumption, it shows the finished product function to the outside world. Berry tea, general, drinking restores 10 HP. There is a certain chance to make large berry tea. Processing life skills have a chance to make fine products. Seeing the effect, Renyu is doing well again. Currently, the mall is still in the unlocking state. I don't know when it will be open. There is no blood recovery medicine in the novice gift package, and it doesn't drop when killing monsters. This is the only way to get it at present. There is a market. When you press the purchase button, 50 copper coins were deducted, and the assets instantly changed from 272 to 222. Berry tea, raspberry X3. The materials needed are not complicated. Renyu no longer hesitated. He was going to the residential area, so he might as well collect them from bushes along the way. The residential area is located in the home park. The home park is a newly updated building cluster in the game. There is no one-click teleportation function, but there are coordinates on the map. The point coordinates will show the route instructions. To put it bluntly, it is navigation. Follow the navigation. Renyu left, and the others finally reacted. They hurriedly armed themselves and began to discuss which profession has a better future. Renyu also encountered the second berry bush. Ha! He dug it up. Because of the attribute bonus of the title of Gathering Master, experience doubled, increased 4 character experience points. For skill experience points, harvested a handful of berries. The third one. Rotten Berry X1, character experience 4, skill experience 4. Rotten berries cannot be used. Renyu gave up picking them up. After a while, he gathered the ingredients for making berry tea, and killed the second raccoon cat, harvested 2 copper coins, 5 experience points, complete raccoon cat skin, cat claws, and a ball of hemp rope. This time, she had gained some experience in killing monsters. With the increase in speed, she barely avoided the raccoon cat's counterattack and did not get hurt. Now, she wanted to try making berry tea. It can be made in any occasion if the recipe and materials are complete. It takes 30 seconds to make berry tea. No other operations can be performed during this period. If attacked by other players/monsters, you cannot resist. Do you want to make it? Renyu looked around and confirmed that there were no monsters. In the distance, there were a few passers-by walking towards this side slowly. By the time they came up to her, she should be nearing the end. And there should be a novice to protect her at this time. Right? No need to worry, her health was enough to withstand a wave of attacks, and maybe she could even kill him after the end. So she pressed yes. The 30-second countdown began, and the player entered a state of concentration. When the countdown reached 7, those people came over, carrying knives, holding swords, and one person was holding a nearly 2-meter-long staff. Perhaps they had not yet adapted to this change, and had no intention of attacking others for the time being. They just glanced over here curiously, and left while talking. Ding! The countdown ends. Renyu is unlocked from his trance. A cup of berry tea, normal, appears in the package, and 5 character experience points, 5 skill experience points, and 1 fatigue point is consumed. No boutique is triggered. However, the primary chef skill of this server is activated for the first time, giving you 50 character experience points, 50 skill experience points, 50 copper coins as rewards, and granting you the title of Cooking Master. Whether or not you wear the title, you enjoy the title attributes, and death disappears. Cooking Master title attributes. No matter what food you make, you can always get double the harvest. Renyu's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect that after such a long time. I could still get the first activation reward. I don't know if sewing and fishing have been activated. Sewing, she took a quick look. Some equipment requires money to buy blueprints, but basic cloth clothes, straw shoes, cloth shoes can be made directly as long as they meet the requirements. Making cloth clothes requires cotton cloth and cotton thread. Both of these are available, but it takes 30 minutes, which is too long. Unable to resist, 30 minutes, grave grass has been brushed out. Go to the residential houses to make it. Fishing requires going to a place with a river to use. Just now when I opened the map to find my home, I seemed to see a stream, right in the home park. Renyu no longer hesitated, and began to speed up. Dada. Dada. The footsteps were not only Renyu's own, but also those of other players. Some players have accepted this change, and started to try to operate it. Renyu saw a mage not far away casting a fireball on a raccoon cat. The special effects were very beautiful, and there was also the crackling sound of the burning flame. But some people could not accept this reality. A middle-aged female player was squatting in front of a child and crying, trying to reach out and touch him, but the subtitles "Auntie, will you play marbles with me?" appeared over the child's head again and again, blocking the player's outstretched hand. The woman burst into tears. Rui, I'm a mother. What happened to my child? What a sin! An older sanitation worker was sweeping the floor with his head down, and a middle-aged man next to him said in pain, Dad, say something. A line of words floated above the sanitation worker's head. There are so many ginkgo leaves. How long will it take to sweep them? The middle-aged man covered his face and cried helplessly, Dad. Renyu's heart sank slightly. Children and the elderly were gamed, turned into the NPCs in online games. Renyu stopped to observe, and did not find any task-triggering function for the time being. I don't know if there is no triggering opportunity, or they are just background boards used by the game to enrich the content. The game protects the weak, but it also deprives them of their freedom. They are confined in this small space, repeating the same actions and the same conversations every day. Instead of being sad here, it's better to try to survive. Only by surviving can you always be with them, and come to see them from time to time. Renyu reminded them, regardless of whether they could listen or not, they just left. The female player looked at Renyu's disappearing back, was stunned for a moment, wiped her tears, looked greedily at the child in front of her, and stood up. The male player over there was also stunned, sighed resignedly, looked at the floating game panel, reached out his hand, and chose his own profession. The home park is a bit far from Yida Plaza. Renyu used 17 minutes to run continuously with her 8 points of agility, consuming 12 points of fatigue. On the way, she passed by several small private supermarkets and tried to enter, but was blocked. The game has completely controlled the entire world, including the food and water that humans rely on for survival. I can't go back home, Renyu regretted. Although it was just a rented house, it also held all her belongings. Renyu regretfully withdrew her thoughts and looked towards the home park. The home area is very large, divided into residential areas, small parks, trading markets and home squares. The stream is on the west side of the map, and you need to cross a large residential area and home square, which is not close. Since you are already at the doorstep, you might as well go home first to check and improve your equipment. First, it can increase overall defense. And second, see if you can get another primary reward. Following the route map, you set foot on a neat path. There is an NPC sweeping the floor. Renyu deliberately approached, and the NPC only popped up an invalid text. It's too deserted. When will the houses here be sold out? There is no task like in the regular game. Renyu walked over, and found the farmyard with a sign of Yu's home hanging on the door, and stepped in. Chapter 3 Homemade Equipment, Catching Bugs. What the hell? Renyu was a little confused when he looked at the shabby thatched house in front of him. It was horribly dilapidated. From the outside, it was clearly a regular farmhouse, brick and tile house configuration. How come it became a dilapidated thatched house as soon as he entered? Game, are you playing tricks? Although the thatched house was disappointing, the pop-up reminder made people happy. Player house activated. Welcome to Yo-Yu Home. You will not be attacked by other players/monsters from now on, and you will recover 10 points of health, fatigue, and mana every minute. After leaving the thatched hut, within 1,000 meters nearby, health points will be restored every minute, fatigue points, 3 points of mana, -20 for damage received, 7% chance to rebound 80% of damage. The rebound damage value is determined by the initiator, not affected by the house owner's defense, additional bonuses, etc. Although the house is broken, it functions well. You are the first player to activate the residential house in this server, and you have obtained the system reward item Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant. Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant, rare critical strike 30% to 70%, strength +10, intelligence +10, critical strike +2. No inlay. Special item, can be worn at any level. Rare quality purple equipment. Rinyu took a deep breath excitedly. Isn't the attack coming? Open the package, where the dragon jade. Then look at the properties of the thatched house. Primary dwelling, a shaky thatched house, damage degree 70%, reparable, repair requires, wood X 500, straw shirt X 10, after repair. It can be upgraded to a wooden house. Write down the materials that need to be collected. Rinyu looks at the simple equipment in the house. A bed, a set of tables and chairs, a wooden box. The wooden box is operable, and after opening it, it is a 15-grid storage box. Rinyu deposited the mineral water in the package and took it out again, and the operation is very simple. It is equivalent to having 15 more package grids than other players. Not bad. There is nothing else to see. Make cloth clothes first. Cloth clothes are cloth equipment in the game. Equipment is divided into levels. Ordinary, the font color is white, referred to as white equipment. Excellent, the equipment name is green font, referred to as green equipment. Excellent, blue font, blue equipment. Rare, purple font, purple equipment, for example, Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant. Hongming, red font, red equipment. Legend, gold font, gold equipment. Perfect, color font, color equipment. There is also a chance of producing fine equipment when making equipment, but the probability is not too high. However, with the exquisite silver needle, the probability of producing fine equipment will be increased by an additional 15%. I hope to get fine equipment at once. A piece of cotton cloth can make a complete set of tops and pants, which is also the most basic cloth equipment. Activate the skill to start making. A pair of scissors appeared out of thin air in my hand. I unfolded the cloth and cut it. The scissors disappeared and a silver needle appeared, and it automatically threaded the thread and started sewing. Rinyu was completely controlled by the game. His hands did not listen to me at all, even if I saw the needle and thread were crooked. I could not correct it. I just watched myself messing around for half an hour, and I got a set of bulky coarse cloth clothes, 20 character experience, 20 skill experience. Rinyu. Ugly, but the attributes are okay. Your luck was a little bad. You only made a crude top, ordinary, constitution +2, physical defense +25, spell defense +8, life +18, durability 50, were level 1. Your luck was a little bad. You only made a crude pants, ordinary, constitution +2, physical defense +20, spell defense +12, agility +1, durability 50, were level 1. The chance of fine products was not triggered. It is also a pity that you did not get the first production reward. It seems that someone as hardworking as her has appeared. Rinyu clicked to wear, and the equipment was automatically put on. The bare pajamas suddenly fell off and fell on the wooden bed next to him. If he touched it again, it would become unwearable. The wearing method is quite smart, but it is also very unfair. However, the equipment did not automatically fit the body shape, and it hung loosely. The pants were so loose that they seemed to fall off at any time. In fact, the pants would not fall off, but psychologically, I always felt that they would fall off, which was very awkward. After the set of clothes was finished, there was still a wide edge of cotton cloth. It would be better to sew a belt to tighten the pants, which would be more comfortable. Rinyu sighed. This almost delayed her from winning the first prize in fishing. She wanted to operate it on her own, but she couldn't take the needle and thread at will. She had to use the game function. It's a bit stupid. It's too stupid. Rinyu resigned herself to opening the sewing skill page and looking for it. She found a higher level leather belt. Not only did it have requirements for the wearing level, but it also had requirements for the sewing level. Don't you have low level belts? Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly saw a small option on the right side of the list, homemade equipment column. If you choose homemade equipment, The game will not help you design it. But you can use the props in the sewing skill. The rest is up to you. Am I blind just now? Why did she let the game control her hands if she had seen this earlier? But she doesn't seem to know how to make clothes. Rinyu chose to make her own equipment, picked up the scissors, and trimmed the remaining cloth a little, then threaded the needle, sewed a long strip of cloth for a few minutes, hard crown cloth belt. Pressed the end button, the scissors and needle automatically retracted. Rinyu's eyes flashed, received a reminder. Congratulations to the player for completing the first homemade equipment. The belt will be sold after it is unlocked in the mall. As a reward, you will get 30 character experience points, 30 skill experience points, reward 30 copper coins. Additionally, give your cotton belt the attribute of agility +1. Every piece of equipment you make by hand in the future will have the effect of agility +1. Cotton belt, ordinary life +2, agility +1, durability 30, wearing level 1. Rinyu wanted to be calm, but he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. The first prize for sewing skills was taken by someone else. I didn't expect to get a reward for homemade equipment. When I equipped the ugly belt, my waist tightened, and my heart was filled with a sense of security. The only thing missing was shoes. Basic sewing can make straw shoes, which takes 10 minutes, but unfortunately the materials are insufficient. Cloth shoes, which takes 30 minutes, requires intermediate sewing. Intermediate sewing? When can I reach intermediate? Rinyu looked at the life skill experience bar. Basic gathering, 40/200. Basic fishing, 0/200. Basic tailoring, 50/200. Basic chef, 55/200. A cup of berry tea gave 50, that was the first reward, and the belt was also made for the first time. Why only 30? Is it because it's ugly? Maybe. The attribute panel has also changed. Player, Yoyu, female, sharpshooter, level 2, 199/200. Life, 270/270, including equipment bonus. Mana, 311/311, including equipment bonus. Fatigue, 108/108. Constitution, life 6+4, equipment bonus. Intelligence, magic 7+10, equipment bonus. Strength, physical 6+13, equipment bonus. Agility, speed 7+3, equipment bonus. Equipment, SC01 pistol, ordinary, dragon pattern jade pendant. Skills, primary gathering, primary fishing, primary tailoring, primary chef, deadly chasing shooting. Special skill, none. Fatigue value is restored to full. The health value increased by 72 points due to the upgrade and equipment bonus, because of the increase of 4 points of physical fitness. Rinyu silently calculated, 1 point of physical fitness increased, 18 more health points. 1 point of intelligence increased, 18 more mana points, and 2 more spell attacks. If you remove the equipment, the corresponding bonus will also be reduced. It's almost level 3, I'm going to go fishing first. Hurry up and reel it up before everyone comes to their senses, because you can't reel it up even if you want to, when you understand the game in the later stage. Rinyu ran out. Their city is called a city. The so-called hometown area is the earliest a city park. Now it has been transformed by the game, and rows of neat farmyards have been set up. The style of the farmyards is uniform, and the appearance is complete. But if you don't step into the door and take a look, you don't know if the game will play tricks. In addition, there are locked open spaces around each yard. Perhaps the area will be expanded after upgrading, or other buildings will be added. Duh. Puffing. Running not only makes footsteps, but also panting, which is also uncontrollable and speechless. When Rinyu was about to run out of the residential area, a tall and handsome man with long legs over 180 centimeters came towards him. He had black hair, a straight nose, thin lips, sword-like eyebrows, and eyes as red as ink. He was really handsome, especially the majestic broadsword on his back, which added to the overall look. The other party was also wearing a shoddy cloth, and he was even worse. His shirt was a little short, his pants were tight on his body, and the trouser legs were of different lengths. Rinyu held back his laughter. The eldest brother did not laugh at the second brother. Maintaining seriousness is the basic courtesy of human beings. The two passed by each other, and didn't notice that the long-legged handsome guy stopped in front of the gate next to her, and stepped in. Xia Jinghuai was stunned for a moment when he stepped into the gate, and frowned at the thatched house. Who wouldn't frown when looking at this house? One stopped and the other didn't say a word. Bang! A civet cat fell to the ground, and Rinyu went forward to pick up the fallen cat. You have reached level 3, and you get 4 attribute points. which can be freely allocated. There are 2 clusters of berries in front, and Renyu didn't care to add points. So he went to collect them first. Put the harvest into the bag, continue to move forward, see the new plant Raimi, collect and harvest a ball of hemp rope. Hemp rope, material for making hemp rope, material for making straw sandals. Because the experience is doubled, increase 4 points of character experience. For points of skill experience, consume 1 point of fatigue. But she is now in the home park, within the range of 1,000 meters of the residential area. Recovery is fast, can be ignored. Continue to move forward, collect another Raimi. It is hard for Renyu to resist the collection of things, and it is hard for her to resist killing the monsters, but she really can't waste time. After picking this tree, we must leave. Let's go fishing first. After picking the Raimi, I was about to start running, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my chest, like a knife stabbing into my flesh. At the same time, my body suddenly leaned back, and I screamed uncontrollably again, ah! The word -1 floated above my head. Renyu? Player Gao Hai attacked you. You have the right to self-defense. Chapter 4. Another first prize. Someone attacked her, a lurker. Lurkers can be invisible and sneak. The stealth effect disappears after attacking. After a successful attack, a young man wearing a hurdle vest appeared in front of Renyu. He leaned back at the same time, let out a more shrill scream at the same time. The words -26 floated above his head. A scar suddenly appeared on his body, blood gushed out. Renyu's equipment has high defense, thick blood, in addition. Within the protection range of residential buildings, not only can it reduce damage, it also triggers a rebound. The rebound damage suffered by the opponent does not enjoy her various bonuses. Renyu's loss of 1 point of blood is not worth mentioning. Gao Hai is different. His blood bar dropped a bit in an instant, leaving only 74. Fear filled his eyes, and he said in a casual tone, "How come your defense is so high? You can even rebound damage?" As if the attack just now was just a light-hearted joke. Renyu drew his gun indifferently. The young man knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked, and turned around and wanted to run. Renyu's shot without hesitation accidentally triggered a critical hit, and a shocking red number exploded above the opponent's head, and the young man fell to the street, and things exploded all over the ground. Renyu was stunned for a moment, staring at the young man lying on the ground. His face gradually turned pale. The game actually had no protection for novices, and it could directly kill the player. After calming down, Renyu covered his chest and walked towards the young man who fell to the ground. He didn't lose much blood, and the bleeding was not serious. But the pain of a knife piercing into the flesh was 100% restored, and it was particularly painful. The opponent exploded with a dagger, 9 compressed biscuits, 9 bottles of ordinary mineral water, and 100 copper coins. After picking up the things, the young player named Gao Hai disappeared out of thin air, and was refreshed by the game. Renyu felt cold all over, and stood there to calm down. His mind gradually calmed down. Today, the world is a game, and it is either you or me. If you don't adapt quickly, you will be eliminated. Between being killed and killing others, everyone will choose the latter. The next second, a message popped up in the void, making Renyu's face more solemn. You killed the player Gao Hai's self-defense. No sin points will be obtained, and you have a chance to use the lurker skill. Please choose your temporary skill, which disappears after use. Can temporary skills be released by killing players? Then we can foresee the Shura field between players. Renyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He had to work hard to improve his strength, make money, get equipment, and build up his defense. As for the moment, Renyu chose the invisible stealth without hesitation. Temporary skills will remain if they are not used. Renyu did not stop and ran to the stream in one breath. During this period, his wounds healed and the pain disappeared. There were no other players by the stream, but there was a bamboo raft parked in the middle of the water. On the bamboo raft stood a fisherman wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat. He was suspected to be another background NPC. Renyu chose a good position, activated primary fishing, and the pistol was replaced by a fishing rod, and was automatically thrown into the water. There was no operation of hanging the bait, and a 30-second countdown reminder appeared in front of him. Fishing 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. You didn't get anything, please keep up the good work. Renyu. She looked at the fishing rod in her hand. Is the 15% fishing rate of excellent equipment so useless? Activated the skill again, and as soon as the fishing rod entered the water, a subtitle reminder appeared in front of him. Rinyu raised his mouth unconsciously. Here it comes, the familiar reward is here again. The basic fishing skill of this server is activated for the first time, give you 50 character experience, 50 skill experience, 50 copper coins as reward, and give you the title of fishing expert. Whether the title is worn or not, you enjoy the title attributes, death disappears. Fishing expert, hit rate always increases by 10%, time minus 5 seconds. The countdown is immediately shortened by 5 seconds. When the time is up, receive a prompt, you get Mabu 1, skill experience 2, character experience 2. All life skills have been experienced. Rinyu began to calculate in his mind. Killing a monster gives 5 experience points. Fishing successfully gives 2 points. Making berry tea gives 5 points. Gathering gives 4 points. Gathering can also obtain materials to facilitate berry tea making. This is a virtuous cycle. And life skills give double experience points. It not only improves character experience, but also improves skill experience. It is more cost effective than killing monsters. Tailoring, making equipment does give high experience points, but it also takes a long time. I don't know how to make hemp rope. She has 2 hemp ropes in her bag. 3 rainy ropes can make a ball of hemp rope. 3 hemp ropes can make a ball of hemp rope. Gathering raw rainy can get 4 experience points each time. The final hemp rope is still the main material for making straw sandals. There has been no equipment explosion since the beginning of the game. Everyone should be short of equipment, then she can make straw sandals and cloth clothes for sale. No matter how you calculate it, it's a good deal. The most desired reward has been obtained. Rinyu stood up and left. Decided to first collect the level of the chef and the tailor. There are 3 bushes nearby. Go over and collect them. A total of 12 character experience points, 12 skill experience points, 2 twine, 1 raspberry. Enough materials for making straw sandals. Go back to make straw sandals first. Return to the thatched house. Open the package and count the materials. I have collected enough materials for a berry tea. Complete the production. Get 5 character experience points, 5 skill experience points and 2 berry teas. Cooking golden hand works, items doubled, experience not doubled. Making hemp rope, tailoring skill activated, countdown 30 seconds, gain character experience 5, skill experience 5. Making straw sandals requires 2 balls of hemp rope. She has the finished product obtained by killing the civet cat in her bag, plus the one she just finished, just right. Controlled by the game again, watching herself making up nonsense for 10 minutes, a pair of extremely ugly straw sandals gradually took shape. At the moment of the end, Rinyu sighed helplessly. Your luck was a little bad. You only made a pair of crudely made shoes. Ordinary, agility +1, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 30, were level 1. Character experience increased by 10, skill experience increased by 10. The straw shoes are a little big, like clothes. I know they won't fall off, but they don't feel very comfortable. Rinyu stood up and walked back and forth. Fortunately, they are not that big. On the contrary, because of the increase of 2 points of agility, I feel a lot lighter. Similarly, the slippers that were taken off immediately became unwearable, and it is estimated that they will be directly deleted by the game in a short time. How much skill experience do you have? Rinyu opened the attribute panel and glanced at it. Primary gathering, 68/200. Primary fishing, 52/200. Primary tailoring, 65/200. Primary chef, 60/200. Without the reward assistance in the future, the experience increase will definitely not be so easy. After the character is upgraded, there are still 4 attributes that have not been allocated, so don't worry about it for now. Rinyu glanced at it briefly, turned off the panel and left. Go out and get to work. Xiao Yi, the game prompts me that I found a berry plant called blueberry, which can be collected. Wu Chen took his girlfriend's hand and pointed to the bushes in front. As soon as he and his girlfriend walked nearby, a prompt popped up in front of them. Player Muhi. You found a berry plant called blueberry, which can be collected. Su Shuya nodded, and in front of her there was also Player Qinshan. You found a berry plant called blueberry, which can be collected. She smoothed the white ribbon wrapped around her arm. Aiken, pick it, and see how much experience you can gain. Wu Chen looked at his girlfriend affectionately, with a doting smile on his lips, and said softly, I don't pick wild flowers on the roadside. Xiaoya, you pick them. Su Xiuya glared at her boyfriend coquettishly, and pulled his hand and said coquettishly, pick it, and level up quickly to protect me. Silly. You can protect yourself when you level up, Wu Chen said softly, before Su Xiuya could say anything else. A discordant voice interrupted. Ahem. Are you going to pick them or not? If not, I will. Renyu had never been in a relationship, and she really couldn't understand how a young couple could get so sloppy with a bush. Blueberries are the main ingredients for making mana-restoring potions. She had already bought the recipe, but was still short of one ingredient. The young couple blushed. Wuchen smiled embarrassedly and said, Let's pick them. Pick them. He looked at his girlfriend. Xie. Su Xie was also a little embarrassed, and reached out to the bush. After a moment, she frowned and said, Aiken, it tells me that I don't have the gathering skill, so I can't gather it. Wuchen scratched his head. That's a life skill. Can't I pick the fruit without learning it? Neither of us has learned it. So what should we do? Renyu smiled. This kind of players will be her customer base in the future. Did you all choose only combat professions? Renyu looked at the white silk ribbon wrapped around the female player's arm. The silk ribbon fluttered without wind. This effect can only be achieved in games. The male player held a staff in his hand. He should be a mage. But in some games, summoners and healers also use staffs. I don't know how this stupid game is set up. The young couple nodded. Su Xie said, I chose a healer. Aiken chose an ice mage. There are so few skill slots. It's not enough to install professional skills. There is no place to install life skills. The silk ribbon turned out to be a healer's magic weapon. Wuchen analyzed beside him. There will definitely be more skill slots to be opened later. 5. He shook his head. Too much. I mean too little. Xie and I plan to take the path of combat, and we can buy anything we need from life players. This development path cannot be said to be wrong. It can only be said that each player has a different direction. Miss, what is your profession? Su Xie asked. The game does not display player information to the public by default, unless the player opens the permission himself. Renyu, sharpshooter. Wuchen, this one is not bad either. The two were about to leave, but when they saw Renyu was collecting, they were curious, so they stopped to watch. Renyu didn't want someone to stare at her when she was making special effects sounds. It was embarrassing. But the young couple didn't seem to have this awareness, just like she didn't have the awareness of disturbing others' love. The curious eyes were very clear. Renyu was embarrassed to drive him away, so he activated his skill Hey-Ha, and started digging. Su Xie whispered, so there are also character effects when collecting? When she initiated treatment, there was only skill effects, no character effects, but when her boyfriend performed ice hockey, he suddenly made a ha sound, and thought Wuchen was doing something weird, but later she realized that it was totally out of control, just like walking, and suddenly it started to da-da-da. Wuchen nodded. Fortunately, we didn't choose life skills. It really sounded too embarrassing. You have to shout slogans to pick fruits. Renyu, did I tell you to listen? Let's go fight monsters. Wuchen was ready to leave with his girlfriend. Well, I'll give you blood when the time comes. Su Xie held her boyfriend's arm sweetly. Well, Renyu finished collecting, and didn't care about the embarrassment, called the two and asked with a smile, do you want to buy blue? You can't just listen to her special effects in vain. You have to pay something. The young couple's eyes lit up, and said in surprise, do you have medicine to restore blue? Yes. Yes. Yes, we want it. How many do you have? Renyu, 2 bottles. Only 2 bottles. Wuchen was a little disappointed, but still said, we want it. How much is it? Renyu didn't know how much it was. The store activation hadn't been completed yet. There was no specific price. She could only estimate the price. 10 copper coins per bottle. The young couple thought about it, and nodded in agreement. The game store was not open, and there was no medicine from killing monsters. There was no way to buy back the mana potion. Now that they came across it, they decided not to let it go even if they thought the price was a little expensive. Renyu said, wait for me. She made it on the spot. Renyu considered the risks of making it on the spot, but after looking at her own health and level, and still within the 1000 range protection, she felt a little fearless. The 30-second countdown ended, and the young couple asked curiously, what did you just do? Making blueberry juice. Renyu smiled. You can check the properties of the item when trading, and each use will return 10 mana points. Wuchen and Renyu completed the transaction. Su Xie said regretfully, it's a pity that the game doesn't allow adding friends. Otherwise we could add a friend, so that it's convenient to buy medicine. Wuchen also said, yeah. I don't know when the store will open, and I can't find medicine now. Mages and healers consume a lot of mana. After killing 2 monsters in a row, The mana was reduced to only 1/3. Without medicine, we can only wait for it to recover slowly, which is very slow. If there is a mana recovery potion, how much fun it will be to kill monsters. Chapter 5 Wasteland. Rinyu has no regrets, because she doesn't have such a high yield for the time being. Since coming out, she has collected and harvested 3 blueberries, 2 raspberries, 3 rainy, and killed 3 civet cats. Just now, I made a batch of blueberries. The raw materials of blueberries have been cleared, and I still need 1 material to make berry tea. Killing 3 civet cats has harvested a total of 3 civet cat skins, a ball of hemp rope, a ball of cotton thread, 2 cat claws, 1 piece of wood, 6 copper coins. But now I have to solve the problem of hunger first. After the body became hungry, the fatigue value began to drop by double. Even if she thought she could still bear it, the dog game didn't want her to bear it. She took out the compressed biscuits and mineral water given by the system, took a bite of the dry and hard biscuits, and drank a sip of mineral water. Compressed biscuits, full, lasting 5 hours. Mineral water, ordinary drinking water. Replenish water, quench thirst. No other game attributes. Transitional supplies. Eating compressed biscuits. Rinyu thought, she can make food, as long as she finds the ingredients before eating the biscuits. How to get drinking water. Can she drink berry tea to quench her thirst? She has never drunk berry tea so far, and she doesn't know if it can replace drinking water. Fortunately, she had an extra portion of food and water in self-defense, which should last a few more days. After eating and drinking, Rinyu walked towards the outskirts of the family park. Ah! Don't come over here. Jiang Shujie was holding a weapon scroll in his hand, running barefoot on the road in his big shorts, with a wild boar chasing him behind him. When the game came, he chose the summoner after careful consideration, and then started his journey of fighting monsters. The only skill that a level 1 summoner can use is zombie summoning. What's more embarrassing is that the zombie baby is very fragile. Sometimes it can barely kill a monster, and sometimes it can be killed by the monster. Especially when the monster hits a critical hit, his baby can't even withstand 2 hits, and is directly turned into ashes. But the summoning skill has a long cooldown time. At this moment, he is in this awkward situation. He just summoned a zombie, but the monster made a normal attack plus a critical hit, and the baby fell to his knees. The skill is still on cooldown, and he himself has no other ability to fight back. For the other skills, the lowest requirement of Soul Split requires level 3 to be used. It's outrageous. Humph. The mutated wild boar is getting closer and closer. The sound of its 4 hooves digging the ground is like a symbol of death, and it kicks its hind legs and pounces on Jiang Shujie. If that pair of big fangs were pressed against his smooth back, would it be clear from front to back? Help! Jiang Shujie ran wildly while howling. You dog game. Behave yourself. The monsters are so hard to kill, and the summoned zombies are so fragile. How can he level up? Ah! Bang! A gunshot came from the side, the death threat from the wild boar disappeared, and the wild boar fell to the ground with a plop. Jiang Shujie stopped panting, turned around, and saw a female player walking to the wild boar and picking up the reward that exploded. 5 experience, 2 copper coins, 2 wild boar tusks, a piece of wild boar meat, a piece of cotton cloth. This was the first monster Rinyu killed besides the civet cat. When she saw the cotton cloth, her eyes lit up. Wild boar drops cotton cloth. Just as she was about to look around for another wild boar, the young man who had escaped earlier ran over. Lady, thank you for saving my life. Rinyu, not really. I'm getting experience and rewards. No. 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 You just saved me. Lady, do you want to join a team? Rinyu's mouth twitched slightly, trying not to look at his half-naked body, and declined, no. I'm used to being alone. Jiang Shujie also knew that his current image was not very decent. Hugged his chest, and said with a sad face, sorry. Lady, my image is not very good now. But I really didn't mean to be a hooligan. I was thrown out when I was sleeping. You are not a human being. You don't even let me wear a set of clothes. Rinyu's heart suddenly moved. No team, but I can sell you blood recovery potion and clothes. Do you want them? Jiang Shujie nodded like a hen pecking at food. Yes. 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 Rinyu, wait until I kill a few more wild boars. Jiang Shujie said hurriedly. I know where to spawn wild boars. Rinyu was happy. Lead the way. Okay. Lady. Jiang Shujie led Rinyu for a while, raised his hand and pointed, said, it's there, the wasteland next to Xinjiayuan. Originally it was going to build the second phase, but there has been no movement for several years. It's just been left there. There are wild boars there. Renyu nodded, first walked to the bushes on the side of the road, collected a rainy. There are still berries over there. Continue to collect them. Jiang Shujia watched her operate and said, have you chosen life skills? I didn't see life skills until I chose my profession and skills. And I didn't expect that the skill slots were universal. He didn't choose any life skills, so there was no space. There were several bushes on the roadside. Renyu felt excited as if she had found a treasure. She said casually, didn't the game give you a hint at the beginning? Jiang Shujia was stunned. I didn't notice it. Renyu didn't say anything else. Because once she started collecting, she couldn't make any sound on her own. 2 rainy trees, a blueberry tree, and when we got to the wasteland, we harvested a bunch of raspberries. Are you waiting here, or are you coming with us? Jiang Shujia was surprised. Can you take me with you? Renyu, no, we will fight each other. Jiang Shujia was dejected. I will go too. What if I am lucky enough to kill one? At least I can gain some experience. It takes 100 experience points to level up, and he is only now. Jiang Shujia opened his attribute panel dejectedly. Player, Jiang Shujia, male, summoner, level 1, 20 out of 100. Life, 101/108. Mana, 97/126. Fatigue, 102/108. Constitution, life 7. Intelligence, mana 6. Strength, physical 6. Agility, speed 4. Equipment, none. Skills, summon zombies, soul rift, summon divine beasts, flash, crystal shield. Special skills, none. 80 experience points left. It takes a long time to kill. Fortunately, the difficulty of killing the monsters is the same for every player. Everyone is difficult to kill, and it is difficult to upgrade. No, it seems that the heroine killed the wild boar in one move. Although the wild boar has lost nearly half of its blood, this attack is too high. Jiang Shujia turned his head dully, wanting to ask the heroine why she was so good, but the heroine had already walked into the wasteland. Mutated wild boar, level 1, life 100 out of 100, skill collision. Renyu raised his gun and aimed at the wild boar that appeared in the field of vision. The game automatically displayed the distance, 33 meters. Not in the best range. He walked forward a few steps and raised his gun to shoot. Bang! It didn't trigger a critical hit, but it still knocked off more than half of its health. The wild boar was enraged, and it dug its limbs, and it lowered its head to charge at Renyu. It was slower than the raccoon cat, and with her current agility, she could handle it completely. Renyu dodged and fired the second shot, triggering a critical hit, but in fact, the fate of the wild boar could not be changed if it didn't hit a critical hit. Jiang Shujia, who had just summoned a zombie baby, was shocked. Fuck, a critical hit. Renyu said modestly, it doesn't always hit a critical hit, there is a certain chance. This is also amazing. Okay, my baby has never hit a critical hit. Lady, how high is your attack? Renyu glanced at him, and didn't answer. Jiang Shujia scratched his head in dismay, and the thought of asking for help was stirring again. However, he also knew that the female hero would not agree. But he was really tempted. He really wanted to find someone to take him to fly. Another wild boar rushed out from inside. Renyu entered the battle, and killed it after a while. Jiang Shujia did not dare to delay any more time, and took the zombies to hold another wild boar that rushed over, and started fighting. Although the female hero did not take him to upgrade. But the female hero was beside him. He could still ask the female hero for help if he was in danger. After all, the female hero could also get experience and items. Right? Renyu went to pick up his reward. For copper coins, for wild boar tusks, a piece of wild boar meat, a pig skin, a piece of cotton cloth, a ball of hemp rope. There are 10 experience points. The cotton cloth is not 100% drop rate. One gave, the other gave a ball of hemp rope. Not every wild boar meat gives. One gave, the other gave a pig skin. Renyu looked at the property. Material for making leather equipment. The battle on Jiang Shujia's side is not over yet. Renyu saw a wild boar strolling in front of the left, raised his foot, and walked a few steps over there, and shot after entering the range. The other 2 wild boars heard the noise, and rushed towards Renyu. At the same time, 3 small monsters. It was a huge test. Renyu responded calmly. Dodging became more and more handy, relying on 12 points of agility to deal with the wild boars. There was a small mistake in the middle, being scratched, I didn't care about the pain and immediately distanced myself and turned around to shoot and kill. The battle was over. Rinyu calmed down before going over to pick up the dropped items one by one. The 3 wild boars exploded 6 copper coins, 6 wild boar tusks, 2 pieces of wild boar meat, a pig skin, 2 pieces of cotton cloth, a ball of cotton thread. There are 15 more experience points. There are bushes that can be collected in the grass next to it. Rinyu went forward to collect them, and restored her bullets by the way. 3 raspberries, 1 Raimi, 1 blueberry. When she finished collecting, Jiang Shujia's battle was over. After picking up the items, he came over and said, "Lady, please kill my baby." "Rinyu? What kind of strange request is this?" "It's like this, it's already low on health, but the baby won't automatically recover health. Next time you encounter a small monster, it can kill it instantly with one move. If the newly summoned baby is unlucky enough to encounter a small monster with a critical hit, and it kills me, I am within the skill cooldown period. I can only feel awkward. Rinyu, let your low-health baby hit the small monsters twice first. Wouldn't it be easier to recruit a new baby?" "No. No. No." Jiang Shujia shook his head like a rattle. "When the low health reaches a certain level, its speed will slow down, and it will have no chance to attack the small monsters at all. I will summon a full-health baby, and don't attack the monsters first. Wait until the skill cooldown is about to end before killing the monsters, so that even if I am killed by the small monsters, I can immediately summon another full-health baby." Rinyu felt dizzy after hearing this, but she understood one thing. Fortunately, she didn't choose the summoner. Of course, she didn't waste bullets. She took out a dagger and used physical attack to cut the throat of the low-health zombie. "Thank you." Jiang Shujia grinned and thanked him. He activated the summoning skill, and the scroll in his hand unfolded. A full-blooded zombie jumped out of it. He had to say thank you even though his baby was killed. What kind of psychedelic operation was this? Rinyu shook his head and continued to go deeper. This is really a good place to spawn monsters. Jiang Shujia also smiled happily, although the female hero did not directly lead him to level up. He had such a master by his side. He could ask for help when he encountered danger. He had to hurry up and gain more experience. Bang, 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 bang. 2 wild boars fell to the ground one after another. Rinyu went forward to pick them up. He collected nearby a raspberry and a blueberry. Rustle, rustle. After the last blueberry was dug, there was a rustle in the bush ahead. Rinyu looked up. What a big spider. Swoosh. Caught off guard, a ball of spider silk sprayed on Rinyu. No obvious external injuries, but blood began to drop continuously. -1, -1, -1. At the same time, a movement slowdown effect appeared. You are in a negative state. Movement speed is reduced by 10%, lasting 5 seconds. The spider rushed towards Rinyu waving its sharp claws. Fortunately, it only affects movement speed, does not affect skill casting. Rinyu fired quickly, killing the spider before it rushed to him. The deceleration state disappeared. Swirl! Another spider emerged from the bushes in front of him, and was about to spray. Rinyu rolled sideways and advanced to change his position. The spider silk attack missed. Rinyu stood up and raised his gun to shoot, and the battle ended with 2 shots. Pick up the reward. 1 spider exploded for 5 experience points, 2 copper coins, a ball of spider silk, a ball of cotton thread. The other one exploded for 5 experience points, 2 copper coins, 1 spider silk, 1 wood, a ring. Ring? Rinyu's heart skipped a beat. Gear is out. Chapter 6 Wheat, Catching Insects. Suppressing her excitement, she quickly stepped forward to pick it up and check its properties. It was a green outfit. It was almost tailor-made for her. Emerald ring, excellent. Spider Queen's dowry, strength +6, constitution +4, physical attack +5, magic attack +2, critical hit +1%, durability 100, we're level 3. There is a chance that monsters will drop equipment. I just don't know if the chance is high. Rinyu's level meets the requirements. Wear it directly, health value increases, attack increases. Then he looked at the new material spider silk. Spider silk, material for making equipment items. Next, he killed 5 more giant spiders, a total of 25 experience points, 10 copper coins, 2 spider silk, 2 wood, 3 cotton thread, 1 hemp rope, 1 linen, 2 cotton cloth. No more equipment was produced. It can be seen that he was really lucky just now, and he even liked Jiang Shujia more. Lady, can we go now? Jiang Shujia, who knew nothing about everything, ran over happily, and felt his pants slip down a little halfway. and even pulled up his pants, which was indescribably vulgar. He was eager to wear the clothes in the game. Wait a minute, I'll leave soon. The grass in the corner not far away was emitting special light effects for collection. Renu stepped over and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wheat. A new species that can be collected appeared, still wheat. 3 clumps of wheat, collected and harvested 3 portions of white flour, 12 points of experience. You can go now. Renu looked at Jiang Shujia with a complicated look. Little lucky star. Do you need to kill your baby? Renu offered to help. Jiang Shujia immediately stepped aside. Kill it. Thank you. This time, the baby still had 1/3 of its health left. Renu used a skill to kill it. Jiang Shujia summoned it again. And it changed to a full-blooded baby. It followed Renu happily. Lady. Where are you going to trade? Home. Renu said. The clothes need to be made now. Which will take a long time. Maybe about an hour. You can kill monsters in the public area of the home. And find a place to meet up in an hour and a half. Then he said, a set of ordinary cloth clothes costs 60 copper coins. A pair of straw sandals costs 20 copper coins. And a bottle of blood-recovering medicine costs 10 copper coins. I can sell you 2 bottles at most. Is this price acceptable? Renu was also good at calculating. She took advantage of Jiang Shijia's old money, but did not include his income from killing monsters. She had to leave some money for him, in case there was any other emergency. Yes. 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 As long as he can wear clothes, I'll go bankrupt. Jiang Shujia, who is about to go bankrupt, nodded frantically. Not to mention the rarity of the equipment. Just talking about the blood-recovering potion, he killed several monsters with great effort, but didn't get a bottle of potion, which shows how precious the potion is. 10 copper coins is completely acceptable. Arriving at the home park, the number of players here has increased. Some players haven't taken the game seriously yet, standing there and casting skills in vain, laughing and admiring each other's game's special effects. Renu thought about it, and said, you should have discovered that there is no protection for novices in the game. Stay away from other people's skills. It will not only hurt if you are hit, but you may also die. This is a big customer, who will contribute 100 copper coins to him. Don't wait until she finishes making equipment, or she will be gone when she comes out. Jiang Shujia suddenly felt a chill on his back. Really? He didn't realize this. Everyone is a novice, and the female hero thinks too highly of him. If there is protection for novices, can a fellow player kill your summoned beast? Oh! Yes. Yes. Yes! Jiang Shujia slapped his forehead. Thank you for reminding me. The female hero. I will protect myself. His biggest wish since the beginning of the game has not been fulfilled. How could he joke with his own life? Even if he dies, he must die decently with clothes on, not naked. The two agreed to meet in an hour and a half. And Renu returned to her hut. She now had 7 cotton cloths, 7 cotton threads for hemp ropes, and hemp ropes for making hemp ropes. Enough. No more hesitation. Start making. Half an hour later, your luck was a little bad. You only made a crude top, ordinary. Constitution +2. Physical defense +18. Spell defense +15. Life +20. Agility +1, fixed attribute bonus. Durability 50. Wearing level 1. Your luck was a little bad. You only made a crude pants, ordinary. Physical defense +20. Constitution +2. Spell defense +13. Agility +1, fixed attribute bonus. Durability 50. Wearing level 1. Gain 20 character experience. 20 skill experience. At the same time, a light flashed, the character was upgraded, and there were attribute points to allocate. But I couldn't take care of it for the time being, and continued to make trouble. Exquisite cloth, excellent, constitution +4, physical defense +23, spell defense +45, life +37, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. Exquisite pants, excellent, constitution +3, physical defense +19, spell defense +36, life +33, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, when you cast poison. There is a 1% chance of triggering double damage, wear level 3. Oh, this is a burst of luck. It turned out to be a green outfit. Not only green clothes, the pants also have additional professional attributes. Renu looked at the attributes and raised her eyebrows. What a pity, she is not a poison master. Before she encounters better equipment, She has to wear it first. Not bad. Not bad. One click to put it on. This time the clothes automatically fit her size. No longer too fat or too big. It seems that only clothes that are specifically named as shoddy will be perfunctory for players. Next. Start making shoes. After a while. Your luck is a bit bad. You only made a pair of shoddy shoes. Ordinary, agility +1, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 30, wearing level 1. Character experience increased by 10, skill experience increased by 10. The same attributes as the pair on her feet. Nothing to look at. Continue making. Your luck is a bit bad. You only made a pair of crude shoes. Ordinary, agility +2, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 30, wearing level 1. Lucky is not triggered. Looking at the time, when you press the homemade equipment to make a belt. Cotton belt, ordinary, spell defense +3, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 30, wearing level 1. Cotton belt, ordinary, spell defense +2, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 30, wearing level 1. Character, each skill gets 20 experience. Very good. When you removed the belt with +2 life, and replaced it with the belt with +3 magic defense, and opened the panel to allocate attribute points. Her level 3 attribute points have not been added yet. Now that she has been upgraded to level 4, I will allocate them together. 5 points for strength, 3 for agility. Player, Yo-Yu, female, sharpshooter, level 4, 78/500. Life, 486/486, including equipment bonus. Mana, 321/321. Fatigue, 108/108. Constitution, life 6+11, equipment bonus. Intelligence, magic 7+10, equipment bonus. Strength, physical 11+19, equipment bonus. Agility, speed 10+6, equipment bonus. Equipment, SC01 pistol, white, dragon pattern jade pendant, emerald ring. Skills, primary gathering, primary fishing, primary tailoring, primary chef, deadly pursuit, stealth. Special skill, none. Looking at the health bar, attack and his current speed, Renu felt more at ease. The HP is thick enough. The speed is good. And the attack is also good. Counting the damage value of skills and weapons. It can deal 84 damage without critical hits. You chose the right life skill. Renu glanced at the life skill experience bar, making it easier to make arrangements. Primary collection, 176/200. Primary fishing, 52/200. Primary tailoring, 145/200. Primary chef, 65/200. The collection is fast, and you can level up after walking around the square. After you reach the intermediate level, you can come back and upgrade to the intermediate tailoring. Then pick up the chef, and put fishing at the end. Overall, the speed is not slow. I am a hard-working little bee. The hard-working little bee went to meet Jiang Shujia. When he arrived, he was squatting on the ground and drawing circles in boredom, with a somewhat decadent look, and the low-health zombies next to him were strolling. Seeing Renu, he suddenly jumped up. Lady, you are finally here. I thought you would stand me up. Renu, how can I stand you up when I sell you something? Let's trade. You can check the properties of the items when trading. Okay. Okay. A set of equipment. A pair of shoes. 2 bottles of blood recovery medicine. A total of 100 copper coins. Jiang Shujia reacted belatedly, and said resentfully, Lady, have you calculated my assets? After buying these things, he only had a dozen copper coins left. Not buying any more. Buy. 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 Once the transaction started, the nicknames of both parties were automatically exposed. Looking at the nickname of the guy on the other side, Renu was silent for a while. I am not a beast. Well, whether I am a beast or not does not prevent her from making money. After the transaction, Renu threw a belt that increased physical strength on the ground, and said, I'll give you the belt. Its properties are average, but it's better than nothing. Thank him for leading her to find the treasure land. And the ring was exploded. It wasn't that Renu was impolite, but the game currently only allowed trading, and there was no gifting or mailing like in the online game she had played before, so she could only adopt the method of throwing and picking up. Jiang Shujia picked it up in seconds. He was not stupid, no matter how ordinary the attributes were. It was equipment that he could not exchange for. He laughed and said, Thank you, lady. By the way, I also collect materials. If you have cotton cloth, linen, cotton thread, hemp rope, linen, wood, spider silk, wild boar meat, pig skin, you can sell them to me. Wild boar meat, pig skin 2 copper coins. Other 1 copper coin. The price was not high. Jiang Shujie felt that these materials should be worth more than this. But he rolled his eyes and agreed. Dog game, after everything is settled. I know the importance of life skills. When you can sell him equipment and medicine, no doubt he made it with life skills. Where else can I find a player who can make both equipment and medicine? Besides, the female hero saved his dog's life. It's not a loss to sell it well. The two started trading again. 3 civet cat skins, 2 cotton threads, 2 hemp ropes, 2 cotton cloth, 2 linen cloth, 1 spider silk, 3 wood, 2 wild boar meat. Renew spent 19 copper coins. But she has a rich fortune after buying things. She still has a huge sum of 543 copper coins. Jiang Shujie put on his shirt, pants, and shoes right on the spot, and was so excited that he almost cried. Although the clothes were a little baggy. Didn't it come with a belt? Did the heroine make the wrong size? So she gave him a belt as compensation? Although the attribute points of the belt were a little low, it added defense and agility, which might save his life at a critical moment. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Shujie felt that he was finally not so wretched. He quickly glanced at the character panel again, and saw the increased health and defense, and his heart was immediately relieved. Just now, he saw someone being attacked outside, blood dripping down, and the screams made his scalp numb. Seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that the dog game really carried out the inhumanity to the end, and there was not even any protection for novices. So he didn't kill many monsters, and came to wait half an hour in advance, for fear that the heroine would come out and see that he was not there, and sell the clothes to other players. Lady, help me kill the baby again. Hee. Renew stepped forward speechlessly and stabbed him. This baby is unlucky to follow you. Jiang Shujie grinned and summoned a new zombie in seconds. He originally wanted to add Renew as a friend, but unfortunately the game did not have this function for the time being. So he had to leave with the baby reluctantly. Goodbye, heroine. He turned and ran away, running very fast, as light as a swallow. Ah, my body feels so light now that I have increased my speed. Although the shoes are a little bit smaller, they are still wearable. Jiang Shujie was rejoicing in his heart. He was going to kill a pig and stomp it hard. Renew's mouth twitched, and he also walked forward. There are still 6 materials to upgrade the collection. First, upgrade the collection, and then go home to make a few sets of equipment to bring the tailor up. Half an hour later, after picking 2 blueberries, 3 raspberries and 1 rainy, the skill rushed to the intermediate level. After your hard work, your primary collection has been upgraded to intermediate collection, and you can collect more advanced plants. When you looked at the life skills, intermediate collection, 0/1000. It takes 1,000 experience points to upgrade to the advanced level, which is a bit of a gap. Fortunately, the development direction is to specialize in life skills, so this gap should not be a problem. Go back and upgrade the tailor first, and make cloth shoes. Renew turned and went home. Chapter 7 Krypton Gold. Swish. The special effect sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came from not far away. Renew looked over, and saw that it was the handsome young man with uneven trouser legs. The handsome man was still wearing the ill-fitting equipment. He slashed at the raccoon cat in the air with a knife. Accompanied by the dazzling skill knife shadow light effect, the raccoon cat screamed, the blood bar was cleared, and it fell to the ground with a plop, raising a cloud of special effect dust. The handsome man went over to pick up the dropped items, turned his head, and looked at Renew. Renew quickly retracted his gaze, and turned away. What a fast knife! The attack is also high. Renew saw it clearly just now. It was almost a one-shot kill. It seems that she is not the only one who is rolling. People who accept their fate quickly are rolling. Back to the residence, Renew calculated the equipment to be made next. First, use the hemp rope in the bag to make a ball of hemp rope, experience +5. Hemp rope -3, hemp rope +1. Now there is still 50 experience points to upgrade. Then make a pair of straw sandals, increase 10 experience points, receive a pair of crude straw sandals. Your luck is a bit bad, you only made a pair of crude shoes, ordinary, physical defense +2, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 30, we're level 1. Then make close. After Renew entered the production mode, the light inside and outside the house dimmed slightly, and a lamp automatically lit up in the corner of the thatched house, and automatically adjusted the light, dispelling the dimness. At the same time, the game popped up 2 reminders. The night mode will be entered in 2 hours. The temporary safety point of the home square will be opened, and players without residential houses can go there to live temporarily. Living there will require a certain fee. The trading market will be open soon. Opening hours, 20 to 2200 hours. During the opening period, players are protected by the game, and will not be attacked by other players/monsters. Ryu knew nothing about this, and she was immersed in making up nonsense. Half an hour later, your luck was a little bad. You only made a crude top, ordinary, constitution +1, physical defense +26, life +8, spell defense +10, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 50, were level 1. Your luck was a little bad. You only made a crude pair of pants, ordinary, spell defense plus. Continue, second half an hour. Your luck was a little off. You only made a shoddy top, ordinary, constitution +2, life plus. Your luck was a little off. You only made a shoddy pair of pants, ordinary, life +9, magic defense plus. At the same time, a reminder popped up. After your efforts, your primary tailor has been upgraded to intermediate tailor. Your chance of making shoddy equipment has been greatly reduced, and you can make more advanced equipment. Ryu glanced at it and ignored it, and started making a belt. After all, the remaining fabric cannot be wasted. I felt different as soon as I started. After reaching the intermediate level, the craftsmanship of making self-made equipment has improved. Looking at the neatly cut pieces of fabric, the neat lines, and the smoothness of the sewing process, Ryu was immediately delighted. The time was shortened by 2 minutes, not a fixed reward for leveling up, but because of the time reduction due to smoothness. The passive operation of the equipment is still the same as before. At the same time, she had an extra green outfit in her hand. Green equipment is out. Cotton belt, excellent, physical defense +4, life +5, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 50, wearing level 3. Next, cotton belt, excellent, magic defense +5, life +4, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 50, wearing level 3. After getting 2 green equipments in a row, Ryu smiled from ear to ear. The chance of getting green equipment is good. After changing to a belt with life +5, he prepared to make cloth shoes. Instead of a pleasant production process, a prompt popped up. Please unlock the tool first. Unlocking requires 100 copper coins. Renyu's heart was bleeding, and the Krypton gold setting appeared again. Do you know that I only earned 100 copper coins? Unlock. Shoemaking tools have been unlocked. There is a set of shoemaking tools in the toolbar. Renyu pressed the production button. Half an hour later, your luck is a bit bad. You only made a pair of shoddy cloth shoes. Ordinary magic defense +1. Agility +1. Agility +1, fixed attribute bonus. Durability 35. Wear level 3. Renyu was stunned. Why is there still a white outfit? She recalled the information that flashed just now. The probability of making shoddy equipment is greatly reduced, but it does not exist. Then did the green belt equipment that was just made trigger the luck, or 2 consecutive lucky ones? Renyu held her head, wanted to wail. 2 consecutive lucky ones were used on the belt. What kind of idiotic operation is this? I was too proud. I actually made such a low-level mistake. The game is also too bad. There is a reminder for making bad equipment, but there is no reminder for triggering luck. Yes, there seems to be no reminder when making green clothes. Dog game, you know how to play it. She still doesn't believe it. Come again. Cloth shoes, excellent agility +3, movement speed +3, constitution +2, agility +1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. Renyu nodded. The probability of making green clothes has increased after all. Take off the straw sandals on your feet. The shoes automatically fit the size of your feet. In addition to the attribute bonus, the physical feeling is also much more comfortable. The replaced equipment can also be sold, but it consumes some durability, so it can be sold at a discount. Making a pair of cloth shoes requires 1 cotton cloth, 1 cotton thread, which is the same as the requirements for ordinary cloth clothes, but I didn't expect that there would be no surplus. 1 piece of cotton cloth can make a set of cloth clothes and a belt, but there is nothing left after making a pair of shoes. Renyu suspected that the game swallowed her cloth. No matter, First, make all the materials in the backpack into finished products. 5 blueberries can make 1 blueberry juice. Reduce 3 blueberries, double the blueberry juice by 2. Character experience, skill experience each get 5. 11 raspberries can be made in 3 portions. When making the second portion, luck was triggered, and double big berry tea was obtained. Big berry tea, excellent, drinking can restore 30 health points. Finally, 4 cups of ordinary berry tea were harvested, 2 cups of big berry tea. Character, skill experience each 15, and 2 raspberries left. 3 portions of flour, 1 portion of regular flour can produce 2 steamed buns, double it to 4. Lucky was not triggered, but 1 ordinary item was made, and a total of 12 steamed buns were harvested. Steamed buns, common satiety effect lasts for 12 hours, restores 1 fatigue point per minute, lasts for 5 minutes. Steamed buns, no attributes, satiety effect for 3 hours. After making the steamed buns, when you glanced at the mabu fish in the package, wild boar meat, open the chef's skill bar to find the recipes for grilled fish and grilled meat. I seem to have seen it this morning. How much is it? Grilled fish recipe, primary production, purchase requires 100 copper coins, permanent authority. Grilled meat recipe, primary production, purchase requires 100 copper coins, permanent authority. It's so expensive, if I hadn't rolled it all day, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. When you looked at the properties, grilled fish, primary, can produce recovery/attack/support items. Depending on the materials, there is a chance to make a fine product. Grilled meat, primary, can produce recovery/attack/support items. Depending on the materials, there is a chance to make a fine product. When you press the purchase button, and his assets shrank by 200 again. Money is really not worth spending. I have to sell the equipment in the package quickly to recover the funds, otherwise it will be really heartbreaking. After learning the formula, the specific properties of the corresponding materials are automatically unlocked. Grilled mabu fish, normal eating it can increase spell attack by 5 points, restore 1 mana point per minute, 1 health point, lasts for 10 minutes. Grilled wild boar, normal eating it can increase physical attack by 8 points, restore 1 health point per minute, 1 fatigue point, lasts for 20 minutes. Seeing the specific effect, renew is fine again. Choose to make. Please unlock the oven first. Unlocking requires 100 copper coins. Renew has a black question mark face. Suddenly found that the life skill is a gold swallower? But what can she do? The skill she chose by herself, is it possible to throw it away? Unlock. The oven has been unlocked. It takes 2 minutes to make grilled mabu fish. No other operations can be performed during this period. Cannot resist being attacked by other players/monsters. Do you want to make it? Renew press yes and enter the production mode. With both hands controlled by the game, I became a cool griller. I watched myself skillfully flipping the grilled fish back and forth, and elegantly spreading the ingredients. At the end of the countdown, I harvested 2 fragrant grilled fish, double. Seeing the double reward, I finally felt a little comforted. How could this one not be sold for 20 copper coins? I could get 40 back by selling it. The experience is not bad either. 10 skill experience, 10 character experience. With this increase, if it weren't for the materials, I wouldn't have to go to fight monsters. The money is well spent. Next, make roasted wild boar meat. Roasting tools are universal finally. You don't have to spend money before making it. It takes 3 minutes to make roasted wild boar meat. No other operations can be performed during this period. You cannot resist when attacked by other players/monsters. Do you want to make it? Yes. You get roasted wild boar meat, normal, 2, skill experience 10, character experience 10. You get roasted wild boar meat, normal, 2, skill experience 10, character experience 10. You get roasted wild boar meat, normal, 2, skill experience 10, character experience 10. You get roasted wild boar meat, normal, 2, skill experience 10, character experience 10. You get roasted wild boar meat, normal, 2, skill experience 10, character experience 10. You get roasted wild boar meat, excellent, 2, skill experience 10, character experience 10. As soon as it was finished, Renew pressed it again to continue making it, but she still caught a different word with her sharp eyes. Excellent. But I couldn't check it right now. I finished the remaining materials in one go. Then I looked at the excellent grade roasted wild boar meat that occupied a separate grid in the package. 14 portions of roasted wild boar meat, ordinary, occupy one grid, and the other 2 portions of higher grade roasted wild boar meat occupy one grid, in green font. Roasted wild boar meat. Excellent eating. It can temporarily increase physical attack by 15 points, restore 2 health points per minute, 2 fatigue points, and last for 45 minutes. Renyu was very satisfied. He glanced at the life skills. Intermediate gathering, 0 out of 1000. Primary fishing, 52/200. Intermediate tailoring, 40/1000. Primary chef, 190/200. Primary chef is about to upgrade, but she has no materials in her bag. If you could upgrade today, try not to save it until tomorrow. Scanning the character panel, the next level is not far away. There are still more than 100 experience points to upgrade. Although it costs a little Krypton gold, it is still very cool overall. Renyu is going to go out to dig some materials. I was so absorbed in making it that I realized that the light outside had dimmed when I stepped out of the door. And the thatched house lit up automatically. It was quite smart. I looked up at the time on the panel, 19:55. It's almost 8 o'clock. I walked out. A reminder popped up on the panel. It's about to enter night mode. Please be careful when traveling. Night mode? Chapter 8 Trading Square. The game made a special reminder. Renyu certainly would not be stubborn, and was about to retreat, but the second reminder stopped her. The temporary safety point of Home Square is about to open. The coordinates are 254.219.579. Players without residential houses can go there to avoid monster attacks, and living there needs to pay a certain fee. Home Trading Market is about to open. Opening hours, 20:00 to 22:00 during the opening period. Players are protected by the game, and will not be attacked by other players/monsters. Home Square seems infinite. From the outside, you can see the other side at a glance. But it is actually vast and boundless after entering. People who came in sat on the ground in groups of 3 or 4. Most of them were still wearing the same clothes they wore in the morning. The only difference was that they had weapons of different shapes in their hands, emitting faint special effects. Some people looked worried about their relatives in their hometown. Some people had tears on their faces that had just dried, looking in a certain direction, muttering, "It's dark. I don't know if Feifei is afraid." A big hand stretched out from the side and held a woman's hand. "Don't worry. Feifei has become an NPC and is protected by the game." When Siyu nodded, leaned on her husband's shoulder, closed her eyes, and shed 2 more tears. Yes, she was protected, but she could no longer hug her daughter and kiss her, nor could she hear her daughter calling her mom. There were also people who were well received and exchanged skill damage and monster killing experience with people around them, and began to propose teaming up. "Let's form a team. You are a mage. I am a swordsman. And the person next to me." Before he finished speaking, a pop-up message popped up in the void. Night mode is about to start. Players who choose to stay in the square temporarily, please pay 5 copper coins/person. Countdown 30. 29. 28. Damn. A broken open-air square still has to pay. Pay. Didn't the game give 100 copper coins? Pay it. Just in case it's dangerous outside. Pay it. I earned 6 copper coins from killing monsters today. And tonight's fee. I earned it. Where do I pay for accommodation? Do you know where to buy food? The game doesn't give much food. After eating these compressed biscuits and water, where can I buy food in the future? Someone said optimistically, "Isn't the mall unlocking?" After eating the food, I guess the mall will be unlocked. Some people paid the money quickly. Someone hesitated for a while because they talked a few more words to the people next to them, and were suddenly pushed out by a force. When they came to their senses, they were already standing outside the square. Night mode is on. With the home square as the boundary, a transparent protective cover appeared out of thin air. It looked thin, but it effectively prevented players from entering. At the same time, the light outside dimmed instantly, and only a few light bulbs inside the square were on. Meow. Meow. Monsters spawned, and several cats cried at the same time nearby, which was extremely shrill under the dark night sky. "Aw, come on! Come on! Come on, pay the money!" Someone rushed into the square desperately in fear, and when the deduction reminder popped up, he pressed yes in a second and rushed in. Why are there so many monsters? In the crowd in the square, a young man looked around and incited. "What do you think if we go out together to kill monsters? Can we reach level 2 before midnight?" Without waiting for the people next to him to respond, all the players who were ejected just now paid their fees and rushed in. The last one was a little slow to react, and the cat monster nearby jumped up and grabbed his back. This person rushed in with a scream, and his face turned pale after he stood firm, and he stared outside with lingering fear, and he didn't recover for a long time. Outside, the cat monster that attacked the player paced back and forth unwillingly, and angrily scratched the transparent protective cover. Under the night sky, as the cat's claws moved, a string of silver-white special effects light was left. Everyone's heart trembled, fearing that the protective cover was not firm and would be scratched by the cat monster. Fortunately, the transparent protective cover did not suffer any damage. The cat's attack has increased. Someone whispered. The man just lost 25 blood points. I was also caught during the day, and only lost 10 points. The man rubbed his shoulder as he spoke. It hurt so much at the time. Now the wound is healed, but the psychological shadow has not healed. He always feels that the place where he was injured during the day is still burning. There was a brief silence inside the square. Everyone stared at the cats pacing back and forth outside with pale faces. The person who had just proposed to form a group to kill monsters also shut up. Look, someone is casting a fireball spell over there. Someone suddenly spoke up and raised his hand to point in a certain direction outside. The special effect sound of the fireball skill was particularly clear at night, and it came through the cat's meows. Which master is so stubborn and dares to fight in the monster group? Someone in the crowd muttered. Before the muttering sound died down, the fireball was replaced by a shrill scream. Help! Ah! Ah! Help! Is there anyone? Ah! Another fireball was cast, but it was attacked by 4 or 5 monsters. The sound weakened and disappeared completely. The square fell into a deathly silence. Bang! A cat monster landed, dropping 2 copper coins, 1 hemp rope, 1 complete raccoon skin, 1 cat claw, 5 experience points, and 2 fatigue points. You will not be attacked if you stay in the house, but many monsters will spawn on the path in front of the door. This place is clearly a monster-free zone during the day, but if you want to set up a stall in the trading market now, you have to fight your way out. Squeak! The door next door opened. In the dim light, Renyu saw the handsome guy with different trouser legs. He didn't expect that they lived so close. Meow. A cat monster pounced from the side. Renyu raised his hand and fired. Bang! Triggered a critical hit, killed instantly with 1 shot. On the other side, Xia Jinghui swung the long knife in his hand and instantly approached a civet cat. The dazzling knife shadow's special effect lit up and chopped it down with a whoosh. Hack! Kill in 1 hit. 1 non-critical hit. 1 second, what a high attack. Although Renyu admires handsome guys, she will not be fooled by beauty and is slightly alert in her heart. The 2 step forward, each picking up their own spoils. Hello, are you going to the trading square? Xia Jinghui looked at Renyu and took the initiative to speak. Renyu nodded and stared at him calmly and said, yes. I hope the other party will not do anything stupid, after all. Fighting here will only hurt both sides. There are many monsters in the alley. I'll be on the left and you'll be on the right. How about working together to kill them? Xia Jinghui seemed not to see the vigilance in Renyu's eyes, and suggested. Okay. Xia Jinghui turned around first, waving his knife and rushing forward. This man was confident, showing her his back so openly. But she would not do such a stupid thing. Renyu was silent for a moment, and also stepped forward to shoot. The sound of the special effects of the slashing accompanied the sound of the gun, and the civet cats fell one after another. The items that exploded also flashed faintly in the night, and were quickly picked up by the killers and disappeared in the alley. Stepping into the trading market, the monsters were isolated outside, and Renyu had time to open the package and glance at his harvest. Along the way, killed 11 civet cats in total, accumulated 55 experience points, 22 copper coins, cotton thread 5, silk thread 2, hemp rope 4, cat claws 7, complete civet cat skin 10, a handful of cat hair 1, consumed 22 fatigue points. This can be ignored. New items are out. Cat hair, I don't know what to use it for now. I can only put it aside for now. The cooperation has come to an end for the time being, Xia Jinghui asked. Are you here to buy or sell things? Renyu, sell things first, and then collect some materials after selling them. What about you? Xia Jinghui, same. The two walked into the trading market, which was empty. Obviously, the people in the square next door were still worried about the terrifying world outside, and had not reacted to the opening of the trading market. Until Renyu and Xia Jinghui came in from outside, until Renyu chose a place to sit cross-legged, a line of words suddenly popped up above his head. Swimming fish stall. Everyone rushed in curiously, and surrounded Renyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Renyu, who was pricing the items. What does it feel like? It's just, the mobile phone was placed on the ground, and a circle of people surrounded him and lowered their heads to take pictures. Renyu's current perspective is the phone on the ground, and a plain circle of heads above it. He raised his eyelids and scanned it, and put the items on the shelf. Item, cloth shoes, ordinary, attributes, wearable level 3, price 50 copper coins. Item, straw shoes, ordinary, attributes, agility +1, price 20 copper coins. Item, straw shoes, price 20 copper coins. Item, straw shoes, durability 22, price 17 copper coins. Fuck, someone is selling shoes. More and more people came over after hearing the noise, and surrounded Renyu more and more. But the people who came later only saw a full screen of blank spaces. Why? It was sold out in seconds. The quick-handed people glanced at the attributes and bought it, while the slow-handed people were still studying and comparing. Before they finished comparing, all the introductions disappeared from the screen, and when they looked again, they were sold out. Your hand speed is too fast. Isn't it? Let's see. On Renyu's side, a prompt also popped up in front of her. Player the most handsome swordsman bought your straw sandals, earning 20 copper coins. Player Starry Sky bought your cloth shoes, earning 50 copper coins. Player Pinning Lips and Smiling bought. She continued to put clothes on the shelves and displayed them. Item, cloth/pants set, normal, top attribute, constitution +1, physical defense +26, pants attribute, magic defense. The whole set is priced at 70 copper coins. Item, cloth/pants set, normal, top attribute, constitution +2, durability 50, pants attribute, life +9. The whole set is priced at 70 copper coins. Item, cloth/pants set, normal. The whole set is priced at 55 copper coins. Item, belt, excellent, attribute, magic defense, selling price 30 copper coins. Item, belt, normal, 20 copper coins. Item, belt, durability 21, selling price 10 copper coins. Player Blue Sea bought your cloth/pants set, income 70 copper coins. Player Cousin bought your cloth. Player Smile with Lips bought your cloth/pants set. Player Starry Sky bought your belt, excellent, income 30 copper coins. Player Gone Again? Who has such a fast hand speed? Hey, big brother in front, save us some underwear. What are you selling? I can't even see it. Big brother. Please be kind, I'm still naked. Can you let me buy some clothes? It's really cold. Renyu's hand speed of putting things on the shelves is not as fast as the buyer's hand speed of buying things in seconds. In a few minutes, all the equipment, discounted or not, was cleared out. Renyu hadn't finished setting up the stall yet. She started putting medicines on the shelves. 2 bottles of blueberry juice were put on the shelves. 10 copper coins each. She had to keep some berry tea for herself. 4 bottles were put on the shelves. 10 copper coins each. They were gone in seconds. The crowd became more and more excited, especially when they heard that medicines were put on the shelves. Many people became agitated. Are there any more? Can we trade and buy them directly? Renyu was concentrating on setting up the stall, and had no time to respond. So she continued to put them on the shelves. 2 servings of grilled horse-step fish were put on the shelves. 20 copper coins each. The crowd exclaimed again. Damn! Did we play the game on the same day? Who is this great god? He's not a shill. Is he? Renyu rolled his eyes when he heard this. You are the mop. You are still the broom. Chapter 9 Acquisition. Jiang Shujia couldn't squeeze through. Jumping up and down behind, he recognized it was the female knight. He was very glad that he hugged her thigh in the afternoon, otherwise he would be squeezed out of his pants and couldn't get through. Renyu continued to put on the shelves. 10 portions of roasted wild boar meat were put on the shelves. Each portion cost 40 copper coins. The price is so expensive, I can accept higher equipment, but selling a portion of roasted meat for 40 copper coins, the stall owner must be crazy. It's a bit unfair. But this is an item that increases attack. Adding 8 points of attack is not worth 40 copper coins. It's better to sell it as a rare item. Isn't it enough to sell it as a rare item? Scarcity makes things expensive. Hey, the ones in front, if you think it's expensive, please make way. The players were talking, Renyu listened to the good ones, and the bad ones were automatically ignored. If the unscrupulous players don't make money now, will they wait until the recovery items are everywhere? Most of those who bought roasted wild boar meat didn't get the equipment, because most of them had no money left after grabbing the equipment, which was a good opportunity for Rinyu to make a profit. Of course, there are also those with sufficient wallets who bought both, but the quantity is scarce. As the last roasted wild boar meat was sold out, the prompts that were like a screen in front of Rinyu gradually disappeared. After clearing the backpack, her assets recovered, she was fine again. The income from selling goods was 862, plus the remaining 200, the assets exceeded 1,000. Then we started to collect goods. You can sell goods while setting up a stall, and you can also collect goods. Rinyu ended the stall mode first and stood up and shouted, collecting materials, those who are willing to provide materials. Come here. Someone asked, what are you collecting? Rinyu reported a list of names and started the stall mode again. In addition to the types, pricing, there is also a purchase limit. Purchase, cotton cloth, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Purchase, cotton thread, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Purchase, wood, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Purchase, berries, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Purchase, hemp thread, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Purchase, hemp rope. Purchase, wild boar meat, purchase price, 2 copper coins. Purchase, pig skin, purchase price, 2 copper coins. Purchase, complete civet cat skin, purchase price, 2 copper coins. Damn, this price is too low, only 1 copper coin. That's right, you sell your stuff so expensively, and you charge such a low price for materials, you are a capitalist. Beauty, raise the price a bit, and we will sell it to you. Some people were talking to each other, and winking at each other to raise the price, but Rinyu was unmoved. If you want to sell, sell. If you don't want to sell, forget it. The main character is a person with a temper. Player Shinkong sells you 5 pieces of wild boar meat, and your copper coins will be deducted by 10. Player Shinkong sells you 10 pieces of cotton cloth, and your copper coins will be deducted by 10. Player Shinkong sells you 6 balls of hemp rope, and your copper coins will be deducted by 6. Player Shinkong sells you 15 complete civet cat skins, and your copper coins will be deducted by 30. Rinyu was very happy. What a good person. She raised her eyelids and looked at it. She saw that the neighbor who had fought side by side with her not long ago was standing in front of her stall, raising her hand to operate something. It turns out that the neighbor's nickname in the game is Starry Sky. Other players joined in one after another. Player Bingu sells you 3 pieces of cotton cloth, your copper coins deducted by 3. Player Tao Ziayao sells you 27 berries, your copper coins deducted by 27. Player Tao Ziayao sells you 15 blueberries, your copper coins deducted by 15. Player sells you 7 balls of twine. Player sells you 2 pieces of cotton cloth, your copper coins deducted by 2. After Xia Jinghuai sold the materials, he turned around and left, and went to the side to set up a stall. Starry Sky stall. Item, iron knife, normal available at level 1. Occupation, swordsman. Strength plus 3, stamina plus 2, durability 50, each attack can cause 15 points of damage, there is a 5% chance of a critical hit, there is a 3% chance of causing 10 points of secondary damage, fixed attribute bonus, prize 70 copper coins. Item, iron knife, normal available at level 1. Occupation, swordsman. Strength plus 3, agility plus 1, durability 35, each attack can cause 15 points of damage, there is a 5% chance of a critical hit, prize 35 copper coins. Item, iron sword. Prize 70 copper coins. Item, metal fist, normal available at level 1. Occupation, fighter. 3% chance to cause 10 points of secondary damage, fixed attribute bonus. Item, iron bow and arrow. Item, staff. The crowd started to stir again, but because weapons were being sold, and everyone had the initial weapons given by the game, the stir was less than before. After a while, someone came forward to check, clicked on the items for sale, and compared them with the weapons in his hand, and found the difference. 3% chance to trigger secondary damage? This person's heart skipped a beat, gritted his teeth and bought an iron sword, walked to the side to set up a stall, and sold the wooden sword he had just replaced. It's just that I feel a little complicated. These are all players who have chosen life skills. I should have chosen a life skill earlier. There are many people who have the same feeling. It's a loss not to learn life skills. Life players make a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Think about it. Cotton cloth should be the material for making cloth clothes, selling it to us for dozens of dollars, and only giving 1 copper coin for the material. We should protest together. You are so anxious to sell it to her. Are you so short of that copper coin? This statement was recognized by many people, but why don't you put on a piece of cotton cloth to kill monsters? In the crowd, Li Jiao, who changed into new equipment, said coldly, looked around, and shouted, collect medicinal materials, collect primary gastrodia alata, nightshade seeds, the price is 1 copper coin. After 10 o'clock, private transactions will be held to sell medicine. The price starts at 20 copper coins. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Just eat the raw Tianma star yourself and see if you can recover your losses. After saying that, he sat down next to Rinyu. A subtitle popped up above his head, a stall with pursed lips and a faint smile. And the purchase materials and prices were announced. This made many people shut up. After all, it is impossible to eat raw medicinal materials nowadays. The game does not allow you to do this. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you, and came forward to sell the materials in the bag one after another. When setting up the stall, Rinyu could only move her eyes. She glanced to the side, wearing a set of cloth equipment that was not well-fitting. This ill-fitting equipment was made by her, with a neat high ponytail, and clear facial features, which were naturally sharp. She is a very cool young lady. Someone in the crowd sneered. What's so great about it? Just wait and see. This game will eventually be about killing monsters and leveling up. We will still be the masters of the world in the future. The person who spoke was wearing a hurdle vest, knee-length shorts, slippers, holding a staff, and showing a commanding momentum. The players in the crowd who chose life skills were moved, and went to the side to set up stalls. Lemon stall. Purchase items. Cotton cloth, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Purchase items. Cotton thread, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Blue clothed scholar stall. Purchase items. Berries, purchase price, 1 copper coin. Linguist stall. Purchase refined iron. Xia Jinghui's side also gradually became lively, and returned to calm after a while. He changed the mode and began to collect refined iron and other mineral materials. Among the players, Lu Yutong suddenly thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she walked aside and entered a state of meditation. Nearby players, who had not chosen life skills, saw her standing there with her hands flying up and down, left and right, and were just curious, and unconsciously gathered around her. Production completed. You get a tattered cotton tint, ordinary, physical defense +2, spell defense +3, rest in the tent, recover 1 point of health, fatigue, and mana each per minute. Get 20 character experience points, 20 skill experience points. Experience so high? Lu Yutong was delighted, but was quickly frightened by the people around her, and quickly put away her smile. Beauty, what did you just make? Equipment? Someone asked. Lu Yutong shook her head. Tint. You can make tints? Will you sell this tint? After Lu Yutong chose her main profession in the morning, she chose a junior tailor from the life skills. Today, when she was killing monsters, she accidentally got a blueprint, cotton tint, requirements, junior tailor. The required materials are not difficult, you can get them from monsters, and there are even some left. You can make a set of cloth equipment. It's just that the production time is too long. She has never dared to try it, and it was only when she saw other players setting up stalls, and the business was booming, that she remembered the materials in her package. Sorry. This is the only one I have. I'm going to use it myself. Lu Yutong returned to the square, found a vacant space, and set up the tent. The tent was really tattered, but it was good enough to give her a small world. Without her consent, no one else could enter, unless they used skills to attack. But fighting was prohibited in the paid square. Why didn't you think of using this precious place to make equipment just now? Lu Yutong smiled with satisfaction, pressed the skill again, and made cloth clothes. Before entering the state of meditation, she thought, I'll collect more materials tomorrow. Come back in the evening to make a few more tints or equipment. Sell them to other players, and make some money. At 9:55, the system popped up a reminder. The trading market is about to close. Please be prepared. No one has come to sell things to Rinyu for more than 10 minutes. So he simply stopped setting up the stall. There was still someone in front of Xia Jinghui's stall. Rinyu waited for a moment, and the other party stood up. Rinyu, cooperate to fight back? Xia Jinghui, okay. The two left in the direction of the residential area. Other players also retreated to the square one after another. At 10 o'clock, the protective cover around the trading market disappeared, and the cat monsters who had been eyeing it for a long time swarmed in, patrolling their territory back and forth in cat steps. On the other side, Renyu and Xia Jinghuai stepped onto the alley leading to their own residence. The number of monsters has increased. Let's follow the old rules. One on the left and one on the right. Xia Jinghuai looked at the monsters in front of him and suggested. Renyu nodded and raised his hand to shoot. Xia Jinghuai also activated his skills, approached the cat monster instantly, and slashed it with his sword. Halfway through the killing, Renyu glanced at her weapon. My bullet life can't keep up. There are still more than 10 seconds. On the way back, she had killed 12 monsters, and the bullet life was really poor. There are still 7 or 8 cat monsters between here and the door of the house. You can walk over there in stealth, but it is a waste to use that temporary skill here. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jinghuai suddenly replaced the knife in his hand with a staff, and raised the staff high, and the character shouted out a special sound effect uncontrollably. Ha! The third level skill of the Ice Mage, Freeze, was used. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and a large number of snowflakes appeared out of thin air, and the snowflakes quickly condensed into ice. The 4 monsters in front were frozen into icicles, temporarily restricting their movements, and blood began to drop continuously from their heads. Hurry up! Shinkong also has temporary skills? Renyu didn't care about being surprised, and rushed over with him. Xia Jinghuai switched back to the big knife, killed a small monster that rushed over in seconds, and rushed to the other side, killed a cat monster. Renyu's endurance ended, raised his hand and shot, killed the last one, and rushed to the door. Safe for the time being. Xia Jinghuai, I can make weapons. There is a chance to make green equipment use level 3. Do you want to make it? Renyu's eyebrows lit up. Yes. Just now, I heard other players talking about the stall of Shinkong selling equipment. It seems that the weapon in Shinkong's hand is green. No wonder the attack is high. Renyu's heart moved, and said, why not make an exchange? You help me make a weapon, and I will make you a set of green clothes. As for why he used the skills of a mage, Renyu guessed that perhaps a mage player disappeared in Shinkong's hands. Xia Jinghuai, okay. Exchange at the door at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. The two went home. After entering the door, Renyu first ate a piece of compressed biscuits, drank a bottle of mineral water, and then began to count the materials in the package. 112 pieces of civet cat skin were collected, plus the original 8 pieces. Now there are 120 pieces. 39 pieces of wild boar meat were collected. Now there are 39 pieces. 12 pieces of pig skin were collected, plus the previous 2 pieces. Now there are 14. 61 pieces of cotton cloth were collected, plus the previous 4 pieces. Now there are 65. 52 pieces of cotton thread were collected, plus the previous 4 balls. Now there are 56 balls. 43 pieces of hemp rope were collected. Before there was 1 left. Now there are 44. 22 pieces of linen cloth were collected. Before there was 2 left. Now there are 24. 104 balls of twine were collected. 2 balls were left before. 106 balls are now. Raspberries were collected more. 166 pieces. 2 pieces were left before. 168 pieces are now. 136 blueberries were collected. 2 pieces were left before. 138 pieces are now. 100 pieces of wood were collected. 7 pieces were dropped by monsters before. 107 pieces are now. There is still a long way to go to repair the thatched house. Other materials such as wild boar tusks, spider silk, cat claws, etc. were not collected, still the same as before. There are not many copper coins left. 73 are left. First upgrade the chef to the intermediate level, and then make equipment. Renyu pressed the production button. Chapter 10 Change Weapons. Berry tea twice. The chef successfully reached the intermediate level. The chance of producing ordinary products has dropped to 10%. After reaching the intermediate level, can I make a large cup of berry tea directly? Renyu thought with hope, and tried again. The result was no. It was still ordinary berry tea, but she found a more advanced blood-recovering drink from the intermediate recipe. A recipe costs 100 copper coins. It is a series that she cannot afford now, but she can take a look at the properties. Compound fruit tea, raspberry X3, snakeberry X2, each drink can restore 50 health points. Compound juice, blueberry X3, blackcurrant X2, each drink can restore 50 mana points. She has not encountered snakeberry and blackcurrant plants, and does not know which area of a city they are in. I can use the braised beef recipe in the package. Press use, and a grid will be freed. I have learned the recipe, but she is short of ingredients. No materials. Make equipment first. Renyu clicked into the tailoring skill bar. At the intermediate level, you can make more than just straw sandals. The range of equipment that can be made has also expanded. For example, leather armor equipment. Leather armor blueprint, intermediate tailor, character level 10,500 copper coins are required to purchase, requires to unlock the sewing machine to make, permanent permission. Renew. It's so expensive, I really don't like it at all. I'd better just make cloth clothes. Half an hour later. Top, normal, spell defense plus 28, physical defense plus 11, constitution plus 2. Pants, normal life. Not super lucky, but not shoddy either, the clothes are very neat. I wonder if they will automatically fit the size according to the player's body shape. Continue. Your luck is a little off. Your luck is a little off. It's really off. You're already at the intermediate level, and still made a shoddy product. Next. Top, normal. Pants, normal. Not shoddy, but not what she wanted. I just don't believe it. Finally, the 4 set of luck exploded, making exquisite equipment. Exquisite cloth, excellent, constitution plus 5, spell defense plus 33, physical defense plus 30, life plus 35, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. Exquisite pants, excellent, constitution plus 4, spell defense plus 35, physical defense plus 27, life plus 28, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. The attributes are not impressive. Renew scratched his head and continued to make. 5th set, ordinary. 6th set, burst luck. Exquisite cloth, excellent, spell defense plus 30, physical defense plus 48, life plus 36, constitution plus 4, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. Exquisite pants, excellent, constitution plus 4, spell defense plus 41, physical defense plus 29, life plus 37, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, when your health value is less than 1/3. There is a 5% chance of recovering 18 health points. We're level 3. It's no problem to use this set to get the job done. Renew put the equipment into the bag, looking at the 2 sets of green clothes, moved a little bit of heart. If the weapon Shinkong made for her had too low attributes, she would give her another set, and sell the one with better attributes for a good price. After she had something that could be delivered, she stopped making equipment and started processing ingredients. 168 raspberries disappeared, and the package contained 100 small berry teas and 12 large berry teas. The actual items were doubled. Character experience 280, skill experience 280. During this period, she successfully reached level 5, increased 20 health points, 5 mana points, and randomly allocated attribute points, 3 strength, 1 agility. After the berry tea was done, she made blueberry juice instead. Consumed 138 blueberries, made 82 small blueberry juices, 10 large blueberry juices. Large blueberry juice, excellent, drinking can restore 30 mana points. Character experience 230, skill experience 230. Fatigue value recovery speed is fast only in residential houses. I really don't dare to do this outside. Continue to make roasted wild boar meat, 39 pieces of wild boar meat, finally harvested 70 ordinary roasted wild boar meat, 8 excellent wild boar meat, character experience 390, skill experience 390. She looked at the character's experience, and she still needed 143 points to reach level 6 directly. The chef needed 80 points of experience to reach the advanced level, but there were no materials. And it was already past midnight, and fatigue value dropped very quickly after midnight, almost 3 times the normal state. Although the residential gain was replenished in time, she was also worried that a poor rest would affect her daytime state. Forget it, I'll rest first, and I can rush up after killing the monsters tomorrow. It was only the first day of the game, and she had reached level 5, which was already enough for her. Too much is as bad as too little. When he woke up in the morning, Renew ate a steamed bun of ordinary quality, which made him full for 12 hours, so he didn't need to eat until the evening. He was just a little greedy. It had only been a day, but he was craving spicy hot pot, and snail noodles, and other delicious snacks. Renew opened the package and looked at the roasted wild boar meat inside, swallowed his saliva, and closed it cruelly. It was a waste to eat in a non-combat state. Today I'm going to fish hard, make more grilled fish, and see if I can make a common product to satisfy my craving. Renew was amused by his own incompetence. Whose good chef is looking forward to making a common product? No, I'd better make a fine product. God bless her with every fine product. At 8 o'clock, Rinyu opened the door and went out. The monsters in the corridor disappeared completely. I don't know if they were refreshed by the game, or cleared by the players. Squeak! The door next door opened, and the tall and long-legged Shinkong stepped out. Rinyu, good morning, let's trade. Xia Jinghui nodded, and threw the crafted weapon on the ground first. Rinyu picked it up in seconds, and quickly glanced at the attributes. SC-02 pistol, excellent, wearing level 3, effective range 50 meters, professional sharpshooter, matching weapon, / sharpshooter, passive choice, strength +7, physical attack +16, agility +2, attack speed +1, each attack can cause 30 points of damage, there is an 8% chance of a critical hit effect, there is a 3% chance of causing 10 points of secondary damage. Fixed attribute bonus, the magazine contains 12 bullets. One bullet is automatically replenished every 40 seconds, durability 100. The attributes are good, she is very satisfied. Then he threw the equipment out, and the other party quickly picked it up. Xia Jinghui also saw the attributes of the new equipment, and he curled his lips with satisfaction. Happy cooperation. Rinyu, happy cooperation. Xia Jinghui also changed his clothes with one click, and the clothes fit his size, making his shoulders wider and his legs longer, and finally no longer wearing long shorts and shorts. After changing his equipment, Xia Jinghui turned around and left. Rinyu turned around and went home to put the equipment. Weapons. Wide cloth strips left over from making cloth clothes. Steamed buns common. Compressed biscuits. Blueberry juice. Roasted wild boar meat and other items that were not needed temporarily into the box. Freeing up the parcel grid. And went out again. There were quite a few players stranded in the square. The monsters had probably been cleared out. There was not a single one to be seen. There was not even a plant to be collected. Rinyu was about to run to the stream, but a familiar figure came running over. It was Jiang Shujia. Lady, are you going to kill wild boars today? He was just a little short of level 2. He had killed monsters here in the morning, but was killed instantly by other players when he was at low health. He was so angry. But the opponent was a team of 3. Even if he had all the equipment, he could not beat them. He could only leave in silence. After that, he kept wandering around, trying to see if he could run into the female hero. The female hero was quite powerful and had good character, so he had to hold on to this golden thigh. Luckily, the female hero showed up. Rinyu paused, thought of the equipment and wheat he had collected yesterday, and changed direction. I was going there. Clear the monsters over there, collect the wheat, and then come back to fish. After all, no other places with wheat have been found yet. Let's go together. Female hero, no team, we'll fight each other. I just want a close-range shelter. Rinyu thought for a moment. Okay. Jiang Shujia hurriedly followed, thinking of his name for him. Rinyu said, call me Yoyu. Jiang Shujia shook his head. No. 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 Lady. You are my light. As a younger brother, how can I call you by your name? Just call me lady. Rinyu was speechless. There are still people who call themselves younger brothers these days. It's up to you. Seeing that Rinyu didn't object, Jiang Shujia breathed a sigh of relief. It's a bit shameless to be a younger brother of a famous family. But life is more important than face. He has to wrap himself up tightly as a younger brother in order to stabilize his younger brother's personality. Jiang Shujia began to provide information and shared his experience of being robbed of monsters with Rinyu. He told the story of being robbed of monsters, not because he wanted Rinyu to help him get revenge, but just to talk about this phenomenon among players. Not surprising. Some players started killing people yesterday. This trick of stealing other players' low-health monsters does save time and effort and upgrade quickly. But sooner or later they will be beaten to death. Jiang Shujia sighed and said angrily, we are all novices. It's not easy for everyone. Can't we upgrade together peacefully? I can only say that those people are too shameless. Swish. Li Jiao quickly dodged the attack of the monster, quickly stood up and performed Poison Kiss. The low-health monster fell to the ground instantly, and she stepped forward to pick up the dropped monster. 1 point of speed has such a big impact on the character's reaction. Li Jiao was very satisfied. In addition to speed, defense was also improved. It's different when wearing professional equipment. Last night, she quickly grabbed a set of cloth clothes and a pair of straw sandals. She felt much safer. It would be even better if I could grab a belt. I don't know what to add to the belt. Ah! A fireball suddenly exploded on her body. The piercing pain made Li Jiao's eyes go black. Her body leaned back involuntarily, and she screamed miserably. The amount of blood lost was not much, almost negligible, but it hurts. Player Xinbo attack you. You have the right to self-defense. Fuck, you are showing off. Right? Li Jiao turned around with a dark face, and quickly locked the target, using the Poison Master skill to attack, removing more than 30 points of the opponent's blood with one blow. In front, the male player nicknamed Zinbikini hit him with one blow, and was about to release the second fireball, when he suddenly felt a pain in his body, let out a scream, and his face turned pale instantly. This woman has such high defense? She has defense, but he doesn't. If he continues to fight, he will definitely suffer. Zinbikini turned around and tried to run, but his legs seemed to be stuck by something, and he moved very slowly. What frightened him even more was that he began to lose blood continuously. -2. -2. -2. -2. At the same time, the system issued a reminder, you are poisoned, and your movement speed is reduced by 8%, which lasts for 15 seconds. Beauty. I was wrong? Please spare me. Li Jiao was unmoved and continued to attack with a cold face. Zinbikini's blood volume was reduced to 0. And the character fell to the ground. And things exploded all over the ground. Li Jiao went forward to pick it up. When she looked up, a line of words popped up on the panel. You killed the player Xinbo's self-defense. No sin points will be obtained. There is an opportunity to use the mage skill. Please select your temporary skill. The skill disappears after use. Can you get a skill from the opponent by killing the player? Li Jiao's eyebrows sank slightly, and her expression was solemn. She raised her hand and clicked on the fire wall. The temporary skill automatically flew into her panel, and the player named Xinbo disappeared from the ground. Ha! Flash. The raccoon fell to the ground. Wang Zheng picked up the fallen item with a wooden sword. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of him. You have reached level 2. And you have obtained 4 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. Finally reached level 2. Wang Zheng was so excited that he almost cried. It's not easy. It was too hard to kill monsters without complete equipment. Fortunately, he grabbed a set of cloth clothes and a roasted wild boar meat last night. Cloth clothes increase defense, and roasted wild boar meat increases attack. Some players said that it is best to save this kind of props with attribute bonuses for critical moments, and it is a waste to use them to kill monsters. Wang Zheng does not think so. If the attack is not improved, the upgrade will be slow. If the upgrade is slow, the attack will still not be improved. This is a dead cycle. Since there are props bonuses, why not improve your strength quickly? He is a melee profession. The longer the battle lasts, the higher the risk of injury or death, especially in the novice stage. Why delay if it can be solved quickly? Besides, wild boar meat can restore health and fatigue, which is really useful. Wang Zheng glanced at the upper left of the panel. The attack bonus of roasted wild boar meat still has 13 minutes. He was ready to kill more monsters while the time was still there. But for now, he allocated the attribute points. He added 3 points of strength and 1 point of agility. Then he left quickly with the wooden sword. Chapter 11 Skill Book. Bang! A shot. The wild boar fell to the ground. Renyu went forward to pick up the dropped items. Jiang Shujia was shocked. After not seeing each other for a night, the female hero's attack was higher again, and she killed him in one move. This was too exciting. I thought that I could get more experience from the female hero if my attack was higher. But in this situation, the female hero would be able to clear the field here in no time. The gap was too big. How could I be a younger brother? After Renyu picked up the dropped items, he turned to look at Jiang Shujia and said, You don't want to fight? Jiang Shujia came back to his senses. Fight! Fight! He hurriedly commanded the zombies to hold the hatred of a wild boar and began to attack. In fact, it was much more efficient than yesterday, but not as efficient as Renyu next to him. After he killed 3 wild boars, he successfully reached level 2. Jiang Shujia jumped excitedly and punched the air, finally reached level 2. He quickly added points to himself and increased his attack. After adding points, he looked around and found that there were no monsters. Renyu could kill 105 points of blood without a critical hit, 1 shot per monster, and picked up the monsters collectively at the last minute of the countdown. It was so cool. No equipment was dropped. Renyu laughed. You can't just pick up the wool in one place. However, There were a few more monsters today than yesterday. The overall harvest was not bad. Killed 15 spiders in total, gained 75 character experience, 30 copper coins, 12 balls of spider silk, 7 pieces of cotton cloth, 3 pieces of wood, 5 balls of cotton thread, 2 linen cloth, 2 hemp ropes. Killed 10 wild boars, gained 50 character experience, 20 copper coins, 7 wild boar meat, 20 wild boar tusks, 3 pig skins, for cotton cloths, 2 cotton threads, for hemp ropes. The number of plants that can be collected is about the same as yesterday. The refresh location will be offset. The difference is not big. Collected a total of 6 raspberries, 5 blueberries, 3 wheat on the way, gained 68 skill experience, 68 character experience. The character reaches level 6, increases 20 health points, 5 mana points, continues 3 strength, 1 agility. Lady, do you want to kill the scorpion? Renyu was thinking about fishing, and was about to leave after digging wheat. Before he could speak, Jiang Shujie continued, I accidentally discovered the monster spawning point yesterday, giant scorpions. The attacks are poisonous. Poisoning will cause dizziness, and there is a blood-sucking effect when the player's health is low. The monsters will recover blood. It is harder to kill than wild boars, raccoons, and so on. I almost died there. Well, he almost died at the hands of the wild boar. Yesterday, he accidentally encountered a giant scorpion. If it weren't for his improved agility and his quick escape speed, the female hero would probably have no followers. Renyu was surprised. Level 1 monster? Level 1. I suspect that the dog game got the monster level wrong, Jiang Shujie said sullenly. What materials are dropped? Renyu's heart moved, and he glanced at him calmly. Yesterday, he showed the way to the wasteland, and he got a ring and found wheat. I don't know if there will be surprises in the new place where he shows the way today. Renyu began to waver in a superstitious manner. Jiang Shujie scratched his head. I don't know what exploded. I didn't kill it. But he was almost killed by the scorpion. Lead the way. Okay. The place where the giant scorpion appeared was a construction site. Along the way, they killed 4 civet cats and dug 3 raspberry trees. The 2 walked through a construction fence and came to the entrance. Renyu looked inside. The walls of the building were surrounded by iron frames and covered with blue protective nets. There was a crane on the open space, and a concrete mixer and a transport truck were parked. There's an NPC here. Renyu noticed a middle-aged man wearing a helmet standing next to the tower crane, looking up at the reinforced concrete slab hanging in the air. Jiang Shujie scratched his head. It's really an NPC. It was here yesterday afternoon. I thought it was a player. Renyu didn't take it seriously. Up to now, the NPCs she met were all background characters. She was just a little surprised. Jiang Shujie's attack was not high, but he was quite good at scheming. Well, not everyone has a residential house like her, and can level up safely in a residential house. Not far away, several players noticed 2 people at the entrance of the construction site. A man and a woman. The man is a summoner, and the woman's profession is unclear. Would you like to join in the fun? Fan Gubin looked at his 3 companions and said, Han Rui, 2 people would be more troublesome. If one escapes, we'd be exposed. They only target players who are alone. Rui, you're thinking too much. That's probably a monster spawning point. We have to fight anyway. If we happen to meet someone who can help us heal the monsters, we'd better grab it. Besides, they could also rob us. Qian Aimin laughed. This is a bit shameless. Who dares to be so arrogant to rob back against a small team of 4? Let's go over and take a look at the situation first. Be careful not to act rashly. After a discussion, they walked towards the construction site. Here, Renyu alarmed the first monster. Swoosh! A poisonous stinger flew over. Renyu is no longer the Renyu of yesterday. She is not only agile now, but also has movement speed and attack speed bonus. She activates skills 0.1 seconds slower than the giant scorpion. After the attack, she can also dodge with a side roll. When she stands up again, the scorpion's health is reset to 0. But the words -10 instantly appeared above her head, and the scorpion recovered 50 HP. 5 times the HP. Is this really a level 1 monster? It's a bit disgusting. Is it difficult? Just as Jiang Shujie finished speaking, he saw Renyu fired another shot, and the scorpion fell to the ground. Copper coins 2, experience 5, scorpion tail needle 1, wood 2, refined iron 1. Explosive wood? Renyu's eyes lit up, and he went forward to pick it up. Jiang Shujie shut up. Okay, it's only difficult for him. For players with high attack, this is just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Shujia turned around depressedly and found a giant scorpion, and commanded his baby to fight. Although it was difficult to fight, he would not fall to the ground with the female hero next to him. Bang! A moment later. Bang! The second giant scorpion's blood-sucking effect was average, and it recovered 26 points of blood. But it could not withstand the last shot. Rinyu went forward to pick it up. Copper 2. Experience 5. Scorpion Tail Needle 1. Wood 1. Wood 1. The wood explosion rate is quite high. Although it can't kill instantly, it's generally okay. When fighting the third giant scorpion, the secondary damage of the weapon effect broke out, and the weapon advantage finally emerged. As soon as the giant scorpion's blood-sucking effect appeared, the secondary damage was triggered, and a group of bright red numbers exploded out of thin air. The scorpion fell to the ground in confusion. A bullet was saved. There were plants that could be collected next to the tower crane. Rinyu killed the fourth giant scorpion, and after picking up the plants, he fell over to collect them. On the way, he passed by an NPC, and the subtitles that popped up made Rinyu pause. Thank you for saving me from the predicament. Here is a small gift. Please accept it. A pancake flashed and automatically flew into Rinyu's package. Rinyu was surprised that the NPC was not just a background board. Not only did it automatically trigger the task, but it also gave rewards. The second sentence popped up. Hey, where is the thing buried? They said it was nearby. What do you mean? Is there another task? I always felt that this sentence was full of hints. Rinyu turned his footsteps, walked around the crane, touched the ground inch by inch, and soon a reminder popped up. There seems to be something buried underground. Do you want to dig it out and take a look? The game's special effect light is very weak. It is really hard to find without touching it. Yes. A progress bar appeared in front of him, automatically read, and prompted that it was digging. The reading bar ended, and a subtitle popped up. Hard, seems to be a box. Do you want to pick it up? Yes. A box flew into the package out of thin air. The NPC next to him spoke again. Young man. You are so lucky. I was trapped here just to find this thing, and I almost lost my life, young man. Can you open it, and let me open my eyes? Rinyu opened the package and first glanced at the biscuits given by the NPC. Biscuits, excellent full effect. Life value increased by 10 points, lasting 24 hours. Not bad. Rinyu was satisfied. Then he looked at the box, and touched the box to open it. A prompt popped up. Open! A book flashed, replaced the disappeared box, and occupied the parcel slot. Skill book? Skill books are props needed to strengthen skills. What luck! The first strengthening of a level 1 skill requires 1 skill book, and the second strengthening doubles it. The first strengthening of a level 3 skill requires 3 skill books, and the second strengthening doubles it. She didn't plan to save it and wait for the strengthening to be advanced. After all, if the game is not updated, this may be the only one in her life, and she can only use it to strengthen Deadly Chase. Strengthen! The skill book disappeared, the Deadly Pursuit shot in the skill column flashed a light, and the properties changed. Skill, Deadly Pursuit shot, operable at level 1, common to guns and cannons, can cause 30 points of damage to the opponent each time. Effect Pursuit shot, has a 100% hit rate, 2% chance of flaming burns, can cause 5 points of continuous damage, lasts 3 seconds. Damage increased 3 times, additional properties appeared. Even though he got a lot of rewards, Rinyu couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth at this time. God knows she defines herself as a life player. But if a life player also has a high crit, that would be great. Right? Rinyu smiled from ear to ear. However, this advantage is only good for now. When everyone's level is up in the later stage, they all use high-level skills. If she can't continue to strengthen, her advantage will not be obvious. At that time, she will just hide in her little grass house and develop in a shabby way, making props and equipment, and earning a little money. Turning off the panel, Rinyu turned around to collect. Rice. 3 clusters of rice, harvest 3 portions of white rice. Not bad. Not bad. Rinyu prepared to go deeper, clear the monsters over there. Suddenly, lady, help me. Rinyu turned her head. Hey, which monster dared to bully her little lucky star? Bang! Hit with a shot. The giant scorpion next to Jiang Shujia fell to the ground. He himself stood there staggering, like he was drunk. Poisoned. Rinyu ran over quickly, stayed not far from him. The negative state ended. Jiang Shujie shook his head, quickly opened the scroll to summon a full-blooded baby, gratefully said, "Thank you, lady." "No, I should thank you, little lucky star. Rinyu, I will take you to clear the monsters in this area. How much experience you can gain depends on your luck." The surprise came too quickly. Jiang Shujie's eyes were red. "Really? Ah. The lady is willing to take him." Rinyu turned her head away uncomfortably. Thanks to the little lucky star, she gained too much. If she didn't take it, she would feel guilty. "Rinyu, I'll hit it first, you hit it second, the experience coins are yours, and the rest are mine, okay?" Okay, very okay, the coins are yours too, I just want the experience." Jiang Shujie's voice trembled with excitement. "It's okay, I have a way to make money, the coins are still yours." "Thank you, lady. The lady is so nice." Bang! One shot, the giant scorpion's health bar is 0. The word -5 appears above Rinyu's head. The monster recovers 25 points of health per second. Jiang Shujie's zombies went forward and solved it with one move, picked up the dropped items, and threw out the materials. Rinyu went forward to pick them up. "Don't bother, you write down the current amount in your bag, and count them together at the end." "Okay." The two continued to look for the next monster. It was so easy. This is the feeling of killing a monster with one move. Thanks to the female hero for taking him up. But there are times when he takes 2 moves. The zombies only have about 40 HP in one attack. If you encounter a giant scorpion that recovers 50 HP, you have to hit it twice. Every time this happened, Jiang Shujie felt a little uneasy, for fear that the female hero would dislike his slow pace and not help him upgrade. But there were times when he couldn't perform well. The female hero could actually trigger secondary damage, and directly destroyed the scorpion's health recovery state. Really, people can get angry when compared with each other. They were all players who started from the same starting line. How could the female hero perform so well alone? What made him even more angry was that he could hardly avoid the monster's attacks, and he was almost poisoned to the point of becoming a little poisonous person. Rinyu could dodge perfectly every time. "Don't worry, you can dodge it when you have higher agility in the future." Rinyu comforted him, for fear that the little lucky star's bad mood would affect her luck. Jiang Shujie said in a muffled voice. He had to upgrade quickly, and then add some points to his agility. At the entrance, several figures poked their heads out, and all retreated after a moment. What a high attack! What a fast speed! Han Rui, without a critical hit, 100 HP can be killed in one move. And when a critical hit occurs, the maximum HP can exceed 160, which is terrifying. Fan Gubin, there is also a burning effect and secondary damage. How can we take advantage of this? Retreat, Xian suggested. Don't throw your life away here if you can't take advantage of it. There is no protection for novices. The few people who originally wanted to come here to take advantage turned around and left quietly, as if they had never been here. Chapter 12 Fishing. Schwa. An attack fell. Rinyu felt a sharp pain, screamed, and fell into a dizzy state. It wasn't that she didn't dodge, but she didn't notice the monster at all. Jiang Shujie was shocked, following the direction of the attack. He saw the giant scorpion on the iron frame above, and quickly ordered his baby to attack, but he couldn't reach it, and the zombies couldn't get up. Seeing that the giant scorpion was about to use skills again, he hurriedly pushed his baby over to resist. Don't kill the heroine again. In fact, Rinyu didn't lose much blood, and the bleeding from the wound was minimal, but it hurt, and the negative state was very uncomfortable, and the whole person was dizzy, and she wanted to vomit. As soon as the negative state ended, Rinyu jumped away and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Triggered secondary damage. Triggered flame burns. The giant scorpion fell on the iron frame, and things exploded at the location of the giant scorpion's corpse. Except for the automatic extraction of experience. The others could not be picked up because the distance was too far. 2 copper coins. 1 scorpion tail needle. 1 wood. 1 copper ore. Watched helplessly, and could not get it. Can't go up. There is no path. Jiang Shujie scratched his head. Rinyu also looked around nearby, and indeed couldn't find a path to go up. But looking up, there are many monsters on the iron frame. Not only on the iron frame, there are also monsters flashing from time to time in the unsealed windows. It seems that there are other monsters besides the giant scorpion. Since there are monsters up there, there must be a path. Rinyu tried to lift the protective net to enter the building, but it was ineffective. After carefully looking around, he really couldn't get in. Maybe he needed some opportunity. He had to give up for the time being. Rinyu, Never mind, continue to clear the monsters on the ground. Okay. The two continued to go deeper, cooperating to kill monsters. Stop and rest from time to time to restore fatigue. This is indeed a holy place for monsters. Due to its large area, the number of small monsters is quite large. By noon, Jiang Shujia successfully reached level 3 and burst into tears of excitement. Without the female hero, he didn't know how many days it would take. Thank you, female hero. Thank you, big brother. At level 3, you can use the higher level skill Soul Rift. This skill is not activated by the baby, but by himself. In the next battle, you can fight with the baby, which is equivalent to having one more helper than other players. Ah, the Spring of Summoners is coming. Rinyu is very good at ruining the atmosphere. Give me the materials. Okay. Jiang Shujia nodded hurriedly. 40 pieces of scorpion tail needles, 36 pieces of wood, 12 pieces of cotton cloth, 7 balls of cotton thread, 6 pieces of wild boar meat, 14 balls of hemp rope, and 5 pieces of complete civet cat skin, 3 pieces of cat claws. Rinyu, the quantity is wrong, you gave too much. Not much. Thank you for taking me to fly. Okay, she still has a few strips of cloth, I'll give him a better belt later. After all, he is someone who can bring you good luck. What are you going to do? Lady? Fishing. Jiang Shujia, then I'll go out and see if I can find a few more monster spawning spots. Rinyu couldn't agree more. Go ahead, little lucky star. The two said goodbye. Rinyu ran back to the home park at full speed, recovered her fatigue value, and rushed to the stream. She didn't rush to fish, but stared at the NPC on the water. She had ignored the NPC, but it was different after she found the skill book. After watching for a while, Rinyu decisively went into the water and swam over there. She automatically entered the swimming mode as soon as she entered the water. The movements were not particularly smooth, but they were not unfamiliar either. She was better than before. Before, she only knew the simplest dog paddle. After entering the water, a progress bar marked with 5 minutes appeared next to her. It seemed that I could only swim for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I didn't know whether I would lose blood or have other negative status. It's not far. It shouldn't take 5 minutes. It didn't feel far. But it took 3 minutes and 46 seconds to reach it. Rinyu climbed up the bamboo raft. Fortunately, she could land. If a message like not available popped up, she would have to rush back. As soon as she stood on the bamboo raft, the progress bar stopped advancing and disappeared from Rinyu's sight. Rinyu thought about it, jumped into the water again, and the progress bar appeared again. But she noticed that the time had recovered by about 5 seconds. It seems that the progress bar can be restored to full on the bamboo raft. Climbing up the bamboo raft again and approaching the NPC automatically popped up a subtitle, Chase. Chase. Chase, I've already hidden on the water. But you're still chasing me. What then? Rinyu stared at the old man with burning eyes. Chase. Chase. Chase, I've already hidden on the water. But you're still chasing me. Chase. Chase. Chase, I've already hidden on the water. But you're still chasing me. The mechanical repetition of the content, it seems that there will be no harvest. Rinyu sat down regretfully first, to wait for the progress bar to recover. Second, she wanted to try fishing at this location. Chase. Chase. Chase, I'm already hiding on the water. But you're still chasing me. I'm too close to the old man, and still within the triggering distance, so he'll keep talking. I'm here. Are you going to make me come here for nothing? Rinyu is too bored, and actually has an invalid conversation with the NPC. After speaking, he activates the skill, and the fishhook is automatically thrown into the water, and a 25-second countdown appears in front of him. When you are attacked during fishing, you cannot resist, nor can you fight back, but you can see the text that pops up in your field of vision. Alas, you are right. Rinyu's eyelids jumped. The content of the NPC's speech actually changed. What do you mean you are right? Did she touch on some command with the nonsense she just said? Since you are so persistent, I will give you this tattered raincoat. After the old man finished speaking, the raincoat on his body fell off, a layer, and automatically flew into Rinyu's package. The fishing countdown ended. You get 1 carp, skill experience 2, character experience 2. Who cares about the fish at this time? Rinyu hurriedly opened the package to look at the raincoat. Raincoat, legacy, can resist all negative states and perfectly rebound the states. Special item, can be worn regardless of level wear. Rinyu's breathing became a little chaotic, Golden font equipment. The highest grade of equipment is perfect. Legacy is only one level lower than perfect. I'm so lucky today. But it's a little pity, that is. The raincoat is only effective against negative states, and has no other attribute bonus. Renyu was happy. Not bad. Not bad. People should not be too greedy. One-click wear. The raincoat in the package flew out and covered her head. The light on her body flashed, and the raincoat disappeared, leaving only a layer of barely detectable golden light. Renyu looked up, staring at the bamboo hat on the old man's head. What's the point of playing games without being greedy? This bamboo hat looks good, too. Old man, did you make it yourself? Chase. Chase. Chase, I'm hiding in the water, and you're still chasing. I want this bamboo hat. Renyu said it in a different way instruction. She firmly believed that getting the raincoat was related to the joke she made. He changed the way he talked to the NPC. This bamboo hat is nice. I don't know where the old man got it from. Please tell me something. Renyu even cupped his hands. Chase. 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 I've already hidden on the water. And you're still chasing me. I guess there's no hope. I've come all the way here. Are you going to let me go for nothing? I probably can't get the bamboo hat. I don't know if I can get another layer of raincoat. Chase. 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 I've already hidden on the water. And you're still chasing me. Okay. I won't make things difficult for the NPC. Renyu sat down and continued fishing. You get 1 carp, skill experience 2, character experience 2. Fishing 25, 24, 23, 3, 2, 1. You didn't get anything, please keep up the good work. Continue. You get a tattered shoe, skill experience 2, character experience 2. Renyu? Come again. You get 1 carp, skill experience 2, character experience 2. You get a tattered fishing net 1, skill experience 2, character experience 2. You can really catch anything if you do it many times. You get a tattered shoe, skill experience 2, character experience 2. Another tattered shoe, it can be paired with the previous one. You get 1 horse-step fish, skill experience 2, character experience 2. You get 1 carp, skill experience 2, character experience 2. You get 1 crucian carp, skill experience 2, character experience 2. A crucian carp has appeared. You didn't get anything. You get a clam shell, skill experience 2, character experience 2. After more than an hour, the primary fishing level was successfully upgraded to the intermediate level. Renyu was almost sick of fishing. After your hard work, your beginner fishing level has been upgraded to intermediate fishing. The success rate has been increased to 50%, and you have mastered more advanced swimming skills. Renyu let out a long breath. This location has the most carp, followed by crucian carp, and the least number of mahi-mahi. In addition, there are some rags, which are not used up in the parcel grid, so they are thrown away directly. 43 carps, 15 crucian carps, 6 mahi-mahi, 1 clam shell, accumulated 148 character experience points, 148 skill experience points. Failure is no experience. Renyu stood up and walked back and forth on the bamboo raft to stretch her body, and to check her fatigue value. She found that when the fatigue value dropped to a certain value, it was still quite obvious in the body. In addition to being tired, there was also the stiffness caused by maintaining a posture for a long time, which was very uncomfortable. I will continue to work hard later, save more fish, and sell grilled fish in the evening. She was relaxing, but because she approached the old man from time to time, he kept repeating his nagging. The text content popped out one after another, filling the void above the old man. In the end, maybe because he was tired of talking, there was a moment of silence. After the silence, a new surprise came unexpectedly. I am dizzy from the spinning. Why don't you pry open the clam shell? Renyu turned her head quickly. Clam shell? Was it the clam shell she caught? She swore that she had really given up trying to get something from the old man. Chapter 13 Senior Chef. Renyu opened the package and clicked on the clam shell. As expected, the words open appeared next to it. Pressing open, a huge pearl flew out. Exquisite pearl, give it to the fisherman, there will be unexpected gains. Renyu smiled and walked towards the old man, submitted it very smoothly, the pearl disappeared. The old man didn't even pop up any text, he just took off a layer of the hat on his head like a raincoat, and threw it into Renyu's package. Isn't this what I got? Thank you. Although he was an NPC, Renyu still thanked him politely, and then he grinned and opened the package to check. Pendant props, purple outfit, more beautiful than the one the old man wore on his head. with a legacy in front, and the second purple outfit, Renyu calmed down a lot. Hat, rare, back pendant, life plus 50, when attacked by spells. There is a 40% chance to convert the opponent's mana into 20 to 40% of your own health. The attributes are limited, but what else is there to be dissatisfied with such good luck? Renyu is a little confused about this game. Does it want players to play or not? If she hadn't taken the initiative, who would have thought that the background NPC would give such a good thing? Hang the bamboo hat on your back and continue fishing. Upgrade to the intermediate level, the success rate increases dramatically, and the chance of catching rags is greatly reduced. But I didn't catch pearls again. It seems that the reward can only be taken once. I don't know if all players who have learned the fishing skill can trigger it. There is also the construction site. I will go there again tomorrow to see if I can continue to get the skill book. She identified this bamboo raft and planned to fight here, but the dog game didn't allow it. After fishing for less than half an hour, the game popped up a prompt. You have caught all the fish in this area. You might as well change places, and you can enjoy different beautiful scenery. Renyu. Is she driven away? Well, I have got the wool here. It is indeed time to change places. How can I have new adventures if I don't change places? Put away the fishing rod and jump into the water to swim towards the shore. The swimming skills have improved, the movements are smoother, and the speed is fast. The time bar that popped up in front of her increased to 10 minutes. It is estimated that after 10 minutes, blood loss or other negative states may occur. If the negative state is serious, the character should die. Renyu guessed so. She did not intend to take the risk of the specific situation. After landing, she first collected all the bushes that could be collected nearby, and found a place to sit cross-legged to restore fatigue. Her fatigue value fluctuated a lot today, the value fluctuated greatly, and she held on to the character of a hard-working little bee. Duh. A player appeared in the field of vision, and the other party found a bush that could be collected, and squatted down to dig. After a while, they ran to this area. They looked at each other from a distance, and the other party changed direction and left. Not everyone is warlike, there are still more players who like to coexist peacefully. The fatigue value was almost recovered when you walked to the stream. The waters near the bamboo raft were cleared by her. There should be some on the shore. Sure enough, the horse step fish was hooked. Character, skill, experience each got 2. Continue, he died here before dark. This time Renyu learned his lesson, fishing for half an hour, and then got up to change the location, casting the rod again, avoiding being driven away by the game party. When changing positions, Renyu found other players fishing by the stream. Fortunately, they were at a certain distance, so no one was in the way. At 5 p.m., Renyu officially put away her rod. She would be sick of fishing again. In the last 2 hours, she had to keep 3 fishing players away. Fortunately, the harvest was good. She didn't fish non-stop for 2 hours. She had to sit cross-legged and recover from fatigue from time to time. Therefore, she harvested a total of 132 mahi-mahi, 26 crucian carp, and 316 experience points for each character and skill. There were occasional failures and catching junk, but it was much better than the beginner level. It was over, and I went home to continue being a cook. Data. When I came back and passed by the square, Renyu ran over, and then turned back to check. I don't know when a sausage stall appeared on the north side of the square. A new NPC stood there stiffly. When a player approached, a subtitle popped up above his head. Hey, business is hard. The sausage is a prop, which cannot be purchased. It is still only used to enrich and fill the game screen. But? Renyu approached, looked at the NPC carefully. How come he looks like the player named Gao Hai who she killed? Hey, business is hard. Renyu Gao Hai? Hey, business is hard. After the player died, he turned into an NPC? Hey, business is hard. Renyu walked around the stall, groped around, and found nothing to touch. Gao Hai, how did you die? Renyu changed the question. Ah, business is hard. Do you remember who killed you? Ah, business is hard. Renyu scratched his head. It can't be triggered. How much is the sausage? Ah, business is hard. How much is a sausage? I want a sausage. Give me a sausage. Is this sausage delicious? After changing several passwords, the text that popped up above his head didn't even change the punctuation. Renyu gave up and turned away. The trading market opens at 8 o'clock. She has to hurry up and make the food for tonight's stall. The chef still needs 80 experience points to upgrade to a higher level, so upgrade first. 9 servings of blueberries, make 3 servings of blueberry juice, double the harvest, the blueberries in the package disappear. 6 more cups of blueberry juice, character, skill experience points each 15. Next, make roasted wild boar meat. Today's harvest of wild boar meat is not much, 13 servings, while roasting. The void pops up a prompt. After your efforts, your intermediate chef has been upgraded to senior chef, your cooking skills have become more and more sophisticated, and you are just around the corner to succeed the chef god. You are the first player to achieve the senior chef achievement. Rewards: 200 character experience, 200 skill experience, 200 copper coins, 1 braised pork recipe, 1 lanzhou ramen recipe, 1 egg fried rice recipe, 1 steaming pot. Excellent item. Use it to increase the quality rate by 15%. Your storage grid is full. You cannot get rewards. Please pick them up as soon as possible. Items, experience, copper coins have their place, mainly recipes. The lanzhou ramen recipe and the egg fried rice recipe fell to the ground. Renyu's heart skipped a beat. After roasting the one on hand, he quickly clicked into the package. He learned the braised pork recipe. The recipe disappeared, leaving a grid. Then he picked up the 2 recipes on the ground and learned them one by one. This solved the problem. I have a lot of materials. Fortunately, there was an extra box. Otherwise, it would not be enough. Renyu continued to roast the remaining wild boar meat. He got 26 double physical gains, characters, and 130 skill experience points each. She opened the box, took out the ordinary quality roasted wild boar meat, blueberry juice, berry tea, etc., and put them into the package. They were automatically accumulated and stacked, and did not take up extra space in the package. Then she put in the scorpion tail sting, spider silk, civet cat skin, wild boar tusks, pig skin, etc. that were not needed for the time being. She cleared a few grids. I wonder if the grids in the package can be expanded. Insufficient storage space is a big problem. Next, make grilled fish. Renyu took the time to glance at the experience bar. After reaching level 6, he has accumulated more than 1,000 experience points. After reaching 1,500, he will be upgraded. He should be able to reach level 7 before setting up a stall. She worked too hard today. It was worth it that she fished until she vomited. Even the game couldn't help but come out to drive her away. She really pulled too much. Okay, I won't brag anymore. It's obviously her life skills that are awesome. She is the game's own daughter. Isn't she? Luckily, she took away 4 daughters at once yesterday. If she doesn't level up quickly, who will? In order to live up to her correct choice, Renyu continued to work hard. As long as the fatigue value did not return to 0, she would not let herself rest. Let's make grilled fish. Grilled crucian carp. Normal eating it can increase 8 points of spell attack, restore 1 point of mana per minute, 1 point of health, lasting for 20 minutes. Grilled carp. Normal eating it can increase 8 points of physical attack, restore 1 point of health per minute, 1 point of fatigue, lasting for 20 minutes. Not bad. Not bad, the chef is very happy. Make them separately. There are also horse-step fish, but according to the time calculation, it should not be finished before 8 o'clock. There are 80 carps, 57 crucian carps, and the largest number of horse-step fish, 142. It is also the harvest of her constantly switching positions, otherwise the number of horse-step fish would not reach this number. It takes more than 4 hours to finish the crucian carp and carp alone, which is simply too late. Now I still need 425 experience points to upgrade to level 7. It took more than an hour, consume 43 carps, receive double rewards of 86 roasted carps, receive characters, skill experience points of 430 each, successfully reached level 7, and the fatigue value was instantly restored. This time, all 4 attributes were added to strength. Agility 21 points, which is enough for now. After adding attribute points, Renyu went to see the harvest of grilled fish. 86 grilled fish, 74 ordinary quality, 12 excellent quality. Grilled carp, excellent eating can increase physical attack by 15 points, restore 2 health points per minute, 2 fatigue points, lasts for 45 minutes. Excellent is for self-retention. Although it can be sold at a high price, but life is priceless, of course. Good things should be kept for yourself. There were still more than 2 hours until 8 o'clock. Renyu finished roasting all 57 crucian carps, obtained 98 ordinary quality, 14 excellent quality, and 2 ordinary products. Roasted crucian carp, excellent eating it can increase spell attack by 15 points, Restore 2 mana points per minute, 2 health points, lasting 45 minutes. It took a little time to process 3 portions of wheat, no luck, no ordinary products, double the harvest of 12 ordinary steamed buns. After that, he sat on the bed to recover his pitiful fatigue value. Fish can not only be grilled, but also braised. You need to spend money to buy the recipe first. Yesterday's surplus plus today's harvest plus the senior chef reward. The assets have risen to more than 300. You can afford to buy it. But there is still a market for the recovery item of grilled fish. There is no need to rush to spend money to buy the recipe to launch a new product. Another thing is that she is worried that braised fish has the same properties as grilled fish. So buying the recipe is a pure ripoff. Although she will inevitably be a ripoff in the future. That will be when she has a lot of money to burn. Right now, Renyu is free. So she is going to eat a grilled Christian carp to satisfy her craving. She didn't produce any other ordinary products. But she actually produced 2 ordinary products of grilled Christian carp. She tasted one to satisfy her craving. And sold the other to foodies. It is estimated that there are many players who are like her. Of course, she also produced 14 excellent quality grilled fish. Which is for adding power. She doesn't need it, and plans to sell it to rich people. Ding ding. Is it an illusion? She seemed to hear a knock on the door. The game popped up a reminder at the right time. Player Starry Sky visit. Please ask him to come in / please ask him to wait / drive him away, and blacklist him. Can you drive him away directly? This option is interesting. However, neighbors are rare at present. And they cooperate well. So they will not drive him away. Renyu, please ask him to wait. And stood up and walked out. Chapter 14 Windbreaker Blueprint, Bug Hunting. Outside the door. A pop-up message appeared in front of Xia Jinghui. The owner said, "Please wait a moment." Renyu opened the door and saw the neighbor. "Are we going over now?" At this time, the monsters had not refreshed yet, and the residential streets were still monster-free, which was not impossible. "Xia Jinghui, you can leave early, but I came here to buy something from you first. Do you have items that increase physical attack and magic power now?" "Yes, grilled carp and grilled wild boar meat increase physical attack. Grilled Christian carp increases magic power. Both are 40 copper coins each. For the sake of neighbors, I'll charge you 39 copper coins. It's 1 copper coin cheaper, mainly because of the good cooperation. A favor. But not much." Xia Jinghui was also very straightforward. "Okay. I'll use some of the materials to offset it." Renyu was also satisfied. She was going to buy materials anyway. Xia Jinghui bought 5 roasted wild boar meat, 5 roasted carp, 3 roasted Christian carp, and 6 pieces of fine iron. Renyu said that there was a common roasted Christian carp, which had no properties, and could only be used to improve the food. The price was 10 copper coins. He took it decisively. After buying it, he said, "If you have this kind of common item in the future, please keep it for me." Renyu made an okay gesture. "No problem. I'll sell it to anyone." Xia Jinghui gave Renyu 15 cotton cloth, 8 cotton thread, 13 silk thread, 7 linen cloth, 6 hemp rope, 7 civet cat skin, 12 wild boar meat, 8 pig skin, and 27 beef. 157 copper coins were deducted. 379 copper coins were added to Renyu's account. Seeing the beef, Renyu's eyes lit up. "Excuse me. Where can I get beef? If it's inconvenient, forget it." Xia Jinghui, "It's not inconvenient. The Minotaur monster over North 10th Road explodes beef." Renyu made a note, and went to see the Minotaur monster tomorrow. Then I heard a neighbor's suggestion, after the market is over. Should we team up to kill monsters around here? The game does have a team function, but Renyu hasn't tried it yet. "Okay." Renyu nodded. "There are still a few minutes. I need to go back to get something. So let's just go over there, and kill them later." Xia Jinghui nodded, then go out on time at 8 o'clock. The two went back to their own homes. Renyu took out the equipment from the box, and brought the ingredients processed last night. 100 servings of berry tea. The big berry tea is for personal use, not for sale. Blueberry juice 82, plus 6 tonight, 88. There are 10 large blueberry juices. She basically doesn't need them. While it's still a rare item, make money quickly. Consider pricing at 25 copper coins. Roasted wild boar meat 70, plus 21 tonight, 91. Keep the excellent ones, sell the ordinary ones. Roasted carp 69, roasted Christian carp 95 ordinary ones, 14 excellent ones. At 7:59, Renyu went out, and stood at the door waiting. Squeak! The door next door also opened. Shinkong stepped out, turned his head to see Renyu, and nodded to her. At 8 o'clock, the monsters refreshed, and there were pairs of light bulb-like eyes in the alleys, accompanied by a slightly creepy cat cry. Let's start fighting. Compared to last night, tonight was much easier. Both of them killed the monsters in one move, and each of them picked up the drops and walked side by side, rushing to the trading market in an orderly manner. On the second day of the game, as long as they were not too bad, they basically reached level 2 and gathered together to chat about their experiences. A small number of players even reached level 3. Some people couldn't help but show off their public information, which attracted the envy of many level 2 players, who asked for advice on monster killing experience and upgrade skills. The other party seemed to enjoy such admiration, and talked freely. There were even fewer who reached level 4 or above, and most of them relied on life skills to get there. With this discovery, they kept the information secret, and crouched in the corner to laugh secretly. The players were also much calmer than yesterday. Some people saw Renyu and Xia Jinghui walking into the trading market, and thought of how they came here at the right time last night, and left after the end. Suddenly, they thought of something and asked, "You don't have a house already, do you? You can't be going to another home park. The game has set up multiple home areas in City A. Players can find a place nearby to rest. But if the two want to set up a stall, why should they go far away and risk their lives to go back after the stall is over?" The only explanation is the residential houses introduced by the game. This attracted many people's attention, and their eyes were full of curiosity and eagerness. They asked, "Is it true? How did you get your house? Share your experience with everyone. If you stay in the house, you won't be attacked by monsters. Right? Wow. You have become a house owner so early. Please take me in." Big brother and sister. Some people were not clear about the setting of residential house, wondering, aren't we unable to enter the house? Oh, there are houses in the game. Where are they? Renyu didn't say anything. Xia Jinghui changed the subject. Today we have green weapons for swordsmen and swordsmen. The attributes are rubbish, but better than the blank ones. 150 copper coins each, available at level 3. And those who want them with compound conditions can come over. Wow! The topic was switched instantly. Some players gathered around. Some players who chose life skills made some money today, and wanted to improve the quality of their equipment. Are there only green weapons for swordsmen and swordsmen? Are there any for mages? Can you help me make a staff? Do you have a flying blade for poisoners? Boss, can you make a bow and arrow? Renyu went to the side to set up a stall. They were a few minutes late, and there were already several stalls in the square. Seeing her, Li Jiao, who was setting up a stall, chose to stop and stood up, and came over to ask, "Yoyu, do you have anything good today?" Renyu also recognized Li Jiao, the cool little sister who collected medicinal materials last night. She seemed to be a pharmacist. "Pharmacist, maybe we can cooperate in the future. Are you good at magic or physical attack?" Renyu asked with a smile. "I am a poison master magic. A set of green equipment, defense is okay, wearing level 3, the whole set costs 200 copper coins. Today we have grilled Christian carp, at 8 points of magic, 40 copper coins per serving, higher quality adds 15 points of magic, lasts 45 minutes, 70 copper coins per serving. In addition, there are small bottles of mana recovery potion, large bottles of mana recovery potion. The former costs 10 copper coins, the latter costs 25 copper coins." Li Jiao is a pharmacist. She made the mana recovery potion herself, but did not make recovery items. I am still quite interested. Of course, the most interesting thing is the equipment, she asked. "Can we trade and see the equipment?" The transaction has a lock function. Only when both parties lock the items and copper coins can the final transaction be carried out. Otherwise it cannot be completed. So as long as it is not the last step, it can be cancelled and withdrawn at any time. It is still okay to use it to see the items. The two started the transaction, and Li Jiao also directly put in 200 copper coins. If it is possible, she will buy the equipment directly. After a while, this set of equipment was bought by Li Jiao. She put it on with one click, and she suddenly looked more heroic. After that, he bought 3 ordinary roasted Christian carps, and 1 excellent roasted Christian carp. He went back to set up the stall, and immediately put up the set he had just changed, which was immediately bought by players who were short of equipment. Rinyu also sat down, and began to put things on the shelves in an orderly manner. Item: Claw/Pants Set, Ordinary, Magic Defense plus 28, Physical Defense plus 11, Constitution plus 2, Pants Attributes. The whole set is priced at 100 copper coins. Item: Claw/Pants Set. The whole set is priced at 100 copper coins. Item: Claw/Pants Set. The whole set is priced at 100 copper coins. The price of non-shoddy equipment has been raised. Item: Claw/Pants Set, Ordinary, Constitution plus 1, Intelligence plus 2, Selling Price, 70 copper coins. The only set of shoddy equipment, still the price of yesterday. After the equipment was equipped, Rinyu hesitated as she looked at the replaced pistol. She wanted to sell it with it, but was worried that it would have other uses later, so forget it, keep it for now. Including the dagger obtained by killing Gao Hai, she didn't sell it either, because she was worried that she would need to switch weapons when using stealth, so she kept it in the package, in case of emergency. At this time, the equipment shipment was finished, and Rinyu put props and medicines on the shelves. Berry tea and blueberry juice, which cost 10 copper coins per serving, sold the fastest, and were almost sold out in seconds. The blueberry juice was stuck for a while, but only for a moment, and the stall was empty. Roasted wild boar meat, roasted carp and roasted Christian carp were also swiping the screen at a high speed, and basically orders were placed one by one. It was the second day of the game, and there were quite a few players who didn't spend money yesterday. They had some money, and they had some gains from killing monsters today, so they had enough money. Buying a piece of meat could not only satisfy their cravings, but also increase their status, which was not a loss. A player rushed over from Xia Jinghuai's side and asked, "Is the equipment sold out now? Can you get more? I didn't get the weapon, so I don't know if I can get a set of clothes. Are there any shoes today? I'm waiting to buy shoes. I want to buy a set of clothes, but I didn't get it just now." Rinyu waited until the meat was sold out before he finished setting up the stall, and stood up to reply in unison, "There are no more equipment and shoes. They will be sold tomorrow night." "Boss, it hurts to be beaten without equipment. I really beg you. Can we trade alone tomorrow during the day?" This resonated with many people. When is it not a good time to ship? But Rinyu refused. She said she understood, but she couldn't accept it. There were too many people. If multiple people came to buy things from her tomorrow, she would be beaten in a place without a safety mechanism. Rinyu sat back and started to collect things. She didn't collect the pig skins first, but collected the things she could use. The wood was still on the purchase list. Players came to ship goods one after another. When there were not many people in front of the stall, Jiang Shujie came over. He knew that Rinyu could hear other people talking while setting up a stall. So he whispered, "Lady, I found 2 monster spawning spots. One of which is a willow monster, and the other also spawns spiders. I also found a small sweet potato field, which is not far from my home." Rinyu's heart moved slightly. The willow monster should produce wood, which can be spawned. She also wanted to dig sweet potatoes, but she still had to make equipment. Making equipment and selling it for money was also very important, but it was too time-consuming. How about standing up the neighbors at night and making a way to dig sweet potatoes? Rinyu raised her eyelids and blinked twice, indicating that she knew. Jiang Shujie sold several materials he had obtained this afternoon, and quietly retreated to the corner. Just now, I saw other level 3 players showing off, but he did not show off, and chose to hide his strength. What is level 3? Can you kill monsters in one move? I don't know what level the female hero is, but she should be several blocks ahead of him. Otherwise, how could she kill monsters in one move? After reaching level 3, my whole state is different. I was pleasantly surprised to find in the afternoon that my baby has an additional passive defense skill, which has a 5% triggering probability, and can also share some of the owner's damage. Jiang Shujie finally had some gaming experience. At around 9 o'clock, Rinyu finished setting up her stall. There were many stalls collecting goods tonight. Some players had already sold their goods elsewhere. No one had visited her stall for nearly 20 minutes. She simply got up to check out other stalls. She came to the stall with a pursed lip and a faint smile, and clicked it to scan it. There was only one thing hanging there: Windbreaker Blueprint Equipment, 100 copper coins. Rinyu's heart moved, and she calmly opened the sewing skill bar, and scanned all the locked equipment blueprints, but she didn't find the Windbreaker. In other words, the skill column does not include all equipment, and some equipment blueprints must be obtained from outside. She decisively placed an order and bought the blueprint in seconds. And started to learn. Windbreaker, Intermediate Tailor. Character Level 5. Cotton Cloth 3. Cotton Thread 3. Sitted Skin 2. Spider Silk 2. The materials are complete. And the level is appropriate. You can try to make it when you go back and see what equipment you can get. A corresponding reminder also popped up in front of Li Jiao. Player Yoyu bought your Windbreaker blueprint, earning 100 copper coins. Li Jiao finished setting up the stall and stood up to communicate with Ring Yu. Please keep some good equipment for me. I make money at a good speed and can afford it. After saying this, she sat back to set up the stall and changed the mode to acquisition. Okay. Ring Yu walked around the other stall owners. They were all collecting things. The things they were selling were probably sold out before she came. Seeing someone collecting would like her, and sorting the wood, Ring Yu paused and asked, Hello? Chunfengguitu, excuse me, are you a carpenter? The sorting is so detailed, I guess it's not for residential use. Chapter 15 Team Building. The character of Chunfengguitu moved, ending the stall. Yes. What game props can a carpenter make? Chunfengguitu, wooden or bamboo weapons, wagons, tables, chairs, benches, boxes, etc. Tables, chairs, benches have properties, and can be placed at home or used to improve/restore properties, etc. Boxes can store things, just like packages. They are in a grid pattern. Low-level ones have fewer grids, high-level ones have more grids. Ring Yu, do you have finished furniture? Let me see. Chunfengguitu scratched his head embarrassedly. No materials. The furniture only made 3 small benches. They have been sold out. But there are 2 bamboo tubes. He hesitated. There is no property. It only indicates that it is a prop for holding water. How to install, where to install is not clear after a long time. Only one was sold, so he simply removed it and started collecting materials. How much is one? Chunfengguitu scratched his head. Give me 3 copper coins. I'll take them all. Ring Yu was worried about the water problem after drinking the mineral water. Now that he encountered props related to water, he would naturally not let it go. Even if he didn't know where to get water temporarily, he had to prepare the props first. Wait a moment. Chunfengguitu changed the mode. Put 2 bamboo tubes on the shelf. Ring Yu left in seconds. Can the high-level storage box be customized? Chunfengguitu, my level is not high enough. I need a mid-level carpenter. Ring Yu expressed regret. Then let's talk about it in a few days. No longer disturb him setting up the stall. After she finished her chat, Xia Jinghui came over. In advance? You won't collect materials? Tonight, there are fewer players producing things. It's not that there are fewer players producing things, but that there are more players collecting things. There are also players who collect materials on the spot and make things on the spot. They set up stalls to sell them immediately after they are done. The transaction is almost completed instantly. Ring Yu nodded. Then in advance? But can the route be changed? Since they have to cooperate. Ring Yu did not hide it, and said that he was going to dig sweet potatoes. No problem. Change the route immediately if something goes wrong. Xia Jinghui calmly raised his eyelids towards the square. Also, we may be targeted. It's not possible, we are being targeted. Ring Yu was not surprised at all. It will be sure a field from tomorrow onwards. But as a daily player, she really doesn't want to be suddenly struck by a disaster when she is gathering, or fishing. Clear the monsters outside first, and scare them at the same time. Although she is quite powerful, it is annoying to have too many people disturbing her. Does she have to turn them all into NPCs? If they still come up to give themselves up after being warned, then she will not be lenient. Xia Jinghui, I think so too. The two walked to the edge of the trading square. In the square, one of them withdrew his gaze and whispered to the man holding the staff beside him, they are leaving. But why did they change direction? Shouldn't they go to the residential area? Humph, it's just a cover-up. The man holding the staff snorted coldly and judged. Long Jun is right, they are trying to use a smoke bomb. The male player playing with a dagger in his hand said. The swordsman next to the two laughed. No matter what tricks he uses, just keep an eye on him, we have to take this residential area. That's right, equipment and skills are all gone, there is no reason not to blow up the house. Another companion whispered. Who wants to sleep in an open square when there are houses to live in? Those two will definitely retreat while clearing monsters. Let's find a chance to surround them, and quickly kill them. There are 5 of them, 2 level 3, 3 level 2, it's easy to kill 2 of them. If the residential buildings are destroyed, we won't come back. We will just kill them and take over the residential buildings. That's right. If they can kill them back and forth, we can do the same. After the level is raised, they are less nervous than last night when looking at the monsters outside. They can definitely handle it. These two not only have money but also materials. They are two fat sheep. The 5 people exchanged glances with each other, restraining the greed in their eyes, and continued to stare at the movements of Renyu and Xia Jinghuai without any expression. Renyu invited them to form a team. Xia Jinghuai accepted it, and the two stepped forward at the same time, leaving the protective shield. Bang! Renyu killed a cat monster, and aimed at another one during the skill cooldown, killing it. 3 small monsters gathered in the direction Xia Jinghuai was responsible for, and he used the level 3 skill Wind Slash. This is a small group attack skill, which can kill 3 monsters at the same time, with dazzling special effects. The 3 small monsters died, and things exploded all over the ground. In the square, there was a sound of exclamation. Such high attack. Fuck, instant kill. Why are their attacks so high? It's not strange. One of them makes defensive equipment, the other makes weapons. Their equipment is much better than ours. Right? Some people envied, and sighed that God was unfair. They started the game on the same day. Why was there such a big gap? The equipment is so good. If we kill them and get all the equipment, some people breathed quickly, with greed on their faces. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds instantly, but in the end they sighed and suppressed all those thoughts. In the crowd, a team of 5 suddenly stood up. This attack is a bit ridiculous. It's surprising. This is to establish prestige, to intimidate us. The fighters in the team narrowed their eyes, a little indignant, but it was just indignant. With this attack, it was a bit overwhelming. Trading square. Li Jiao finished setting up the stall and rushed out, saying, "Yo you, can I get some experience? I'm not a slacker." Renyu was the captain of the 2-person team, but the cooperation was proposed by Xia Jinghuai. She respected her teammates and asked with her eyes. "Xia Jinghuai, I have no objection. You decide?" He took the initiative to move a few steps closer to protect Renyu from the monsters rushing over, making it easier for her to operate. Renyu stopped fighting and looked at Li Jiao. "Shinkong and I are being targeted. If you cooperate with us, you may be considered an accomplice. I'm afraid there will be trouble." Li Jiao shrugged, "Then kill them. Anyway, there are people who are willing to die if they just fight monsters and level up. It's good to have a few more heads to practice." Renyu smiled and opened the team function to add people. Currently, you can't add friends, but you can find people nearby to send team invitations. Renyu quickly found a dense string of nicknames and smiled. As soon as the application was sent out, the other side accepted it, and there was one more person in the team list. "Master, please help me." Jiang Shujia rushed out with his hands raised, and summoned his baby. Renyu would be more caring for the little lucky star, and explained the interests in a soft voice. Jiang Shujia patted his chest and said, "Lady, I am level 3, and no longer a level 1 little Karami." Renyu twitched her lips, and there were not many level 1 players today, and everyone was upgrading. Seeing that he insisted, Renyu had to find I am not a beast and send a team invitation. Jiang Shujia joined the team. Shinkong is her neighbor. Jiang Shujia is her little lucky star, and she smiled lightly and felt good after a simple contact. And there is a possibility of continued cooperation. A small cooperation is totally fine. I plan to ignore the other players' requests for help. There are so many people, it's not right to take anyone with me, and it's not right to not take anyone with me. But a burly man rushed over like a mountain, put his hands together and begged, "Big brothers and big sisters, 2 big brothers, please form a team and take care of the child." Renyu looked at the 200-pound child in front of him, and his eyes swept over the silk ribbon wrapped around his arm, and said, "Healer?" At this stage, they don't need a healer. The sturdy man nodded, his eyes suddenly turned red, and the sturdy man burst into tears. "I know I'm a wimp, and I'll hold you back, but being a healer is really too difficult. The healer's primary skill is healing, which can only be used to add blood, and cannot be used to fight directly. So how to kill monsters? It's a very direct flat slash, using the silk ribbon as a whip, and the damage is pitiful. Fortunately, I can add blood to myself, and slowly gain experience. But I am tired, mentally exhausted. Please, please." Renyu twitched her lips, looked at several teammates, and everyone didn't care, indicating that the captain was in charge. She opened the search and asked the strongman, What's your name? My name is Jai Gangyong. After saying that, she realized that Rinyu was asking about the nickname of the game, and hurriedly added, the nickname is delicate and soft. Easy to push down. I'm sorry. I made up such a name at the time. I'm sorry. Rinyu. Delicate and soft. Easy to push down. Join the team. The nickname is similar to Jiang Shujia's I am not a beast. Li Jiao's weapon is a glass bottle. She started working as soon as she joined the team. She first used the level 3 skill Poison Mist. 4 or 5 monsters were hit at the same time. Their blood dropped rapidly. Then she used Poison Kiss to kill them one by one. The effect was surprisingly not slow. It was really good. Jiang Shujia, needless to say, worked with Baby for a day, and they became more and more tacit. Jai Gangyong was slightly weaker. He used the ribbon to hit the monsters. The damage was in the single digits. Xia Jinghui couldn't bear it anymore, and threw him a wooden sword. Don't consider your profession when attacking. Use the sword for higher damage. And return it to me after the team disbands. Or just buy it. Thank you. Great God. Jai Gangyong was very moved, and looked at him sincerely. You are so kind. Xia Jinghui was not affected by the praise, and killed a small monster with one sword, and said coldly, I will kill you again. I will. I will. Although Renyu's team stopped recruiting people, their actions made many players start to form teams spontaneously, wanting to gain some experience nearby. The square became lively. Archers need a team. Let's kill monsters together. I'm a mage. I want to cooperate with you. Swordsman needs a team. I need 10 experience points to level 3. I promise not to be a drag. But soon, the shouts suddenly began to increase the requirements, and it became louder. Archers lead the team. I need players with equipment. Poisoners have equipment. I need a team of all level 3 experts with medicine. Me, a lurker, I have equipment. Someone temporarily jumped the team, quit the original team quickly, and rushed to another group. The team that was left behind looked depressed and uncomfortable. But they didn't dare to say anything. They just swore in their hearts that they would grab a set of equipment tomorrow no matter what. One team after another walked out of the protective shield, not daring to leave too far, and only grabbed the monsters nearby to attack. On the other side, Long Jun. Are we still going to execute the plan? Long Jun stared at the direction where Rinyu and the others left, and cursed, execute a few times. The number of people is the same, and the attacks of those two are ridiculously high. Can they beat them? Let's go. Let's kill monsters. Get more experience and materials. And those who can upgrade to level 4 quickly upgrade to level 4. And those who can upgrade to level 3 quickly upgrade to level 3. The leader left cursing. It was not just this team that stared at Rinyu and the others. Others did the same, quietly resting their minds, as if nothing had happened, leading the team or joining the team, and joining the battle near the square. Chapter 16 Baked Sweet Potatoes. Jiang Shujia was afraid of being disliked by the two bosses, so he rushed into the battle as soon as he joined the team. When he had time to take a breath, he quietly opened the team lineup and secretly checked the teammate information. When he saw it, he was immediately shocked. The team defaulted to open the information to teammates. He knew that the female hero's level was not low, but he didn't expect it to be so high, level 7. Is it something a normal player would do? The one called Shinkong was a little lower, level 5, but in his eyes, he was also listed as a perverted existence. The Poison Master was much more normal, same as him, level 3. Only the nurse. The nurse father was weaker than him in the whole team, only level 2. Jiang Shujia found him pleasing to the eye, and took the initiative to walk to Jai Gangyong to help him finish off. Jai Gangyong hurriedly said, Thank you, big brother. Jiang Shujia waved his hand calmly. It just happened. The two chatted, very speculative. The team gradually left the square. Crops that could be collected appeared on the roadside. Xia Jinghui looked at Rinyu. Do you want to collect them? Rinyu nodded, left the battle, went to collect them. Xia Jinghui stood guard beside him. When they came across a pile of ore, Xia Jinghui mined. Rinyu stood guard, and killed the monsters that rushed over. The teammates had no objection. The experience of the team-killing monster game is shared by default, and it is automatically distributed. The monsters' drops are not automatically distributed, and all teammates can pick them up, although it is not an explicit rule. No one wants to take advantage of their teammates, and they consciously form a tacit understanding that whoever kills will pick up the monster. In the future, the gap in strength will not be so big. and we will talk about the rules. Besides, gathering also has experience, and the character experience is shared by the team. But if you don't have relevant life skills, you won't get the skill experience. Let's try to cooperate and take turns to rest and recover our strength, Renyu suggested. The teammates had no objection. Those whose fatigue value dropped quickly stopped fighting on their own initiative, stood in the middle of the team and watched their teammates busy, and took a break for another person to rest. Renyu and Xia Jinghuai killed the most monsters, and their fatigue values were higher than other teammates, because they had just left the 1,000-meter range of residential areas. But now they also have to pay attention to the loss and recovery of fatigue value. Renyu was very fortunate that the team members were not troublesome, and everyone cooperated well all the way. However, the farther away from the square, the more frightened Zhai Gangyong became. He was afraid that the boss would suddenly kick him out of the team and kill him in one move. When they arrived at the destination, Renyu nodded with satisfaction. It was really a sweet potato field. Unlike the wheat and rice he had encountered before, there were about 20 sweet potatoes, hidden in the green belt next to a fitness square, very hidden. Jiang Shujie was really good at scheming. After working together all the way, everyone had a tacit understanding. Others were clearing monsters nearby, while Renyu concentrated on collecting. Sweet potatoes plus 3, sweet potatoes plus 4, sweet potatoes plus 2. The sweet potato yield was unstable. Sometimes you could get 2 after collecting once, sometimes you could get 4 after collecting once, and at most 5. 20 trees. Only 1 rotten sweet potato was produced. After picking up the drops from the monsters, Li Jiao came over and asked curiously, "Yoyu, can sweet potatoes be eaten raw?" She swallowed her saliva after saying that. Every meal of compressed biscuits is a bit boring. So even if it is just sweet potatoes, everyone is greedy and wants to change. Renyu looked at it and said, "You can eat it raw directly. The fullness value of eating raw is only 2 hours. But," she twitched her mouth and said, "raw food will be accompanied by a negative state. Not blood loss, but abdominal distension, which can cause players to pass gas. And the gas will attract nearby monsters to attack. It won't work if it's cooked." Everyone was collectively speechless. "Good dog. Don't eat it raw, it will be over soon. You guys stay by the side. I'll roast a few for everyone to try to satisfy your cravings," Renyu said. "We can exchange things or buy directly," Li Jiao said. "You set a price." Renyu didn't have to be generous, so he said, "Okay. Xia Jinghuai, what's the ratio of the barter?" "Raw sweet potatoes are raw materials. If you exchange them directly for raw ones, you can use the drop 1:1 exchange, but it's different after processing. In addition to tasting better, it will also have game attributes, so Renyu will suffer a bit if he uses the price of raw materials." Renyu smiled and said, "For the sake of teammates, I will exchange 3 for each of you at a 1:1 ratio. If you want to buy directly, 5 copper coins each." "Okay." The others agreed. After finishing the collection, Renyu clicked on the chef's skill and spent 50 copper coins to buy the recipe. That's right, the game does not distinguish whether the recipe needs to be purchased based on the difficulty of food production. And baked sweet potatoes and boiled sweet potatoes are 2 different recipes. Sweet baked sweet potatoes. Normal. The satiety effect lasts for 12 hours, restores 2 fatigue points per minute, 1 health point, lasts for 10 minutes. The properties are not bad. The utensils used to roast sweet potatoes are the same as those used to roast fish and meat, so there is no need to spend extra money. Renyu made it on the spot, and his teammates took their own portions and started eating on the spot. The sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted in the air. Smelling the aroma, Renyu couldn't help but stop making it. Peeled one and started eating. It was sweet and soft, and it was very satisfying to eat. "It's delicious. I've never thought roasted sweet potatoes are so delicious." Jiang Shujie almost burst into tears. Zhai Gangyong didn't care to talk at all, and didn't even waste the sweet potato skin. He chewed and swallowed it. Li Jiao ate it very cherishingly. Xia Jinghuai ate silently, and suddenly whispered, "Can I order more?" 20! "Sure." Renyu also felt a little emotional. Who could have thought that there would be such a situation in life? Eating a roasted sweet potato would make you feel satisfied as if you own the whole world. After eating, he wiped his mouth and continued to make it. Several teammates placed orders on the spot, and made the shares that teammates wanted to buy. First, Li Jiao, Zhai Gangyong and Jiang Shujie made them. Shinkong wants 20 copies to trade tomorrow morning. After all, it's close, there's no need to finish it now. The sweet potato field was information provided by Jiang Shujia. Rinyu gave him 5 extra copies on top of the quantity he purchased. Then they returned. Then, there were still nearby monsters wandering over to the cleared sections of the road, but it was easier than when they came. No one tried to pull monsters around. Zhai Gangyong couldn't hide his excitement, whispered to Jiang Shujia, "Level 3, I finally reached level 3. The two chatted well along the way. Jiang Shujia was happy for his new friend, whispered to him, "You can finally use skills to kill monsters." Right? Using skills to kill monsters is a game experience. Chopping with a sword, there's not much experience at all. All night, Zhai Gangyong didn't even use the blood-adding skill a few times. The amount of health added is not much. Zhai Gangyong's excited face suddenly collapsed. He was speechless. The 3rd level skill is Purification. It can remove the negative status of yourself/teammates. It can reduce the defense of small monsters, but it is not a killing move. I still have to chop with a sword. This broken game design is too unreasonable. If nothing unexpected happens, the nurse profession has to chop all the way to level 5. The level 5 skill Heart of the Mother is a killing move. It looks good according to the introduction. But it is difficult in the early stage. This is not letting the nurse profession survive. Jiang Shujia followed with indignation. This kind of setting, not only is it difficult to upgrade in the early stage, it is also difficult to survive. This is going to cut off the milk of all players. Really? Zhai Gangyong agreed, and immediately took the opportunity to say, "Brother, please carry me." Jiang Shujia felt guilty. How could he have the strength to carry others? He decisively changed the subject and comforted. This kind of setting is usually at two extremes, the weaker in the early stage, the stronger in the later stage. After a while, the nurse will definitely be a profession that everyone is vying for. Don't be discouraged. So all the big brothers, big sisters, big gods, do you want to play the cultivation game? Zhai Gangyong looked at everyone eagerly, and put his hands on his cheeks to act cute. I'm easy to raise. Everyone just wanted to go up and chop him twice to make up for the damage to his eyes. Li Jiao tried to poison him once, but to no avail. She spread her hands and said, "Teammates cannot attack each other." Several people laughed, and the atmosphere was more harmonious than before. Back near the home, there were players everywhere slaying monsters, various skills flying everywhere, and faint screams and curses from players. Fuck. Who is Chu Yongbing? Your skills hit me. Did you do it on purpose? Which bastard hit me? Zhang Yong. Who is Zhang Yong? Come out and let me cut you. There will be a reminder when being attacked, and no one can take advantage of the situation. Some players were caught by the monsters, and they cried out in pain. Rinyu dispersed the team, and several people returned to the square while dodging the flying skills. Li Jiao and the other two got into the light shield. Before they separated, Zhai Gangyong bought the wooden sword, and Xia Jinghuai gave him a discount. Rinyu and Xia Jinghuai left, and went back to the door of their home. Don't forget my roasted sweet potatoes, Xia Jinghuai reminded him before entering the house. I won't forget it. Good night. Good night. After returning home, Rinyu finished roasting all the sweet potatoes and began to make equipment. Make a windbreaker first. To make a windbreaker, you need to spend 100 copper coins to unlock the sewing machine. The production time is 40 minutes. The sewing machine is a prop that will be used in the future. Unlock. Deduct 3 pieces of cotton cloth, 3 balls of cotton thread, 2 pieces of civet cat skin, 2 balls of spider silk. 40 minutes of time, a blue camel windbreaker appeared in Rinyu's hand. Windbreaker, excellent constitution plus 10, intelligence plus 5, life plus 52, spell defense plus 46, physical defense plus 59, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 150, we're level 7. Gain 30 character experience, 30 skill experience points. It increases frequently, and gives more experience. In regular games, equipment of the same part cannot be stacked. According to this idea, when wearing a windbreaker, the cloth will automatically fall off. I wonder if it can be worn over regular equipment. Try it. At level 7, she is completely qualified. Wear it. The windbreaker is automatically put on. Very good, it can be stacked, and directly put on the cloth. The bamboo hat on the back is also automatically changed to hang outside the windbreaker. It is very smart. Not bad. Adding an equipment, increasing defense. It is past midnight. When entering midnight, a line of text pops up in the void. Game is updating. Chapter 17 Chat Channel. It only prompts the update, and no other explanation. Rinyu observed for a moment, and found that the game update did not affect the operation, so he continued to work despite the precarious fatigue value, and made 4 sets of cloth clothes, 4 pairs of straw sandals, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and a few belts. The body felt very tired, and a reminder popped up in front of him. Excessive fatigue has caused you to be infected with negative status. Defense is reduced by 5%. Agility is reduced by 5%. For 6 hours, players please pay attention to the combination of work and rest. It's a bit too much. Rinyu smiled tiredly. It's time to go to bed. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on his body, and the second message popped up. Triggered, negative status has been eliminated, and all rebounded. Rinyu was stunned for a moment, and burst into laughter. Awesome. This item is amazing. The negative status given by the official can also be rebounded? Where did it rebound? What effect will it have? No way of knowing. But for such a big game, this negative status probably won't even cause a splash. Rinyu fell asleep peacefully. In the early morning, several game messages popped up, and slowly disappeared after a while. Game update completed, affected by certain factors. This update is slightly delayed. To express our apologies, 1 compensation gift pack will be given to each player. Map update completed. Monster types, quantity, level update completed. Chat channel opened, currently only unlocks current. Team. 3 channels. Friend system opened, can add/delete/blacklist friends. Trading hall opened, cancel night trading square. Fixed safe zone opened, coordinates. Update multiple vortex points inside and outside the city, open the vortex. Killing the monsters inside will get rich rewards. Friendly reminder. The vortex is risky, be careful when opening it. Countless points of light flashed, and flew into the backpacks of various players. Gardenia blossoms, damn. Damn, can we chat? AMU, finally the chat channel is open, good morning everyone. Thenfinley Angbo, finally we can chat, everyone share your gaming experience. Popcorn, dog games will close sooner or later, give me back my family. Yin, what is a vortex? Where is the vortex point? Tong Tong, is there no mall in this update? Laimo loves to eat fish. No one complains about this compensation package. Just 30 character experience points? This was instantly drowned in the flood of words. The scrolling speed was too fast, and it did not resonate with everyone. Everyone said their own thing, and cursed their own thing. The players who woke up early flicked their hands in the air, typed frantically, and the subtitles scrolled quickly, and all kinds of content flew around, making it hard to keep up. The negative state of fatigue is a decrease in defense and agility, and the raincoat eliminates it, but it will not alleviate the lack of sleep caused by staying up late, so it was already 9 o'clock in the morning when Rinyu woke up. The first thing he did when he got up was to show off the ordinary grilled Christian carp that he didn't eat yesterday, which satisfied his craving for meat after not eating it for a few days. Then he went out to his neighbor's house. I wonder if Shinkong has gone out. He knocked on the door. After a while, there was a response, so he asked her to wait. Not long after, Xia Jinghui opened the door and came out, a little sleepy, as if the knocking on the door had woken him up from his dream. Just woke up. Then I'm sorry to disturb you. I thought you should be out at this time. Rinyu said. Come and knock. Shinkong shook his head. I didn't disturb you. I was infected with negative status and was forced to rest, otherwise he would have gone out at this time. Rinyu was surprised. While he was secretly guessing whether the game randomly imposed the rebounded negative status on other players, he heard the neighbor explain the reason why he was infected with the negative status. I stayed up all night to get equipment until 5 in the morning last night, and was overly tired. So competitive? Xia Jinghui smiled bitterly. No. I wanted to strengthen my weapons, but failed. Once the weapon enhancement fails, it will be destroyed, and can only be remade. As a result, it has not been able to achieve the same properties as the previous one. I am a little unwilling to accept this and forget the time. Rinyu, weapon enhancement? Why didn't she see this setting? Xia Jinghui nodded. Defensive equipment, red equipment, and above can be enhanced. Special weapons, green equipment can be enhanced, but the lower the grade, the lower the success rate of enhancement. The main reason is that I was very lucky when I made the green weapon. The properties are very perfect. With the attribute bonus of swordsman skills, it is better than the blue weapon made by accident. I don't want to replace it, so I want to try to enhance it. I didn't expect that my luck was too bad this time. It was directly scrapped. It is quite distressing. Rinyu expressed sympathy and comforted him. If you can have good luck once, you can have it a second time. Good words for you. I'm here to deliver sweet potatoes. You can go back and rest after the transaction. Xia Jinghui nodded, the two traded, and went back to their own homes after the transaction. Renyu clicked into the panel and prepared to go into the bag to organize the items, and suddenly found several messages on the panel. Player, I am not a beast, requests to add you as a friend. Did you approve it? Player, Purple Lips and Light Smile requests to add you as a friend. Did you approve it? Player, Delicate Body and Soft Body are easy to push down requests to add you as a friend. Did you approve it? These messages do not appear directly in front of the player like other messages, but can only be seen by expanding the panel. Friend system is on? Renyu raised his hand and clicked to approve it. And then he found that the panel had also changed. She slapped her forehead. Yes, the game has been updated. A series of texts popped up on the left side. It was the familiar chat interface setting of the online game. The text scrolled very fast. You had to stop it manually to see the text sent by the players one by one. Reward you with a slash of red. Is there anyone who wants to fight the vortex? Come here if you can. Coordinates. Thakian. Team up to kill monsters in the wild boar forest. A long-range attack expert is here. Luoyu. Is the vortex easy to fight? A master is needed. Pants leaking air. Don't open the vortex easily, you will die. You can't start over after you die. You will really die. Dogecoin game. Give me a way to live. You made it so difficult. Give my brother back to me. Miss Mihabeo. Purchase equipment. Private transactions or lobby transactions are fine if you have goods. PME. GBNI. Level 2 monsters are so hard to beat, it makes me sick. When will the game go bankrupt? Looking for a fixed team. Brother Dao. A level 3 nurse. Qin Yanfei Wu. Looking for a fixed teammate. Requires a healer. No level limit. Renyu. The monsters have been upgraded? What is the vortex? The wild boar forest existed before, but she has not explored it. Or is it a new map section? Player Shinkong requests to add you as a friend. Do you approve it? Renyu approved it. There was still a cursor flashing in the friend list. I received a private message. I am not a beast, lady. You finally passed. Come and kill monsters? Renyu replied. Yoyu, I got up late. I just saw that the game has updated a lot of things. I will study them first. You can kill them first. I am not a beast, okay. I am fighting level 2 monsters with Wan now. It is very difficult to kill. Lady. Do you know? People are fighting for the nurse outside. Fortunately, we are lucky. We collected Wan in advance. Wan equals delicate and soft. Easy to be pushed down. Renyu smiled. Take good care of her. I am not a beast, don't worry. I worship her as the ancestor. Another private message arrived. Purple lips and a light smile. Yoyu, have you made the windbreaker? Renyu tried to operate the game in a normal way, posted the attributes of the items in the package in the chat bar, tested successfully. She took off the windbreaker and put it in the package, sent the attribute information. Yoyu, windbreaker. Purple lips and a light smile. Leave one for me, I will wear it when I reach level 7. Yoyu, no problem. Send the attributes to the neighbor by the way. The neighbor replied quickly. Shinkong, how much? I will go there right away. Yoyu, don't get excited. Keep this one for yourself, wait for new output. Shinkong, okay, I can reach level 7 today. Renyu was very happy to sell 2 without leaving home, opened the map, and combined with the rapidly scrolling chat content, studied it carefully. A lot of content has been updated. The wild boar forest mentioned by players many times was also seen on the map. It was near the place where they dug sweet potatoes last night. It was a new section. Yesterday, the shadow of the original city could still be seen on the map. Looking at it again today, it was completely different. Renyu couldn't even find the neighborhood where she lived. The area of Yida Plaza became a safe spot. Players can meditate, rest, and set up stalls. Whether there will be a charge for staying overnight is not known at present. The trading square is located in the safe spot. I really want to go out and take a look, but I have to make the windbreaker for the client first. So I close the panel and work on the spot. I made 2 windbreakers, but they didn't trigger any fine products, and their properties were similar to what she was wearing. She didn't intend to let these 2 pieces of equipment occupy the packing slots. So she sent private messages to Min Liv's Smile and Shinkong respectively after she finished, asking where Min Xiao is, and asking if the neighbors have gone out. Min Liv's Smile. Coordinates 346.228.157. Renyu clicked on the coordinates to check, and it was Wild Boar Forest. Li Jiao's second message also arrived. Purple lips and a light smile. It's the place where I dug sweet potatoes last night. but the sweet potatoes that spawned today were dug by other players. Yo-yo, public resources, it doesn't matter. Purple lips and a light smile. Don't worry, for a piece of sweet potato field, several small wars broke out, and a player died. Yo-yo, it seems that we will have to fight for it in the future. Then the price was quoted, blue windbreaker, single piece, 150 copper coins. If Li Jiao can accept it, she will go there. If not, just hang up the trading hall. Purple lips and a light smile. I want it. Yo-yo, home delivery, I'll be there in a minute. Ding ding. Someone knocks on the door. The game sends a timely reminder of a visitor. It's the neighbor. Renyu closes the page and opens the door to go out, smiling and asking, is the negative state gone? It's gone. He comes over to get the windbreaker. Renyu quotes, the windbreaker is a bit higher. Xia Jinghuai, it's what I deserve. The two complete the transaction. He didn't wear it right away after buying it. He's not at a high enough level yet. Thinking of the blue weapon he mentioned before. Renyu, can you make a blue weapon directly now? Xia Jinghuai understood what she meant, and said, if you have a blueprint, you will get a blue weapon 100%. If you don't have a blueprint, it depends on the probability. The green weapon you are using now can be transitioned for a while. Why not wait a little longer? When my character reaches level 10, and my skill level reaches advanced, I will make you a purple weapon directly, which is of rare quality. He added, because I accidentally got a blueprint for a purple weapon gun, which requires advanced forging and a character level of 10. Renyu expressed envy. She smiled and got the blueprint for the windbreaker. She got the blueprint for the weapon in the starry sky. Why has she never encountered it before? Seemingly seeing her depression, Xia Jinghuai smiled and said, it dropped accidentally when mining. I don't know if it will drop when collecting. Renyu's depression was actually only for a moment, because she thought of the skill book and top quality equipment that she had dropped. Compared to the blueprint, what she got was more valuable. But she didn't expect that this moment of depression was captured by her neighbor, and he took the initiative to inform her of the drop opportunity. Thank you, then I'll wait for your purple weapon. Xia Jinghuai nodded. Speaking of game updates, the Vortex is a copy in the regular game. Would you like to try it together? Renyu, you will die. It's not a real death, it's just that the resurrection time is very long, 1 hour, but things will drop. Xia Jinghuai. My friend died once, and has been resurrected. Now everyone in the channel is talking about this. Renyu was busy making a windbreaker, and didn't check the chat channel again, not knowing that the news about the Vortex had been updated. She opened the panel, and quickly scrolled up and down to browse. Sure enough, everyone is talking about resurrection after beating the whirlpool. Some players are even sharing their feelings about death. Only death in the whirlpool has a chance of resurrection. Death in other states should be real death, and will become an NPC. This situation is just Renyu's speculation. What if the NPC in the square just happens to look like Gao Hai? When will we fight? Xia Jinghuai. After 4 p.m., I will try to reach level 7 before then, and then call a few people. The weapon is not good, the attack is reduced a little. He wants to increase the defense. Renyu. Let's go with the ones from last night. I'll ask them if they are willing to go. Okay, meet at the home square at 4 o'clock. After finalizing this matter, Xia Jinghuai turned and left. Chapter 18 Under Siege. Renyu glanced at her own character information. It takes 2,500 experience points to reach level 8. She killed monsters last night, and made equipment. She is still more than halfway there. But she doesn't have to pursue level 8. She can enter the dungeon at this level. After all, there is a chance for trial and error. She will go to the wild boar forest to deliver the goods to Minshan Qianshao. Then she will go to the trading hall to hang up the finished equipment. Finally, she will go to the construction site to see if the building structure there has changed, if the NPC is still there, and if she can still get the skill book. Renyu went back to the house to sort out the package, brought the things she needed to sell, put the things she didn't need for the time being in the box, turned around and went out. The home square had also changed. Some green decorations were added, but they couldn't be cut down or collected. She wanted to put the mines and tall trees emitting special effects light into her backpack, but unfortunately, she didn't have the relevant skills, and could only watch other players go over and take them away with regret. The resource point disappeared, and the players ran away. Renyu took a short detour, ran to the sausage stall to talk to Gao Hai for a few words, still didn't get anything, then ran at full speed, and left the home park. The outside changed a lot. The high-rise buildings on both sides disappeared, and were replaced by large tracts of flowers, woods, paths in the forest, streams, Several cat monsters shuttled through them, and some players fought in them. Various screams were heard. Rush to the wild boar forest, which was even more lively. Fireballs, ice balls flying all over the sky, swords and shadows, various skills, character special effects and sounds mixed. Renyu sent the coordinates to Min Chun Chia Shao, and walked to the side to collect. The number of resource points on the road was obviously reduced, and I didn't collect many trees along the way. Harvest a portion of blueberries, observe around, nothing can be collected anywhere. Someone noticed Renyu not far away, after carefully identifying her. He turned around and left quickly. After a while, 3 male players approached in secret, and suddenly attacked Renyu. Yoyu, the female player, who is suspected of owning a residential house. But some people misunderstood her relationship with Xia Jinghui, thinking that they lived together, and worried that the residential house was in the hands of the male player. It doesn't matter, if you can't get the residential house, you can get the materials and copper coins on her, his companion said. This is a fat sheep. Renyu had noticed someone approaching. When a fireball hit her, she dodged quickly and dodged it perfectly. Player Yifeng tried to attack you, you have the right to self-defense. So it counts even if you don't hit him? Even the reminder content changed from attack you to try to attack you, which is different. The skill didn't hit her, she dodged it with high agility, but the opponent was indeed coming for her. The game has its own fair judgment. Renyu counterattacked, bang. Critical hit. A bright red number exploded on the opponent's head, and her health dropped by half instantly, and she let out a rather shrill scream. At the same time, a green mist exploded on her body, and she felt a pain, and only lost a dozen points of blood, and if she continued to lose blood, a -3 would appear, and then disappear. 3 prompts popped up in front of her. Players use your way attack you, you have the right to self-defense. You are poisoned, movement speed reduced by 13%, attack speed reduced by 10%, lasts for 15 seconds. Trigger, negative status eliminated, and all rebounded. The opposite poison master finished casting the poison fog, and was about to continue attacking suddenly. His movements became slow, a reminder appeared in front of him. You are poisoned, movement speed reduced by 13%, attack speed reduced by 10%, lasts for 15 seconds. Continuous blood loss, -12, -11, -14. What the hell? This is the negative status added by the poison fog, who attacked him? Why didn't the game prompt? And why didn't the opposite sharpshooter get poisoned? Not to mention the surprisingly small amount of blood loss, it only dropped once out of courtesy and stopped. While the poison master was stunned, the mage teammate beside him suddenly screamed a second time before he was hit. A group of bright numbers exploded above his head again, and the blood bar was suddenly reduced to a layer of blood. Shit! There is actually secondary damage. Retreat. Before he could finish the word retreat, another shot exploded on him, and he fell to the ground in a spectacular manner. Renyu ignored the remaining pain in his body, and after sending the mage away with one shot, he sent the poison master to the road with the second shot. It was the poison master's bad luck, and Renyu was lucky. Both times, the critical hits also triggered the secondary damage of the weapon. The poison master was losing blood quickly, and their blood volume was no match for Renyu. After upgrading and adding a small amount of equipment bonus, it was less than 200 in total, and Renyu took it away in one wave. At this moment, the swordsman among the 3 had already rushed to the front. The swordsman's skill Flash Chop, when activated, will instantly approach the target. The speed is very fast, almost flashing. Renyu did not dodge this time, and was hit hard by the sword. He did not care about the pain of his skin and flesh, and retreated quickly, shooting. Maybe his luck just ran out. This time the critical hit and secondary damage were not triggered, but it also knocked off half of the swordsman's blood. Player Zhang shall attack you. You have the right to self-defense. The subtitles slowly appeared as Renyu counterattacked, and then slowly disappeared. The swordsman's second attack. The level 2 skill continuous air strike slashed in front of him. Renyu quickly dodged, barely avoided it, and fired the second shot. A ball of green mist exploded on the swordsman. After 2 attacks, the swordsman let out a final scream and fell to the ground. Li Jiao ran over quickly. Sorry, I didn't see the message in time. It's okay. Renyu shook her head and tried to pick up the things that the swordsman dropped. If she could pick it up, it would prove that the swordsman died in her hands. If she couldn't pick it up, it would prove that the last bit of blood was knocked away by Li Jiao. Picking up successfully, The swordsman still died in her hands. Swordsman skills. She chose the level 5 skill mastery of swordsmanship. The swordsman's group attack skill. Enduring the pain. She walked over to pick up the drops from the mage and poisoner. All of them were materials exploded from the monsters. Rinyu basically had them all, and they were automatically stacked. In addition, there were few remaining compressed biscuits and mineral water. These two things were also in Rinyu's package, and they were automatically classified. Select skills. Mage's level 10 skill Fire Ring continuous carry. Poisoner's level 10 skill Weaken. Poisoner and Mage both have life skills, Gathering and Fishing, which overlap with hers, so they are directly skipped. Are you okay? Rinyu's body was really horrible. The Mage's fireball didn't hit her, but the poison mist would also cause some damage, resulting in wounds and slight bleeding. The swordsman's first move hit him hard, leaving a shocking cut on his body. Blood gushing out. It hurts. Rinyu's face turned pale, and she shook her head. It will be fine in a while. Li Jiao blamed herself. Sorry. She was in the middle of a battle just now, and she didn't check the information in time. And she didn't expect to put Rinyu in danger. It doesn't matter. I was targeted by someone. Even if I wasn't assassinated here, I would be assassinated somewhere else. So I'll adapt to it in advance. Let's trade first. My package is almost full. Li Jiao nodded, and traded quickly. After the transaction, she said, you rest. I will protect you. You don't need to protect me. Shinkong suggested that we go to the vortex in the afternoon. If you want to go, meet at the home square at 4 o'clock. Rinyu took out a bottle of large berry tea and drank it, and his blood volume recovered a little, and the wound healed a little visibly. Li Jiao, go! Then you go and kill monsters. I have something else to do. By the way, is the wild boar forest a level 2 monster? Li Jiao nodded. Although it is only one level higher, it is very difficult to kill, but your attack is high, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then I know what to do. The two separated. Berry tea has a 10-second cooldown. When the cooldown is over, I replenished a small bottle, recovered 10 points of blood. I am still a few points away from full blood, and the wound has recovered to only a small wound. It would be a waste to drink it again. Rinyu ran away, smacked his lips and said, it tastes good, but it cannot replace drinking water. Player Xiao Liang attack you. You have the right to self-defense. Ah! Pan Xian had just finished a pair of cloth shoes, and he felt a sharp pain, and his health bar dropped a lot in an instant. He screamed uncontrollably, he is a mage, and he chose elementary sewing as his life skill. He met the player in front of him. Xiao Fengshi. In the square, he teamed up to fight monsters. Just now, he begged him to make a pair of cloth shoes for him, and promised to protect him, and prevent other players and monsters from hurting him. Out of trust from previous cooperation, Pan Xian made it on the spot, but he didn't expect that he would be attacked by a customer just after finishing it. His thoughts flashed through his mind, and Pan Xian was panicked for a moment, and then prepared to dodge. But how could he compare to the well-prepared attacker? Xiao Liang smiled sinisterly, and the fighter's third-level skill Shadowless Kick was triggered. His body flew into the air, his feet were wrapped in golden light, and he smashed down hard on Pan Xian's head. Swish! His health bar returned to 0. Before Pan Xian lost consciousness. He still couldn't figure it out. Why? Just for a pair of cloth shoes? But he couldn't wait for the answer. His eyes closed, and he fell into endless darkness. You killed the player Pan Xian, and got 1 point of sin value. The police learned about this, and will launch a manhunt for you. Xiao Liang twisted his mouth indifferently. This is not the first time he has killed someone, nor is it the first time he has been hunted, but he knows how to avoid it, and also knows that there is a time limit for sin value. As long as he is not caught during this period, when the sin value disappears, he will be a harmless hero again. He went forward to pick up Pan Xian's drops. 3 sets of cloth equipment, 2 pairs of straw sandals, a pair of cloth shoes, a cotton hat, 3 10 copper coins, 2 compressed biscuits, for mineral water, 2 grain steam buns, some materials such as cotton cloth. Fat sheep. Life players are all fat sheep. I even bought a multigrain steamed bun. Temporary skills, of course. Inherited Pan Xian's elementary sewing. The world has become a game. You still trust people easily, if you don't die. Who will die? TSK. Xiao Liang changed himself into a good set of equipment, added a hat, changed cloth shoes, bite a multigrain steamed bun and turned away. The world has changed. Everyone has the opportunity to create a legend. He wants to create a world, start a passionate journey. However, 2 uniformed policemen suddenly appeared in front of him and took out handcuffs. Xiao Liang's face changed. No. Why did the police come so quickly this time? He turned around and tried to run. The police threw out the handcuffs, which were automatically and intelligently buckled around Xiao Liang's wrists. Xiao Liang's body was instantly imprisoned, and he could not move. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of him. You have been arrested. Player Tang Luan attacked you. You have the right to self-defense. Xia Jinghui turned around indifferently, approached quickly, drew his sword, and chopped it off. When Tang Luan saw the amount of blood his target had dropped, he knew he had encountered a tough opponent. His face changed, and he wanted to retreat. Unlucky. Such a high defense. Next, he will know that in addition to high defense, there is also high attack. After being stabbed, he leaned back fiercely. In addition to the extra wounds on his body, he looked up and saw the number exploding above him. -147 in bold letters. Swish. The health bar was only at the bottom. Damn. Such a perverted attack. Tang Luan's face changed drastically. I was wrong. A real man can bend and stretch. Tang Luan knelt in a second. But Xia Jinghui didn't want him to kneel. He just wanted him to fall to the ground. The second knife chopped down. Tang Luan fell to the ground, and everything on his body exploded. Here, Renyu rushed to the safe zone. Chapter 19 Trading Hall. After the update, there is only one safe zone in the whole city of A, which brings together players from all directions. Many people met their former colleagues and friends here, and gathered together to chat and exchange experiences. Some people meditated here to restore their physical strength and health after fighting. There were also people setting up stalls. When you walked past them, there were more raw materials, and the pricing was worse than hers, so she raised her hand to close it. Weapons were second, they were not what Renyu needed, so she turned them off. She walked all the way to the trading hall, and stepped in. There are 3 trading methods: consignment, purchase and auction. Consignment and purchase are similar to stalls, but with increased taxes. If the amount of a single transaction exceeds 50 copper coins, a 3% tax will be deducted, and if it is less than 1 copper coin, a 1 copper coin will be deducted. In order to highlight the advantages of the trading hall, there are very eye-catching reminders in the hall. Private transactions are risky. Be careful not to be deceived. It means that private transactions will not be cancelled, but there may be problems. As for what problems, it is difficult to say at the moment. When you walk towards the operation area, very smart, all items are classified and can be searched directly. Renyu was thinking about wood and straw shirts, and wanted to repair the dilapidated straw house as soon as possible. There was still about 300 woods missing, which could be dropped by monsters, so he could slowly spawn them, but straw shirts, which he had never seen before. Searching for straw shirts. There was 0 information. Searching for wood, quite a few popped up. Different varieties had different prices, ranging from 1 copper coin to 10 copper coins. Renyu only chose the cheapest one, and spent a total of 97 copper coins. Continue to search for raw materials she can use. Skip the ones with high prices, only accept plant materials with a price tag of 1 copper coin, and meat materials with a price tag of 2 copper coins. The quantity is not large. Search again, blueprints. Originally, I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to be real. 8 Immortals Table Blueprint Furniture. The font color is purple, high-end goods, but not what she needs. Pass. Staff Blueprint Equipment. Blue font, excellent quality. Fishhook Blueprint Props. Purple rare props. She needs the finished product, but not the blueprint. Barbecue Recipe Food. She has unlocked it. There are quite a few players who have obtained the blueprint. Renyu looked at more than 20 types one after another, and finally found the blueprint of the leather wristband that she can learn. It has purple font and is of rare quality. However, because the price is too high, Renyu quietly closed it. 1,000 copper coins. You can just leave it there. She walked to the side and put the equipment for sale. For sets of brand new cloth equipment. Only 1 set was made in a shoddy way, and it was still priced at 70 copper coins. The other 3 sets are priced at 100. Cloth shoes 50, straw shoes 20, all are on the shelves. Belts, ordinary ones 20 copper coins, excellent quality ones 30 on the shelves. Cloth clothes, shoes, weapons, etc. that exploded from other players are also on the shelves. Durability is degraded, sold at a discount, after all. It's free stuff. The defensive equipment is made by her, well, by her equipment to kill her, This is a good operation. But think about it, selling the same equipment twice, she also thinks it's good. The only weapon left is the dagger. As for other temporary skills that have no corresponding weapons when they are released, don't worry. She believes that there will be players who will die in the future. And it is not a dream to collect all professional weapons. Now, the package space is in danger. And cleaning is more important. Thinking of the insufficient package space, Renyu searched for the keywords backpack and package in turn, but did not find any related expansion props. However, she found ordinary wooden box in the furniture classification, and there was only one sale information, which was similar to the one in her home. 15 grid storage box, 2 in number, and the price was not high in Renyu's opinion, and it was even a bit cheap. 50 copper coins each. Does the seller not know the importance of storage? But after seeing the instructions, I understand a little. Wooden box, ordinary, add 15 storage slots, use environment, residential, warehouse. The conditions of use are limited, and there are not many players who have open residential areas at present. It is not a necessity, and is not easy to sell. Renyu decisively left in seconds. Minus 100 copper coins. There are 2 more storage boxes in the package. On the other side, Liang Hui, who was cutting down the redwood tree, received a message. Player bought your wooden box. Income 97 copper coins. Ha 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 ha. After the felling was completed, Liang Hui took back the control of his body and laughed. Finally sold it. Open the friend list in the panel, send a message. Chi Feng Mingwe, is that blue suit still there? I have enough money. After a while, a coordinate was received. Liang Hui pressed the coordinate, according to the navigation route instructions, went to trade. At the same time, Renyu also received news one after another. Except for the initial weapons. All the defensive equipment was immediately collected by the players, and the money went into the account. However, the trading hall kept the information of both parties confidential, and the customer information could not be seen. This was good, as it increased the concealment and security. Renyu searched for some food, medicine, beverages, etc., and found that everyone's prices were higher than hers. However, she could do these by herself. She only searched for reference, closed it after reading it, and clicked into the acquisition list to set what she needed to acquire, and set an upper limit. In addition to the raw materials, she also collected 2 more wooden boxes for furniture. She was a bit cunning. She thought 50 was cheap just now, but she still wrote 30 as the purchase price. She would take it if she could, and she would not force it if she could not. Maybe one day there would be a player with carpenter skills to die. She would pick up a skill and make it herself. After that, she left and rushed to the construction site. The construction site had a specific name on the map, abandoned construction site. The mode here was not updated, only some minor changes. For example, the ground was added with dense weeds that were higher than the knees, wild flowers, some flying insects that served as decorative backgrounds, and butterflies flying around. Invalid appearance. Renyu complained. Why did she complain? The weeds were too tall, and it was hard to find the bushes that could be collected. The tower crane was still there, but the suspended reinforced concrete slabs were gone, and the NPCs were replaced. The NPCs were also updated. Rustling. A giant scorpion rushed over, and Renyu didn't have time to look at it. She raised her gun and aimed. The information of the giant crab she locked on also changed. Giant scorpion. Level 2. HP 200/200. Skill Sting. Venom. Upgraded to a level 2 monster? Moreover, at the same level 2, the monster's health is thicker than that of a normal level 2 player. No wonder everyone on the channel was complaining. Bang! Shoot! The critical hit and secondary damage were triggered together, and the giant scorpion's 200 health bar was reduced to 23 points. Whoosh! A huge stinger flew over, and its attack speed was much higher than that of a level 1 monster, but Renyu was faster, and evaded flexibly. Puff! A stream of venom followed closely, and sprayed towards Renyu. Continuous attack? Renyu could only continue to dodge, and find a chance to shoot. Bang! The words -5 floated above her head, and the giant scorpion recovered 25 health points. Wait until the skill CD ends, fire again, the giant scorpion falls to the ground. Experience gained. 10, increased by 5 points. For copper coins exploded, 2 scorpion tail needles, 3 wood, 1 scorpion venom. New items dropped, higher grade materials, scorpion venom. Scorpion venom, excellent, the blacksmith's favorite material. It's a little hard to kill. It takes 3 shots to end the battle. If other players hear this, they will be furious. The risk factor increases. After all, an extra skill is added, and the attacks are continuous. You will get hit if you are not careful. Be extra careful. Rinyu looked at the place where the poison had been sprayed. The knee-high weeds had been corroded, and the color was black. If this was sprayed on the body, I can't imagine how uncomfortable it would be. But the experience was good. Rinyu moved towards the tower crane, fighting while walking, observing the attack routes of the monsters intentionally, and honing his evasion speed. When he encountered a bush, he collected it after making sure it was safe. The types of bushes were also updated. Rinyu picked up snakeberry, the material for making compound fruit tea. After arriving near the tower crane, after clearing the surrounding monsters, Rinyu looked at the NPC, waited for the NPC to thank him for saving him from trouble, and then gave her a pancake. Then he muttered a hint that something was buried nearby. The process was the same last time, but this time, the NPC did not respond. It seems that this is an NPC who does not know how to be grateful. Rinyu took the initiative to approach, and the NPC finally spoke. The project has been stopped for so long. When will it resume? Rinyu. It's okay to change people. The text content has also been updated. Probably everything is gone. But Rinyu didn't give up, and touched the ground around the crane inch by inch to search, as expected, and found nothing. Returned to the NPC, and took the initiative to talk to her. Rinyu. How long has this project been going on? NPC. The project has been stopped for so long. When will it resume? Rinyu. How much is the property here per square meter? NPC. The project has been stopped for so long. When will it resume? Rinyu. Where did the old man go last time? Is there something buried nearby? When did the project stop? NPC. The project has been stopped for so long. When will it resume? After asking all the relevant information he could think of, and confirming that there would be no gains, Rinyu gave up, and went deep into the construction site to fight monsters, and collect. With yesterday's experience, this time he will pay attention to the monsters above, to prevent being hit. After all, the attacks of level 2 monsters are quite fierce. Huff, huff, huff. Lulu drank the last bottle of berry tea to restore her precarious health bar, and then ran at full speed, looking extremely embarrassed. In a panic, she saw a small door, and rushed in without thinking. After entering, she found that it was a construction site. She quickly scanned it, and ran through the dense grass to hide behind the tower crane not far away. Lulu slowly calmed down her panic, and made herself calm. It was so scary. What was scary was not the monsters around, but her own kind. She grabbed some materials for making berry tea in the trading hall, and luckily grabbed 2 portions of flour, and made the finished product by taking advantage of the convenience of not being able to fight in the safe zone. Who knew that she was being targeted, and followed her all the way out of the safe zone. As for why she was judged to be targeted, because the other party stopped her and asked, "Are you a chef? I just saw you processing it." Lulu thought that the other party wanted to buy something, but because the quantity was small, she did not intend to sell it. Yes, but there aren't many items. I don't plan to. Before she could finish her words, an ice ball hit her hard. The pain, the piercing cold, still scares her. Lulu was alert to the surroundings, reviewing everything that happened, and suddenly thought of a possibility. The opponent might not be targeting items, but her skills. Yes, everyone knows that killing other players will cause skills to explode. Someone publicly exposed this matter on the channel, and everyone was worried. Lulu felt a chill. She quietly looked out, and found that the person who killed her just now had not caught up with her. She opened the channel, and raised her hand to enter the content. Chapter 20 Safety Helmet. Xiaolu once sung, "Ma Yi fan, what right do you have to kill people? Because you know I'm a chef, do you want to take my life skills?" Xiaolu once sung, "Players with life skills. Please pay attention, some shameless people didn't choose it at the time, and now they are thinking about other people's life skills." Lulu said several accusations against the perpetrators, even without caring whether her judgment was right or not. It's time to care about right or wrong, anyway. I don't want to let that Ma Ethan have a good time. After sending the message, she continued to be alert to the surroundings. Strange, why are there no monsters here? Just thinking. Rustle da-da-da. The subtle friction sound and game special effect footsteps came from not far away, very light, but she heard it. Lulu's scalp was numb with nervousness, clenched the bow in her hand, and quietly looked out to observe. Rinyu walked out from the depths of the construction site. She checked the buildings inside again, but still couldn't find the entrance or exit. She thought of the tower crane slowly, and planned to try to drive it, control the crane's arm to move, and use it as a bridge for climbing. As soon as she came out, she saw a male player coming in from the entrance. He stared at her for a few seconds, then looked around, and then looked at the tower crane over there. Behind the crane, Lulu's heart was in her throat, and she breathed lightly. After a few seconds, the feeling of being locked in disappeared. The male player withdrew his gaze, and fell on Rinyu again. He hesitated for 2 seconds, snorted unwillingly, and turned away. Rinyu raised his eyebrows and glanced at the crane. Lulu slowly stood out, alert and nervous. Although the one who killed her ran away, there was one more player. Her health was only half. And if the female player on the other side had any intention, she could be killed with one move. Lulu smiled and nodded to Rinyu with difficulty, and began to plan the escape and escape routes in advance. Rinyu also nodded, retracted his gaze, and walked to the side to collect. I missed a bush. The crops that have been picked will not refresh immediately, so she must have missed it. After picking them, she harvested a handful of black currants, for character experience points, and for skill experience points. In addition to the above regular rewards, a light blueprint slowly fell down and landed in the bushes below. Blueprint? Rinyu was delighted and hurried forward to pick it up. Xia Customer Service, Rare Senior Tailor. Character level 10. The character level is not high enough, so it is impossible to learn, and the required materials cannot be seen, so it can only be kept in the bottom of the box. But she was still very happy. And finally the blueprint was refreshed. Hello. Rinyu looked up, and it was the female player hiding behind the crane, greeting her from a distance. Hello. Rinyu responded politely. Nowadays, players who have mastered life skills are very dangerous. Some players deliberately kill people to get skills. You have to be careful. Lulu wanted to make friends, to express her goodwill, and hoped that the female player would not kill her, since she found out that killing players could get skills. Rinyu guessed that Shura Field would inevitably appear. She was not surprised. Was that person chasing you just now? Lulu nodded with caution, lowered her posture, and said cautiously, I will leave after I recover my health and will not disturb you. Rinyu glanced at the inventory in the package. Do you want the berry tea that can recover your health? I can sell you a few bottles. Yes. Lulu was startled, and then nodded vigorously. The berry tea made earlier has been consumed. Otherwise, I would not have escaped here. Even so, my health bar is only half now. Besides berry tea, can you sell me some berry tea ingredients? I'm a chef. I can make it. She saw Rinyu collecting, and there should be the ingredients she needs. Maybe she was too nervous, and she didn't even consider why Rinyu could sell her berry tea. Rinyu smiled and said, I'm a chef myself, and I don't sell ingredients. Ah, I'm sorry I was reckless. In addition to being nervous, Lulu didn't expect that someone would master 2 life skills, and she was a little envious. If she had chosen one more item to collect, it would have been perfect for her profession as a chef. Now, when she encountered the raw materials she needed, she could only watch them and could not put them into her backpack. She could not express how regretful she was. She bought blood-recovering potions first. She approached with trepidation, completed the transaction with trepidation, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. If she encountered a kill again, she would have a better chance of survival. Don't be so polite. Rinyu went to study the crane, and was not afraid of the player named Xiao Lu Luan Zhuang to do something dirty. Lulu also didn't feel any danger from Rinyu, and she became more relaxed. She took a few steps closer. Is there anything I can help you with? In fact, she didn't dare to go out, fearing that the person who wanted to kill her was still waiting. Not sure. Wait and see. Rinyu didn't refuse. She climbed onto the crane. With just a step, she was sure that she guessed right. If it didn't work, it would definitely pop up a prompt that it was unable to ride. Why didn't you try it last time? You have no spirit of exploration. It's not her fault. The game had given her a preconceived notion that houses were not accessible and vehicles were not rideable. When she saw the crane, she subconsciously thought it was a background decoration and didn't think too much about it. Rinyu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. As soon as she sat down, a text appeared in front of her. Do you want to start the tower crane? Rinyu looked up. The arm was not close to the building. Can the position be automatically calibrated after starting? Equipment is so smart. This kind of game prop should be smarter. Right? Yes. The crane arm began to move. Lulu was stunned watching from below. Wasn't the car unusable? But it was moving now, and it slowly stopped on the 3rd floor, and there happened to be a hole in the protective net where it stopped, so it could be entered and exited. Renyu laughed. She had been looking for it in vain, and it turned out that the entrance was not on the ground. Renyu opened the door and jumped down, and landed right next to the NPC. Suddenly, a line of text popped up in front of her. You are the young man again. You have finally resumed work. To express your gratitude, I am sending you a small gift. Please accept it. A safety helmet flashed and flew into Renyu's package. Renyu, who had already given up hope. It turns out that the triggering opportunity of this NPC is the tower crane. She was really so touched. She continued to look at the NPC with a touched face, hoping to get something. The accidental trigger reward is not a regular drop. The players next to him could not see what happened between the two of them, but only saw Renyu staring at the NPC, her eyes full of desire. But Lulu knew that she was not familiar with Renyu, so it was not easy to ask, and she only whispered, "A monster is coming down." Renyu looked up, and immediately laughed in anger. She started the crane. But before she used it, the scorpions on the iron frame had taken the lead, and were climbing down the pole. There were also a few monsters in the building, ready to move at the window. What a clever bunch of little ghosts. She turned to look at Lulu. Let's fight together. Be careful to dodge. Okay. Lulu nodded, feeling slightly excited. She took the initiative to show her goodwill and got feedback. And with a feeling of cooperation, the female player named Yoyu would not kill her. Lulu is an archer, holding a wooden bow and arrow, holding the bowstring, and activating the first level skill shooting. Whoosh, the arrow flew away with a special sound of tearing the air, and hit the monster, causing about 40 points of attack. Renyu stepped aside to let her attack first, and opened her backpack to find the helmet. Safety helmet, excellent physical defense plus 62, spell defense plus 53, life plus 50, when attacked by physical attacks. There is a 5% chance of being immune to damage once, durability 140, we're level 7. Beautiful. Wear it directly. Lulu has already used the second move, level 3 skill break, causing 66 points of damage. Renyu changed his position, and raised his gun to lock onto another giant scorpion. Bang! The words -158 exploded on the giant scorpion's head. Lulu's heart was shaken, and she felt envious and afraid. She said weakly, Yoyu, kill this one of mine. I'll help you kill it, and the drops will be yours. Renyu didn't say anything, and sent out a team invitation. Lulu joined the team in seconds. And then Yoyu said, you don't have to do this. Teaming is to prevent accidental injuries. Each of you picks up your own drops. Experience cannot be manually operated and shared. Thank you. You're welcome. Player Xiaolu Luansong requests to add you as a friend. Do you approve it? Renyu chose to approve it. Lulu's heart was completely relieved. The world has changed. It has become a world where people can kill people at will. She lives in fear. Renyu saw her nervousness and said, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Unless the other party takes the initiative to attack. I will not hurt you unless you don't shoot me from behind. Lulu also saw Renyu's level at this time. Level 7. No wonder the attack is so high. Shooting such a master from behind. Does she think she is too long? No. Even if Renyu's level and output are not so high, she will not sneak attack others. Everyone's life is not easy. Why do we have to fight and kill? I am not a warlike person either. I will not sneak attack from behind. Lulu smiled easily. Next, the two dodged the attacks while fighting. The monsters were not too smart. Even if the monsters on other floors saw the stairs, they did not choose to go down. They still circled back and forth in a fixed area. So soon, the battle came to a temporary end. Renyu climbed up to pick up the dropped items. She remembered exactly which monsters were killed by her teammates and picked them up together. After coming down, she threw Lulu's share to her. Lulu felt a little sad. Not only did her teammates not kill people, but they also did not covet her dropped items. The previous encounter with the hunt made her feel extremely unlucky. But now she met a godlike teammate, which made her feel that there was still a beautiful side to this world. Lulu turned around quietly, blinked hard, and hid the mist in her eyes. Renyu did not notice the abnormality of her teammates. She looked up and said, I plan to go up. Do you want to leave or go with me? I want to go with you, but you will suffer more. Lulu was a little embarrassed. She had to fight 4 or 5 times to kill a small monster, but the fish could attack at most 3 times. So in terms of experience, she had the advantage. Rinyu waved his hand. Let's not talk about this, just fight and leave. Yes. Lulu nodded, followed Rinyu and climbed up the crane, and stood on the big arm that served as the stairs. Walking to the middle, the two of them kept a safe distance, killing the monsters on the iron shelves on the 4th and 2nd floors. It's just that some of the drops can't be picked up for the time being. But if they don't fight, when the two get close, they will be attacked from both above and below. Clearing the nearby monsters, the two successfully got into the protective net and stood on the iron shelf. There are still monsters wandering back and forth in the farther position, but they are not within the attack range. The other party didn't take action, and Rinyu didn't rush to clean them up. After all, there was still a giant scorpion behind the window. Rinyu and the other man used the wall as cover and attacked like crazy. The wall can block attacks, which is safer than on the ground, Lulu said. Rinyu looked at the wall. It is damaged, and it probably has a limit to its endurance. Pay attention to changing positions more often. Yes. After killing the giant scorpions within the field of vision, the two jumped in from the window and entered the building. They found the stairs, went downstairs, cleaned up, and picked up the previous drops. There weren't many monsters inside, and it was easy to clear a few floors. After a short break, I returned and climbed up. When I reached the 5th floor, Rinyu suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. Her instinctive sense of danger made her stop, and she gestured to her teammates to keep quiet. She quietly stepped onto the stairs and looked around, and suddenly found a huge monster with a long health bar on its head. Scorpion Leader. Boss. Chapter 21 Fighting the Boss. It's the boss. Rinyu made a gesture, and the two retreated to the 4th floor, meditating to recover their strength. Lulu was very self-aware. We definitely can't beat it. If there were a few players as powerful as Yoyu, they might be able to try, but she would only be a drag. Let me think about it. Fighting, it's very dangerous. Not fighting, it's a pity. Boss, this is the first time I've encountered a boss. But if I die, it should be a real death. I don't know if the boss setting of this game is difficult, but we two definitely can't do it, Lulu said. Rinyu didn't dare to take risks either. She wasn't that conceited. She opened the panel and checked other friends' information. The summoner and the nurse were still at level 3, but the poison master had reached level 4. The neighbor was still at level 6. After thinking for a while, she sent a private message to Shinkong. Have you ever beaten a boss? Shinkong replied a minute later. Shinkong, I haven't beaten it. Have you met a boss? Yoyu, yes. Do you want to fight? Shinkong, you can try. Just in case. It's best to find a few reliable players to go with you. Yoyu, then I'll ask Chinsho and the others. Shinkong, okay. Send me the coordinates. She sent the coordinates to Shinkong, and sent messages to the other 3 people to ask. And they all expressed their willingness to come and take a look. I am not a beast, even if you don't fight. You can still spawn small monsters. Run one and I will set off immediately. Purple lips and smile, take a look, even if you don't fight. You can still gain some experience. At least you have seen the boss. Rinyu told them how to go upstairs one by one, turned off the panel, and looked at Lulu. She was a person who respected her teammates. While sending the message, she told Xiaolu Luansong about the next plan. Whether the teammates left or chose to fight together was up to her personal choice. Lulu was a little nervous. It's easy to imagine that fighting the boss is dangerous, but where is there no danger? Isn't it dangerous to be chased by players? If there hadn't been some berry tea in the package before, I'm afraid the body would have been cold by now. It was rare to meet a player who loved peace as much as she did. After a short cooperation, she felt that they were compatible. Lulu decided to take a gamble. If she still died, it could only be said that the King of Hell did not want her to live. Lulu, let's fight. Rinyu smiled and said, then I wish us a successful cooperation. Yes. Lulu nodded heavily. The two of them huddled in a corner and waited. 20 minutes later, Shinkong arrived, holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, and appeared at the door. Here you are? Rinyu greeted them and introduced them to each other. Xia Jingwei nodded, walked to Rinyu and sat on the ground, restoring his strength. After waiting for a while, Li Jiao and the other 3 arrived, and Rinyu invited them to join the team one by one. Finding that the health bar of Xiao Lu Ran Kuang was not full, Zhai Gangyong used his skills to heal her. Soft light accompanied by beautiful special effects sound enveloped the wound, and the wound slowly healed, and the pain completely disappeared. Thank you. It was the first time for Lu to experience treatment. She was a little touched and thanked her sincerely. The game update made the nurse a hot commodity. The healers were very confident, and Zhai Gangyong was no exception. He waved his hand like a big brother. It's my duty. Remember to call me brother when you get hurt. I will protect you. How to fight? Li Jiao glanced at him, looked at Renyu, and said, Does the wall have a shielding effect? Xia Jinghuai observed the environment, and also looked at Renyu. Yes. Renyu pointed to the marks left on the wall. But there will be damage, and the boss has high attack. It's best not to rely entirely on the wall to cover. Let's give it a try. You each find a good hiding place. If you feel you can't bear it, evacuate immediately. Make sure to leave a path for your teammates when you retreat. Xia Jinghuai looked at Lu. How much damage does the weapon do? 15 points. Lu said. Xia Jinghuai threw out a green bow and arrow, and said, Return it after the fight, or buy it directly. Lu picked it up. In addition to its high grade, she also found the advantages and attributes. It can trigger secondary damage, and there is a chance of burning effect? How much? The basic damage is of course increased to 30 points. But the key is the additional attributes. Yoyu's weapon has caused secondary damage, which can bring surprises at critical moments. Moreover, it can also produce a burning effect. The additional attribute is rare. The price is 150. I don't force you to buy it. In order to increase the winning rate of the boss, I will lend it to you for use temporarily. Xia Jinghuai said in a serious tone. I want it. This is in the trading hall. You have to rely on luck to buy it. Right? Lu excitedly threw out 150 copper coins. Xia Jinghuai went forward to pick it up. Then they discussed the positions. He took out a high-quality roasted carp and prepared to eat it, and suggested, those who have props, eat them, increase attack, increase winning rate. Roasted carp, increase physical attack. Li Jiao took out a roasted Crucian carp and started eating. Renyu, if you don't have it, you can buy it from me. Zhai Gangyong swallowed his saliva. Let's not talk about whether it increases attack or not. This fragrance is too tempting. Sell me a piece of swimming fish. Renyu didn't bring a finished prop for adding power, but he just bought a horse-steppe fish and wild boar meat from the trading hall. On-site production trading. Renyu also ate a portion of excellent quality roasted carp, increased physical attack by 15 points, restored 2 life per minute, 2 physical strength, lasted for 45 minutes. I'll go and kill the monster. The healer chooses a good position, pays attention to blood at any time, others prepare for battle. Xia Jinghuai is a melee profession. He is the most dangerous. Renyu, don't worry, I will do my best to output. Others stood in their positions. Jiang Shujia, let the baby kill, just to see the strength of the boss. He commanded the zombies to go forward and hit the first blow. The giant scorpion leader was enraged, and swung his pincers down, killing the zombie instantly. Jiang Shujia, it was just embarrassing. Xia Jinghuai stepped forward and used the swordsman's level 5 skill armor breaking attack. This skill breaks defense, and the damage is very high. It hurt the boss, and instantly locked the hatred and started to counterattack. Xia Jinghuai raised his shield to block, and continued to attack. Bang! Renyu fired, triggering a critical hit, and the damage caused was higher than Xia Jinghuai. The hatred was transferred, and the scorpion leader was enraged, and turned around to lock Renyu, but was then pulled back by Xia Jinghuai. Renyu continued to attack, triggering a critical hit and secondary damage. Scorpion turned around again, and Xia Jinghuai continued to chop, using chop and wind slash in succession to pull back the aggro. Last night, his attack was still higher than Renyu's, but because he was careless, he destroyed that piece of equipment. Now the new knife has a slightly lower damage, and he can't pull the aggro. And he realized belatedly, how could Renyu's attack be so high? She seemed to only use the sharpshooter's level 1 skill Deadly Pursuit, and did not use more advanced skills. But the doubt only passed by for a moment, and he did not think about it anymore, focusing on attracting hatred. Renyu's advantage was that his skills had been strengthened once, which made up for the shortcomings in skill level. In addition, with the influence of the dragon pattern Jade Pendant, the chance of critical hit was high. When there was no critical hit, The hatred would occasionally be attracted by Xia Jinghui. Others also began to attack, and their damage was much lower than that of Renyu and Xia Jinghui. Lulu changed her weapon, but she was quite satisfied with her damage. The new weapon is really handy. The number of arrows increased, the damage value increased, and the automatic refill time of the arrows was shortened. The second arrow had a burning effect, burning the skin and flesh of the crab, and she seemed to smell the fragrance of meat. Jiang Shujia waited until the cooldown of other skills ended, and continued to summon his pet to fight. He continued to use the soul split to attack. Zhai Gangyong stared at the starry sky. He was close, so he took more damage. He cast a healing spell on him from time to time, and at the same time, he switched weapons and cut the boss when he saw the opportunity. The damage to others was not serious, but the scorpion leader was annoyed by Renyu and Xia Jinghui. The hatred was outside for a while, and then around him. Affected by this change, it kept turning around and couldn't catch the rhythm of counterattack. The scorpion leader was completely enraged, and suddenly stopped moving, and his body trembled rapidly at a low frequency. Xia Jinghui was close, and his sense of danger was stronger. Hide quickly, hide. He turned and quickly left the empty living room, and hid in the wall. Others hid in cover. Boom, boom, boom. The boss's attacks came in all directions. A large part of the wall collapsed, and dust flew. Even though the wall blocked part of it, everyone was still affected by the skill, and suffered different degrees of blood loss, and at the same time were poisoned and infected with negative states, and slowed down, and continued to lose blood, and their attacks and defenses were reduced, etc. Soft. Jiang Shujia was in a bad position. First, he was hit by the aftermath of the skill, and then he was hit by a huge wall. His health bar dropped terribly, and he shouted in panic. Here it comes! Zhai Gangyong had already cast a purification on himself at the first moment. His movements returned to normal, and he quickly went over to heal Jiang Shujia. When the purification cooldown was over, he immediately restored the status of his teammates, and then rushed to the poison master. Skills have a cooldown time, and Zhai Gangyong was a little too busy to handle such group damage. Others paid attention to their own health bars. If it was too dangerous, they would drink berries or medicine to recover. Bang! In a panic, Renyu fired a shot, and said coldly, "The boss is in a negative state, seize the opportunity to attack." Teammate was puzzled. How could the boss be in a negative state? But looking over, the boss was indeed losing blood. Healer, give me a purification first, I'll start the fight. Xia Jinghui shouted. Zhai Gangyong gave Shinkong the purification that had just finished cooling down. Shinkong raised his head, and drank a bottle of big berry tea, and rushed in with a knife. No matter how the boss was in a negative state, it was indeed a good opportunity. Zhai Gangyong healed Renyu. Looking up, the health bar was full. The master should have also taken the advanced blood recovery potion. Like Shinkong, he saved his own health bar. He apologized, "Sorry, I can't help you. I don't need your help. Go and fill up Shinkong's health bar." Okay. Renyu is indeed in the best condition. Negative rebound, and also absorbed the boss's blue and converted it into her health value. The damage was equivalent to nothing. She didn't even drink the berry tea. Zhai Gangyong rushed in, and healed Shinkong twice in a row. Xia Jinghui, after the negative state ends, I will lead the boss to another room, use freeze, everyone should seize the time to find cover again, and then attack with all their strength. Okay. The negative state of the boss ends, Xia Jinghui calls for a stop, others stop attacking, he pulls the hatred and moves the boss, switches weapons during the process, turns around and uses freeze. The boss is frozen, temporarily loses the ability to move, others quickly find new cover, and attack with all their strength. A few minutes later, the boss was completely enraged and launched a group attack. Everyone had experience, and they got through it safely. This time, the teammates saw clearly that the boss was hit by its own negative force because it was bounced back by Renyu. Next, Xia Jinghui switched weapons, and used ice control to control the boss and beat him. Renyu took a moment to look at the starry sky. How many ice mages did the neighbor kill? Finally, when everyone was exhausted, the boss successfully fell to the ground, and everything in the living room exploded. Chapter 22 Gem Inlay. A lot of experience, about 200 per person. It happened that everyone upgraded. Copper coins were piled up here with 10, there were 6 there. They were scattered all over, roughly estimated to be around 200. Others are ring, rare, ring, fine, wristband, excellent, cloth armor, excellent, scroll, excellent, cloth shoes, ordinary, spider silk 6, wood 5, leather hat blueprint, equipment, sapphire, critical hit, ruby, defense, skill book 2, cotton cloth 5, cotton thread 4, silk thread 4, etc. It was dazzling. Next is the distribution of items. Everyone wants good things, and Renyu is no exception. She has locked onto the skill book on the ground, revealing her determination to win. Just as she was about to speak, Xia Jinghuai said first, "It was Youyu and Xiaolu who found the boss. Because of our cooperation, they gave priority to us to participate. How about letting them choose one first?" Renyu would not be hypocritical at this time, and approved this proposal. Although the boss is difficult to fight, it is difficult to kill without the cooperation of other teammates, but after all, it is the clues he provided. Lulu waved her hands in embarrassment and said, "I followed Youyu. Without Youyu, I probably wouldn't know how to get upstairs. I don't count. Let Youyu choose. I'll talk to you later." Youyu teamed up with her, which was actually a protection for her to prevent her from being hunted down. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she knew it in her heart. Being able to follow along and accidentally discovering the boss is also a kind of luck. Luck is ability. It is qualification. If you are asked to choose, just choose. Li Jiao played with the glass bottle in her hand and said, "If I had this advantage, I would not be polite. Choose. We were also a team before. It doesn't matter who follows who." Renyu patted her shoulder and said bluntly, "I want the skill book." Everyone had no objection. Renyu took the skill book. "Thank you all." Lulu stepped forward embarrassedly and took the green cloth armor, and was embarrassed to touch the blue and purple equipment. Seeing her like this, others would not persuade her any more. After all, the priority choice was given to her. Whether to choose the good one or the worse one, it was her choice. Next, choose another round according to the damage contribution. Although Renyu pulled away the hatred several times, but in terms of skills, she was jumping on one leg, and the total damage was not as high as Xia Jinghuai. This time Xia Jinghuai chose first. He chose the purple ring, which increases strength and suits his profession. It was Renyu's turn. He chose the sapphire that increases the critical strike attribute. Li Jiao stepped forward and took the blue ring. Jiang Shujie took the green scroll and put it on happily, and suddenly felt that he was much more powerful. It was Lulu's turn again. She was still a little reluctant, and didn't dare to take another green outfit. She chose white cloth shoes. Shai Gangyong was the last one. He picked up the green wristband without hesitation, and put it on, with a smile. "Thank you." He also left a green outfit for him. He was very satisfied. Continue to choose. Shinkong chose the ruby, Renyu took the blueprint, and the remaining materials were divided up one after another. The copper coins were divided equally, not so evenly. The remaining 1 or 2 were given to Xia Jinghuai, who had the highest damage. Renyu upgraded his skills on the spot. Deadly Chase Shot was strengthened twice. Skill: Deadly Chase Shot, operable at level 1, common to guns and cannons. Can cause 50 points of damage to the opponent each time. Effect: Chase Shot, has a 100% hit rate, 5% chance of flame burns. Can cause 10 points of continuous damage, lasts 5 seconds. The damage was increased by 20 points. She opened the package and looked at the sapphire. Level 1 sapphire. Critical hit 7% inlay. The critical hit rate of the Dragon Jade pendant is now 30% to 70%, with 2 holes. Renyu originally thought that this kind of operation required the help of a blacksmith, but then she saw the inlay function next to the sapphire, which seemed to be directly operable. She clicked it, and the sapphire disappeared, and was inlaid into the Dragon Jade pendant. It can really be inlaid directly. It can save a lot of trouble. Dragon Jade pendant, rare critical hit 37% to 70%, strength plus 10, intelligence plus 10, critical hit plus 2%. Sapphire, no inlay. Special item, wearable at any level. The minimum critical hit chance is increased by 7 points. There is one more hole. You can continue to inlay gems when you encounter them later. And, the sapphire level is 1, that means there are higher level gems. You can replace them when you encounter higher level gems later. Li Jiao walked towards Renyu. "Give me some materials." The two of them started the transaction face to face. Renyu waited quietly. Wood 5, wild boar meat 12, cotton cloth 6, cotton thread 5, egg 6, beef 3, silk thread 5, etc. appeared in the blanks of the transaction panel in front of him, filling the entire transaction panel. "Okay. That's all." After listening to Li Jiao, Renyu quickly calculated and summarized the previous prices, entered the number of copper coins, confirmed that they were correct, locked, and finally pressed the trade button to complete. Seeing the eggs, Renyu's eyes lit up. And before she could ask where the eggs fell, Jiang Shujia rushed over to initiate the transaction. Lady. He threw a bunch of things. Zhai Gangyong, Yoyu. What do you take? Renyu, chef. I take all the materials that the tailor needs. Zhai Gangyong initiated the transaction. Xia Jinghui, you can sell me the mineral materials. Li Jiao glanced at the package, walked towards Xia Jinghui, and started trading. She couldn't mind, but she occasionally dropped them when she killed monsters. So the quantity was not large. Lulu seemed to be interested, but hesitated, and still didn't dare to speak. They seemed to have known each other for a long time. As a latecomer, she was somewhat uncomfortable. After throwing away the things, everyone returned to the third floor and left through the window. Standing on the ground again. Renyu, fight the whirlpool? It was originally planned to fight the whirlpool this afternoon. And now with the boss as an appetizer, everyone is even more eager to try. Fight. Jiang Shujia, if you can't win, just treat it as a death experience. They say it's like sleeping, but when you revive, you're lying on the street in the safe zone, which is easy to be watched, a bit embarrassing, and your equipment will drop, which is very sad. Has anyone succeeded? Renyu has been busy and hardly checked the channel. Is there anyone who can share their experience? No one knows whether it succeeds or not, and no one shares their experience, because they are all very smart, and they just read and reply randomly. Zhai Gangyong said as he opened the panel saying, Look, it's still the same, no one is serious. Renyu simply clicked into the chat channel to look through everyone's chat records. Is there anyone asking questions? Yes, but as Zhai Gangyong said, I have read and replied randomly. Cool summer night. Who succeeded in the whirlpool? I want a strategy. Hopeless. What strategy? You will know after lying down on the safe zone street once. Moonfishing monkey's moon. No one can get my death experience for free. Sansan lights a cigarette. Killing the master with random punches. Damn. I lost my shoes. Flute under the moon. Damn. Whirlpool pulled my pants off. Buns without wrinkles. The upstairs is so white. Watching. Flute under the moon. Humph rogue. It does have the atmosphere of a regular online game. Keep flipping. Little face slightly yellow. At Bai Minjiayu, Daddy is awake. Come over and give me some milk. Coordinates. Bai Minjiayu, call me Grandpa. Tazia Yayo. The gunner is looking for a fixed team. There are 3 pieces of equipment. Lioli Fairy. Asking for regular food. Ask for drinking water. This fairy is starving to death. For Sea's Overlord. Same as above. Who has food? Sell me some. Not finding any useful information, Renyu reached out to close it, and just then he heard Li Jiao say, I'm going to the safe zone to recover my strength. The recovery speed there is fast. Renyu nodded. Remember to list your valuables in the trading hall. If you don't really want to sell them, you can list them at an outrageous price, and then withdraw them after you defeat the vortex. Li Jiao, that's a solution. Jiang Shujia's face fell, and said, but the most expensive thing is the equipment, but you definitely can't fight without the equipment. Everyone laughed. It seems to be true. Renyu, I'll go home for a while. And then I'll go to the safe zone to meet you. Shinkong was opening the panel, operating something with his hands. Hearing Renyu was about to leave, he closed the panel. Wait! Seeing everyone looking over, he said, my friend's team of 7 was wiped out. Not everyone will drop their equipment. It depends on luck. You are not allowed to take medicine in the vortex. It is best to take recovery items in advance. He suggested that we have at least 2 melee fighters, 2 nurses. But don't believe it completely after all. When they fought, all of them were at level 2, level 3, not fully equipped, and no particularly outstanding damage value. My idea is, it's better to bring only 1 nurse, and find a fighter with full equipment and high defense. Choose a fighter, because their level 3 skill Shadowless Kick. It has a certain chance of fatal damage, and it does great damage to the boss. Boss Shinkong, after all. No one has ever fought him before. Why don't we add another healer for safety? We don't need 1 more. Zhai Gangyong thought of the embarrassment of adding blood just now, felt a little embarrassed, and worried that the boss in the vortex would also attack in groups, and he was still too busy. Jiang Shujia agreed in a low voice. I agree, in order not to die, in order not to lose equipment. I have no objection. Li Jiao said. Then let's look for it. If we can find a group, bring it with us. After we have fought it once and gained experience, we will make adjustments. Renyu said, and looked at Lulu, who was not in good condition. Will you join us? Lulu was struggling. She was seriously short of equipment. Today was a blessing in disguise. First, she changed her weapons. Then she got 2 more pieces of equipment by accident when she fought the boss. Before they were warm, she was worried that they would be blown up when she fought the whirlpool. So when she heard them talking about fighting the whirlpool, she was struggling with her conscience. Now she heard Yoyu ask, she thought for a while, and said, I don't want to fight anymore. I want to join a team to kill monsters. I'll try again when I'm at a higher level. Okay, we'll work together again if there's a chance. Well, thank you for your care today. We'll work together again if there's a chance. Lulu thanked him solemnly. Seeing that they had finished talking, Xia Jinghuai looked at Renyu. I called someone from the channel. Let's go back home together. We can hurry on the road without delaying the communication. You can take care of me when I'm distracted. Okay. Everyone left the construction site and separated at the intersection. Before they separated, Renyu looked at the others and said, Go to the trading hall and see if there is any flour and rice. If there is, buy it for me, as long as the price is not too outrageous. I will make lantau ramen and egg fried rice. One increases life, and the other restores mana. Lantau ramen, excellent, used to temporarily increase life by 20 points. Restore 4 life points per minute. 3 fatigue points, and last for 45 minutes. Egg fried rice, excellent, used to temporarily increase mana by 15 points. Restore 4 mana points per minute. 3 fatigue points, and last for 45 minutes. Adding recovery items such as roasted wild boar meat. Renyu had a hunch that their success rate should be higher than others. Okay. Lulu and the others went to the safe zone together. Renyu and Xia Jinghuai returned to the residential area. On the way, Renyu went around the wasteland before, asked Xia Jinghuai to protect her, and she found the wheat hidden in the grass. Lucky, it's not dug up by anyone. After collecting, the two left quickly. Back to the residential area, Renyu took out the storage box and put it away, poured things into it. While busy, he realized belatedly, killed the boss, and there seemed to be no first kill prompt. It seems that someone got the first kill of the boss earlier than us. TSK, I don't know who is so lucky. Chapter 23 Whirlpool. With 2 more storage boxes, a large area of the package was immediately emptied. After sorting out the things, Renyu clicked on the chef's skill page and made props. Lantau ramen, excellent, 2 flour, 1 beef, 1 mineral water. Egg fried rice, excellent, 1 rice, 2 eggs, 1 meat. Due to the lack of flour, lantau ramen can only be made for 1 serving. Egg fried rice can be made for 3 servings. Li Jiao sold her 6 eggs, and she had 6 cents of rice, all of which were harvested from the construction site. The meat needed for egg fried rice is not classified because it does not need to be classified. Any meat is fine. If there are more than 2 kinds of meat in the package when preparing for processing, there will be a selection prompt. Renyu chose wild boar meat. The production time of these 2 props is 3 minutes. The cooking pot and the frying pan are ready-made. This time, there is no need to unlock any props again. Renyu finished the production in order. Due to the double effect, there were 2 more bowls of lantau ramen in the package, and 6 servings of egg fried rice. He also roasted a few crucian carp and carp. Then she sat down to rest and recover her strength, and opened the panel to allocate the attribute points for the upgrade reward. Add another point to agility. Influenced by the boss battle that just ended, she found that the group attack speed of the boss in the furious state was very fast. Although the environment at that time was limited, and it was not easy to dodge, Renyu still felt the pressure in terms of speed. Agility. She still had to continue to improve. The remaining 3 points were still added to strength. Upgraded to level 8. With all the equipment bonuses, the health volume exceeded 900. Although it hurts to be hit by the boss, it is not life-threatening. Of course, it is still unknown whether the boss and the vortex will do more damage. However, it is also a number that gives me a sense of security. When I was about to close the panel, I saw a chat message pop up in the channel. The previous team did not disband, but Lulu left alone. Team Starry Sky, seek your opinions. The healer with complete equipment and good level is paid to fight the vortex. The basic price is 50 copper coins. If successful, you are required to choose 2 items to drop first. If not, 50 copper coins will be paid. What do you think? Team Soft and easy to push down. Damn, so dark? Why don't we just not form a team? Team Yoyu, I don't accept it. Team I'm not a beast. Don't form a team. Let's fight by ourselves. Team. Purple lips and smile. What kind of logic is this? Does the other party bring a clearance strategy? Or does he not get experience by fighting the vortex? Let him stay where he wants. Xia Jinghuai's second message appeared. Team. Starry Sky, I will continue to advertise to see if I can find someone with average strength. The main reason is that there are only level 5 monsters inside, 500 HP. It hurts a lot when hit, and one healer may not be able to handle it. If we can't find a team, let's try our best. At Yoyu, the captain first recruited a fighter, formed Silver Broken, a level 5 fighter, with good equipment. Rinyu operated. Silver Broken joined the team. Everyone welcomed him on the team channel, and Rinyu received a message at the same time. Li Jiao and the others didn't buy materials such as wheat and rice. If you don't buy it, then don't buy it. At this stage, everyone's food is running out, and this kind of material is the most scarce. It's time to go. Rinyu got up and opened the door to go out. His eyes suddenly paused, and he looked diagonally across. There's a new tenant. I didn't notice it when I came back just now, and then I saw a sign on the door of the house across the street, La Wuhan's home. Squeak. There was a sound of a door opening next to him. It was Xia Jinghuai. Let's go. Okay. On the way, Xia Jinghuai checked the panel from time to time, but he didn't get a second nurse until he reached the safe zone. After meeting up with the others, Rinyu met the fighter Swain. They greeted each other and prepared to set off. Xia Jinghuai suggested fighting the vortex in the city, which is not far from the safe zone. And it is also a no-war zone, so there will be no unnecessary trouble. Swain, the best items to eat when entering the vortex. Do you have any? Do you need to go to the trading hall to see if you can buy them? Zhai Gangyong pointed at Rinyu. The sharpshooter has them. And she has a full range of items. Rinyu, not so full. Only items that increase physical attack, magic power, life and mana. The latter two are not in large quantities. There are only 2 items that increase life, and 6 items that increase mana. Swain was surprised. Isn't this called full? He bought the recovery items himself, so he didn't need to ask the captain to buy them. When we arrived at the entrance of the vortex, there were many players selling recovery items at high prices, and there were also healers who were bidding for team formation. After the vortex appeared, the healer circle has formed their own rules. Do you want to join? Xia Jinghuai looked at everyone. I advertised a lot, and no other healer joined me except for paid ones. Swain cast a vote against it. We share the experience equally, and we have to pay extra money. If we pass the level, we have to give him 2 more drops. The key is that we have to be the first choice. Why are these healers so arrogant? I object. Zhai Gangyong said weakly. I am different. I'm not talking about you. Swain said. Li Jiao's attitude remained unchanged, and she still expressed her opposition. Forget it. Each profession has its own development path, and we just need to respect it. But our preparation does not mean acceptance, and I don't want them to take advantage of us. After that, she patted Zhai Gangyong on the shoulder and said with a smile, but I am very hypocritical. Soft. Wait until the vortex is over, and you can also make money. Zhai Gangyong. I don't know why, but I just don't dare to speak. Rinyu smiled and said, then keep the team unchanged. Don't form a team. Eat the props, and then enter the vortex. Li Jiao, give me 1 for life and 1 for mana. Xingkong, give me 1 for life. Rinyu quoted a reasonable price, and the two had no objection, and traded separately. Swain opened the package, took out a piece of mung bean cake, a piece of red date cake. Mung bean cake, normal eating it can increase physical attack by 5 points, restore 1 mana point per minute, 1 health point, lasting 10 minutes. Red date cake, normal eating it can temporarily increase health by 10 points, restore 1 health point per minute, 1 fatigue point, lasting 20 minutes. Just after taking a bite of the red date cake, I saw the poison master take out a plate of fried rice and show off like crazy. Fried rice? Swain just said in surprise. There was a slurp sound from the side. A familiar fragrance passed to his nose. He turned his head suddenly. The voice rose. Beef noodles? Where can I get beef noodles? Several nearby players gathered around. Do you have any more beef noodles? How much is it? Give me 1. Rinyu spread his hands. Sorry, I'm short of materials, and it's out of stock. After saying that, he took out a grilled fish. I had eaten grilled fish when I fought the boss before. Now there were only 10 minutes left. I was worried that I couldn't finish the whole vortex, so I just ate another portion. Although the time was not accumulated, those 10 minutes could only be wasted. The smell was also very tempting. Many players directly popped up the trading panel at Renew because of his conversation. They were eager to buy. Renew closed them one by one. I only brought my own food, and I didn't bring any extra goods. I'm sorry, everyone. The players then dispersed in disappointment. Beauty. I applied to add a friend. Please approve it, someone reminded before leaving. After the strangers left, Swain came over and whispered, Captain, do you have any extra food that increases physical attack? Give me some. Captain Treasure. He thought he could still buy something from the captain. Only ordinary quality grilled fish, which lasts for 20 minutes. Renew quoted a price. Swain accepted it, and the two quickly completed the transaction. Swain finished the red date cake in 2 bites, put away the mung bean cake, took out the grilled fish and started eating. When a piece of fish entered his mouth, his eyes were red with excitement. It's delicious. Woo woo. It's so delicious. The other teammates finished the items in their hands very calmly. After eating, Renew, the team leader, stood in front of the vortex. As soon as he approached, a prompt popped up in the void, which was visible to all team members. The risk in the vortex is very high, and it is recommended to cooperate with multiple people. An exploration team was detected, and the strength is decent. Do you want to enter the vortex? Yes/no. Renew, click. The team members responded one after another, click. Jiang Shujia also said, click where you don't understand. Renew pressed yes, and the team members' eyes flashed collectively, and they were standing in a rocky cave, with dim light and a hint of gloom. It's actually a bit scary. Shai Gangyong rubbed his arms, shuddered, and said. Swain glanced at him in surprise. You are so big. How can you say it's scary? I just look scary, but I'm actually very timid. Shai Gangyong said, as he moved closer to Jiang Shujia and said in a pretentious tone. Show. It's too scary here. Hurry up and call our baby out to protect me. Renew didn't shiver when the scene changed, but he couldn't help shivering at this moment, and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Li Jiao was close to the two of them, and kicked them directly. The game balanced her attack, and it was invalid. Shoo! Xia Jinghuai reminded everyone to shut up. Once it was quiet, the sound in the ears became clearer. Rustle. On the uneven ground in front, 2 green eyes first appeared, and then a strange-looking thing appeared. A mouse's body and a frog's head. The upper body was bumpy, and mucus was oozing out, which looked a bit disgusting. Quack! A frog's croaking made Renew and others feel that their eardrums were slightly vibrating, which was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone locked onto it at the same time, and saw the monster information. Mutated rat frog, level 5, HP 500, skills impact, 9. Let's fight. Renew locked onto it, and fired a shot. The words -168 exploded on the top of the mutant rat frog's head, normal damage, no critical hit. Her skill was enhanced twice to increase damage. With upgraded attribute points, the total damage value exceeded 150, and finally with the item bonus, it was an amazing blow. Such a high attack. Swain was shocked, forgot to attack, and suddenly looked at Renew. Oh my god, how come your damage is so high? Not only is the attack high, but the attack speed is also fast. Xia Jinghuai attacked with slash, and added with a smile before connecting with wind slash. Obviously, his skill was activated a little faster than Renew's, but he didn't expect that Renew's first attack would land before him. Other skills also arrived. Swain came to his senses, and used the Vajra Fist. Poison Kiss and Soul Split followed one after another. After a fierce beating, the first monster was killed. The swordsman and the fighter both lost blood. Shai Gangyong ran back and forth to restore the blood bars for the two. Renew looked at the drop. Experience 25. The system automatically helped them divide it. 10 copper coins. 2 toad venom. 1 grass shirt. Grass shirt. Renew and Xia Jinghuai looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This is the first time I've seen a grass shirt, Renew said. Me too. Both of them had a bad feeling. Grass shirts. Wouldn't they only appear in dungeons? Fortunately, the required quantity is not high. What are they used for? Li Jiao asked. Renew. Materials for repairing residential houses. She looked at everyone. The distribution of boss drops depends on the output. And how do you want to divide the monster's drops? Broken silver, Each of you choose what you need. Jiang Shujie. The types and quantities are not evenly distributed. Li Jiao suggested. Everyone takes turns to pick up all the monsters' drops. And the order is determined by the scissors and bags. Whoever gets his turn will get it. And what the monsters will drop depends on your luck. If the number of monsters is not just right, you can't complete a round, and don't worry about the loss. Xingkong, okay. I agree. Zhai Gangyong said. Swaying, okay. Jiang Shujie also raised his hand, indicating his agreement. Since no one has any objection, then hurry up and decide the order of picking up. I heard a rustling sound. Renyu. Everyone quickly sorted. In the end, it was concluded that Jiang Shujie was first, Xingkong was second, Swaying was third, Renyu was fourth, Li Jiao was fifth, Zhai Gangyong was last. Jiang Shujie went forward to pick up the dropped items. And the second monster also rushed over with a quack. Captain, I will pull the monsters with the swordsman. And you will be responsible for finishing off the monsters. Let's use the monsters to adjust the battle. To prevent the hatred from being messed up when fighting the boss. Swayin said. You don't have to follow the conventional online game style. Xingkong said with a smile. The hatred will definitely be messed up. I can handle it. You just need to output with all your strength. However, the healer's blood-adding operation needs to be honed and coordinated. In addition to throwing accurately, he must also ensure his own safety, and try not to be swept by the monster's skills. Zhai Gangyong, okay. I'll pay attention. And I'll work hard. The skills were fired at the same time. And Swaying quickly understood the meaning of the hatred that would definitely be messed up. This time when you hit a critical hit, a number of more than 200 exploded above the monster's head, silver fragments, broken. Can't hold it at all. The monster fell to the ground. Apart from the experience, the rest dropped. 10 copper coins, 2 toad venom, 2 wood. It was Xia Jinghuai's turn to pick it up. He smiled and shook his head. Although it was also a material for repairing the house, he wanted the straw shirt more. Continue to fight, exploded. 5 copper coins, 2 cotton cloth, 1 straw shirt, 2 cotton thread. The number of copper coins decreased, but there was one more item. Everyone was advancing on the bumpy and somewhat slippery ground. Suddenly, a small monster that had been lying in a blind spot on one side of the wall suddenly jumped out and flew towards Renyu, who was closest to it. Be careful. Renyu rolled on the ground and dodged, and stood up to shoot. Jiang Shujie was not far from Renyu. He panicked for a moment, and his skills missed. Another person, who was close, was Swain. He jumped into the air, and slammed down with his shadowless kick, knocking the mutant rat toad that flew into the air to the ground. The others rushed forward, and various skill special effects covered the small monster, and its health bar was cleared. In addition to the fixed experience, 8 copper coins, 2 grass shirts, and 1 toad venom were dropped. This time it was Renyu's turn to pick up the items. He happily stepped forward to grab the package and opened it to take a look at the grass shirt. Finally got the grass shirt. But 8 more were needed. Let's continue to move forward. 2 small monsters appeared in front at the same time. Xia Jinghuai suggested, we can challenge them. I will use a group attack skill first. And then I will grab one with Swain. The captain has high damage. So remember to shoot evenly. Others can do whatever they want. Healer, keep an eye on our blood. We may encounter more monsters at the same time later. It's time to exercise your reaction ability. Okay. Zhai Gangyong occasionally acted weird, but he was very serious at this time. Xia Jinghuai stepped forward, used Wind Slash, and pulled the hatred of the 2 monsters together, and Swain rushed forward and punched one of the monsters hard. The attack of the other monster hit Xia Jinghuai, and although he dodged, he did not completely avoid it, and lost more than 70 points of health in an instant. Zhai Gangyong was busy healing, and ran around in circles according to the terrain, and when he saw the opportunity, he threw another healing spell, and restored some health to Swain, who did not dodge and was hit. Renyu shot and supplemented the shots in turn, and Li Jiao and Jiang Shujie each selected one to help, and the monster fell to the ground after a while. The things that exploded were similar. But Xia Jinghuai was attacked again, and his health dropped by more than 90 this time. Everyone rested in place, waiting for Zhai Gangyong to fill everyone's health bar in turn, and then prepared to advance. Li Jiao said, next time I will try to open the monster, and the poison fog will be in a state before the melee attack. Okay. 3 small monsters rushed towards them. Fortunately, poison fog is also a small group attack skill. A wave of poison fog was sent, and the small monsters were poisoned. and their movements were restricted. Xia Jinghuai sent a wind slash over, and the three small monsters lost blood at the same time. He grabbed one and started fighting. Renyu selected one to shoot, Sui Yin held the other, the draw fist followed by shadowless kick. The monster lost a lot of health. Jiang Shujia led the zombies to finish off. When the monster's negative state ended, it bit Sui Yin hard. Zhai Gangyong sent a healing spell to it in time, and the declining health bar was instantly pulled back. This is a good timing. Sui Yin praised, Zhai Gangyong was praised, just as he figured out a coquettish move, prepared to do something weird. A gunshot passed by his ear, his body hurt at the same time, his heart beat violently, he instinctively cast a healing spell on himself, and then jumped to the side and turned around to look. No one noticed that there was a small monster hiding behind the strange rock nearby. The noise just now did not attract it. When they were about to take a breath after the fight, it suddenly attacked. Fortunately, Renyu reacted quickly and shot it. The monster's body was tilted, causing the skill to deviate slightly. It only caused a little scratch to Zhai Gangyong, and he lost more than 30 blood, which was instantly recovered by him. You still need to concentrate your energy. Li Jiao stepped forward to kill the poison, and said at the same time, when the battle was over, Zhai Gangyong was still a little palpitating. His face was slightly pale, and he nodded repeatedly. Continue, pay attention to the blind spots on both sides, pay attention to the back of the strange rock. Renyu reminded. Everyone advanced slowly, but they were more vigilant than before. After fighting and taking a break, finally, half an hour later, they saw a huge boss with red font. A huge toad. Renyu, rest in place for 2 minutes, recover your stamina, recover your mana, and start fighting in 2 minutes. Zhai Gangyong filled everyone's health bar, and meditated to restore mana. Sui Yin, my shadowless kick has an attribute, which is that when fighting the boss, there is a chance of a critical hit, which can knock off hundreds of drops of blood, and double the damage caused within 3 seconds, so if it is triggered later, everyone should output a wave with all their strength. Okay. Everyone responded. Xia Jinghuai, whether or not it triggers a critical hit, I will freeze you after your attack is over. Everyone continued to attack. The freezing effect ends, and the poison master goes into the state. After that, I will continue to freeze you. After the freezing ends, you continue to go into the state. Let's take turns to control a wave. Renyu was surprised. How many mage skills did he save? Others were also surprised. Sui Yin simply asked directly, so many temporary skills of mages? It seemed that they were all ice mage skills. Did he poke the ice mage's nest? No. My two main professions are swordsman and ice mage. Xia Jinghuai. It was an accidental operation. It was a bug. I didn't expect it to be successful. The game was probably also shocked by his bold operation. He actually rewarded a residential building and a title. Awesome. Jiang Shujia couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Others also said, this is a big deal. Xia Jinghuai said modestly, it may not be a good thing. Seeing that he was not shy about this topic, Renyu confirmed it again. So you have two main professions and a life skill? Yes. It's really amazing. Renyu thought she was unique enough, but she didn't expect her neighbor to be even more unique. After resting for a while, Renyu stood up. Get ready for battle. Chapter 24 First Clearance. The bonus time of several teammates' items has expired. The attack bonus disappears. Life. Fatigue recovery bonus disappears. Only the bonus time of high-level items is still there, but there is not much time left. Everyone does not delay anymore, and all stand up. The place where the boss lives is wide. Several people stand at a certain distance. Sui Yin goes forward to attack the monster. The shadowless kick does not only come with the action of jumping, but also has a very fast running. Sui Yin leaves a string of phantoms and disappears in front of everyone, rushes to the vicinity of the boss. His body flexibly flies into the air. His feet wrapped in special effects golden light swing in the air, press down hard, and hits the top of the boss's head heavily. Boom! The halo spread like ripples. A red letter of -480 exploded on the boss's head, but the health bar was barely visible. The health was ridiculously thick. Hit! Renyu shouted coldly. Xia Jinghuai had already prepared his weapons, took out a green magic staff, raised it, and shouted. A large number of snowflakes condensed out of thin air, frozen the boss into an ice lump, and began to lose blood continuously. Then he instantly switched to a knife, appeared in front of the boss in a flash, and chopped it down. The others did not delay. All kinds of special effects light, special effects sound merged, and all of them smashed towards the boss. Crack, crack, Crack. Among the various special effects, the sound of the ice breaking was extremely subtle, but Xia Jinghui and Swain beside the boss heard it very clearly. Xia Jinghui, Poison Master. Here it comes. Li Jiao cast Poison Mist, and the boss, who had just broken the ice, froze slightly and slowed down visibly. The freezing will only affect the boss for half the time. Xia Jinghui's voice came from the other side. Li Jiao carefully observed the boss's state and sighed. The effect of the poison mist is also relatively small. Ringyu, it doesn't matter, 1 second of control is 1 second. Quack! The boss struggled out of the negative state, and suddenly a frog croaked. The sound-wave halo was visible to the naked eye, rippling in all directions. Everyone lost blood, and felt their ears buzzing, and temporarily lost their hearing. At the same time, Rinyu retreated several steps due to the impact of the air wave, and almost let his weapon fall out of his hand. Swain and Xia Jinghui were more miserable. The former was blown away from the boss's head by this force, and fell down after hitting the wall hard, and the latter was also thrown several times, and the staff he had just switched out fell 2 meters away from him with a clang. Zhai Gangyong was also affected, and the healing spell he threw out missed the target. Neither of the two teammates took advantage of this. Bang! Ryu stabilized his body and tried to fire a shot, triggering a critical hit, knocking away more than 200 HP. Xia Jinghui jumped up, grabbed the staff, and cast an ice freeze, temporarily controlling the boss. Buzz! His hearing returned. Continue. Don't stop. Silver coins. Poison Master. Get ready. Xia Jinghui shouted. Heal and add blood. Here it comes. Zhai Gangyong rushed over, refreshing the health bars of the two back and forth. Swain also stood up again and jumped into the air. Bang! The critical hit was not triggered. The damage value was less than 100. But fortunately, the boss was temporarily controlled. Everyone used various skills together and beat them hard. When spiderweb cracks appeared on the ice layer, Li Jiao's poisonous fog descended again, shrouded in misty green fog. The boss's movement slowed down again. Zhai Gangyong pulled back the health bars of the two people, while running back, while waiting for the skill to cool down and preparing for Li Jiao and the others to add. Rinyu shouted back, "Don't worry about us, fill them up first." Although Li Jiao and Jiang Shujia were also affected, but compared with the two melee teammates, the blood loss was not serious, and they could still hold on. Swordsmen and fighters have high damage, and they are very important. Okay. Zhai Gangyong ran back again. Jiang Shujia attacked with the zombies. Li Jiao kept the poison mist cool down and continued to poison, taking advantage of the gap in the continuous control. Zhai Gangyong finally restored Shinkong and Suain's health bars to more than 90%. Xia Jinghui switched weapons and cast ice, and trapped the boss again. But this time, Rinyu caught a glimpse of something strange, and said, "The boss's eyes are a little redder than before. Be careful." Xia Jinghui switched back to the long sword, just nodded. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Retreat!" and turned around and ran. This time, the boss was unlocked in a shorter time. It seemed to be enraged. It chased Xia Jinghui for a few steps, raised its huge head, opened its bloody mouth, and with a puff, a large amount of smelly mucus spurted out, attacking a large area. The smell was suffocating. Rinyu called Li Jiao and Jiang Shujia to retreat, and raised his hand to shoot. After running a distance and standing still, Rinyu looked back and saw a bullet-like object in the falling mucus. To be honest, as the owner of the game pistol weapon, Rinyu had never seen a bullet in a gun. The bullets fired were also wrapped in special effects light, like dazzling meteors in the eyes, with a long tail of light effects exploding on the monsters. Not to mention the magazine. She didn't know how to open the magazine at all. It seemed that there was no such operation. But now, she saw her bullets. The mucus was like a thin film, not only airtight, but also stuck to her bullets. If it was wrapped around a person, you don't need to think about how uncomfortable it would be. Treatment, add blood. Xia Jinghui's voice came from the side. Zhai Gangyong ran from another direction, replenishing Xia Jinghui's blood bar. Data. Swain also ran over, and lined up for treatment. The two of them received the most treatment, but at this time, his health bar was still the lowest among the few people. Luckily, he had good equipment, otherwise, he would not have been able to resist for so long. Rinyu looked up and saw that the boss was still angry, spinning back and forth anxiously, but he did not continue to chase him. And on the ground, the sticky liquid did not disappear, and he could not find a place to land for a while. Beast, summon a zombie to walk over. His zombie did not escape, and it had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Shujia said awkwardly, "It's still cooling down." Li Jiao thought of something, turned her head to look at Xia Jinghuai. "Can I borrow your staff? I'll cast a firewall spell, and see if I can burn the slime on the ground." She has a temporary skill of a fire mage. Xia Jinghuai threw the staff out. Li Jiao picked it up, walked to the edge of the slime, cast the mage's level 3 skill firewall. Boom! The temperature in the cave suddenly rose. A wall of fire appeared out of thin air from the ground, and extended towards the boss. It was just a little far away, so it couldn't burn the boss, and couldn't cause any damage. However, there were waves of turbid mist floating on the ground, accompanied by an even more unpleasant stench, and it rushed straight to the top of people's heads. Renyu and Li Jiao covered their mouths and noses and retreated. After returning the staff to Xia Jinghuai, Li Jiao turned back and said, "Go on." Renyu nodded, and quickly approached the boss. One of them was in a state, and the other was shooting. When the flames on the ground disappeared, Shinkong and Suiying rushed forward again, and everyone launched a new round of attacks. The validity of the advanced props ran out, the attack power dropped a little. Xia Jinghuai, Li Jiao's health also dropped a little. Luckily everyone gained some experience, and managed to reduce the boss's health bar to only 1/3. During this period, Xia Jinghuai and Suiying were almost taken away twice. Zhai Gangyong attacked them left and right, and barely managed to hold onto a layer of blood, pulling them back from the brink of death. Renyu asked the two to retreat and rest. She, a long-range attack player, relied on her high health to pull the hatred and resist the monster. Then, her teammates found with mixed feelings that she was stronger than the two melee teammates. And not only was she strong, when she was hit by the boss's magic skill on the way, her health bar that had slid down was instantly restored to full. She was even better than Zhai Gangyong. Xia Jinghuai and Suiying had almost recovered, and were ready to replace Renyu, but the boss suddenly had red eyes, and Xia Jinghuai instinctively judged the danger and exclaimed, "Retreat!" Renyu also reacted quickly. Before Xia Jinghuai's voice fell, she had already turned around and quickly distanced herself, and rushed back to her teammates in a few steps. Poof! The mucus film fell half a meter behind Renyu, and at the same time, rustling, subtle movements came from the wall behind the boss. Dozens of monsters came out, and crawled towards the boss. The boss opened its huge bloody mouth, accepting the active feeding from the monsters. "Attack the monsters. Don't let the boss swallow them," Renyu reminded. Regardless of whether the judgment was right or wrong, it was intuitive that the monster should be the boss's supplement. Everyone started to attack. Li Jiao poisoned the monsters, slowed them down. Xia Jinghuai switched to the mage to freeze them. Renyu commanded, "Follow my rhythm, and focus on killing them one by one." The boss was already recovering blood. The blood that had originally dropped to only 1/3 was recovering as it swallowed the monsters. With the control of ice and poison fog, Renyu attacked continuously during the skill cooldown. And with the cooperation of his teammates, he prevented a small part of the monsters from being swallowed by the boss. After the monsters were cleared, everyone continued to repeat the previous attack rhythm. Finally, 20 minutes later, the boss erupted in the last round of frenzy. Jiang Shujia and Zhai Gangyong could not survive this wave, and fell to the ground together. One fell at Renyu's feet, and the other lay on the side of Suiying. Jiang Shujia's equipment did not fall, and a pair of wrist guards suddenly fell next to Zhai Gangyong. Li Jiao was barely alive with only a thin layer of skin left. Suiying and Xia Jinghuai were slightly better, keeping 1/3 of their health. Renyu. Even though Suiying was not familiar with the captain, she couldn't help but utter 2 words at this moment. "Pervert." Just now, I saw her health bar rapidly decreasing, but it was full again in the blink of an eye. Renyu continued to attack, taking away the last bit of blood from the boss, and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." The boss fell to the ground, and a lot of items exploded, and at the same time, a golden light flashed in the cave, and the 2 teammates, who fell to the ground, stood up suddenly, as if being pulled by some force, and their health bars were full again. It was a bit scary, but no one cared. Upgrade prompts popped up in front of everyone, and the health bar, mana, and fatigue value were restored one after another. The status was very good. "I'm resurrected? I'm upgraded." Jiang Shujia was surprised and delighted. Zhai Gangyong lowered his head, quickly picked up the equipment that exploded when he died and put it on, patted his chest in fear, and said luckily, "Fortunately, I was resurrected on the spot. Thank the captain. Thank all the teammates. Thank CCTV." No one cared about his nonsense. Staring at the void above with fiery eyes. Watching the messages pop up one after another. Player swimming fish, starry sky, silver fragments, purple lips and a light smile, delicate body. Soft and easy to be pushed down, I am not a beast. Extremely brave, successfully cleared the number 1 vortex. All the players outside saw this message. After a moment of silence, the channel suddenly exploded. Rinyu and the others were not aware of this, and were looking at the information in front of them with great joy. Congratulations on your first pass of the vortex. Reward 1 level, 200 copper coins, permanent 100 health limit, permanent 50 mana limit, 10 attribute points. No wonder I didn't see the specific experience value, but directly upgraded, it turned out to be a first pass reward. 100 life points and 50 mana limit, permanent, and 10 attributes. Jiang Shujia's stuttering voice came from the cave. Do you have it? Li Jiao couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were wildly raised. Yes. Swain stepped forward and shook Shinkong's hand. Thanks, brother. Maybe I saw your advertisement on the channel because of my good deeds in my previous life. Maybe it was because of the smoke coming out of my ancestral grave that you chose me. Shinkong. Zhai Gangyong opened his hands excitedly, looked around, and chose to hug his beast and cried loudly. Jiang Shujia. Others. Rinyu. One more thing, I got an extra captain reward. She led the team through the vortex, and won the title of best captain. From now on, whenever she leads the team, the health, defense, and attack of all members will be increased by 5%. Jiang Shujia, lady, we will never disband. I will rely on you to kill monsters in the future. Li Jiao smiled and said, I will only hang out with you in the future. Others didn't feel unfair. First of all, the team was formed when fighting the boss at the construction site. Rinyu found the boss, invited them to fight together, and formed a team. After the end, they were ready to fight the vortex again. The team did not disband and chose to continue. Secondly, Rinyu had the highest level, and his attack was among the best. Everyone had a strong desire, and they would not think that Rinyu was wrong to lead the team, and no one thought of taking over as the captain. As long as Shinkong, who had the second highest damage, would not feel unfair, it was okay for the others. Swain would not say anything either. He was the last to join the team, and he did not think that he had to be the captain. To sum up everything, we can only say that Rinyu was lucky, and got this bonus. Everyone was pleased and congratulated, claiming that the captain would choose Rinyu in the future. Rinyu said that she did not hide it, because everyone was a team, and teammates had the right to know. But she also hoped that her teammates would keep it secret, because she did not want to receive a lot of invitations every day, and then be exhausted from leading the team. Of course, I will be happy about this kind of good thing secretly, and I will not tell others. Jiang Shujia laughed. Others agreed. Why should we tell others? This is not a world full of friendship. Next is to divide the spoils. After working so hard to get here, you want to get some good stuff, right? The ground is full of copper coins, equipment, 2 skill books, a residential residence permit, various blueprints, gems of different properties, and some other common materials. It's so much to see, and it's hard to breathe. Ring, rare, wrist guard, rare, bow and arrow, rare, cloth armor, excellent, silk ribbon, excellent, leather hat, excellent, iron knife, excellent, ruby, defense, strengthening stone, yellow sapphire, life, sapphire, critical strike, straw shirt 6, wood 15, cotton cloth 8, cowhide 6. Pick up the drops in the same way as before, explain to Swain, he agrees. Damage value. Since Xia Jinghuai and Swain had a few breaks in the middle, Rinyu took the lead and got the highest. Rinyu chose first. She looked at the skill book, and then looked at the properties of the ring, and her heart skipped a beat. She reluctantly gave up the skill book, and picked up the ring. Sapphire ring, rare, strength plus 12, physical attack plus 15, physical attack plus 8, critical hit plus 5%, added 10 points of damage when using physical skills, no inlay, durability 180, wearing level 10. Added strength, and double physical attack, added physical attack bonus, with 2 sockets, the properties are quite good. Although he couldn't change it right away. Rinyu felt that the explosion rate of equipment with this attribute would be rarer than the skill book. Xia Jinghuai was second, and he took the skill book. Broken Silver was third, and he decisively took the residential residence permit. He couldn't suppress his excitement. He had a home. Li Jiao went forward to pick it up. Compared the attributes of the wristband and cloth armor. and chose the cloth armor of slightly lower quality, and changed it on the spot. The cloth armor has an additional life bonus, which is not low. She thinks it is more suitable than the wristband. Shai Gangyong didn't even look at anything else, and took the ribbon directly. This is his weapon, and it is perfect. Jiang Shujia took the purple wristband, very satisfied. The second round. Rinyu picked up the sapphire, Xia Jinghuai took the strengthening stone. Swain said, "Don't you take the bow and arrow? Although the professions don't match, it should be able to sell for a lot of money." Rinyu, "I only choose what I need most. Arming myself is the most important thing. Some things may not be bought even if you have money at this stage." "That makes sense." Swain scratched his head. He didn't have any equipment that could use gems. He threw down the bow and arrow, and took the blue hat. Li Jiao picked up the purple bow and arrow. "I want it." Shai Gangyong took the iron knife, which can also be sold for some money. Jiang Shujia picked a material. Rinyu continued, taking the straw shirt. The other materials were divided up by everyone. The copper coins were divided equally, each person got more than 70. So far, the loot was distributed, and everyone was very satisfied. Swain suggested, "We have experience in fighting this vortex, should we do it again tomorrow? Maybe we can get some more equipment." Rinyu still needed wrist guards, earrings, and a skill book, so she had this idea, and said, "Okay, do it again tomorrow. Besides, I don't know how long her advantage of the skill of jumping on one leg can last, so before that, she should get something and save some money." "Okay," Shinkong said. Li Jiao and the others also agreed. Seeing the residential residence permit, they all wanted to get one and settle down. At this time, a countdown reminder appeared in front of everyone. Rinyu simply operated it manually and teleported with his teammates. Although the night mode has not been officially turned on, it is a little dark. Rinyu dismissed the team, "Everyone have a good rest, and gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Swain couldn't wait to settle down, so he left first. Li Jiao and the others returned to the safe zone. From tonight, they will no longer spend the night in the home square. Rinyu also wants to go to the safe zone. He has gathered all the straw shirts, but he is still short of wood. He plans to buy them all at once and go back to upgrade the straw house. Chapter 25 Wooden House. Trading Hall. Lulu is refreshing the material area over and over again. As a chef, she is limited by the materials and cannot show her skills. The more she thinks about it, the more she regrets not choosing to collect. Suddenly, player Yoyu, starry sky, broken silver, slight smile with pursed lips, delicate body and soft body. Easy to push down, I am not a beast and extremely brave, successfully passed the number 1 vortex. Yoyu and the others succeeded? Her movements were stagnant, her breathing was slightly tight, somewhat annoyed that she missed this opportunity. After a moment, she smiled and shook her head. "If it happens again, I'm afraid I will still choose to refuse, because I'm worried about losing my equipment." She lacked courage. So naturally, such a good thing would not happen. On the way back to the safe zone, one person paused, looked up at the void for a long time, and couldn't come back to his senses. First pass. Wang Tian is also a game expert, and naturally knows the conditions for being on TV. She opened the panel blankly, turned to the previous chat record, and the last one in the content was, "Shinkong, sorry. We can only cooperate again if there is a chance." Looking up, she looked at the last message she sent, "Sanfantang, no bargaining." Going up, she quoted the fee standard that was a bit harsh in the eyes of the other party. Wang Tian closed her eyes, and wanted to slap herself. Equipment is important, and copper coins are also very attractive. But neither can compare to the glory of being on TV at this moment. But she still murmured to defend herself, "I didn't expect them to succeed. I fought the whirlpool twice, and lost a weapon and a pair of straw sandals. Don't I need to make money to buy equipment?" She stretched out her hand and tapped a few times in the air. "Sanfantang, congratulations. You're on TV." After waiting for a while, she didn't receive a reply, so she hurried on again. Ran to the safe zone. Another place. Fuck. A male fighter waved his gloves and said to the people next to him, "I said Shinkong talked to me. Do you believe it? But he looked at my equipment and nothing happened. Damn. I almost got on TV. Damn it, why don't I have complete equipment?" Several people sighed, while the rest of the players frantically swiped the screen and tagged a few people on the channel to ask for strategies. The information of several people applying to add friends in the background was almost overwhelmed. Fortunately, the nickname information was hidden from the outside, otherwise it would be blocked as soon as it came out of the vortex. Rinyu looked at the information that surged in the background, studied the friend system, found the shield, raised his hand and pressed it, and the world was quiet. She retrieved the materials she had collected from the trading hall. She was lucky. She collected a lot of various materials, including wood. She also collected a storage box. It seemed that someone really sold it for 30 copper coins. She then used the search function to find wood again. She quickly bought a lot of it and made up the remaining wood. Well, she spent some money in vain. She also collected the wood that cost 5 copper coins. She had no choice. She had to stay in the wooden house tonight. She couldn't wait to upgrade tomorrow. After shopping, she returned to the house and saw Swain knocking on Shinkong's door. Yo, you just came back. Come to my house when you have time. Swain was so happy that he could not restrain himself at all. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. Have a good rest, but try not to expose yourself, or you will be hunted down easily, Rinyu reminded. At this time, Shinkong opened the door and came out, seeing Rinyu. Have you collected enough wood? I still have 8 pieces of wood left. Rinyu, enough. That's good. The straw shirt that Shinkong needed was also collected in the vortex. The amount of wood had been collected long ago. At this time, the upgrade was completed. He came out because of Swain's visit. After he finished speaking, he looked over and was forced to accept Swain's excitement. He laughed and congratulated him repeatedly. Rinyu returned home and took out the accumulated wood from the box. Repair. The materials in the package disappeared. The thatched house in front of him slowly changed its shape under Rinyu's gaze and became a happy wooden house. The thatched house had only one room, no living room, and no bedroom. But after upgrading to a wooden house, it became 2 rooms, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The original set of tables and chairs was automatically placed in the living room, and the storage box was also placed in the corner of the living room. Rinyu took out the storage box that had just been received in the package, placed it next to it, sorted out the package, and moved the things in. There was only a bed in the bedroom. In the yard, there was also a small path paved with wooden planks, leading directly to the door. Not bad, the space is much larger, but why is it not brand new? There are still cracks. Before he could finish his sigh, several prompts popped up in front of him. The thatched house has been repaired. You have obtained a wooden house. Primary residence, a dilapidated wooden house, damage degree 50%, can be repaired. Repair requires wood X 1000, window paper X 10. After repair, it can be upgraded to an intermediate residence. The level has not changed. It is still a primary residence, and can only be upgraded to an intermediate residence next time. The message continued to pop up. You worked hard to repair the thatched house. You are a hard-working person. I believe you must be very interested in farming. You can unlock a piece of farmland now. Do you want to unlock it? Coordinates. There are also coordinates for guidance. Rinyu pressed the coordinates and followed the route. Suddenly, she found a small door next to the wooden house. Opening the small door, she saw the neatly arranged farmland behind the house. There are currently 6 farmlands, but the other 5 are locked. Only the one closest to her has a sign, which says unlockable. Unlock. The farmland is unlocked. The wooden sign disappears. No other prompts. It's a bit like the setting of a farm game. She knows this, growing vegetables, but there are no seeds. Click on the mall. It's still unlocking. I don't know when it will be unlocked. It seems I have to hope for drops. Rinyu turned back home and walked around the yard. I don't know if it was her illusion, but it felt like the yard had expanded a little. She opened the door and went out. From the outside, the appearance did not change. It was still a template setting, but the inside, it was different. The attributes have also been improved. Restore life per minute. Fatigue and mana increased to 15 points. The gain range is expanded to 1,500 meters. Within this range, restore life per minute, fatigue, mana 5 points, damage received -40, 15% chance to rebound 80% of the damage. The original damage reduction was 20, the chance was only 7%, it has been improved a lot. After visiting the hut, Rinyu allocated attribute points to herself. First pass plus upgrade reward. She now has a total of 14 attributes, 10 strength added, damage value increased by 20, the remaining 4 points are all added to agility. Now in terms of speed, there should be few people who are faster than her. Then open the package to inlay the gems. Like the sapphire that exploded before, level 1, increases the critical hit rate by 7%, still inlaid on the dragon jade pendant. So far, the 2 holes of the jade pendant are filled, and the guaranteed critical hit rate increases to 44%. After a busy day, fighting 2 very tight battles in a row, it should be very tiring according to common sense, but because the upgrade status is repaired, I am full of energy at this time, and I can continue to work. I opened the panel, and took a look at the progress of life skills. Intermediate Collection, 68/1000. Intermediate Fishing, 429/1000. Intermediate Tailoring, 490/1000. Advanced Chef, 1368/5000. The progress of fishing and tailoring is similar, but I am too lazy to go out at this time. I decided to focus on equipment production, and upgrade the tailoring as soon as possible. Maybe I can get the advanced tailoring reward. He did what he said. Renew ate a piece of compressed biscuit, drank some water, and clicked into the tailoring panel. There should still be a market for ordinary cloth clothes, but Renew was tired of the old and loved the new, so he didn't want to make cloth clothes anymore. It happened that he learned the leather hat blueprint, so he made a hat. But he forgot the required materials, so he clicked to check again. Leather hat, intermediate tailor, character level 5, cotton cloth 1, cotton thread 2, pigskin 1, metal buckle 3. Other materials are sufficient, but there is no metal buckle. Metal buckle? Could it be related to forging? Renew clicked into the friend list, found the starry sky, and sent a message. Yo you, can you make metal buckles? After a while, I received a reply. Shinkung, yes, how many do you want? It is indeed a material that a blacksmith can make. Yo you, let's start with 12, what's the price? Shinkung, 5 copper coins each, you need to wait for half an hour. Yo you, okay, I'll go get it in half an hour. 5 copper coins each, the price is not expensive, after all. The leather hat is a blue item. She won't sell it for a low price. Half an hour, I'll make a pair of cloth shoes. Renew started to work. Lucky, the first pair is a green item. But the overall attributes are slightly worse than the pair she is wearing. Throw it into the package, and sell it to teammates tomorrow, or put it in the trading hall. She got up, went out, and met Shinkong, who was about to knock on the door. The two started trading. The transaction was completed. Shinkong asked, make new equipment? Leather hat. Leave one for me. Okay. After a brief conversation, the two separated. Renew went back to the house, and started making leather hats. Consumed a set of materials, took 40 minutes, received a leather hat. Leather hat, excellent physical defense plus 37, spell defense plus 59, life plus 43, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 130, wearing level 6. Character experience, tailoring skill experience each gets 30. Except for one attribute that increases agility. It is not as good as her helmet in overall attributes. Renew was a little proud, and continued to make it. Time passed by little. 2 hours later. The metal buckles were used up, and all the hats were made. There was no particularly excellent attribute. The best one could be comparable to the helmet. But it lacked the immunity bonus. Renew still wore the helmet steadily, and did not change it for the time being. The accumulated experience increased by 120 each. Next. Make a windbreaker. The materials required are 3 cotton cloth, 3 cotton thread, 2 raccoon skin and 2 spider silk. Deduct 1 set, it took 40 minutes. Get, windbreaker, fine constitution plus 8, intelligence plus 7, life plus 50, magic defense plus 57, physical defense plus 44, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 150, we're level 7. Continue. Windbreaker, fine. The attributes are still not outstanding. The third piece. Windbreaker, fine intelligence plus 7, constitution plus 8. Next. Windbreaker, rare life plus 70, constitution plus 26, intelligence plus 10, magic defense plus 70, physical defense plus 65, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, no inlay, durability 200, we're level 10. She got lucky, and made a purple outfit. It even has a hole. Renew's breath tightened, and she quickly browsed it again, and carefully put it in the storage box, and put it next to the purple ring. She would change it at level 10. Renew's confidence increased greatly, and she continued to make it. But she was lucky only this time, and she didn't get lucky again until midnight. Up to now, she has made a total of 4 hats, 6 windbreakers, and a pair of cloth shoes. One of the windbreakers was put in the storage box, and she was afraid that she would fail tomorrow, and the vortex would fail, and it would explode. The tailoring skill still needs 200 experience points to upgrade. Rinyu wanted to go up in one breath. But considering that she still had to fight the whirlpool tomorrow, she had to be in good condition and call it a day. But she was still thinking about this matter. And her hard-working little bee personality burst out, making her open her eyes just after 6 in the morning. She ate a roasted sweet potato and started working. She made 2 sets of cloth clothes and then made ingredients. There was no cushion carp material left, so she roasted a few carps, horse steppe fish and roasted wild boar meat, and went out on time. Xia Jinghui stood in the alley waiting for her. And there was also Silver. Seeing her coming out, Xia Jinghui asked, "Have you made the equipment?" "Yes. 130 copper coins." Swain asked curiously, "What equipment did you make?" "I made a blue leather hat." "You already have a hat, so you don't need to buy one." Rinyu glanced at his whole body and promoted shoes at the right time. There are also windbreakers and cloth shoes. The windbreaker has a wearing level of 7. And the cloth shoes can be worn at level 3. Do you want them? Cloth shoes are 50 copper coins. Swain touched the hat that exploded yesterday, and was glad again that he agreed to cooperate with Shinkong and the others yesterday. But when he heard that there were cloth shoes, he hurriedly said, "I want cloth shoes." "Wait a minute." Shinkong popped up the transaction panel, and Rinyu specially selected it for him. Naturally, he took the one with the best attributes and put it in the transaction column. Then both parties locked it and pressed confirm. Then trade with the silver, cloth shoes for sale. At this time, Jiang Shujia sent a message. "I am not a beast. Heroine, have you set off?" Rinyu simply initiated a team. Everyone joined the team. She sent in the channel, "Team Yoyu, set off immediately. Leather hat. Windbreaker if you want it. Let me know if you don't want it. I will directly hang it up in the trading hall. Sell it to teammates first. Everyone has a high defense and the whole team is safe. Team Purple lips and smile. I want a hat. Team I am not a beast. I want a hat. Team Soft and easy to push down. A hat. 3 hats, sold after reunion. Wait for me. Rinyu went to the trading hall, hung up his windbreaker, and 2 sets of cloth clothes, and then searched for materials. He found nothing of the popular materials, but only bought a few piles of wood. He then set the items he wanted to buy as usual, determined the price and quantity, turned around and left, and rushed to the vortex point of yesterday with his teammates. Chapter 26 Advanced Sewing. On the way, Rinyu received a reminder that 2 sets of cloth clothes were bought by other players one after another, but there was no movement for the windbreaker. The windbreaker has a high wearing level, and there are not many players who can reach level 7 now. Anyway, there is no rush, so just leave it hanging. The configuration near the vortex point is almost the same as yesterday, or even more lively. The healer who joins the team for a fee, the chef who sells props at a high price, and the team who shouts to recruit people. In addition to verbal shouting, they also send text bubbles, which are more eye-catching and convenient for other players to operate. Current Little Hands Cool, Level 4 Healing Paid Cooperation Whirlpool. If you are interested, click my nickname to add friends and chat in private. Current Wanchuan, Red Date Cake, Roasted Mabu Fish, Roasted Wild Boar, Roasted Potatoes, the coordinates of the points you need. Current Long River Sunset, Fighting Whirlpool, Level 3 or above, fully equipped long-range attack players. Click the nickname to apply to join the team directly. Current Lemon, Recruiting Level 4 or above, well-equipped Ice Mage to fight Whirlpool. Click my name to apply. Players who want to find a team can also send text bubbles, so that if you like your captain, you can directly click the nickname to recruit people. There are also poachers. A male player holding a staff saw Rinyu and his group. His eyes swept over the beautiful ribbon wrapped around Jai Gangyong's arm, and ran straight to Jai Gangyong, without hiding his purpose. "Brother, is this the Lanwu ribbon? Do you want to join our team? You can make any conditions." Jai Gangyong straightened his back in an instant, straightened his chest, and glanced at Rinyu, and said in a pretentious tone, "Xiao Yu, beg me not to leave." Rinyu smiled and kicked him out of the team. "Li Jiao, well done." Jai Gangyong. "No, the plot shouldn't have developed like this, God. You must have slipped, it must be. You are such a heartless person, my baby will never protect you again." Jiang Shujia jumped up and beat him up. Jai Gangyong ran away with his head in his hands, ran to Rinyu and applied to join the team with a smile. "Sister Yu, God." Rinyu smiled and approved his application to join the team. Returning to the main team, Zhai Gangyong breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it feels like home. Others couldn't help laughing. The mage twitched his lips speechlessly, cursed, turned and left. If you don't want to change teams, just say so directly. What's wrong with you? Renyu didn't delay any longer, and ate items with his teammates. The Lanzhao ramen and egg fried rice were gone, but there were grilled fish, but the advanced items were not complete, only the ones that increased physical attack. After eating the items, the group teleported into the vortex. Affected by the title of Best Captain, the team's health, defense, attack each increased by 5%. The confidence of the group doubled. Jiang Shujia felt that he was extremely powerful, and then he was a little bit floating, and he was hit by a small monster by mistake, and his health bar dropped a lot instantly. He rushed to Zhai Gangyong with a roar, and Zhai Gangyong cast a healing spell on him. Level 5 monsters still hurt people. Jiang Shujia was embarrassed. Although his defense has been improved, it is not as abnormal as the female hero. Not only does she have thick blood, but her defense is also high. She doesn't bleed much when she is swept by monsters. She is not afraid at all. Zhai Gangyong said with disgust, "What can I say about you?" Li Jiao passed by him and said faintly, "If you dare to be so arrogant when fighting the boss, I will poison you to death after leaving the vortex." Jiang Shujia tightened his skin and laughed, "I dare not. But there is still an advantage of the overall strength improvement. The speed of pushing the monsters is faster than yesterday. I saw the boss 10 minutes earlier than yesterday. I didn't rush to fight the monster, I stayed at a safe distance and rested. Along the way, it was inevitable to scrape." Zhai Gangyong replenished the missing blood and meditated to restore mana. Then the battle began. I had fought once yesterday, and today the cooperation was more tacit, and there were no accidents. The only delay was a moment, because of the lack of fire skills, and the inability to clear the mucus as soon as possible, but it was relatively smooth overall. Xia Jinghuai strengthened 2 skills yesterday, the damage increased, and he pulled the hatred very steadily most of the time, but his blood was not as thick as Renyu, and his overall defense was still lower than Renyu, and his blood bar dropped to a dangerous value in the middle. Renyu stepped forward to take over, and pulled the hatred and ran a circle with a giant toad, which facilitated the recovery of teammates. The giant toad boss finally fell to the ground. A lot of stuff dropped, but it was a little shabby compared to yesterday. 400 experience points each, a few copper coins dropped, and each person got more than 30. Other items: 1 residential residence permit, 2 skill books, leather boots, rare, iron pickaxe, excellent, cloth shoes, excellent, ring, excellent, straw shoes, ordinary, trousers, ordinary, boots blueprint, excellent, wardrobe blueprint, excellent, barbecue recipe, with some materials such as cotton cloth. Renyu took the skill book, boots blueprint. Shinkong took the purple leather boots, iron pickaxe. Suiyin chose the ring, wardrobe blueprint. Li Jiao took the residential permit, straw sandals. Jiang Shujia took the cloth shoes, some materials. Zhai Gangyong chose the pants, barbecue recipe. Learning that Renyu had learned how to grill, he planned to sell it for copper coins. The remaining materials were divided up by demand, and teleported away. Seeing that everyone had a house, Jiang Shujia and Zhai Gangyong were envious. Seeing the 2 of them looking eagerly, Renyu said, "I am still short of a skill book. And I am missing wrist guards and earrings for my equipment. I want to try my luck in 2 more whirlpools this afternoon. Do you have time?" Shinkong glanced at her and nodded. "I don't know if all whirlpools have first prizes. We can try to continue to open up new land. But before that, we might as well use whirlpool number 1 to gather everyone's equipment. How about it?" Li Jiao, "Sure. I have no problem with that," Suiyin said. Although they have only cooperated twice, their temperaments are very compatible. Besides, they have the captain bonus. Only a fool would not agree. Jiang Shujia and Zhai Gangyong are looking forward to it. They nodded frantically. "Renyu, gather in front of the number 1 vortex at 2:30 p.m. I will try to produce some advanced props for magic." Then he looked at the starry sky. "Help me make some metal buckles when you have time. I need 30 pieces. The amount for 10 hats." "Okay." Everyone separated and went to their own business. Renyu went to the trading hall. In the hall, countless players looked up at the void above, reaching out to operate something. Renyu also went to check the acquisition list and sales situation. 2 windbreakers were sold. She did not receive any sales information in the vortex, but the copper coins were received. The remaining few pieces were still hanging. Not many materials were collected. She searched as usual, and there were almost no cheap materials. Then she scanned the people in the hall. and the number of players who bought things was probably more than the number of materials sold. Renew clicked on the furniture column and saw the bed. Brown bed, excellent furniture that relieves fatigue, 6 hours of deep sleep, keeps you energetic all day long. Isn't this exactly what Renew wants? Although she was possessed by the hard-working little bee, she woke up early in the morning and was not infected with negative states, but the natural sleepiness due to lack of sleep still made her very uncomfortable. 300 copper coins, the price is a bit expensive. No hurry, let's take a look. Renew's eyes moved down. Small bench, ordinary resting item, restores health points, mana points, fatigue points 3 points per minute. 30 copper coins. The use of benches should not be restricted by the environment. Renew bought one, took it out on the spot and placed it on the ground, sat down, and a recovery prompt popped up in front of him. Not bad. Standing up and putting the bench away, continued to look at the furniture column. 8 Immortals table, excellent furniture, placed at home, restores health points, mana points, fatigue points 5 points each per minute. Wooden dog, ordinary furniture, placed next to farmland/warehouse. When attack/theft occurs, it will send a reminder to the owner and counterattack, reminder range 50 meters, counterattack damage value 30 points. From the attributes of the wooden dog, Renew understood a certain setting. I haven't seen the warehouse. But the farmland dog game will probably add defensive gameplay. It may be attacked by monsters, or stolen by players. The wooden dog is not expensive. Probably because the market is not big at the moment. And the price is only 30 copper coins. Renew grabbed the package. Then he found an excellent quality willow bed, which also cost 300 copper coins. When Renew was struggling to decide whether to choose one of the two, he saw the carved bed. Carved bed, excellent relief fatigue, 4 hours of deep sleep. Can be bound to a residential building. And binding can increase the owner's physical defense by 30 and mana defense by 30. Note, durability will be consumed after binding. 4 hours of deep sleep Renew liked it, and it was equivalent to adding an extra piece of defensive equipment. The price was 500 copper coins, although it was still a little expensive, but Renew felt it was acceptable and placed an order to grab it. Somewhere in the hall. Player bought your carved bed, income 485 copper coins. The pop-up prompt made Eugene Wen pause. She glanced nervously at the 4 people resting in the corner, and calmly entered the equipment area, found the windbreaker she had seen in the morning, checked the properties one by one, selected one of them, purchased, and then skillfully switched to the weapon column, selected a green bow and arrow, purchased. Searched for cloth clothes, out of stock, searched for straw sandals. A new sale information popped up on the interface. She didn't even bother to check the attributes and price, placed the order quickly, put it in the package, and then hung up the replaced wooden bow and arrow, hid in the crowd quietly, and left the trading hall. After putting on the purchased equipment, she felt a lot lighter in an instant, opened the map, pressed a coordinate, and ran quickly towards the destination. Only 3 more agility. I didn't expect the movements to be so much lighter. Eugene Wen clicked on the panel and looked at the increased life, attack, and the increased 3 points of agility, sighed, and her eyes were sore. She is probably not her parents' biological daughter. Otherwise, why would they concentrate all their resources on her brother and sister-in-law? In the past few days, she has been cutting materials and making wooden props, earning the most money and upgrading the fastest. However, except for the bow and arrows given at the beginning of the game, she does not have any extra equipment. Even her clothes are still the casual clothes she wore when the accident happened. All the copper coins she earned were used by her parents to buy equipment for her brother and sister-in-law. The 2 of them were armed from head to toe. Only she. If the game did not give her the initial equipment and props, she would not know how to survive. Yesterday, when she was chopping down a tree, she accidentally dropped a high-level furniture blueprint. After working for several hours, she made a carved bed. Her family was thinking about it again. Her brother was waiting for the carved bed to be sold so that he could buy him higher-level equipment. She also generously said, "All the equipment I replaced is yours." Her parents' equipment is not complete yet, and it probably won't be her turn to replace the replaced equipment. With this money, wouldn't it be better for her to buy brand new equipment herself? She didn't dare to think of this before yesterday. But now, thank you to the player who bought the carved bed. The timing of selling it was just right, and God was probably helping her. Eugene Wen stood in front of a row of neatly arranged houses, clicked on the package, selected a license, use. Yesterday, when she finished the carved bed, her carpenter level rushed to advanced. The game awarded her a property certificate. She kept it a secret. She has a home. Push the door in. I don't know how long I can hide it, but before they find me, I need to improve my strength. Yu Jingwen's eyes were firm, revealing a resolute coldness. Clicking on the panel, the friend list was flashing wildly. You didn't need to look to know whose information it was. The family's urgent surveillance made her suffocate. Yu Jingwen clenched her fist. Took a deep breath. Clicked into the list. Deleted all the few people. And then looked at the nickname 1 and raised her hand to operate. It costs 100 copper coins to change the nickname for the first time. Do you want to change it? The money is enough. But 100 copper coins can buy a set of cloth clothes with good attributes. But Yu Jingwen still pressed yes to change the nickname. She tried several decent nicknames, and they all showed that they were already occupied. Yu Jingwen's nose began to sweat. And she was annoyed and randomly typed "those who suck my blood will die." And it worked. Yu Jingwen. After a moment of shock, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief. And slowly laughed. And tears fell as she laughed. From now on, no one will want to suck my blood again. At the door of the residential house, the name on the sign quietly changed from "Wenwen's home" to "those who suck my blood will die." Time goes back 10 minutes in the trading hall. Lu Mei anxiously pushed the man beside her and said, "Old Yu, that damn girl is gone." Yu Chengchun suddenly jumped up and rushed into the crowd in the hall to look for her. Lu Mei followed him, with a gloomy face. "She ran away. That damn girl must have run away. I said to keep an eye on her." "Not necessarily." Yu Chengchun calmed down and shook his head. "This is the only safe area. You could always see her at night. Wenwen should have gone to chop wood." "Oh, are we putting too much pressure on her?" "Forget it. Let's go out and kill monsters, and get some stuff to sell for money. My son said his equipment is not complete yet, and he wants to buy a ring, saying that it increases attack." He glanced at his son sleeping on the floor in the corner, with eyes full of love. Stinky boy. In the past he wanted to play games on the computer every day, but now it's serious, he doesn't play anymore. Lu Mei said angrily, "How can it be the same? You also said this is serious, it hurts so much, and if it's not handled properly, he might lose his life, so we can't let our son take this risk." Open the panel again, said, "I'll send her a message, ask her where the dead girl is. Who are you showing off to? After your hard work, your intermediate tailor has been upgraded to senior tailor. Your craftsmanship has become more and more exquisite, and it's just around the corner to make a god-level outfit. You are the first player to achieve the senior tailor achievement. Rewards: 200 character experience, 200 skill experience, 200 copper coins, 1 colorful flying belt blueprint, 1 colorful silk scarf blueprint, 1 mask blueprint, gold needle, rare item. Use can increase the quality rate by 35%. Finally achieved. After making 2 sets of cloth clothes in the morning, there is still 160 experience points to upgrade. Ren Yu carefully calculated, 40 minutes for a windbreaker, 30 experience points for each character skill. A pair of straw sandals takes 10 minutes. And the character and skill each gain 10 experience points. It is more cost-effective than a windbreaker in terms of experience. More importantly, she has too many materials. There are 70 or 80 balls of hemp rope. It would be a pity if she didn't open them up and use them. So, she made 16 pairs of straw sandals in one go. And vomited from weaving. Straw sandals have different properties, so they don't stack in the package. Fortunately, she was at home. And fortunately, she had enough storage boxes. She threw them into the box as she made them. So the high-level tailoring reward didn't fall to the ground. When you open the package to check the reward, Rainbow Flying Belt Blueprint, Therapist Weapon, Rare Quality, requires Senior Tailor, Character Level 10, cannot be made yet. Colorful Silk Scarf Blueprint, Hat Equipment, also Purple Equipment, need to wait until she reaches Level 10 before making it. Mask Blueprint, Lurker Facial Equipment, should be usable by other professions? Also Purple Equipment. However, there is a blue mask in the blueprint locked on the tailoring skill interface. Ryu has been busy all the time, and has not studied it in detail. The last reward is a tailoring item. The quality rate has been improved. Not bad. Put the blueprint into the box, leave a space for fishing in the package, fill the rest of the grid with straw sandals, turn around and go out. In the safe zone. After your efforts, your intermediate tailor has been upgraded to advanced tailor. Your craftsmanship has become more and more exquisite, and it's just around the corner to make a godly outfit. Do Changming looked at the prompt that popped up in the void and laughed and shook his head. I'm about to vomit. I finally improved my life skills, and now I can concentrate on killing monsters. Compared to life skills, He prefers killing monsters and experiencing the joy of the rivers and lakes in the game's special effects sound. If he hadn't discovered that life skills had a great impact on the character's level, he would never have stopped killing monsters and focused on sewing. Although it was fun to get experience and earn copper coins from selling equipment, he still liked fighting and killing from the bottom of his heart. When the level goes up, I can wear higher level equipment, and advanced sewing can be used for a long time. He didn't know that 2 minutes ago, someone just took the first prize for advanced tailoring. By the stream, Renu looked at the empty bamboo raft in the middle, and a guess flashed through his mind. NPC, aren't they all disposable? Chapter 27, the third reinforcement. The NPC next to the tower crane on the construction site has been changed, and the task password has been changed, and the reward has been changed. Now, the old man on the bamboo raft has disappeared again, but no new NPC has appeared. What is this setting? Where did the disappeared NPCs go? Renu couldn't figure it out, so he had to put the problem aside for the time being, jumped into the water, and turned on the swimming mode. Swim to the middle of the stream, climbed onto the bamboo raft, walked back and forth twice, and did not trigger any reminders, so he sat down and started fishing. Carp. Crucian carp are caught one by one, and occasionally 1 or 2 mabu fish are caught. More Crucian carp. Please. We are short of Crucian carp, Renu muttered while collecting the rod. Unfortunately, this place is not a wishing pond, and the game has its own probability. No matter how much you can catch, you can finish at 140 at most, and you have to leave time for processing and rest. The channel is very lively. Luo Pingfei, looking for teammates to go to City B. If you are interested, please click me to discuss in detail. North Star, brother above. Why go to City B? Luo Pingfei at North Star. My home is in City B. I study in City A, and I want to go home. Now that I have reached a higher level, I want to form a team to go back and reunite with my family. Finghua, I also want to go home, but my home is too far away. It used to take 5 or 6 hours to get there by train. Now the traffic is paralyzed. I don't know how many days it will take to walk back. I miss my parents. I shouted, are there any brothers from Y City? Let's form a group to go back home. If you have any, add me. A heated discussion immediately broke out on the channel. Many people from the same hometown added each other as friends, started to chat privately to keep in touch, and talked about the pain of homesickness. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They said everything they should and shouldn't say, such as sharing resource points, such as inviting fellow villagers to their homes. Liaowen, I have studied it. You can invite friends to stay in residential houses, but you have to sleep on the floor. Don't stay in the safe zone at night. Come to my house. Ao Xiang, thanks. Brother, I'll treat you to multi-grain steamed buns and pickles tonight. Next to a forest, the boy who looks like a college student taps his hands in the air, sending a message to a fellow villager who is chatting with him. Mohang. Coordinates. Peanuts are produced at this location. The location is hidden, and it has not been discovered by other players' raw peanuts. After a while, the fellow villager replied, Lantian, no collection, I can only stare blankly, haha. The boy has a smug smile on his face. Mohang, I don't collect either, it's my girlfriend who is collecting. She has 2 life skills, collection and cooking. Look at this boiled peanuts. Lantian, my sister-in-law really made the right choice in choosing life skills. Let's meet up sometime and get to know each other. Mohang, no problem. Aquin, what are you busy with? A crisp girl's voice came from the side, interrupting his actions. On the road, the boy named Xian Quan said with a smile, I found a fellow villager, and we are chatting. We plan to form a team of fellow villagers. Fight whirlpools, kill monsters and level up, and go home together in the future. Xian Quan's eyes were full of expectations. After saying that, he glanced at the grass next to him. Have you finished picking peanuts? The young girl smiled and nodded. We have finished picking peanuts. You help me protect the law. I will make peanuts. After that, we will go to kill monsters. We will come back to pick peanuts after the refresh tomorrow. Okay. Renu put away the pole, invited teammates to join the team one by one, and she returned to the shore and started to rush at full speed. In order to save time, she did not return to the residence, but went directly to the trading hall. She first put the straw sandals in the package on the shelf, and then found a suitable corner and started making grilled fish. Players came to chat with her and asked her what she was making. But Rinyu was in a hurry and had no time to respond. She just made one after another. The players who did not get a response did not give up and gathered there, wanting to wait for Rinyu to finish before discussing in detail. After forming a team, you can see the location of teammates on the map. Xia Jinghuai found the trading hall and went over to stand aside and wait. Rinyu didn't make grilled carp. The item was enough for today. She focused on making materials that increase physical attack, grilled Christian carp. This time, 29 carps were caught, all processed, affected by the double effect. A total of 48 ordinary quality and 10 excellent quality were harvested. Beauty, you are a chef. Right? What did you make just now? As soon as she stopped moving, someone asked immediately. The game keeps the production process confidential. You can only see the player's actions throughout the process, but you can't see the operating props and the materials being processed. Only when the production is completed, the player takes out the item, can he see it, smell it, and eat it. So in the eyes of other players, Rinyu gestured with his hands in the air, can only judge the general profession by the action, and cannot see the material related. The excellent quality ones are kept, sold to teammates, and the ordinary ones are put on the shelves directly. Therefore, this time she responded, grilled Christian carp. Put it on the shelf immediately. A male player rolled his eyes, stepped forward to stop her, and said with a smile, Beauty, it's not cost-effective to deduct taxes in the trading hall. Let's trade privately. Sell it to me directly. I'll take all the ones you have. Rinyu looked at this person and frowned. It's not that she judges people by appearance, but this person gave her the feeling of being a sly person, which made her feel uncomfortable. So she said, sorry, I choose to put it on the shelf. The other party pestered, girl, let's make friends. I won't owe you any money. Why do you have to go to the trading hall? Get out of the way. Xia Jinghuai stepped forward, pushed the man aside with his shoulder, and looked at Rinyu. You go put it on the shelf. Rinyu nodded and walked around. Who the hell is meddling in other people's business? The male player was just angry for a moment, and found that the meddler was taller than him. He took a step back in dismay, and looked up and down. He found that the other party's equipment was more complete than his. Moreover, although the specific information of the other party's equipment could not be seen directly, it could be judged by the weak special effect light that the quality seemed to be quite good. He shut up completely, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd. Rinyu had already put the goods on the shelf. As soon as he turned around, the information about the sale of grilled Christian carp popped up in front of him. The straw sandals were sold out, but she was busy processing them just now and didn't have time to check. She found Xia Jinghuai and said, Let's go! Okay. The two left the trading hall. On the way, Xia Jinghuai reminded, I saw a player on the channel said that he was cheated when selling things. It was clearly locked, but the copper coins did not arrive after completion. I don't know how it was done. Rinyu nodded. The trading hall reminded that private transactions are risky, and I guessed that something would go wrong, but I didn't expect it to go so quickly. Xia Jinghuai, looking at the analysis of other players on the channel. There is no risk in setting up a stall for the time being. Not to mention the trading hall. The game party collects taxes, so it is natural to ensure transaction safety. The only risky thing is a private transaction that is operated by both parties at the same time. Rinyu has not yet developed the habit of watching the channel. Plus she is so busy, she wishes she could split herself into several pieces, one for fishing, one as a cook at home, one for gathering, one for making equipment, and one for fighting whirlpools. Therefore, she listened very carefully to Xia Jinghuai's talk on the channel. When she arrived at the whirlpool point, the others were already there. Captain, do you have the advanced magic tools? Zhai Gangyong asked hurriedly when he saw her coming. Rinyu nodded. Buy, I want 3. Zhai Gangyong initiated the transaction. Rinyu also paid attention to the steps during the transaction. He didn't think there was any problem, and didn't know how those scammers operated. There is no shortage of smart people everywhere, but some just don't use their skills in the right way. Zhai Gangyong started eating after buying. Jiang Shujia also ordered 2 portions. In addition to the magic power, he also ordered a portion that increases physical attack. His baby is physical attack, and the skills he uses require magic power, so both attributes are needed. Li Jiao came over. How many are left? I want them all. Rinyu sold the rest to her, and took out the props to eat, and then entered the vortex. Experience is less. When the first monster fell to the ground, Rinyu said. Others also noticed this phenomenon. Fortunately, the number is not much, but judging from the nature of this monster, They probably won't be able to refresh this vortex many times. Jiang Shujia. This is to prevent people from taking advantage of others, same as the setting of regular online games. Zhai Gangyong. Will the items dropped by the boss continue to decrease in the end? Jiang Shujia said superstitiously. Don't be such a pessimist. As a result, more than an hour later, looking at the fallen boss and the items that exploded on the ground, everyone turned their heads to look at Zhai Gangyong with unfriendly eyes. Li Jiao gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it. It's not his bad mouth. Maybe this is how the game is set up." Rinyu went up to pick up the skill book. Although the skill book was dropped, there was only one. Although she only needed one to strengthen her skills again. Who would complain about not having enough? After strengthening, she would continue to save. If she continued to strengthen, the skill book would probably be in demand. Fortunately, the residential permit was still dropped, and Jiang Shujia took it. The equipment was even more shabby. There was no purple equipment. The highest quality was blue equipment. A piece of cloth. A single piece. Not a whole set. One green outfit, cloth shoes. One white wooden sword. No blueprints were given. A prescription was dropped. Li Jiao took it. The number of copper coins also decreased. Each person got a little over 20. The experience given by the boss also decreased. Each person got 50 less experience points than the previous round. The drop rate of other common materials is not much higher than that of the monsters. However, it took less time than the morning game. Leave the vortex, find a place to meditate and recover, continue to play later. Rinyu strengthened his skills for the third time. Enhancement completed. Skill, Deadly Pursuit Shot, operable at level 1, universal for guns and cannons, can cause 80 damage to the opponent each time. Effect Pursuit Shot, 100% hit rate, 10% chance of flaming burns, can cause 15 points of continuous damage, lasting for 8 seconds. You have enhanced 3 times. Deadly Pursuit Shot cooldown time reduced from 0.8 seconds to 0.5 seconds. Damage increased by 30 points. The chance of flaming burns increased by 5 points. The continuous damage caused increased by 5 points, lasting for 8 seconds. In the first 2 enhancements, the cooling time did not change. This time it was reduced from 0.8 seconds to 0.5 seconds, which allowed for less intensive continuous shooting. In this way, the endurance of the weapon was not so outstanding. But it's enough. Rinyu was very satisfied. But the satisfaction lasted only 2 seconds. Because she saw the skill books needed for the next level of enhancement. 5. It has been improved. It turns out that it is not entirely the number of basic skill books that are used for the enhancement. It will increase. 5 books is 5 books. I will save them slowly. She was not slow. After the rest, everyone repeated the previous steps, ate the props, and entered the vortex. A skill book was released, and the number was also 1. Xia Jingwei picked it up, but the real estate certificate that Zhai Gangyong wanted was not released. Zhai Gangyong was a little frustrated. Let's do it again, Xia Jingwei suggested. Everyone agreed. After cooperating until now, it is no longer just a pure teammate relationship. There is a little friendship. Zhai Gangyong was moved to tears. Brothers and sisters. Thank you. Jiang Shujia didn't have enough high-level props. Li Jiao transferred one to him at the original price, and then patted Zhai Gangyong on the shoulder and said, "We also need experience. Although the experience is a bit lower. But with the experience and materials obtained from killing monsters, the income is still higher than just killing monsters outside." Rinyu took some time to look at her experience bar. Brushing the vortex, making equipment, items, fishing, etc. Now she still needs more than 900 experience points to upgrade. Brushing the vortex again. Even if the experience is less, the boss and the monsters can still get more than 300. If she works harder at night, she will definitely reach level 10 tomorrow. Open! Seeing that everyone has finished eating the items, Rinyu opened the vortex. No skill book was dropped this time, but finally the materials that Zhai Gangyong needed were dropped. Rinyu also got the wristband, but it was a blank equipment, and the attributes were average, but it was better than nothing. Wristband, normal physical defense plus 9, spell defense plus 16, life plus 10, durability 30, were at level 1. After a day of fighting 4 whirlpools, everyone felt a little bored and tired. In addition, it was getting late, and the night mode would start in another hour, so everyone stopped lingering, and the whole team rushed to the home park together. Chapter 28. Sharing Drawings. Jiang Shujia and Zhai Gangyong activated the residential buildings at the same time. Perhaps because there were many empty houses now. Their homes were next to each other, but they were separated from Renyu's home by a certain distance. Finally, I have a home! Jiang Shujie exclaimed excitedly, and took a step inside with the zombie baby, and then stepped out again with an exclamation, looked up at the exterior, and then cautiously opened the door to look inside. At the same time, Shai Gangyong also rushed out of his home, shouting, "What the hell? Where is his exquisite, beautiful brick and tile house? Whose is the shabby thatched house inside?" Jiang Shujie turned his head in a daze, and looked at Shai Gangyong, and asked each other in unison, "Is your house shabby?" And nodded in unison, "Shabby." It was so shabby. Squeak! The resident opposite opened the door and came out. A female voice sounded, "The original residential buildings are probably like this. They can be repaired and upgraded." Jiang Shujie then noticed that the hut opposite his house had already been occupied. Glancing at the house number, what a domineering name. The house where those who suck my blood will die. Jiang Shujie's scalp tightened, and he nodded blankly. "Thank you for reminding me." "You're welcome." Yu Jinwen nodded and left. Jiang Shujie looked at his brother next door, slapped his forehead suddenly said, "I remember, just mentioned the repair material, straw shirt. Didn't the heroine and the great god look for straw shirts before, said they were used to repair residential buildings? It seems that they are all broken straw houses, just the game is a face-saving project, and they gave us a look." This time he felt balanced, smooth and smooth. The thatched house treats every player equally. Even a pervert like the female hero, she initially lived in a tattered thatched house. The two nodded in approval, and each returned to their own home. No matter how tattered it is, it still has attribute bonuses, and the bonuses are very impressive. At least you don't have to worry about being attacked in the home park. There are also various states of recovery, whoosh, which are very fast. Jiang Shujie lay flat on the bed in a big letter shape, and sighed, "Finally, I can finally live a normal life. No longer need to sleep on the floor of the safe zone." The floor was rough and cold, and it was not free. This hard life was finally over. Jiang Shujie was tired after a day, and soon he began to snore. Because he was asleep, he did not notice that the baby, who never recovered automatically, was slowly increasing his health. Xia Jingwei pressed the doorbell, and a message popped up in front of him. "The owner is making it. The countdown is 15 minutes and 47 seconds. Do you want to continue waiting? Then I'll come back in 10 minutes. Xia Jingwei turned and left. Inside the house, the time was up. Renyu had an extra set of cloth clothes in his hand. Exquisite cloth, excellent, physical defense plus 21, spell defense plus 43, constitution plus 3, life plus 39, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. Exquisite pants, excellent, constitution plus 4, physical defense plus 20, spell defense plus 35, life plus 35, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 100, wear level 3. This is the first set of equipment made by Renyu after he was promoted to a senior tailor. The first set triggered the boutique. Renyu was not too excited, after all. He was promoted to an intermediate level at that time, and the two belts were green. At this time, Renyu felt that the advantages of the golden needles were not obvious. The properties are also average. It was almost the same as the one she was wearing. She put it in the package, and put it on the trading hall tomorrow. She was ready to continue without any emotion. But a message suddenly popped up in front of her. Player Shinkong had visited, and now left. There is a reminder of missed visitors. This was the first time Renyu received such a reminder. She clicked into the panel, and there was an unread private message. "Shinkong, can you make this quiver blueprint?" She responded immediately. "Yoyu, I'm free now. Let's meet in person." Unexpectedly, Shinkong was opening the panel, and the message popped up again soon. "Shinkong, this is a shared blueprint. Metal plus fabric. I have learned the metal part. You need to learn the fabric part. It is no longer possible to trade directly. You can only initiate sharing. Friend Shinkong initiated a blueprint sharing study with you. Do you accept?" Renyu felt curious and fresh, and pressed accept, and directly learned the cloth production process of this quiver. "Starry Sky, you set the price yourself, I want 10. This was the first time Renyu encountered blueprint sharing. It was equivalent to Starry Sky giving her a blueprint. Quiver blueprint, shared blueprint intermediate tailor, intermediate forging, character level 5, leather 2, silk thread 2, metal parts upper 2, metal parts lower 1, metal parts middle 1. Renyu was responsible for the production of leather parts, metal parts were completed by the foundry, and the final combination step. Interesting. The neighbor's second message arrived. Starry sky, non-urgent items, you can make them in your spare time. The two ended their conversation. Renyu didn't bother to be polite with him. The quiver part was temporarily put aside, and he continued to make cloth clothes. Half an hour later. Exquisite cloth clothes, excellent. Exquisite pants, excellent. 2 sets of green clothes in a row, I'm lucky. Continue. Cloth clothes, ordinary. Pants, ordinary. Renyu, the golden needles only exploded twice in a row. Can you help a little? He shook his head speechlessly, and continued to press the production button. This is the 4th set. The advantage of the golden needle item finally stood out. Exquisite cloth, excellent constitution plus 9, constitution plus 5, life plus 40, physical defense plus 60, magic defense plus 42, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 150, we're level 6. Exquisite pants, excellent constitution plus 8, life plus 47, physical defense plus 55, magic defense plus 43, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 150, we're level 6. Renyu was stunned for a moment before he went to confirm. It was blue equipment, not that she was dazzled. Primary equipment, blue equipment in terms of quality? Renyu laughed. Okay, I take back my previous complaints, I wronged you. She changed decisively, blue equipment replaced green equipment, and the health bar grew a lot. Her luck exploded. Renyu paused contentedly and had dinner. She ate a steamed bun, and drank a bottle of mineral water. The amount of mineral water was decreasing, and she hadn't found a place to get water. It seems I have to go out for a walk tomorrow. Renyu muttered. To fetch water. You must find a place with water. She has plucked so many sheep from that stream. But she has never reached the end. She can go and have a look. Hoping to find a water source. After eating and drinking. Continue making. If she can reach level 10 tomorrow. She will never delay until the day after tomorrow. But Bui temporarily gave up making. Renyu went to the board and found the drawings of the quiver parts that he had just learned. And prepared to give it a try. The materials are already made and very sufficient. For the leather, use civet cat skin. Start making. The quiver is of excellent quality. But because it is only a part of it, it does not take long to make. Only 20 minutes. And the experience is not bad. With 25 points. Renyu took the finished quiver parts in her hand and looked at them. Since they were just parts, she could only see the quality, and no attributes were displayed. It is more suitable for gaining experience than weaving straw sandals. I just don't know if the blacksmiths have a great demand for this part. After all, in addition to experience, she also wants to make money. If it can't be sold, she will lose real money. But the ready-made orders can be completed directly. He is not in a hurry, but I am. I am in a hurry to get this part of experience. The second one. Quiver parts, excellent. The third one, excellent. The fourth one, the fifth, excellent. When Renyu continued to process the seventh one. Quiver parts, rare. Renyu felt a pain. If this one was made into other equipment, it would be so cool. But with probability, who can say for sure? He smiled, continued, finished the remaining 3 pieces, and sent a private message to Shinkong. Xia Jinghuai sighed. The burning forge made a special sound of crackling flames, along with a clanging sound. There was also the uncontrolled voice of the character, ha, ha, ha. Finally, a long sword was made, glanced at the attributes, shook his head in disappointment, and threw it into the package. Will you never make a sword with top-grade attributes again? Xia Jinghuai's eyes were persistent and tenacious. Keep going. I don't believe that luck only comes once. Triggering the production. The materials in the package were reduced by 1 group, and the forging process of the previous round was repeated. Finally, when the time was about to reach 0, his eyes lit up. Long sword, excellent, use level 7, attack range. Strength plus 15, attack speed plus 3, physical attack plus 30, physical attack plus 22. When using the swordsman skill armor breaking strike, there is a chance to increase damage by 3%. Double physical attack, with extra damage from armor breaking strike, and as his overall damage increases, the extra damage caused increases accordingly. It has better attributes than the green weapon that failed to be enhanced last time. The green weapon comes with the extra damage of the first level skill chop, increased by 10 points, rather than a percentage. Hard work pays off. What a pity, if it was purple equipment, it would last a long time. After Xia Jinghuai finished speaking, he shook his head with a smile. Don't be too greedy. After changing the weapon, he went to bed to rest. After lying down, he casually opened the panel and prepared to browse the channel to see if there was any information that could be adopted. I didn't expect to receive a private message from Yoyu. In the private message, the attributes of the 10 quivers were displayed, and the purple was particularly conspicuous in the row of blue fonts. Rare quality has been released. Xia Jinghuai looked complicated. A rare quality part, he thought Yoyu would not be too happy. He raised his hand and nodded, sent a message. Starry Sky, thank you for your hard work, trade tomorrow morning. Renyu did not see it, and was putting the straw sandals into the storage box. The batch of straw sandals made during the day was not fully carried because of the storage problem of the package, so some were left in the storage box. Now, in order to gain experience, I started to weave straw sandals crazily, and the hemp rope in the package was almost used up. Among them, my luck exploded several times, and I got 4 green straw sandals. When I sell them tomorrow, the price will be raised sharply. After clearing the space for the package, she turned back to continue weaving. She even processed the hemp rope into hemp rope, which she then used to make straw sandals, until the last ball was used up. Renyu put the straw sandals into the storage box, and looked at the time. It's only 12:30. She could make 2 more sets of cloth clothes, and rest on time at 1:30. The experience bar was also approaching the end. Make 2 sets, and make 3 more sets tomorrow morning to level up. Although the fatigue value would not run out, the physical sleepiness was still very uncomfortable. So Renyu did not plan to rush to level 10 directly all night. After finishing 2 sets of cloth clothes, I fell asleep. The 500 copper coins were not wasted. When I opened my eyes at about 5:40 in the morning, I could not help but sigh with relief. I patted the bed with satisfaction. The attributes are true. It's really a deep sleep of 4 hours. Comfortable. I got out of bed and stretched, then opened the tailoring panel and started to make things without emotion, relying on her high initial starting point. She saved up a significant fortune from the beginning. The package contained sufficient materials, which allowed her to start making trouble. 1.5 hours later, you have reached level 10, and you have obtained 4 attribute points, which can be freely allocated. You have opened a new realm, and you have obtained a skill book, and you can improve your strength and experience the joy of the world. Renyu immediately concluded that this was an ordinary level 10 reward, not the first prize. Leveling up to level 10 will give you a skill book, but it's a pity, I still need 4 more. Renyu threw the skill book into the storage box, and opened the boxes one by one, and admired her masterpiece. It was not a joy of the world, but she could experience the joy of making money today. When she saw the quiver parts in the box, she paused, opened the panel, and looked to see if her neighbor had replied. Oh, she did, but she hadn't read it. Yoyu, when you wake up, PM me to trade. As for the price, the cost is really not low. 2 pieces of leather, and 2 balls of silk thread. She collected the leather at the time, and the price was 2 copper coins, and the silk thread was 1 copper coin. So the cost was 6 copper coins, plus labor costs. Considering that it was just a spare part, Renyu added 10 copper coins. The final price was blue quality, 16 copper coins. The purple one came out unexpectedly. Renyu doubled it, added a little more, and bought it at 35. A total of 179 copper coins. Considering that Shinkong gave her a blueprint, the blueprint is not cheap either, so she gave a 30% discount on the total price, and won't give such a discount next time. She calculated it quickly, and sent the price and discount together. Unexpectedly, Shinkong was online, and immediately replied, Shinkong, okay, I'll go over now. There are still monsters outside, but for Xia Jinghuai at this stage, it's too easy to deal with them. Just right, after the transaction, I will go to the sweet potato field and dig the materials in advance. Renyu put the quiver into his backpack, turned around and went out, killed the monster at the door in seconds, and traded with Xia Jinghuai who came over. Two-way buying and selling, after trading the quiver parts, then traded the metal buckle that Renyu wanted. The new materials that were spawned today should not have been dug up by other players. I'm going to go out for a walk, Xia Jinghuai said. What a coincidence, we have the same idea. I'm going to the sweet potato field. Xia Jinghuai suggested, let's go together, and take care of each other. Although the current defense of the two can withstand several attacks from the monsters, but he was in pain, not to mention the pain, it was also annoying to be disturbed all the time. Okay. The two left together. Chapter 29 Being Targeted. After a few days, the strength of the players has greatly improved, and they are no longer as embarrassed as they were at the beginning when encountering small monsters, but I have not seen anyone coming out alone to look for resources early in the morning. After adding level 2 monsters in the night mode, level 1 and level 2 monsters are mixed, wandering around everywhere. Although it will be light at 6 o'clock in the morning, the monsters will be refreshed at 8 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock, some monsters will disappear. So at this time, places outside the safe zone are very dangerous. As for whether there are any teams out to look for resources, Rinyu and the others have not met yet. But now the competition for resource points is fierce, and no one can guarantee that there will be no more in the future. Xia Jinghuai dug a piece of ore, pointed to the place under his feet, and showed it to Rinyu. I have dug ore twice near this location, but since the day before yesterday, I have not seen the ore pile in this place again. Rinyu shot down the nearby monsters, picked up the dropped ones, and nodded. Everyone knows the importance of resources. She felt the same way. She had collected several places where bushes appeared at the beginning. Although each refresh would not appear 100% at the last location, the deviation would not be too large, and she could always find it. However, in the past 2 or 3 days, there have been no crops that can be collected. The two of them went around the wasteland. Xia Jinghuai was responsible for clearing monsters. Rinyu collected all the crops that can be collected, including those bunches of wheat. Go to the construction site. The rice over there also needs to be collected. Rinyu also wanted to see if the NPC at the construction site has been updated again. This time, he didn't know how to trigger the task, and what rewards would be given. There was another mineral in front. Xia Jinghuai went to dig. Rinyu raised his hand to shoot down the civet cat that pounced on him, turned around and fired another shot, shooting down the small monsters behind, and went to pick up the minerals one by one. Meow. The cat monster nearby swung its tail, staring at the human here with unfriendly eyes, stepped back and kicked, and pounced in midair. Swish. A flash of knife light passed by, and the raccoon fell from the sky, and Xia Jinghuai activated his skills seamlessly after mining, killing it with one move. Rushed to the construction site. Rinyu looked up, and it was empty, but the tower crane arm had not been restored, and it was still connected to the iron frame. She frowned. Won't the NPC refresh? The teammates beside her moved, and faced the giant scorpion, and started the battle. I didn't dare to be careless on the way here, so Rinyu didn't pay much attention to the changes in her teammates, and only then did she realize, your attack is higher. Yeah. After dealing with the giant scorpion that recovered blood, Xia Jinghuai nodded, with a faint smile on his lips. Thank you for your good words, and the new equipment is made. Starry Sky, Long Sword. I sent the weapon attributes to Rinyu in a private chat. Superb. Rinyu looked at it, and was very envious. Then she looked at his level. You should level up to level 10. She wanted to change to purple weapons. Xia Jinghuai went forward to pick up the dropped items, and said with a smile, Okay, I'll go home after finding the resources. Today I'll focus on forging. Using forging, you can upgrade and make money at the same time. Rinyu went over to take the rice, and looked up. I wonder if the boss has refreshed. But there are many monsters above. If you go up to check, it will definitely take a lot of time. The real purpose of coming out so early must not be forgotten. Let's go collect first. Let's go up and take a look together. Xia Jinghuai said. Okay. The two left. The two did not follow the most conventional route, because Xia Jinghuai knew several places where ore piles were found, and he would go there from time to time to dig. After all, everyone had come with Rinyu to the resource point he proposed, so he couldn't not help him back. But rushing to the sweet potato field didn't delay anything. The sweet potatoes were still there. Rinyu raised his gun and killed the wild boar wandering in the sweet potato field. Xia Jinghuai began to clear the monsters nearby that tried to pounce on Rinyu, and Rinyu focused on collecting. But when he encountered attacks from 2 directions at the same time, he was unable to split his attention, and Rinyu was still hit. The bleeding was not much, and the collection was interrupted. Rinyu stood up and shot, killed the monster, picked up the dropped items, and came back to continue collecting. Sorry. Xia Jinghuai felt guilty for his negligence, and simply followed Rinyu step by step. When many monsters pounced on him, he launched a group attack, and drew the hatred to kill them. 20 sweet potatoes. The overall harvest was quite good, only failed twice, and dug up rotten fruits. And I was lucky enough to find the blueprint, Silver Needle Blueprint. The blueprint is for forgers, and the item is a high-level item for tailoring skills. When you select your professional skills, the game will not only give you the initial weapons, but also give you the primary items for life skills. If you want to use the high-level items, you need to work hard. But unlike weapons, life skill items are replaced by overwriting. The replaced items will not return to the player's bag, but will disappear directly. Unlike weapons and equipment, you can sell them after replacing them. Renyu started higher than others. Her initial item was automatically replaced by the first prize item. She asked Xia Jinghui beside her, "Do you have the silver needle blueprint in your skills?" Xia Jinghui clicked into the forging interface and flipped through it. It's not in the blueprint column. It should only be obtained through drops. I want this blueprint. What's the price? Renyu shook her head. No, I got a bargain in the blueprint sharing. You can take this one to study. After learning, it is permanent. She can continue to make it, and put it on the trading hall to make money. The two were in a team state. Xia Jinghui went forward to pick it up. You have already given me a discount on the quiver, so we don't owe each other anything. He thought for a while and said, if I get the blueprint you need, I will return one to you then. Seeing that he insisted, Renyu did not argue anymore, because he still had to fight monsters. After wandering outside until 8 o'clock, some monsters disappeared out of thin air, and the two of them also had a good harvest. Xia Jinghui opened the map and looked at it. There is no need to go the way we came here. We can take another road to the construction site, and maybe we can still collect resources. After all, it was just after 8 o'clock, and the monsters were about to disappear, and the players had just officially come out to play, so they could still take advantage of some loopholes. Renyu nodded. Okay. Soon after the two left, an 8-man team hurried over and saw the empty sweet potato field. The team leader cursed. Fuck, we're late. The whole team looked angry and searched around. However, in addition to being able to lock nearby monsters, they could not lock other players. Did we get fooled by the team of Dark Knight? A teammate said. We let them go yesterday. It was clearly said that it was our team's turn to collect today. They must have gotten there first. The team leader Yi Beihan opened the panel and sent a message to the player Dark Knight mentioned by the team members to question him. It took more than 10 minutes before he received a reply. Yi Beihan said coldly. He said he just woke up and was still in the safe zone. He sent me the coordinates. The team members did not believe this. Maybe they came out early and went back after digging. Captain, let's come early tomorrow. We will also rob them. But it's a bit difficult to kill all the way here. Yi Beihan remained silent. On the other side, Renyu stared at the crops in the grass with joy. Red beans? 5 red beans. Collected one by one. Renyu immediately searched through the locked recipe and found red bean porridge. The recipe was rice and red beans. She happened to have the ingredients, so she could make porridge. Red bean porridge, a good product for replenishing blood, can also fill your stomach and satisfy your cravings. When Xia Jinghui heard that he could make red bean porridge, he swallowed his saliva unconsciously and said, Leave 2 for me. No problem. New section, new harvest. Renyu was in a very good mood. Even if she rushed to the construction site, killed upstairs, and didn't see the boss, it didn't affect her good mood. It seems that the wild boss is not refreshed regularly. You were lucky to meet it last time. Xia Jinghui sighed. Renyu felt the same way. Go home. I'll take my stuff to the trading hall. She was level 10, and she hadn't changed the purple windbreaker and purple ring in the box yet. Okay. The two went home, and they checked for omissions and made some gains in mining. Renyu received private messages from several other friends, asking her if she wanted to go out to kill monsters. Renyu replied in turn and declined, saying that she was free today and asked her friends to pay attention to their own safety. When they were about to say goodbye at the door, Xia Jinghui asked, Do you have scorpion venom? I'll take it for 10 copper coins. Yes, but the quantity is not much. Please wait. She didn't carry some materials with her at all times, so she went home and opened a few boxes to look for them. She found the scorpion venom material and went out to trade with Shinkong. Xia Jinghui left. Renyu also turned back to the house, sorted out the package, opened the storage box to take out the windbreaker and ring to put on, and then studied the colorful flying bell blueprint, the colorful scarf blueprint, the mask blueprint, and the Xia customer service blueprint in turn, and poured out several spaces in the box. Now she has 4 purple clothes, 3 green clothes, 2 blue, 1 white, 1 gold, and can walk sideways when she goes out. Then distribute the attribute points upgraded to level 10, 3 points of strength, 1 point of agility. Don't take the replaced ring to the trading hall, and ask your teammates later. If there is any need, give it to your own people first. Then she carried a full bag of equipment on her back and rushed to the trading hall. She couldn't carry it all in one trip. After all, there were nearly 30 pairs of straw sandals. And there were also cloth clothes. She had to go back and forth again. Huff, huff, huff. Renyu had just run out of the home garden when she was spotted. It's her. I remember that face. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet her here. A voice came from nearby. Renyu turned her head and met several eyes that were looking at her. One of the faces looked familiar to her. Wasn't this the male player who stopped her twice in the trading hall yesterday and wanted to buy props at once? Renyu's bag was full now, and she didn't want to get entangled with him. She retracted her sight and sped up suddenly, before those players could react. She left behind a trail of afterimages and ran away. 28 points of speed. As long as she wants to run, few people can catch up with her. Damn, what a fast speed. She is really good at escaping, chase. I am sure she has the chef's skill. She should have used the skill just now. Several people ran as fast as they could and chased her to the safe zone, but they didn't catch up with her in the range of the long-range attack skill. Why is she so fast? A mage panted. The player from yesterday shook the scroll in his hand and said, Who knows? Maybe she is not good at fighting. So she increased her agility to make it easier to escape. Another swordsman looked like he was reminiscing, and said uncertainly, Why do I feel that there is a faint purple light on her? Let's not mess with the masters. Purple equipment? Isn't that better? Even if she is a powerful master. Can she fight 3 people alone? The summoner's eyes were fiery. Let's go. Look for her in the trading hall. See if we can find her. Follow her. And take her purple equipment. Several people quickly rushed to the trading hall and passed by Renyu, who was about to go back to carry the goods after putting them on the shelves. The summoner quickly nudged his friend and signaled with his eyes, and several people followed him without hiding. Renyu certainly noticed it. But the notification of the receipt of funds that popped up in front of her made her even happier. Player bought your straw sandals, excellent, earning 49 copper coins. For those pairs of green straw sandals, Renyu set the price at 49. Other white straw sandals were also selling information that popped up one after another, and the business was very good. Although most players' levels had been upgraded, it did not affect the sale of low-level equipment, and the demand was still very large. After leaving the safe zone, all the equipment she had put on the shelf had been exchanged for copper coins, and all of them were deposited into her account. Great! If only collecting materials was as easy as selling things. She still posted the purchase demand, but the harvest was not encouraging. It seems that I really need to raise the price. Someone has already raised the purchase price, and the ones she can receive are probably those high-priced purchasers who have reached the full quantity, and the players just happen to want to exchange the materials for money, so they will give them these low-priced ones. So if she raises the price now, it won't be considered as destroying the market. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after leaving the safe zone, she was surrounded by people. It was the 3 people from before. Renyu rubbed his forehead, looked at the package. Most of it was empty, but if the items were dropped by killing people, they could be picked up. When she came, she accelerated to get rid of them. A big reason was that the package was empty, and the items could not be picked up. Originally, if these people stopped staring at her, she would naturally not care about it, but after letting them go once, they still had to come to die, so she decided to accept this wave of filial piety. But out of conscience, he still advised peacefully, I am a person who, if I get beaten, I will definitely fight back. Since I am beaten, I will beat him to death to avoid future troubles. Are you sure you want to continue? The mage in the middle chuckled, You are alone, and there are 3 of us, it's not certain who will beat whom to death. The summoner smiled and said, It's okay not to fight. In fact, we don't want to kill anyone. After all, if we kill someone, we will be hunted by the police. We can't return to the safe zone until the sin value is eliminated, which is also troublesome. How about this, throw out everything in the package. Let us pick it up, and help us make a batch of food and props. And we will let you go. How about it? Since the world was controlled by the game. It was the first time that Renyu heard a title that made her feel safe. The police. She completely ignored the latter part of what the summoner said, and asked politely, There are police? The police of the game. Or our police. She was a kind player. She never attacked anyone. And naturally she had never been chased. And she had no chance to contact the police. Just as she asked, it was unclear whether it was from the game, or their own police. Want to know? The swordsman pointed his sword in the direction of Renyu. Hand over the stuff. Renyu shook his head. Forget it. It's too expensive. I can't afford to ask for advice. Since there are police, why don't we stop fighting? I don't have to blow up your stuff. Okay. The mage was so angry that he laughed. And he didn't know how to refute. So he had to throw an ice ball, hoping to teach Renyu a lesson. Player Song Mingyao tries to attack you. You have the right to self-defense. Renyu dodged at high speed, successfully avoided the attack with 2 or 3 afterimages, shaked her head, and fired a shot. Why don't you do something else? Why do you have to be a robber? Bang! She didn't take any damage, but she got a critical hit. The words -286 in bold capital letters exploded above Song Mingyao's head, and his health bar was reduced to a short section in an instant. This person has nearly 400 HP, but he can't withstand the attack. Puff! Another flame-shaped special effect light exploded on the opponent's body, triggering the flame burn. -15 continued to appear above his head, with a -10 in between, which is the value that triggers the secondary damage of the weapon. Both types of damage were triggered, and Renyu was very satisfied with this shot. Although the mage's friends, the summoner and the swordsman, heard his friend's screams, they didn't care, because they found that as long as the attack hits the body, no matter how serious the damage is, the character will scream and can't be controlled. They didn't take Renyu's damage value to heart, and didn't care at all. Instead, they attacked Renyu together. One controlled the zombie baby to come up and hit him, and the other used the swordsman's skills to attack Renyu. 2 warnings of being attacked popped up in front of her, reminding her of her right to self-defense. As for the mage, she ignored him, as he would not last more than 8 seconds before losing blood. Bang! She raised her hand and fired a shot at the zombie. The baby had no equipment, so although it would have a certain defense value affected by the owner's defense, it was still relatively fragile overall, and was killed instantly with 1 shot. When fighting the zombie, she did not dodge the swordsman's attack, and was hit hard, without any damage. The helmet's immunity to physical attacks was triggered. Renyu almost burst out laughing during the fight. But let's fight first, after all. The attack is quite fierce. When the summoner on the opposite side died, he used Soul Split, which is the summoner's magic skill. Renyu ignored the summoner for the time being, and fired a shot at the swordsman. Bang, hitting more than 200 points of damage. And the swordsman, when Renyu shot the zombie in 1 second, he realized something was wrong, but it seemed that he found it a little too late. This attack is a bit ridiculous. Not only did he feel something was wrong, the ice mage who tried to make a comeback was preparing to use the 3rd level skill freeze, but suddenly found that his health bar was almost down to a layer of blood skin. Not good, we've run into a tough opponent. Retreat, retreat. He yelled at the top of his lungs, and then prepared to cast Ice Freeze, trying to trap Renyu, so that they could buy time to drink medicine to recover health or escape. Renyu had already fired a 2nd shot at the swordsman, while trying to dodge the summoner's soul split, but he failed to dodge it, and was hit by it. Hit bar symbolically dropped a little, then it spun around, and went up again. And the summoner on the opposite side, his mana dropped a bit. The hat was triggered. Renyu was having fun. Although attacking the swordsman did not trigger the flame effect, she was still having fun. The swordsman fell to the ground, and things exploded all over the ground. It's over. The summoner's face was sweating, and he realized that he had provoked a tough opponent. The opponent not only had high attack, but also high defense. His move was not painful. He wanted to retreat. Coincidentally, the attribute of the ice freezing skill of the mage's friend was condensed, and he was a little shaken. Ice freezing can control the opponent, and then they can output a wave. A wave? Plop. Beside him, the mage suddenly fell to the ground, and the skill he was performing in the middle of the performance was invalid. You. He. The summoner was instantly panicked, and his face was not only shocked, puzzled, but also extremely terrified. I was wrong. Renyu raised his hand, aimed at him, and said coldly, "You caused this trouble. Don't you think it's too late to admit your mistake now?" Chapter 30 Water Source. Just because she didn't agree to his deal, he brought people to rob. Renyu didn't think she would have a peaceful life after letting him go. If there was, it would be short-lived, and there would be troubles later. Bang, bang, 2 shots. The summoner fell to the ground in anger, the resentment flashing in his eyes before he died. Let Renyu judge that her decision was right. They went forward to pick up the coins one by one. The copper coins were rich. The 3 players probably did robbing more than once, and thinking about the summoner's actions yesterday, maybe he had cheated before, just copper coins, provided her with more than 1,500. There are also abundant basic materials: cotton, silk thread, cowhide, beef, carp, cotton thread, blueberry, raspberry, etc. Isn't this what she needs? Not to mention the equipment dropped by several people. Other cloth, hats, shoes, and the like passed by. Rinyu picked up a pair of green wrist guards from the summoner, and immediately replaced the white ones in his hand. Wrist guard, excellent spell defense plus 30, physical defense plus 23, life plus 25, durability 70, were level 3. In addition to the above, 3 tents and 3 benches were also exploded, one of which was of excellent quality, with better properties than the one Rinyu bought, so he kept it for himself, and sold the other one. In an instant, the package was full again. Go back to the trading hall. Throw these equipment that have been worn out into the trading hall and sell them at a discount. Then go back to carry the goods. As for skills, the mage has no life skills, and Rinyu chose the level 5 group attack skill Thrust Arrow. The swordsman has a life skill, which has been upgraded to the intermediate level, Intermediate Pharmacist. She had killed a swordsman before, and chose the opponent's level 5 skill Swordsmanship Mastery. This time, she hesitated between the Pharmacist and the attack skill, gave up the life skill, and chose the level 10 skill Armor Breaking Stab. Some items made by the Pharmacist have similar functions to those made by the chef. She is not very interested in trying them. She may consider it when she meets a senior pharmacist in the future. When she came to the summoner himself had learned carpentry and had reached the intermediate level. Rinyu made a decisive choice. She immediately clicked into check and found the storage box, which was an intermediate storage box. She looked at the recipe, materials, and props. She went home to make one. Suddenly, a reminder popped up in front of her, which made Rinyu a little unresponsive. Player bought Songmingyu's shield, normal, you receive 58 copper coins. The second message popped up. You killed player Songmingyu, inherited his gains in the trading hall. 58 copper coins were credited to the balance. In addition to exploding items, skills, you can also inherit and sell assets. I'm afraid the fighting between players will become more and more intense in the future. Rinyu muttered, suddenly raised her head and looked to the side, and found a few sneaky players. She raised her gun and pointed with a bad look, but did not launch an attack. During the fight, some passing players stayed. Some hid behind the trees in the background and wanted to rob the enemy. However, after noticing Rinyu's high attack and high defense, they quietly slipped away. He was not someone to be provoked. Some players continued to wait and see, probably waiting for both sides to be hurt so that they could jump out and take advantage. The fight was over at this time. One player was hesitating whether to use a skill, and then he saw the sharpshooter over there raised his gun and aimed at this side. The other player was startled and turned around and ran away. One move cost him over 200 HP. I couldn't afford the risk, so I ran away. Rinyu put away her gun and turned back to the trading hall. This time, she kept the swordsman and the mage's equipment to make it easier to use her skills. After returning to the trading hall, Rinyu wanted to check if there was anything she needed in the items they were selling, so she could withdraw them directly. However, she had no way to check. During this period, several more payments came in, from the summoner and the swordsman, which provided her with nearly 200 copper coins. It seems that only copper coins can be inherited. Including wanting to check whether they are purchasing materials, there is no way to check. Because the first operation is my account interface, there is no reminder for materials. I don't know if it is not inherited by default, or they didn't purchase anything at all. Forget it, can't be too greedy. She continued to operate. There are a few items that Rinyu is not sure about the selling price, so he searched and checked them one by one, and then according to the loss of equipment, tents, wooden props, he gave a slight discount and put them all up. During the operation, a new player stood beside her. Just as she was about to raise her hand to operate, Rinyu asked, "Hello? Are you selling basic materials?" The other party was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. "I collect materials. Collect wood, and sell wooden props. Do you have wood? Or are there any wooden props you need?" This time it was Rinyu's turn to shake her head. Although she was not a carpenter, well, she was a one-time carpenter now. But she was in great need of wood. However, when she heard the other party mention wooden props, she said again, "I want bamboo tubes, advanced storage boxes, and other advanced furniture depending on their properties and functions." The other party smiled bitterly. How many people can make advanced storage boxes and advanced furniture now? But I have bamboo tubes. He glanced at the inventory. I am going to put 10 on the shelf. 5 copper coins each. It's more expensive than the last time I bought it. Renyu opened the interface in front of him, typed in bamboo tube, and stopped his hand on the search button. Then he started bargaining. For copper coins each. I'll take them all. Will you sell them? If you don't sell them, I'll take 5 copper coins. The whole market is rising in price now. Renyu is so flexible. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite straightforward. Okay. I'll set it up in groups. 10 in a group. 40 copper coins. As soon as one was put on the shelf, another one was snatched away like lightning. Renyu clicked into his purchase list again, and added the purchase of bamboo tubes, 3 copper coins each. What if I can get it at this price? It's not too late to raise the price if I can't get it. There were no more incidents when she returned to the residence to carry the goods. She successfully carried them back and put them on the shelves. After that, she returned to her home and began to walk along the stream, looking for water. Whoosh. Bang. Before, Renyu was surrounded by people when she fought, and now she was forced to watch a fight. If she saw it, she would just take a look. But in order to avoid any trouble, she retreated a certain distance, to make it easier for others to play, and they would not misunderstand what she was coveting. The two who were fighting fiercely were an archer and a gunner. This was the first time Renyu saw a native profession. The god gunner. The player holding the gun was a petite female player, holding the gun with both hands, but moving very flexibly, and even dodged the bow and arrow skill by doing a mid-air side flip. However, the archer skill probably also had a pursuit effect, so she didn't dodge it, and was hit by an arrow on her shoulder. The arrowhead was sticking out, and the blood instantly dyed the equipment on her chest red. The female player just leaned back and screamed, and continued to chase. Bang! A flame bigger than a fist rushed away with a long tail, and exploded on the archer male player with a bang. The other party also screamed, and a large amount of blood splashed on his body, and his health bar suddenly dropped a section. The two continued to fight. After a while, the gunner won with a thin layer of blood on his body. He immediately raised his head and drank medicine, which restored 50 points of health. At the same time, he was alert to his surroundings. When he saw Renyu in the distance, he stared at him for a few seconds with a warning, and then turned around and ran towards the fallen archer. Renyu retracted his gaze, and continued to stroll along the stream, his eyes scraping the water surface inch by inch. Because in some settings of the dog game, the special effects are very minimal at this time. The water surface is rippling. If you don't pay attention, it's easy to miss something. Data. There were footsteps behind him. Renyu turned around. It was the gunner. The arrow on his shoulder had disappeared, and his health bar had also recovered. The other party stopped and shouted, Hey, do you want equipment? Renyu thought for a moment. No equipment, I want various raw materials. The gunner looked slightly into the void. Perhaps he opened the package interface and was checking it. After a moment, he replied, There are wood, ores, cloth and herbs. How much do you want? Renyu didn't want to waste time, so he quoted the usual purchase price. If the other party agreed, he would agree. If not, forget it. Unexpectedly, the gunner nodded readily. Okay. Her bag was full, and if she sold these materials, she could get several empty spaces. Renyu stepped forward and said, Let's be frank, honesty is the basis. If you play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. The other party, That's what I mean. Let's trade well and be sincere. The two began to operate. The materials were put into the bag. Renyu checked. The quantity was fine, the materials were not fake, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They were all honest people, and they didn't play tricks. Renyu asked one more question. Don't you have chef materials? The gunner, Chef materials are not for sale. Bye. He turned around and left quickly, and ran a distance before thinking and muttering, This name is so familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Renyu continued to scrape the water surface with his eyes. On the way, she met a few players who were fishing. She passed by them from behind, and clearly saw that the faces of the people who were fishing were tense. Fearing that Renyu would suddenly stab them from behind, she walked out of the home garden in one breath, and walked forward for a while. Renyu suddenly paused and looked at the water surface a few meters away. After carefully identifying it, and confirming that it was not dazzled, she decisively went into the water, and swam towards the extremely weak light. When she swam to the front and looked at the prompt that popped up in front of her, Renyu smiled happily. She was not mistaken. It was indeed a workable water source. Player swimming fish, you found a water source. Do you want to draw water? Renyu pressed yes. The bamboo tube in her bag appeared automatically, and she began to draw drinking water, and a countdown reminder appeared at the same time. 10 seconds. Time is up. Get 1 cup of drinking water. Renyu glanced at the swimming time, which was sufficient, and continued to draw water. After drawing 10 cups in a row, the light source disappeared from her sight. Renyu was stunned. There is also a limit to this? She returned. Seeing someone on the shore from a distance, Renyu narrowed her eyes. If the other party dared to attack her at this time, she would definitely use several temporary skills on this person. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be asking for something, and did not attack. It was a male player holding a dagger. Excuse me, were you fetching water just now? The other party asked politely. In his sight, he only saw Renyu standing still in the middle of the stream. At first, he thought it was an NPC, but he did not expect Renyu to move and swim towards the shore. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. It was all guessed, and it was meaningless to hide it. Renyu nodded and said, "It has been taken. The water source is the same as the crops. It will disappear after taking. You wait for the next refresh." He actually guessed it right. The male player was delighted, and then scratched his head and said, "I don't have fishing skills, so I can't go into the water. But I made a bucket with a capacity of 4L. Can I use the bucket to exchange water with you?" Renyu's heart moved, and she turned to look at the disappeared water source. 10 times. Is there a capacity limit for each extraction? She needs to experiment. The resource is precious. 1 bucket for a cup of water, excluding bamboo tubes. You can either give me an empty bamboo tube, or buy one at 4 copper coins. I have a bamboo tube, but it's on the trading floor. I'll give you copper coins. He can still sell the empty bamboo tube after drinking water, and he won't lose money. The male player continued, "I have 3 wooden barrels here. You pick them up first, and then give me water." After saying that, he swallowed his saliva, but his swallowing was a little dry. He had been without water for more than a day, and he was a little thirsty. 3 wooden barrels suddenly appeared on the ground, 12 copper coins. Renyu first checked the properties, confirmed that it was also a water-drawing prop, picked them up one by one, then threw out 3 cups of water. Although the bamboo tube was open, the water would not spill. The other party picked it up quickly. The next second, he took out a cup and drank it in big gulps, then wiped the corner of his mouth, said sincerely, "Thank you very much. I don't know when the mall will open. I don't know if it will sell water." He looked at the stream next to him. If there is only a water source in the center of the water, wouldn't those who can't swim die of thirst? The blood recovery/blue recovery fruit tea cannot replace drinking water. Renyu's heart moved again. I will continue to collect wooden barrels. You can buy them with copper coins, or exchange them with water. But I won't exchange them all at once. Or, if you find a water source, provide it to me, and split it 40% to 60%. You get 40%, and I get 60%. You can provide the water collecting tools yourself. The male player's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. I can make wooden barrels, and I can find water sources. Just follow your terms. The other party agreed, and Renyu added a harsh word. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you pay. The male player smiled bitterly. The world is so chaotic now. It's not easy to find a reliable partner. I won't be stupid enough to dig my own grave. You're smart. The two added each other as friends. After seeing Renyu's level, the man felt a chill on his neck. Fortunately, he was a well-behaved player. Secondly, the name Yoyu is familiar. Have you looked for the other end of the stream? If not, I'll go find it. Renyu reported the general location, and the other party left. After leaving for a distance, the man's eyes suddenly lit up. Yoyu, one of the players who first passed the whirlpool? I'm really lucky. I actually added a great god, Eugene, when cut down a willow tree. In addition to wood, experience, and other drops. She went forward to pick it up, and her eyes sparkled. Is this wheat seeds? 10 wheat seeds dropped when the tree was cut down. In order to be familiar with the terrain of the residential area and to make it easier to deal with troubles, she walked through every alley in the residential area. Naturally, she also found that 2 households had open farmlands. Unfortunately, they were empty and abandoned. Eugene Wen was excited. She picked up the seeds and studied them carefully. She made plans in her mind. The game crops are out of the scope of normal crops. 1 seed can be planted. 2 households can sell them 4 seeds and keep the rest. When she opens a farmland one day, she can plant directly. Li Jiao killed the 2nd level yellow goat monster and went forward to pick up the dropped items. Looking at the harvested mutton, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. I wonder if you can make roasted mutton? Well, in addition, there seemed to be a secondary scroll dropped, and she was delighted. Do monsters also drop equipment? This was the first time she got equipment from a monster, although it was a scroll-type weapon that only summoners could use. She went forward to pick it up, and found something different. She opened the package and took a look, and her breath tightened. This is unknown scroll. Please go to the appraisal center for appraisal. Coordinates. Special props? It can't be a rare treasure. Li Jiao's heart was pounding, and she couldn't hide her excitement. She turned around and left decisively, rushing to the coordinate point. At the monster spawning point in the southern area of City A, someone picked up a small monster drop, and his eyes lit up immediately after seeing the item attributes clearly. Sealed cage, which holds the fierce banded drilling rat. Please open with caution. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the boss in the regular game. Right? Level 2 monsters are so hard to kill, not to mention the combat power of the boss. It really can't be opened at will. Yuan Dong fell into sweet distress. Boss. He only heard other players talk about boss on the channel, and it seems that it will drop high-grade equipment, but the difficulty should not be underestimated. Now he can release a boss. But who should he find to fight with him? He needs to find someone he can trust, and who also needs to have a certain level of strength. After thinking for a moment, he squeezed the item tightly, waved his hand, and threw it into the package. Fortunately, although the players in the list are good to talk to, they are not trustworthy. It is better to wait and see for a while, and improve their strength. Then they can form a team to open the cage item. Renyu found another water source, which is also in the middle of the water. My eyes are almost blinded. He kept staring at the rippling water surface, and his eyes were almost blinded. This time, I used a wooden barrel to draw water, and then I was amused by the dog attribute of the game. It really doesn't distinguish between the capacity of props, and counts by the number of times. Even though Renyu has a good temper, she couldn't help but swear, "Damn it!" Renyu drank a cup on the spot, and continued to draw a cup with the empty bamboo tube. Even so, the container was not enough. I can't drink another cup. Right? But she wasn't that thirsty. Swimming back to the shore, Renyu ran at full speed towards the safe zone, rushed to the trading hall, and checked her acquisition situation first. I collected 5 bamboo tubes. I also collected some other materials, but the quantity was not large. Renyu sighed. I had to raise the price. I did it one by one, and raised the purchase price by 1 copper coin each. Then I clicked on the search page, and searched for bamboo tubes and wooden barrels. There were 5 bamboo tubes, and they were sold for 6 copper coins each, which was a bit dark. And just now when I was refilling water after drinking water, I found that the properties of the bamboo tubes had changed, and there was an extra 4/5 usage times. If I put the bamboo tube on the shelf and sell it, I had to lower the price. I searched for wooden barrels, and found 6 of them, all with a capacity of 4L, and I didn't find any with a larger capacity, probably because of the processing restrictions. 20 copper coins each, not expensive, but if it is also a consumable, it might not be worth it. It's just that I can't see it now. I'll take the full barrel in the package to do an experiment later, and see if there is any change in the properties after taking water. Renyu took them all away, and searched for water bucket again, and it showed 0. Close the interface. Renyu clicked on the purchase column again to modify his needs, and added a barrel, and the price was 20 copper coins. Turning around and leaving the hall to return to the water source, Renyu swam over, took the remaining times, swam back to the shore, and continued to move forward. Even if the container is still tight, it is not bad to find a good water source first. Knowing the location, you can come directly next time. Focusing on the water surface, Renyu didn't realize that there were several players standing not far to the right front until he heard a sound. They seemed to be arguing. Don't be shameless. Okay. I found the sugarcane field first. I didn't say it all belongs to me. You come here and lick your ass and say it all belongs to you. So it all belongs to you? Renyu's ears moved. The voice was Jiang Shujia. Chapter 31 Grabbing Resources, Revised. Renyu ran over there, opening the panel while running. Over there, The giant scorpion beast behind Jiang Shujia was strolling back and forth, while he stood with his hands on his hips and arguing with the two players on the opposite side. While arguing, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Yo-Yu invites you to join the team. Do you want to join? Jiang Shujia didn't think about it, raised his hand and poked it, join the team, while distractedly thinking, is the heroine going to organize a monster spawn, or has she found another boss? But let the heroine come over to pick the sugar cane first. Just as he was about to open the panel to call for help, the fighter on the other side spoke. He turned his wrist, and the thorny ring on the middle finger of his right hand flashed with a faint edge. He said in a threatening tone, "Boy, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. We are very kind not to take action directly. Don't be ungrateful." In addition to the fighter, there is also a poison master on the other side. There is also a swordsman watching the fun behind the tree next to him, with a cautious face and some secret expectations. The poison master did not use a jade bottle, but another weapon of the profession, the flying blade. The flying blade floated and rotated in the air, and the black mist around it was looming. He said coldly, "Don't waste your words on him. I will count to 3. If you don't get out, I will kill you." "No need to count to 3. You can get out now," a cold voice interrupted. Renyu stood beside Jiang Shujia and glanced at the sugarcane field next to him. His eyes suddenly flashed. It was the same as the sweet potato field. It was a small piece, with about 20 trees. With her life skills, she found that the crops she could collect were 1 or 2. Jiang Shujia didn't collect any, but he found a whole field every time. He is indeed a lucky star. She raised her hand and patted his shoulder. She glanced at the scorpion next to her and praised him. "Not bad. Your beast is very impressive." It's not easy to praise the lucky star openly, fearing that he will be proud. So she praised his beast. The summoner's level 1 skill, Zombie Summoning, has a fixed type. The level 5 skill, Divine Beast Summoning, initially has a capture function, which allows players to choose the type of beast by themselves, and it can only be used once. If you give up on capture, the type of the beast you summon initially will be random, and then it will be fixed. After Jiang Shujia reached level 5, he didn't rush to summon the beast. He took the time to go to the construction site and seduce a giant scorpion. It has poison, long-range attack, and a chance to recover blood when it dies, so it can struggle to survive. He likes it very much. Jiang Shujia laughed and said, "I think so too. It's much more powerful than the fragile zombies." Zombies can also be summoned at the same time, and they are strolling next to the scorpion at this time, with no expression on their faces. Now the female warrior has come, and the two of them have formed a team, with an increase of 5% in attack, defense, life, etc. So the two little Karamis on the opposite side can be ignored. He ignored the two ugly faces on the opposite side, and quickly explained the conflict. At the end, he said, "I don't know how shameless he is, saying that everything belongs to them. Why doesn't he say that the game is also his?" Renyu glanced at the two people on the opposite side, and saw that they were only engaged in a war of words with Jiang Shujia, and did not collect or take other actions. She was moved. These two people. I am afraid that she does not have the skills to collect and secretly call people, although she was not afraid of fighting. It would be troublesome if there were too many people. So she simply said, "Whoever gets the resources in the wild will get them. You guard them, and I will collect them first. Please note that if the other party does not attack, we will not attack. We will fight back after being attacked. That way, it will be reasonable even if we kill them. Passive will not gain sin points." She did not want to cause trouble for the police at all. It was also because she was confident that she could bear it. Although Jiang Shujia's equipment could not be compared with Renyu's, it was pretty good compared with most ordinary players, and his level was also outstanding among ordinary players. Otherwise, he would have dared to scold two people with one before Renyu came. He didn't realize that the female hero was nearby. Renyu didn't lower her voice, but said it clearly, meaning that if you are not afraid of death, just fight directly, don't delay time. Jiang Shujia, I know. Renyu turned around and started collecting, looking for death. The opposite poison master thought that the two sides would continue to pull and scold each other until their life players came over. They would directly drive them away, but they didn't expect that this female player had the collection function. After exchanging a glance with the fighter, the other nodded. The poison master decided to give Renyu a small punishment and poison him. Renyu paused in his collection, and then continued to collect as if nothing had happened. The poison master on the other side suddenly fell into a negative state. Doubting his life. You did. What? Renyu couldn't respond to him at all. Seeing that the other party had taken action, Jiang Shujie was no longer polite and gave orders to the zombies and scorpions. The zombies went up to beat them up, and the scorpions sprayed their stingers and venom at the poison masters one by one to attack. When a teammate is attacked, it is not considered malicious if the other team members fight back. The fighter did not want to fight at first, but seeing Renyu risking her life to collect, and seeing Jiang Shujie taking action, he also rushed towards Renyu, trying to interrupt her collection. Jiang Shujie went to intercept, but did not attack, said with a smile, "Don't make trouble, our captain is busy." The damage value of the divine beast is more than twice that of the zombie, and it has many skills, and can also increase negative status. Even if there is no zombie, it can completely hold a player, so he just needs to focus on intercepting the fighter. Get out of the way! The fighter was enraged, and changed direction to attack Jiang Shujie. Jiang Shujie dodged, but he didn't completely avoid the punch. He howled in pain, and used Soul Split to hit back. After harvesting one sugarcane, 3 sugarcane segments were harvested. Renyu stood up and said, "It's not easy for everyone to live, and we don't want anyone to die. It's not too late for you to leave now." Originally, she didn't have to bully her, but bullying her little lucky star, and wanting to take over all the sugarcane fields, wouldn't that affect her luck? Then fight. After making provocative words, she bent down again, and continued to harvest with a laugh. This fearless look made the two people on the opposite side itch with anger. The fighter couldn't kick Jiang Shujie away for a while. This guy was as difficult to deal with as a dogskin plaster. It seemed that his defense was not low, and his damage value was even higher than his. He gritted his teeth, and found time to quickly open the map and check. Their life player teammate was still 2.1 kilometers away from here. He was almost depressed to the point of vomiting blood. When he arrived here, the sugar cane had been plucked. This man was not reckless. He glanced at his teammates, and found that the poison master could not get out of the negative state. The health bar kept decreasing. If this continued, they would suffer a great loss. Damn, I admit defeat. Let's go! He went over and grabbed the poison master and turned and ran. The poison master was still in a slowing state. The fighter was pulled by this, and his speed was much slower than before. Fortunately, Jiang Shujie was not a bloodthirsty person. He recalled the scorpion and the zombie, and stared at the player who was watching the fun over there. The man waited and turned away. He could see clearly from the side that the female player should have skills or equipment such as counter-injury. The poison master's attack was countered by her. The summoner's beast was also difficult to deal with. When hit, it would slow down and continue to lose blood, which was also difficult to deal with. This bargain is not available. Retreat is the best policy. 20 sugar canes, they were picked quickly without being disturbed. When half of them were collected, a recipe dropped. Brown sugar extraction recipe. It was an unexpected gain. When it was made, I will send a few to Xiao Fuxing first, so that he can replenish his qi and blood, so that he can continue to develop his luck. After collecting the last one, she did not hesitate at all. Retreat. First, she was afraid that the two people just now would shake people to fight them, and second, she was worried that the movement just now would attract nearby players, so it would be better to leave first. The two ran at full speed and left the place. Not long after they left, the two men came back with a neat team of 5 people. Looking at the empty sugarcane field, they cursed for a long time and turned away unwillingly. Player Shinkong applied to join the team. Is it allowed? Renyu was running when a message suddenly popped up in front of her. She raised her hand and pressed yes. And Shinkong joined the team. Jiang Shujie noticed it and asked, "Lady, did you call for help?" Renyu glanced at him and said, "Do you need to call for help to deal with a few people?" "That's right." The message popped up in the team channel. Team. Starry Sky Yoyu, I tried to form a team when you didn't reply to my private message. It prompted you that you were in the team, so I applied. Renyu then checked the private message. By the way, the game still needs to be updated. There is no reminder when receiving private messages, and you need to open the panel to see them, which is very inconvenient. Unless you keep the panel open, but Renyu doesn't have this habit. Starry Sky, are there any scroll parts in the blueprints that come with the game? The beast asked me to order a weapon, and he wanted a blue weapon. I could only make a metal shaft and part synthesis, and the other part needed the help of a tailor. Renyu stopped to check, and flipped through it. Unexpectedly there was a blue scroll part blueprint, 150 copper coins, permanent permission. Renyu accepted the order and purchased the blueprint directly. He checked the required materials, 3 pieces of silk, 1 piece of silk thread, and needed to be matched with the item embroidery needle. He also had to embroider. That's right. A bare piece of cloth doesn't look good. And weapons also need to be aesthetically pleasing. The gold needle cannot replace the embroidery needle. It takes 50 copper coins to unlock it. And Renyu unlocked it directly. Now that he is wealthy, he doesn't need to be stingy. As for silk, he has never seen silk in the dropped materials. But it can be woven with silk thread. 5 balls of silk thread can weave a piece of silk. Renyu replied to Shinkong, delivery in the afternoon or evening. The panel was turned on, let it hang in the air. It's a bit uncomfortable, learn to adapt. I hope that the dog game will improve this shortcoming in the next update. Then he looked at the weapon in Jiang Shujia's hand. The green weapon was actually not used for a few days. Of course, who would complain about high damage? Sugar cane can be eaten directly. It can only satisfy your cravings. It has no attribute bonus. It can also be made into brown sugar. It is a good product for continuous blood recovery. I will give you a few portions of sugar cane. The rest will be refined into brown sugar. I will give you a few more portions. Jiang Shujia thought of the sweet and clear sugar cane juice, and swallowed his saliva without saying a word, and said, "Give me 2 portions to quench my thirst, I will buy some more." Renyu waved his hand. "Your information cannot be provided in vain. I will throw a few things. You pick them up quickly. Be quick, don't be lazy." Jiang Shujia just nodded. When he saw something on the ground, he quickly went forward to pick it up, and then he said, "Lady, it seems that there is more than just sugar cane?" He also saw roasted sweet potatoes. In addition to roasted sweet potatoes, there seemed to be other things. He hurriedly opened the package to check, and saw a bamboo tube, a large wooden barrel, which were filled with clear water, and his eyes instantly turned red. Water? Is this drinking water? Woo-woo. Renyu, not really. Thanks to Xiao Fuxing for providing the sugarcane field resource point information. How could it be possible? I've run out of water. I don't know where to get another one, lady. You are indeed my light. I am also your electricity. The main goal of today was achieved, and 2 water sources were found. The 2 did not disband the team, and simply went to fight monsters. Renyu was thinking about the Minotaur monster, opened the map to find the location Xia Jinghuai said, and rushed over. Shinkong did not leave the team either, but from the map, he had been staying in the residential area. Being far away, he did not enjoy the captain bonus, and of course, he did not need it at this time. There were many players who were killing Minotaur monsters. Renyu tried to keep a distance from others to prevent being accidentally injured, or to prevent herself from accidentally injuring others. This area was not small, and they fought each other without disturbing each other. The cooperation between the 2 was very efficient, compared with the cooperation at the beginning. Jiang Shujia's damage was also very powerful now. When his divine beast was in a state, the Minotaur monster could basically not move, and was dizzy on the spot. There were also special effects lights such as mosquito coil circles on its head, and it could only be beaten. Zombies did not die so frequently. Not to mention Renyu. She can now deal 209 damage without a critical hit. Not to mention that the critical hit probability is guaranteed to be 59%, which can be said to be quite high. The Minotaur monster is the same as the Scorpion on the construction site. It was a level 1 monster at the beginning, and it was adjusted to level 2 after the game update. It has 200 health points, and she can kill one with 1 shot. Seeing this, the surrounding players took the initiative to keep a little distance, fearing that they would be affected if they were not careful, and they would not know how they died. It was just because of Renyu's joining that the monsters at this spawning point were cleared more than a little faster than yesterday, and the day before yesterday. However, this sharpshooter had an absurdly high attack and absurdly high critical hit rate. Although everyone had complaints in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out loud. And they finished work early, and found other spawning points to do some more work. They had to work. They were not like those players who had learned life skills. Besides killing monsters, they could also use life skills to level up. In fact, some players who killed monsters had learned gathering skills, but they didn't get anything. Fortunately, they could still kill monsters and get some experience and drops. Renyu and Jiang Shujia also withdrew and went to the construction site. When they arrived, there were 2 or 3 players here, working together to kill the giant scorpion. Compared with other monster spawning points, there were relatively fewer players at the construction site, because being hit by the giant scorpion would cause negative status. Once negative status was caused, it would take several hits. Those with low defense would not be able to recover and would fall to the ground. Scorpions are more disgusting. They have to give back their young before they die. They have to use more skills and consume more mana. So, if there are other options, try not to come to the construction site. When several people saw Renyu and Jiang Shujie coming, a maid shouted, "Friends, let's not interfere with each other. Okay. Concentrate on killing monsters and leveling up." Renyu nodded. "That's the best. We don't want to cause trouble." Seeing her speak up, the others breathed a sigh of relief. It can be seen that most players still like to play by the rules, rather than killing, robbing and cheating. Renyu took Jiang Shujie to take a detour and headed straight for the tower crane. They jumped onto the crane one after the other and climbed up the stairs on the big arm. When I came here with Shinkong in the morning, I didn't clear all the monsters upstairs. I only killed a wave to see if the boss was there, so I could still clear a wave at this time. Li Jiao came out of the appraisal center with an irrepressible joy in her eyes. Suddenly, I wanted to share this with someone. After thinking about it, I opened the panel to find Yoyu and sent a private message. Purple lips and a light smile. "I have good news for you. I unlocked a skill slot." Renyu was standing on the roof, looking for ways to go upstairs in other buildings, and suddenly saw the private message from Li Jiao. I didn't close the panel after opening it just now, so I didn't miss it this time. I clicked it to check the content, and was immediately very interested, and asked, "How did you unlock it?" Purple lips and a faint smile. "I killed a yellow goat monster and got an unknown scroll, which prompted me to come to the safe zone for identification. After the identification was completed, I received a box, which contained an item special chisel. After pressing use, I knocked twice next to the skill bar, and an extra skill slot appeared. Skill slots are actually unlocked this way." Renyu was extremely envious. Li Jiao's second message arrived. Purple lips and a light smile. "Now you can choose another life skill, or continue to expand the poisoner skill. It's a bit difficult to choose. Do you have any good suggestions?" Renyu would not directly suggest what decision her friends should make, but would talk about her experience with life skills during this period. When mentioning fishing, she emphasized the swimming skill that comes with it, and the fact that there is a water source in the middle of the water. When someone shares information with her, she also has to express her gratitude. At least now she knows that there is hope for the skill bar to be expanded, so she can make a plan in advance. Although she doesn't know when she will encounter such an opportunity, it is not too much to consider it in advance. Purple lips and smile. "I will think about it carefully. It is really difficult to make a decision." Purple lips and smile. "Do you have enough water? Sell it?" Renyu smiled and typed a reply, "Sell it. I am still killing monsters outside. I will find you when I return to the residential area." Purple lips and smile. "Okay. Thank you, sister. It is great to know you. Kill the yellow sheep monster to get this mutton. The location is, you have to have time to team up and fight together tomorrow." Renyu quickly agreed. She wanted to eat roasted lamb, but it would be too late to go now. The monster nest had probably been destroyed long ago. She would go to hunt tomorrow. She wanted lamb and beef. But for now, she still had to continue to find ways to go up to the other buildings. The tower crane's arm could not reach there, and she had not been to those buildings yet. She always felt that this abandoned construction site was a great treasure, her luck, and she had to spend more time on it. Chapter 32 Kite. Is there really no flying props or skills? Renyu quit the chat and continued to sigh at the building. She went inside twice, but couldn't find the entrance. Since she couldn't get in from the lower level, she could only find a place to operate from the higher level. But after the tower crane was started, there were no other operation reminders, so now the only things she could think of were flying props or flying skills. Jiang Shujie strolled around with the zombies and scorpions out of boredom, and recovered his strength by the way. Hearing Renyu sigh, he said, "Lady, why don't you go to the buildings inside and look carefully?" Renyu didn't have much hope, but still nodded and said, "Let's go. The monsters in this building have been cleared by the two of them. They came to the roof just to expand their vision and see if they could find anything. Since there was no harvest, there was no need to waste time. Let's go." Jiang Shujie screamed, turned around and was about to run down. But his eyes paused, and he suddenly looked towards the southeast corner of the tower crane, carefully identified it, and called Renyu. "Lady, is there something hanging on that tree?" He bent down and ran to find the angle, and confirmed again, "There is really something hanging, but it should be useless. Right?" Renyu's heart moved, and she quickly rushed to the southeast corner of the roof, found the best sight, and saw the thing hanging on the tree, and sighed in a complicated tone, a kite. It should have been there before, and it was not removed after the game started, Jiang Shujia said indifferently. Renyu turned around to look at the buildings that had not been conquered, and then looked at the place where the kite was hung, thinking that luck was really inexplicable. Let's put it this way. The main door faces south, and they often visit the first row of buildings. The tower crane is parked in the open space in front of this row of buildings. The other buildings are all on the north side of the construction site. Renyu wanted to find the access to those buildings, so she kept looking in the north direction and didn't even bother to look at other directions. If she had turned back just now, no, she might not have found it if she turned back. This kind of accident is exclusive to the little lucky star. No, maybe there is a great opportunity. Renyu trained her eyes to find the sparkling spots on the water today. She caught the kite glowing with her sharp eyes, patted Jiang Shujia with a smile. You are so lucky. Let's go down, if there is no one in front. You can climb up and take the kite down. It should be impossible to pick it up? Jiang Shujia was skeptical. Renyu glanced at him. You probably don't understand your lucky star attribute of benefiting others. The two of them went downstairs and stepped on their arms to land on the ground. The players had already walked in. They could only hear the sound of their skills, but no one was in sight. Go up. Take down the kite. Renyu waved his hand and asked Jiang Shujia to pick it up. Jiang Shujia, you pick it up. Pick it first. I'll pick it up after the refresh tomorrow. Renyu shook his head. This is what you found. It's your chance. Go quickly. Don't waste time. Someone will come soon. This is different from the previous ring explosion and the skill book. Jiang Shujia didn't trigger it clearly at that time, but this time he saw the kite. And Renyu was not so stupid, so he went to pick someone else's fruit. Just know this channel and props. Jiang Shujia went over and started to climb the tree. Renyu looked up and stared at the sky. She had a hunch that this might be the key prop to conquer the other buildings. She smiled. Interesting. Jiang Shujia successfully reached the branch where the kite was hanging. He reached out and touched it, turned his head and said, I can't get it. But there is a hint. He read, the kite was accidentally knocked down when the tower crane was started. It is waiting for its destined person to appear. After saying that, he slid down and clapped his hands and said, it's all for nothing. It's just like those background NPCs. Just decoration. Renyu looked at him and was silent for 2 seconds and said, I don't know. I'll go up and try. She jumped to the middle of the tree, hugged the trunk and climbed up in 2 or 3 steps, reached out and touched it, and the pop-up prompt immediately made Renyu smile. Young Master Yoyu, I finally waited for you. Kite. Short distance, short time flying prop. The kite was accidentally knocked down when the crane was started. She started the crane, so she must be the destined one. Renyu put the kite into her bag and jumped down. The distance was high, and she lost 3 points of blood. It was also because her rolling action to release the force was not at the right time. When she has time, she can practice the action of releasing the force when jumping from a high place. Jiang Shujia was stunned, and he was full of admiration, and sighed, Lady, you are really the destined one? You are so lucky. Renyu, no, you are lucky, but it just shines on others. Finally, his luck faced her directly. It was no longer a secret blessing for her, but he, with his own eyes, found the kite. The result? Renyu was about to sigh with a complicated expression. He glanced up suddenly and caught a line of text that suddenly appeared in the void. The text was obviously not sent to Renyu, but an official prompt from the game. The kite prop refresh point has been activated. Then, at the location of the tree branch just now, a kite slowly appeared. Renyu's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped Jiang Shujia. Hurry! 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 Go! Your luck is late, but it's coming. Jiang Shujia was immediately happy, and climbed up with his 8 teeth bared, and successfully got the kite prop. Since it is an activated refresh point, the kite will refresh again. You can consider equipping your teammates with props. In addition to the construction site, you can't say when other places will be used, but it's not certain yet. Come and see if it will refresh tomorrow morning. Try the props. Renyu turned around and climbed up the tower crane, using the kite to fly down. The first time, the landing was a bit awkward. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have landed on her face. The second time was a little better. But it still felt a little bit unhandy, and the control was not very flexible. But the operation was not particularly difficult. After practicing 5 or 6 times, I gradually got some experience. I could also control the direction to change slightly, and slightly deviate from the sliding trajectory. But not much. It is necessary to practice more. If you are attacked in the air, you may be able to dodge. Although it is very likely that you can't dodge because the speed is too slow. Even if it is not to avoid the attack, it can control the landing place. Jiang Shujia also climbed up to try flying. Because he was too excited, he crashed directly into the thick grass when he came down. After practicing for an hour or so, Jiang Shujia couldn't wait to fly upstairs. Renyu, there is no need to be so anxious. It's getting late. I have to go back to process the fabric part of the scroll for you. Fabric part? Can this thing be processed separately? Jiang Shujia has no life skills, and is not aware of the fact that some equipment and weapons are divided into such fine categories according to professions. He only knows that Shinkong can make weapons. And the weapons he makes also come with certain attribute bonuses, just like the equipment made by the female hero. Each piece must have 1 point of agility. If it is a product of the cooperation between the heroine and the starry sky, will it have both 1 point of fixed agility and fixed secondary damage? If so, he will be very happy. These are all additional attributes. Jiang Shujia laughed happily and asked, should I pay you or the starry sky? Renyu, give it to the starry sky. I will ask him for the parts processing fee. Okay. The two left and returned to the residential area together. Renyu did not enter his own house, but went to Li Jiao's house and knocked on the door. Soon Li Jiao came out and saw Renyu. She said first, I thought about it and chose fishing for the extra skill column. Fishing comes with the ability to swim, which is equivalent to an extra skill, and it can get water. Renyu, you can sell me the fish you caught. I will buy them at the market price. Okay. Renyu first sold Li Jiao a bucket of water at the price of 20 copper coins per bucket, and gave her an empty bamboo tube as an extra gift. Fortunately, the game is still conscientious. The water in the bucket will not be drunk directly by the players. It can be drawn from other containers, and the bamboo tube is one of the containers. You can use the wooden barrel first. When it is empty, go to the water source directly. When you buy a new barrel, give it to me. I am short of wooden barrels. Renyu said. Li Jiao nodded. I will go to the trading market tomorrow to keep an eye on it, and see if I can get a few more wooden barrels. You want wooden barrels? A voice suddenly sounded from behind Renyu. She turned around. It was a female player. An archer. She was wearing a windbreaker, which was open by default, and could be worn in layers. So it didn't replace the archer's original clothes. It was just a casual outfit, and it looked like it was pre-apocalyptic clothing. This girl was in need of equipment. Renyu said. Yes. If the price is right, I'll order 24L barrels first. Of course, it would be best if I could make a larger capacity. Also, I'm a tailor, and I can make equipment. If you need it, you can ask me to make it. The male lurker player who was added in the morning hadn't sent any information for a day. Neither water source information nor barrel information. Renyu couldn't just rely on him. Yu Jinwen said hurriedly, I am now level 7. Is there any green clothes suitable for my level? I want to get some clothes first. After leaving her family, she has been working hard to make money and save money. According to the equipment market she has browsed, she can currently afford a set of green cloth clothes. If there is really no green cloth clothes, white clothes will also be fine. The rest of the equipment will be gradually supplemented. In short, as long as there is no vampire family, she will definitely get better and better. I will go back and do it later. Renyu said. Do you need to pay the deposit for the wooden barrel? Yu Jinwen shook her head. 20 will be delivered in batches. I can make 10 tonight, and the rest can be delivered tomorrow night. Price. You want so many, I'll give you 15 copper coins each. Deal. Li Jiao said beside her. I want 10 too, just deliver to me at the end, I'm not in a hurry. After calculating the revenue of this batch of orders in her mind, Yu Jinwen clenched her fists to suppress her excitement, and said, Okay, don't worry, I will finish it as soon as possible. For the convenience of contact, let's add each other as friends. When adding friends, she looked at Renyu in surprise. Are you Yoyu? I just came from your house. I want to ask if you want wheat seeds. Before she finished speaking, Renyu's eyes lit up. Yes, I want as many as you have. Finally, she saw the seeds. Yu Jinwen continued. Your neighbor Shinkong bought your share. He said he would give it to you later. There are not many, so I can only give you 2 seeds each. 2 seeds are very good. They should be enough for seeds. Right? Yu Jingwen shook her head. She had never planted wheat before, and wheat seeds were not displayed. Renyu asked, "What's the price?" "I will calculate it with Shinkong later," Yu Jingwen said a little nervously. 30 copper coins per seed. Seeing that their land was empty at that time, she guessed that they didn't get seeds. So this is a rare resource. She thought about it and decided on this price. Now she is a little worried whether the price is too high. Especially, I'm not sure if I can keep the seeds. Renyu didn't care, said, "Okay, this way I'll have an idea." He added, "If I'm not at home when you finish making the barrels and deliver them, you can private message me. If I don't respond, you can apply to join the team, or invite me to form a team yourself, which can pop up a window for easy reminder." Yu Jingwen agreed, turned and left. Renyu didn't stay long, and completed a transaction with Li Jiao. She gave the material she got, and the mutton to Renyu, and ordered several roasted mutton. It doesn't matter whether it has attributes or not. I just want to satisfy my craving. Renyu also gave her a piece of sugarcane. Satisfy your craving. Li Jiao hugged Renyu excitedly, and said excitedly, "Did you drop it from killing monsters or picking it? Do you have any more? Can you sell me a few? I'll sell you a few pieces of brown sugar after I make it." Renyu smiled. "If I can pick more tomorrow, I'll leave a few for you." Okay. After a brief chat, Renyu left. She was thinking about the seeds, and went directly to find the starry sky. Knocked on the door, and received a prompt, saying, "Starry sky is forging," and asked her to wait for 2 minutes. Then wait for 2 minutes. And she didn't leave. 2 men and 2 women walked in from the alley, looking at the residents on both sides as they walked. And they looked a little sneaky. Renyu looked at the movement for a few times, and seemed to withdraw his sight. But in fact, he continued to stare with the corner of his eyes. It was known that the game residence was not allowed to be entered without the owner's permission. Otherwise, looking at the expressions of these 4 people, they looked like thieves who came to scout the place. A few people walked slowly to the vicinity, looked at the sign at the entrance of Shinkong, and heard a male voice say with surprise, as if he had discovered a new world, "There is a name. The houses where people live have names. Let's look for them one by one. Maybe we can find that damn girl." A female voice sounded, "Houses are not easy to blow up. Is she lucky enough to get a house?" The previous male voice said impatiently, "Then where do you think she can go? The safe zone can't be found. The damn girl can't be found day or night. But besides the safe zone, the only place to spend the night is the residential area. It can't be dead. Right?" As they talked, they walked past Renyu. Then, she saw them staring at the wooden nameplate at the door of her house, and then they left. At this time, the door in front of her opened. Renyu quickly looked away. "Are you done?" Xia Jinghuai smiled and nodded, said, "I'll give you something." After that, he threw out 2 seeds. Renyu picked them up quickly, said, "I just met the seller. I'll give you the money." "No need, next time you see seeds, remember to buy 2 seeds for me," Xia Jinghuai said. Renyu thought for a moment, and said, "Then you can take these things." She threw 2 buckets of water, and a piece of sugarcane on the ground. There was nothing he could refuse. Xia Jinghuai picked up. "Have you found a water source?" Renyu nodded, and told him the water source. Xia Jinghuai suggested, "Continue to look for resources tomorrow morning?" "Okay. I'll ask Qianshao later. She should also need herbs. Just make the decision." Xia Jinghuai didn't care about it. The 2 separated, and Renyu turned back home. She also glanced at the 4 people who had walked to the entrance of the alley, and were ready to turn. Maybe she was just curious about the houses, and came to take a look. She retracted her gaze, and suddenly stopped when she reached her door, and turned to look diagonally across. Did the neighbor across the street change? She remembered that it was the house of Liao Wuhan, and now it has changed to Eo Xiang's house. Either the player changed his nickname, or was hacked. Players who own houses can really get them out after death. Renyu sighed, opened the door and entered, and went straight to the back of the house. This was her first time coming here since she unlocked the land. She thought it was empty, but it was overgrown with grass, weeds with health bars. She walked to the land, and a prompt popped up in front of her. "Do you want to clear the weeds?" "What else can I do?" "Clear." The next step is almost the same as gathering. The character has a hoe in his hand. Hey, hey, hey. 3 times, the clearing is complete. It actually gave 2 experience points. At the same time, there are some more things on the ground. Renyu is too familiar with it. This is the drop that will appear when gathering and killing monsters. There is a drop when hoeing weeds. It's a seed. Renyu was surprised and went forward to pick it up and harvested a rose seed. In this world, who has the mood to plant and enjoy flowers? She shook her head in disappointment and opened her backpack to plant. In the backpack, only the name wheat seeds was displayed, and there was a choice of whether to plant next to it. She pressed the selection button, and a seed disappeared. The land under her feet changed slightly. At the same time, a line of text appeared above the land. Wheat seeds. 3 days to mature. Chapter 33 Leather Armor Set. Renyu cherished this unique seedling very much. He went back to the house and found the wooden dog from the box. He brought it here and placed it next to him. There was no other display before it was used. After it was placed, there was an additional health bar, 200 points of health. There was no level display, because it had quality, ordinary. If the health bar is emptied, will the wooden dog be scrapped? It's actually a consumable. Renyu shook his head regretfully. The 50-meter reminder range is a bit small. If you are a little far away from home, you won't receive the information. The 30-point counterattack damage is not high either. Go back and find a new friend. Those who suck my blood will die. And order a few high-level wooden dogs. Renyu returned to the house, took out a piece of sugar cane and started chewing it. It was sweet and refreshing, so delicious that you couldn't stop. Renyu finished 3 pieces of sugar cane in one breath before stopping, keeping a part to satisfy his craving, and processing the other part into brown sugar. It's not difficult to make, and it doesn't take long. It's about the same as processing berry tea. The recipe is 3 pieces of sugar cane for 1 portion of brown sugar. Not long after, there were 20 portions of brown sugar in the package, double. Brown sugar, mixed with water to drink, instantly restore 15 health points, 10 fatigue points, can also be prepared by non-chef skills. I made a few more portions of red bean porridge. Items for filling the stomach and adding blood, but the amount of blood added is not much, only used to satisfy cravings. Stop making food items. Renyu opens the sewing panel and starts weaving. Make silk thread into silk. Silk thread usually explodes less, and its frequency of use is also lower than cotton thread. It is dropped by monsters and collected one after another, and only 34 balls of silk have been collected. 5 balls of silk thread are spun into 1 piece of silk. Renyu spun 6 pieces of silk and started making scroll parts. Consume 3 pieces of silk and 1 ball of silk thread and enter the production mode. Influenced by advanced sewing, although it is the first time to do embroidery, it does not feel awkward, like a skilled embroiderer. It's just that the pattern has a fixed limit, and it's not controlled by myself. At the end, there was an extra roll of silk cloth in my hand, with a simple landscape painting embroidered on it, which was quite beautiful. Probably because of the embroidery program, I got a lot of experience points, 30 points. Renyu continued to process, and after using up the last set of silk, the parts were completed. She privately chatted with Shinkong. Yoyu, insufficient materials, I only made 2 pieces, shall I send them to you now? After sending the message, she began to consider the quotation. Now the price of materials has risen. The common price of silk thread purchase is 2 copper coins, 3 copper coins, and the selling price is higher, but it is not clear how the sales volume is. Silk thread is calculated at 2 copper coins, not counting labor costs. A piece of silk costs 10 copper coins. The silk thread required for weaving and embroidery costs 12. Renyu raised the processing fee by 20, and finally calculated it at 32 copper coins. While thinking, Shinkong replied, saying that he would come to get it. A moment later, there was a knock on the door, and the official visitor reminder of the game. Renyu went out and quoted the price. Shinkong said, let's go for 35. Someone in the trading hall is asking for 40. I want both. Okay. Renyu didn't pretend, and traded immediately, receiving 70 copper coins. Xia Jingwei, I'm level 10 now. I'll make a weapon for you tonight. Renyu disbanded the team after she came back. She didn't notice his level change. She congratulated him and said, I'll also try high-level equipment tonight. Purple hat. Purple clothes. If you need them, you can trade them tomorrow morning. Yes. If you have other purple equipment, please save one for me. No problem. The two separated. Renyu didn't do sewing directly after she returned. She entered the chef interface and made braised beef, roasted lamb, braised pork, and wild boar meat for the latter. After the cooking was completed, Renyu took out a portion of red bean porridge, a steamed bun, and braised beef, and had a delicious meal. They were all props that added attributes. Braised beef temporarily increased strength by 10 points and attack speed by 3 points, which lasted for 50 minutes. Roasted lamb can clear the negative state of dizziness and restore a certain amount of mana and health. Braised pork is a mana recovery item, which also restores a certain amount of health. But Renyu didn't care about the attributes at this time, and focused on satisfying his cravings. We will taste the roasted lamb and braised pork tomorrow. After eating and drinking, we start making equipment. Click on the tailoring interface, and check the advanced drawings that we have mastered, but have not yet made. Blue boots, purple Xia customer service, purple colorful silk scarf, hat, purple colorful flying belt, healer equipment, purple mask. Mask is marked as lurker equipment. Not sure if other professions can wear it. Renyu plans to make one to try. Make blue boots first. Consume 2 cotton cloth, 2 cotton thread, 2 metal buckles. Metal buckles are uniform props. They all look the same before use. After use, 2 different styles are finally presented on the boots and hats. It took 40 minutes. Gained a character, 30 experience points for each skill, and a pair of boots. Boots, excellent agility plus 4, agility plus 5, movement speed plus 4, agility plus 1, fixed attribute bonus, durability 150, were level 6. Double agility, plus fixed bonus, triple agility, good attributes. Renyu was delighted. Originally, she wanted to make a few more pairs, to see if she could produce a fine product, and make a pair of purple boots. But seeing the attributes, Renyu planned to stop. It is also considered a kind of luck to get good attributes. Even if a purple outfit is really out, the attributes may not be better than this pair. Stop working on the boots, make purple outfit clothes. If a fine product is produced, then it will be the Hongming grade, red outfit. She is no longer satisfied with the purple outfit, and begins to dream of the red outfit. Renyu looks at the Xia customer service that she has already learned. Xia customer service, rare quality, required materials, 1 leather, 5 cotton threads, 2 cotton cloths, 1 silk thread, needed props, sewing machine and embroidery needle, collar and cuffs have embroidery decorations. The Xiaofu suit is a single-piece robe, with a bit of ancient style. However, the Xiaofu suit is wearing a windbreaker outside this outfit. You can make 1 or 2, and sell them in the trading hall. There must be players who like it. After all, not everyone has a windbreaker. Renyu moved her eyes, and looked at the unlocked advanced drawings. The leather armor set, which includes a top and pants like the cloth suit, is unknown, but the price is clearly marked, 500 copper coins. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Renyu chose to unlock it. When the icon lit up, she checked again and saw the required material ratio. Requires 5 leather materials, 2 cotton cloths, 3 cotton threads, 6 metal buckles, and any props will be fine as long as you have a sewing machine. Originally, I asked Shinkong to make custom metal buckles for hats, but I didn't expect the demand to be so widespread. Renyu temporarily quit, sent a message to his neighbor, and placed an order for 100 metal buckles. Close the dialog box, and start making a leather armor set. The higher the level of equipment, the longer it takes. Leather armor takes an hour. 1 hour later, Renyu has an extra set of equipment. At the same time, he obtains the character, and 50 skill experience each. The properties of a single piece are similar to those of a windbreaker. Compared to the blue cloth clothes on his body, it is naturally several times better. But for the purple clothing, there is nothing particularly outstanding in terms of properties. But the style is very nice. The top has 2 holes, which can be inlaid with gems. Renyu resisted the urge to change clothes with 1 click, and continued to make them. The second set is comparable to the first set. There has been no explosion of fine products. I'm not lucky today. Looking at the time, Renyu gritted his teeth and made another set. When he finished, his eyes swept over the subtitles that popped up in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Leather armor top, Hongming. Leather armor pants, Hongming. Adds life, constitution, physical defense, magic defense. The attribute bonus is quite pleasing, with 3 sockets, also with a chance of triggering spell damage immunity. But wearing level 20. Renyu. Red clothes are out, but I can't wear them. I can only keep them in the bottom of the box for the time being. I randomly chose one from the 2 purple clothes, wear it with 1 click, and even replace the shoes. Leather armor equipment has a good body tightening effect. With shoulder guard decoration, the whole person looks upright and heroic. Not bad. Continue making. This time I made a colorful silk scarf. It's called a colorful silk scarf, but the finished product is not so fancy. In terms of attributes, the physical defense, the magic defense and life bonus are higher than her helmet, but there is no damage reduction bonus. Rinyu put the silk scarf into her backpack and continued making. If she can't make a substitute with the same attribute bonus as the helmet, she may have to wear the helmet all the time. She has good overall defense attributes and amazing health, so there is no need to pursue equipment quality. The second piece also had no extra bonus. The third piece was the same. Rinyu sighed. It seems that the probability of producing top-quality properties is lower than that of producing top-quality products. Pause the hat. Rinyu processed ordinary cloth clothes for those who suck my blood will die. After making 3 sets of white clothes, a set of green clothes was exploded, stopped, and made masks instead. Masks are not a must, but Rinyu was too curious. The blueprint was marked as lurker equipment, but it was not clear whether other professions could wear it. We can only see whether the finished product will be displayed. The materials needed for the mask are not difficult: 1 cotton cloth, 1 spider silk. Although it is a purple outfit, it doesn't take that long to make a mask, 30 minutes. Mask, exclusive facial equipment for lurkers. Using the skill assassination, it can increase the armor breaking effect and reduce the target's defense by 20%. No attribute bonus when worn by non-lurkers. Rinyu, reduce the target's defense by 20%. So cruel. She tried it on, and it really didn't have any attribute bonus, but it could cover the face, and Rinyu thought the effect was not bad. Keep it for yourself. She put it in the package and wore it tomorrow. Finally, she looked at the time, made a pair of blue boots, and called it a day. Lying on the bed, Rinyu suddenly thought that she didn't pay much attention to the channel information, which led to a lag in understanding the situation outside. She didn't rush to sleep and open the panel. Just check the phone before going to bed. Unexpectedly, the channel was very exciting. The players were arguing. Rinyu flipped through it and sighed. The disadvantage of killing players to explode skills has come. The cause was that a player posted an advertisement on the channel, wanting to exchange medicine for food, which attracted a lot of similar exchange information. In addition to medicine, some players also proposed to use equipment, wooden or iron items to exchange for food and water. Then someone started to choke. Xyoluin bumping. Are all the chefs almost slaughtered? Let those bastards who focus on other people's life skills, killing people to explode their skills, speak out. This resonated with many players with life skills. I am an old monk. Players who have chosen life skills are really unlucky for 8 lifetimes, digging up the graves of some people for 8 lifetimes. Temporary skills disappear after 1 use. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey and then squeezed by the door 3 times before you came up with the idea of killing players to explode their skills. Yao Dao. I was hunted down for no reason the day before yesterday. So scary. I was at a loss for words when naming. I have exploded several times on the channel, but some idiots don't repent. Jojo. Everyone is hungry. Let them starve to death. Without players, the game will close down. Lang Yan. Not all players kill people. They can attack indiscriminately. Xiao Lu Luan Chuang. Which eye of yours saw me attacking indiscriminately? Didn't I name them? I was scolding those bastards who specialize in killing people and exploding their skills. Why are you so excited? Xiao Imo, raising his hand weakly. I have never killed anyone. Please ask a chef to sell me some food. My child is really hungry. Feng Qin Yun Dan. Some idiots think they are very smart, but in fact they hurt others and themselves. Looking through it, most of them are condemnations of killing people to steal life skills. As they scolded, everyone started to scold the game, expressing their dissatisfaction with this setting. Not only was there noise on the channel, the safe zone was also bustling. It was originally very quiet. Everyone paid for the night, set up tents, or lay in the open air, chatting with people they knew, exchanging game experiences, summarizing the day's gains. I don't know who cursed on the channel, and started to curse passionately on the spot, saying the condemning words, causing many people to echo, and everyone began to collectively condemn and denounce the game. The game is set up to make us kill each other, turn all humans into their players, and then watch us kill ourselves. This is a dog game. It will go bankrupt sooner or later. The skill bar is set up so unreasonably. Even for the main profession, there are more than 5 skills, but there are only 5 skill slots. Are you sick? Once you start to get hungry, the fatigue value drops very quickly. I didn't do anything else today. I just brushed food items in the trading hall. After brushing for a whole day, I grabbed a steamed bun, but I can only be full for a few hours. Now I'm starving again. Yeah, there's too little food. Those who learn to cook are afraid of being killed, so they dare not expose themselves. People are always thinking about us, and they won't sell us food even if they have it. It's all because of some idiots, who actually kill people with life skills. Players, are these idiots the running dogs of the game? Otherwise, why would they harm their own kind? That's right, they may be the running dogs of the game. Some people jumped up excitedly and said, "Don't fight with such people in the future, run to a safe place and expose him on the channel, we will teach him a lesson together." Some people supported, some people disdained, but no matter how disdainful they were, they could only hide in the corner and laugh softly. A bunch of idiots, this is the world of the game. It's not the same as before, how can you enjoy the game experience without killing people? He said this, he lowered his head and whispered softly, "I can't die again." Next to him, a level 1 lurker turned over irritably and said impatiently, "It's so noisy, can't you let me sleep?" Renyu didn't know that the safe zone was also in a mess. She scrolled to the bottom of the chat bar, didn't speak, turned off the panel and fell asleep. Before 5 o'clock in the morning, Renyu got up. I sent a message to Shinkong to let him know that I had woken up. Then I opened the sewing interface and prepared to be a customer service representative. I would make it and see the effect. If it was really not suitable to wear, I would send it to the trading hall and sell it. Chapter 34 Flame Pistol. An hour later. The knight's clothes came out. Robe style, black, silver color matching, leather decoration added to the collar and cuffs, and a belt around the waist. Attributes aside, this style is indeed very handsome among all players. Renyu chooses to wear it, the style automatically adjusts to fit the body, but as she guessed, it will directly replace the cloth equipment on the upper body, the pants cover it, but the windbreaker is still there, the overall combination is a bit out of place. If the windbreaker is removed, there will be one less piece of equipment, and the corresponding attributes will also be reduced, which is not cost effective. If you really want to wear it, unless there is an outer outfit that can match the hero customer service, such as a cloak or other equipment, to make up for the attribute bonus of the windbreaker. Renyu moved her little hand, clicked into the tailoring panel to find the unlocked icons, and checked them one by one, and flipped down several pages. Her eyebrows and eyes lit up slightly, and she really guessed it. There is a cloak blueprint, and the price is 500 copper coins. However, her wallet was bleeding yesterday, and she has not even earned back the cost so far. Renyu was a little reluctant to buy it, and temporarily withdrew her eager little hand. This one in my hand, I looked at the attributes, it's the data that a purple suit should have. There's nothing particularly eye-catching about it. Renyu decided to put it up for sale in the trading hall, to make back the money. Player Shinkong visits. Please let him in / please wait / drive him away, and blacklist him. Please wait. Renyu knew that she was going to set off. She formed a team first, and invited Shinkong from the friend list, and then invited Li Jiao. I asked Li Jiao last night, and she agreed to join the early morning collection team. Shinkong joined the team, and then Li Jiao also joined the team. Renyu quickly sorted out the package, took what he needed, put what he didn't need for the time being in the box, and then went out. Xia Jinghui had already cleared the nearby monsters, and when he saw Renyu coming out, his eyes lit up. Level 10 purple equipment? Renyu nodded. I left you purple leather armor, hat and blue boots. You look at the properties first. No need to look. I want them all. Shinkong said. I have also made your weapon, and I only made 20 metal buckles. I will give it to you first, and I will deliver the rest after I finish it. He threw out the weapon. Renyu picked it up, and threw out the equipment that Shinkong wanted. He put it on the spot, and the defense property was greatly improved. He had a good figure to begin with, and the tight leather armor made him look broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and long-legged. The only thing was that the scarf didn't match his style, but it looked better than the helmet Renyu was wearing. Overall, it was pretty good, but Renyu wasn't tempted by her beauty. She was obsessed with her new weapon, so she clicked into the package to change it. At the same time, she checked the equipment attributes. After seeing this, she couldn't suppress the joy on her brows. Flame Pistol, rare wearing level 10, effective range 70 meters, strength plus 24, attack speed plus 7, strength plus 14, physical attack plus 26, agility plus 4, each attack can cause 102 damage, with a 5-second stun effect, poison, 20% chance of critical hit, 3% chance of causing 10 secondary damage, solid, Magazine contains 18 bullets. Automatically replenishes 1 bullet every 30 seconds. No inlay. Durability 200. Double strength, high agility, high attack speed. The critical hit probability is also greatly improved. In terms of basic attributes alone, it can be regarded as a top-notch product. But this is not the point. The point is the stun effect, and the prompt is poison. Why is it poisonous? Starry Sky. For attacking equipment of rare quality or above, you can add some additional materials in addition to the fixed materials when forging. I added scorpion venom. Rinyu nodded. She did not regret why high-level defensive equipment could not add additional materials. She did not like to study this. Just like after she reached the high level, except for making cloth belts, she did not study the self-made equipment carefully. Maybe she could design her own equipment, but that was completely independent design, without blueprints. But I guess one thing, it should be easy to fail. Right? The game shouldn't be so generous. Shinkong, there is a certain failure rate, luckily. I was lucky, the process was smooth. There is loss, so, the price can't be calculated based on the regular grade weapons. Rinyu, a set of leather armor and a pair of boots replace the weapon. You only need to pay for the silk scarf. And then deduct the cost of the metal buckle. Shinkong, just use the leather armor, the materials are not valuable. Rinyu, you can't calculate it that way, that attribute is very valuable. It has poison, each attack will have a 5-second stun effect, as long as you don't encounter special resistance, an opponent with negative rebound, the battle is almost invincible. Rinyu insisted. And Xia Jinghuai had to settle the bill at the price she said. Rinyu, let's meet up with Qian Shao first. I still have something to sell to you. There was no need for the two to go. Li Jiao had already rushed over to clear the monsters. Seeing the equipment they were wearing, her eyes suddenly lit up. What kind of equipment is this? It's so beautiful. Rinyu, level 10 purple equipment. You work hard. And upgrade it as soon as possible. Li Jiao, make it for me first. I'll put it in the box. And look at it every day to encourage myself. Rinyu smiled. Okay. Then, she directly sent out the attributes of red bean porridge, brown sugar, braised beef, roasted lamb, and braised pork in the team channel. The two of them each asked for a few and put them in their backpacks. After that, they fought their way out, killing small monsters. There was no need for new weapons. Rinyu changed back to her previous green outfit, and still killed one monster with one gun. She still dealt with them easily. When they were about to get out of the square, Rinyu always felt that something was wrong. As if something was missing. When she was covering Xia Jinghuai's mining, she finally realized it, and looked at the sausage stall. The NPC who was highly suspected to be Gao Hai was gone. He was still there yesterday morning. But when she came back in the afternoon, was he there or not? Rinyu forgot, and didn't pay attention. Seeing that she looked strange, smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Rinyu pointed to the barbecue stall over there. The NPC here is gone. Li Jiao, there is an NPC here. She suddenly realized. It seems that there was one, yes. Why is it gone? Will it appear only after the refresh at 8 o'clock? No. Rinyu shook his head. Have you noticed that? NPCs will be replaced? Shinkong has finished mining, hearing this. He was puzzled. NPCs will be replaced? Although Rinyu is doing well, he can't figure out the rules of the game. In fact, he is not at ease. Discussing with reliable people may lead to unexpected discoveries. After getting to know these two teammates, they seem to be good people, so we can try to talk more with them. Besides, it is not that easy to trigger NPC rewards. I just mentioned it briefly, and did not go into too much detail. The reward part was not fully disclosed, only the NPC replacement and the discovery of Gao Hai were briefly mentioned. Shinkong pondered and said, when a player dies, he will become an NPC, and the NPC will disappear when the task is triggered, and then a new NPC will appear, which is the opportunity to trigger the task, which is equivalent to replacing the next batch after their tasks are completed. And the people who will replace them, will they be other dead players? Li Jiao raised her hand, and threw out a cloud of poisonous mist. It's like a shift handover. Rinyu, is there a possibility that they will be given a chance to revive after completing the task of task triggering? Shinkong, if I can meet Gao Hai again, this question will have an answer. Rinyu, I hope so. The three of them talked while clearing small monsters. And when they encountered materials they needed on the way, they covered each other to collect them. Mining, digging medicinal herbs, picking blueberries, raspberries and other berries, walking along the familiar route, sweet potato fields, sugarcane fields, red beans, and wheat in the wasteland. In the safe zone, several teams left the protective shield and began to clear the monsters outside. Many players were awakened by various special effects. Some people looked at them sleepily, closed their eyes, turned over and continued to sleep, and muttered, "Why are there so many people who are so diligent again? You are busy all day long. Can't you sleep well now? You spend money but don't sleep until 8 o'clock? You have money to burn." Many people looked down on the teams outside, muttered a few words, and fell asleep with a snore. Some people also discussed with their friends or relatives, "Why don't we go out and fight?" People around them objected, "There are a lot of level 2 monsters. The attacks are particularly high before 8 o'clock. We don't have complete equipment. We don't kill many monsters and lose our lives. It's not worth it. Have you forgotten that when the safe zone was first established, there were teams fighting at night? As a result, some people took advantage of the chaos to kill people, and several players died. We won't join in the fun. Forget it, let's wait until after 8 o'clock. Some people gave up, and 2s and 3s got up and walked out in teams. Little did they know that the first few teams were not aiming to kill monsters and level up, but to fight their way out to find resources. They had calculated the departure time carefully. If they set out too early, they would be worried that there would be too many monsters in the wild, and there would be no safe place to rest, and their fatigue value would not last until 8 o'clock. If they set out before 7 o'clock, they could still last an hour. When they were exhausted, the extra monsters would disappear, and they could find a place to rest and catch their breath. Rinyu didn't know that many players had already rolled up their sleeves regarding resources, and the 3 of them rushed to the construction site. After entering the door, Rinyu looked up at the tree and saw the kite that had been refreshed. After explaining the wonderful uses of the kite, Shinkong asked Li Jiao to take it first, and he took the kite for tomorrow's refresh. "Thank you." Li Jiao was not pretentious, and she jumped and climbed up with agility, and took the kite down. The 3 of them worked together very quickly. Shinkong and Qianshao cleared the monsters, and Rinyu focused on collecting. In addition to the ingredients for making drinks, there was also rice. It was just past 7 o'clock. Rinyu suggested, "Let's go to other places to see if there will be any new discoveries." The 3 of them left the construction site, randomly chose a direction, and looked around while clearing monsters, looking for resource collection points. Fighting and walking, they were getting farther and farther away from the work area. Half an hour later, they entered a forest and encountered locust monsters that could fly and jump. Each one was ridiculously large, with a very agile attack speed and could dodge, making it difficult to lock on to the target. The Starry Sky Switch Mage began to use ice control. Li Jiao also focused on group attacks and poisoning. Rinyu shot one by one, firing in bursts, and when the bullets could not keep up, she took out a new pistol and continued to kill. After killing the locust monsters, new dropped items were also found: cotton yarn, oilcloth, and small locusts that can be eaten after processing. And other conventional materials also exploded. The 3 picked up what they needed, and the new materials were divided equally. After fighting for a while, they gradually gained some experience and became more and more calm. Bang! Bang! Rinyu picked up the fallen items with his gun. He glanced to the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and called his teammates, "Cover me! I found something good." A small piece of spinach was hidden in the grass. Shinkong and Qianshao came over to guard it, killing the locusts in the air. Rinyu squatted down to collect them. Near the spinach field, he found 5 more wheats and picked them. Another hawthorn tree was found over there, and they went to collect it. After collecting, Rinyu turned around and said, "It's over. Let's..." Before she finished speaking, Shinkong took over and said, "We are so lucky." Rinyu was startled, and followed Shinkong's line of sight. It turned out that the 3 of them had walked into the depths of the woods without realizing it, because they spent most of their time looking up at the sky. They lowered their heads to work when they found resources, and then looked up to fight monsters after they were done. So they didn't pay much attention and accidentally walked near a huge spider with a red name on its head. Boss, they met the boss. "Li Jiao, I was wondering why there were fewer and fewer monsters. It turns out we have entered the boss territory." But the boss didn't seem to notice them yet. If it was before, the 3 of them would have turned around and ran away, and then discussed countermeasures after they ran far away. But now, there are 2 level 10 players, with complete equipment. Li Jiao is also level 8, And compared to most players, her equipment is also quite good. The three of them are eager to try. Retreat first, don't alarm it, keep a little distance to eat the props, and try to fight. Renyu stared at the boss in front of him, and said softly. The two nodded, stepped back a distance, took out the props, and quickly started eating. Shinkong, Yoyu, you go and kill the monster. Try to control the monster with your new pistol. Your attack is high, so it should be better than my ice monster control. After all, my magic attack is lacking. If Yoyu can't control it, Xianxiao will control it again, and we'll see the effect. Xianxiao is a professional poison master after all. The reason why she attaches so much importance to it is that the defense of the boss is higher than that of ordinary monsters. She should look at it with a higher eye and respect her opponent. Li Jiao just saw Renyu change her weapon. She can't see the attributes, but she can see the appearance. It is a little longer than the one she used before, and it looks good. It is also decorated with a flame pattern, which is very beautiful. But she didn't quite understand the use of a pistol to control monsters. Now was not the time to ask. After eating the props and returning to the previous position, Renyu raised his gun and locked the target. The boss seemed to have sensed it this time and found them. The next second, the 8 legs moved, and suddenly opened their mouths, and a huge spider web fell on them. The 3 of them were not low in agility, and they quickly dodged. Renyu fired at the same time. Bang! Hit! Triggering a critical hit, plus the captain's bonus and props bonus, knocking off nearly 500 HP. Then, the mosquito coil light effect on the boss's head entered a dizzy state, and at the same time, the skill flame damage appeared, and the boss began to lose blood continuously. The secondary damage was triggered, and 10 blood points were lost. Shinkong avoided the spider web and immediately adjusted his direction to rush towards the boss. After getting close, he flashed forward, and the swordsman's skills fell one after another, causing a stack of amazing damage values. Renyu was able to stun the boss, and Li Jiao was still curious, but her reaction was not slow. She quickly attacked, and continued to control with a layer of poison mist, followed by poison kiss, and a single attack of deadly corrosion, causing a wave of damage. Renyu did not stop after the attack, and continued to attack. The boss was in a dizzy state, and slowed down by Li Jiao. Shinkong used the 3 swordsman skills in a row according to the skill cooldown time, and also caused a combo damage, which was similar to a critical hit, but a reminder popped up above the boss's head, marked as combo damage, and the damage value was also over 400. Li Jiao caught this and asked while fighting, there is also a combo damage. This is the first time I have seen it. Shinkong replied, magic skills are not easy to use, but you should be able to practice them. In addition to keeping the skill cooldown time, you must have at least 2 consecutive critical hits, and the 3rd time can cause combo damage, which is equivalent to 1 more critical hit effect. Li Jiao, I understand. It should be difficult for me. Her poison mist rarely has a critical hit effect. After all, it is a group control skill, and the damage is low. Renyu jumped on 1 leg, and couldn't perform a combo. The new weapon's stun effect was really awesome. The mosquito coils on the boss's head were stacked one after another, and they almost never stopped. When the health bar dropped by 1/3, the big spider suddenly trembled and struggled out of the stun. But Shinkong kept paying attention to the boss's movements. At the same time, he cut out the staff and cast ice, and the boss froze again. After all, they didn't think it would be so beautiful that they could keep controlling it. None of the 3 of them were easily distracted, so they were on guard, fearing that there would be changes. Bang! The boss quickly broke free from the ice control, and continued to be beaten, making it a little irritable. It raised 1 leg and stabbed the human closest to it, rolling and dodging in the sky. Renyu shot and hit, the boss's huge body shook, but it did not enter the dizzy state like before. Renyu, it has resistance. Li Jiao quickly used poison. The boss also slowed down slightly, and immediately moved freely. It has become resistant to my poison. The spider was originally chasing Shinkong, but 2 humans here took turns to poison it, and it was enraged, and immediately switched targets, and spurted a stream of black liquid at Renyu and the other man. Li Jiao made an instinctive judgment, and shouted in surprise, "Get out of the way, it's poisonous!" Renyu was about to dodge, but suddenly changed his route, and took the initiative to meet it, and took the blow with his shoulder. Whether it's poisonous or not, you'll know after trying it. It hurts. A bloody cut suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and he lost more than 200 HP instantly. A reminder popped up in front of her. You are poisoned, weakness, speed, attack, defense reduced by 15%, vulnerable, damage increased by 15% when receiving physical attacks, lasts for 10 seconds. Then a golden light flashed on her body, negative status disappeared, full rebound. The boss body stiffened, movement became slow, receiving its own boomerang. Renyu shouted in surprise. Shinkong slashed with a knife. The boss was weak and vulnerable to physical attacks, value 15%, lasts for 10 seconds, attack with all your strength. She didn't care about adding blood. Nor did she need to add blood. She now had more than 1,600 HP. Losing more than 200 would only be a scratch. Shinkong reacted quickly, approached quickly, and dealt a wave of damage, greatly increasing the damage value. The attack speed of the boss decreased, and he could easily dodge. Renyu also attacked the boss with physical attacks, and he kept hitting the boss. I don't know if it was affected by the weakening, but when the boss was finished with the negative effect of the boomerang, Renyu's stun was effective again, and a mosquito coil was hung on his head again. Next, as long as the boss was out of control and attacked with venom, Renyu would move forward to be hit, and then the boss would be affected by the negative effect of the boomerang, and the three of them would deal a wave of crazy damage. Shinkong occasionally used freezing control, and Li Jiao's poison damage was occasionally ineffective, but it was also occasionally effective. The three of them cooperated like this, and slowly wore the boss to death. Things exploded all over the ground. Chapter 35 Skill Book Synthesis. Flying Blade, rare, earring, rare, staff, excellent, heavy cannon, excellent, bow and arrow, excellent, straw sandals, ordinary, recipe for the great rejuvenating pill, bow and arrow blueprint, skill book 2, sapphire, critical hit, emerald, life, some copper coins, spider silk, silk thread, mineral material, medicinal materials, cotton cloth, cotton thread, etc. Select the important items first, and discuss and divide the others. Starry Sky's damage is a little higher than Renyu's. He selected first, and picked up the skill book. Renyu's damage was higher than Li Jiao's. While changing his weapon back to the SC-02 pistol, he went over to pick up the purple earrings. Meteor earrings, rare strength plus 10, intelligence plus 10, attack speed plus 5%, all professions, all skill damage plus 10, durability 180, wearing level 10. She took a look at the attributes and liked it very much. She put it on the spot. Finally, she had all the equipment. She was very satisfied. Li Jiao had no suspense. She went over to pick up the flying blade. The flying blade is also the weapon of the poison master. There was a gleam of joy in her eyes. It seemed that the attributes were good. She was also very satisfied. But the weapons had to wait until she reached level 10. Next, Shinkong took the staff, bow and arrow blueprint, emerald, mineral materials. Renyu chose the heavy artillery, sapphire, silk thread, cooking materials. Li Jiao took the bow and arrow, straw sandals, the Huan Dan recipe medicine. All thread and cloth materials belonged to Renyu. She converted the portion that belonged to Shinkong and Li Jiao into copper coins, taking a certain amount of copper coins less. Each person got more than 400 experience points, which skyrocketed. Renyu directly inlaid gems, added them to the ring, and increased the critical hit rate by 7%. After the few people killed the monsters in the woods, they walked around the woods and found some resources hidden in the corners. This is a good place, Li Jiao sighed. In terms of life skills and resources, the three of them had a good harvest. At this time, someone applied to join the team. Renyu took a look and saw that it was the female player named Those Who Suck My Blood Will Die yesterday. He pressed reject and entered the panel to open the private chat window. There was an unread message. At present, she didn't want to reveal the captain bonus to the new acquaintance. She let the other party pop up a window just to remind him. After all, she just closed the panel. Those who suck my blood will die. Beryl. It's done. Renyu replied to her, Yu, I will be back in about 10 minutes. It was already past 8 o'clock. The monsters in the blank area disappeared. Occasionally, one or two of them left the territory and wandered into the street, which would not delay the journey much. She ran at full speed and could be back in 10 minutes. After thinking for a while, she replied again, if you have other plans, you can go out directly and send me a coordinate. I can find you somewhere else. Those who suck my blood will die. I'll wait at the residential building. When she was about to close the window, Another private message popped up. It was the lurker she added yesterday. The other party's nickname was Old Thief. Old Thief, are you there? Pretty girl? Are you still accepting wooden barrels? 10, and I will exchange 3 more barrels of water with you. I will provide the wooden barrels myself. Rinyu hurriedly said that she would continue to accept wooden barrels, but she could only exchange 2 barrels of drinking water for him. The other party accepted it. And Rinyu reported the location of the home square, and asked him to go over and wait. Closing the window, Rinyu said to the 2 team members, I will go back to get the wooden barrels, and I will go to get water later. What are your plans? Shinkong looked at her and suggested, do you want to challenge the new vortex in the afternoon? Rinyu, sure. So far, I have not seen the first announcement of the second vortex. It is not certain whether the game will only announce the first pass of the setting whirlpool, or will send a notification for the first pass of each vortex. They will know when they get through the second one. Li Jiao was eager to try. I have no problem. Rinyu, you can move freely first. I will ask the other 3. And then I will tell you in the team. The 2 agreed. Rinyu turned and left, running at full speed. On the way, he sent messages to Jiang Shujia, Zhai Gangyong and Swain to ask. Jiang Shujia and Swain agreed immediately. The former directly applied to join the team. And Rinyu pressed the approval button. Didn't receive a reply from Zhai Gangyong. She tried to form a team, and was prompted that the other party was in the team. There was still some time before noon, so there was no rush. She rushed to the home square, but the old thief hadn't come yet, so she went to find those who suck my blood will die first. One side handed over the wooden barrel, and the other side handed over the equipment, and after calculating the price difference, Rinyu added some copper coins. Eugene Wen put on everything on the spot, replacing the casual clothes she wore before the game came, opened the panel, and looked at the rising attribute values, and breathed a sigh of relief. Yoyu, can you make shoes? Shoes that are better than straw sandals. Rinyu, I have a pair of green shoes, which I just changed, and they have lost some durability, so I can sell them to you as white shoes, for 50 copper coins. Eugene Wen was delighted. I want them. 50 copper coins were enough for her. Wait a minute. I'll go back and get them. She didn't bring her shoes with her. After getting the shoes back, they traded. Eugene Wen immediately replaced them, and her agility improved. She also asked what other equipment Rinyu would make and the relevant prices, and ordered a hat. After all, there were still 10 wooden barrels that had not been delivered. After deducting them, she would refund the excess and make up the shortfall. After taking this order, Rinyu went to find another customer. This time the old thief was there. He threw 12 empty barrels to Rinyu, and the extra 2 were equivalent to the containers he brought with him. The water could not be taken out without a container, and it was deducted from Rinyu's consumption. 2 of the other 10 can be used to offset the water fee. Rinyu only needs to pay for 8 more barrels. After the transaction, he learned that Rinyu would continue to collect wooden barrels, and promised to contact her, and turned and left. Rinyu also left, and went to the place where he got water yesterday, swam over, and started to draw water. After drawing water from the 2 locations, there were 20 more barrels of water in the package, and there was no water anxiety for the time being. He opened the map to check the terrain on the edge of the city, and took a look at his teammates. The red dot was too eye-catching, and could not be ignored. Shinkong and Qianshao are no longer in the same place. Jiang Shujia is moving, running toward Shinkong's location. Rinyu closed the map, returned to the house to put the water into the storage box, and then packed, merged and sorted the overlapping materials in the storage box, freeing up a lot of space. Bring the equipment to be hung in the trading hall. Before leaving, went to the back of the house. The little seedling stood in the wind. It had grown a lot, but it was a little wilted, and there were 2 big words on its head: lack of water. Rinyu, do you want to be so direct? After confirming that it was impossible to water directly through the game, he went back to the house to get a bucket of water, and watered it. The wheat stood upright visibly, lush and green, and the words lack of water disappeared above his head. Rinyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the empty bucket, and was a little speechless. It was fortunate that water was found. If no water could be found, would the wheat die of thirst? I hope the effort will be rewarded. But don't be like the wheat you collected. 1 wheat plant can only yield 1 flower. Then whoever wants to plant the land can plant it, and it will be left barren. But don't expect this wheat plant to yield much, just make sure it doesn't lose money. She went back to the house and processed roasted sweet potatoes, egg fried rice, lantau ramen, stir-fried vegetables, red bean porridge, berry tea, blueberry juice, compound fruit tea. Afterwards, she went to the Safe Zone trading hall. First, she opened the purchase list and was immediately delighted. The price increase really worked. She collected a lot of basic materials and collected 5 wooden barrels. The windbreaker and other equipment that had been listed before were all sold out. She put up the purple hat, saw customer service, and the heavy artillery price. She also put up small berry tea and blueberry juice. She also put up 15 roasted sweet potatoes, 10 sugarcane raw materials, 3 red bean porridge, and set a special limit of 1 per person. After the operation, when he turned to leave, he heard the person next to him gasp and whisper to his companion, "Bake sweet potatoes. Buy them quickly." There was a commotion in the crowd behind him. Before Renew left the hall, a series of sales reminders popped up in front of him. Baked sweet potatoes, sugar cane, and fruit tea were all sold out. Everyone wanted to hold back and not say anything, but they couldn't resist the overly excited exclamation. Soon, many people who were resting in the corner of the hall also heard it. They sell baked sweet potatoes. Sugar cane. They sell sugar cane. Ah. Red bean porridge. Why can I only buy 1 serving? Where is the baked sweet potato? Who sells sugar cane? Hula. A group of players surrounded him. But when they clicked on the panel to search, the result was 0. Damn, put a few more on the shelf. It's not like we can't afford it. They probably don't have that much. Someone said, although I only bought 1, I really thank the chef. I hope the chefs can come up with more. After that, he took out the roasted sweet potato and started eating it impatiently. After a few bites, the aroma lingered in the hall for a long time, causing a sound of swallowing saliva. After a silence, someone choked up and said, "What kind of crazy dogs are slaughtering life-skill players?" This remark immediately resonated with everyone. The chefs don't dare to show up. And they don't sell us anything. There are not many chefs who sell props at high prices near the number 1 vortex. They are either killed by mad dogs, or they don't want to show up. In the hall, there was a strange silence, and many people sobbed softly. I'm so hungry. Because of hunger, my fatigue value is consumed quickly, and I can't do anything at all. Yes, long-term hunger will cause slow movements, and you can only get beaten by monsters. I hate the dog coins that deliberately kill people to explode skills. Renew didn't know about this. She had already left the city. The map is marked as wilderness. When you first leave the city, you can occasionally run into players fighting monsters in groups of 3 or 4, but as the distance gets farther and farther, the number of players gradually decreases, and there are no people at several small monster gathering points. Renew ran into a group of pheasants, and after killing them, he picked up a lot of chicken and eggs. The amount of collected materials is also more than that in the city, and the variety is gradually enriched. Maybe the further you go out, the richer the resources. Renew muttered. After all, the game has not been started for a long time, and many places in the city have not been explored, let alone the wild. The risk factor is also high. She has just encountered a level 3 monster, so there is already a level 3 monster. Renew stared at the wolf monster in front of him with surprise, and switched weapons, changing to the flame pistol. Level 3 monster, 300 HP. But after Renew put on the earrings, combined with the new weapon, she could knock off more than 310 HP with a flat attack, and even if there is no critical hit, she can kill instantly. While thinking, the leading wolf monster opened its mouth and spit out a fireball, with a long light effect, with a special sound of burning, and hit Renew. It's still a magic monster. Renew dodged, bang, fired a shot. The wolf monster let out a mournful wail, fell to the ground with a plop, dropping 7 copper coins. Wolf meat 2, wolf skin 1, cotton cloth 4, wood 4. Given 15 experience points. Just about to pick it up, whoosh. Another fireball came. Renew dodged flexibly, fired another shot and killed it. Dropping 6 copper coins. Wolf meat 1, pork 2, wolf skin 1, cotton cloth 3. Continue. The third wolf exploded a piece of silk. Renew's eyes lit up. What a good material. She pinned herself here, dodging, killing, and picking up the dropped items when she saw the opportunity. The harvest was good. Bang! Another wolf monster fell to the ground. When Renew was about to pick it up, he suddenly stopped and stared at the book-shaped dropped item on the ground. Skill book? Level 3 monsters will drop skill books? After picking it up, she was immediately disappointed. Skill book fragments. 2 fragments can be combined into skill book. This jump cannot be thrown away. I hope it can continue to drop fragments. There are no monsters around for the time being. There are still wolf monsters walking back and forth in a distance. Rinyu stopped for the time being and dug up the materials collected in this area first. Seeing several ore piles, she opened the channel and set a coordinate, and said at Shinkong, "There are level 3 monsters here, but the distance is far. But there are few people, and no one is mining the ore piles. Team. Shinkong, I will go there immediately. Team. I am not a beast, I will go there too. I have a new weapon. I went to Shinkong just now, just to get a weapon. Team. Smiled slightly, I will join in the fun. 2. There are more players than monsters here." Seeing the team, Rinyu remembered that Zhai Gangyong had not replied yet, and clicked into the friend list, and his expression was stunned. Soft and easy to push down. The name is Gray, next to it is dead. Rinyu mourned for 3 seconds, said this in the channel, and finally asked it, "I am not a beast, you have a good relationship with him. Do you know what he did this morning? Did he go to fight the whirlpool, or was he killed by other players?" Team. I am not a beast, my Ruan, you died miserably. But don't be sad. Lady, he went to fight the whirlpool to make money. I just don't know if he will drop equipment, and whether the money he earned is enough to buy equipment. Rinyu breathed a sigh of relief, and added, "Team. Yoyu, light a candle for Ruan, I wish him a quick return to life." Other teammates followed, and without Ruan knowing, manually lit candles for him and mourned. Rinyu continued typing with a smile. Team. Yoyu, when you pass by the safe zone, go to the streets where corpses are lying, see if you can find Ruan. I hope to find Ruan lying dead, which proves that he can be resurrected. Team. I am not a beast. I not only want to find him, I also want to take a photo of him. There is a photo function on the game interface, but there are no other additional attributes, so Rinyu has never used it. Rinyu closed the interface and continued to collect. She found a few peppers, and picked them one by one. Found 5 rice plants, harvested some rice. Gathered some ingredients for fruit tea, gradually approached the wolf monster in the distance, and continued to fight. Bang! The huge wolf monster fell to the ground, exploded, dropped copper coin 6, wolf meat 2, wolf skin 1, wood 4, skill book fragment 1. Another fragment. This wolf monster is worth repeatedly killing. Rinyu was very satisfied, opened the package. Next to the skill book fragment, there was a synthesis operation. She pressed the operation. A white light flashed across the interface. Synthesis. Failed. It actually failed. It was really ridiculous. 20 minutes later, she gathered a set of skill book fragments and synthesized them. After the white light, a complete skill book appeared in the package. Rinyu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It's still very good. At this time, she saw several players running towards her from a distance. It was just a little far away, and she couldn't make out their facial features. Rinyu clicked on the map to confirm that her teammates had arrived. After just one look, she turned off the panel, dodged an ice ball, and raised her gun to kill a leopard. After clearing the wolf monster over there, she encountered a new level 3 monster. The leopard. Go forward to pick up the dropped items. Wolf meat 2. Why doesn't the leopard drop its own meat? Drop wolf meat? Rinyu shook his head, continued to pick up copper coin 6, a pair of leopard claws, silk 2, a pair of summoner weapon scrolls. After picking them up, Rinyu noticed something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be a weapon. Click into the backpack to check. Unknown scroll. Please go to the appraisal center for appraisal coordinates. Rinyu's breathing stagnated, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He looked at the teammates who were getting closer and closer. Jiang Shujia was baring his big white teeth, especially dazzling in the sun. The light of blessing was flashing. Lady, we are here. Chapter 36 Vortex Number 2. Lady, we found Ruan. She died tragically. She was covered in blood, and her shirt was off. Jiang Shujia did not hide his gloating. It's so easy to make money. He shared his panel, and let Rinyu see the photos he took of Zhai Gangyong. Rinyu, why did he let her see the photos of a half-naked man? She said, let's kill the monsters. Starry Sky has already taken action. Level 3 monsters are particularly active, and they attack when they see a player coming. It was the first time for these people to encounter a monster that could cast ice balls. They all found it novel. Each of them grabbed one and started fighting. Shinkong killed a few monsters, and went to dig in the places pointed out by Rinyu. Li Jiao also started digging for medicinal herbs. More than half an hour later, Rinyu received Zhai Gangyong's application to join the team. She approved it in seconds and welcomed him on the channel. Team. Yo-Yu, congratulations on Water One's return to life. Other teammates noticed it and followed up. Team. Starry Sky, congratulations on Water One's return to life. Team. I'm Not a Beast, congratulations on Water One's return to life. Team. Purple Lips and a Light Smile, congratulations on Water One's return to life. Team. Sensitive Body, Soft Body, easy to be pushed down, crying to death, I lost a lot. Team. Sensitive Body, Soft Body, easy to be pushed down at Yo-Yu. Does sister you have any equipment? She didn't put the blue outfit she changed out of in the trading hall, so she thought of asking her teammates if they wanted it, which was just right. Sold it to Water One, his level was high enough, level 6, estimated to be almost 7. The purple suits for sale have a certain level requirement, level 10. Several people are not enough, so we will put it in the trading hall first. Team. Yo-Yu, I have a set of blue suits, the durability is not much, the price will not be much cheaper, do you want it? Team. Skinny and soft body is easy to push down, yes. Yes. Yes, I'm going over, then you have to support me, I'm afraid of being attacked on the way. Team. Yo-Yu, I don't have it with me, I'll go back to get it later, and give it to you before you enter the whirlpool. Jai Gangyong immediately retracted his steps. Since sister you didn't bring him, he wouldn't leave the city. He felt insecure with his upper body naked. He asked everyone on the channel if they wanted to buy materials. He would refresh the trading hall and help buy them if he saw them. Everyone was not polite. Except for Jiang Shujia. Renyu and the other two all sent the materials they wanted to buy and the upper limit of the purchase price they could accept. At noon, Suiying joined the team and determined the gathering time. Renyu and the others were also preparing to return to the city. They had to leave time to recover their physical strength and ensure that their fatigue value was full when entering the vortex. Passing by the trading hall, I went in and asked Jai Gangyong about his gains. He had a good hand speed and helped the three of them grab a lot of raw materials for the chefs. Renyu bought several sets of compound fruit tea and compound juice for her. Shinkong and Li Jiao also had their own gains. Everyone gave money, and Jai Gangyong went back to the safe zone with him. I don't dare to go home alone. I'm afraid there will be robbers on the road, he said. Everyone was speechless. You are a level 6 nurse after all. You just lost a shirt. You are so timid. Jiang Shujia went over and put his arm around his shoulder. Let me show you a picture. Looking at his own corpse, Jai Gangyong and Jiang Shujia wrestled. Others. After leaving the trading hall, Renyu, I'm going to the appraisal center. Where is that? Jiang Shujia was confused. There is such a place? Jai Gangyong was also surprised. What does it do? Xiaojing, why? I saw it on the map. Is it an appraisal? Li Jiao smiled knowingly. Did you get a scroll? She told a few people about her appraisal experience. Jiang Shujia and the others were very excited. We are all worried about not having enough skill bars. And we are looking forward to the game update. We didn't expect this channel to exist. Starry Sky, knowing that it can be dropped. It's a bit of hope. Others did not comment. But they were all curious whether Renyu would also identify the chisel. So they followed him. When they arrived at the identification center, Renyu went in and stood in front of the counter. The NPC inside automatically talked, Dear customer. But is there anything that needs to be identified? Renyu clicked into his backpack. Clicked I want to identify next to the scroll. And it automatically appeared on the counter. And a progress bar with a 10-second countdown appeared. The countdown ended. And the NPC spoke again, Oh? You are so lucky. You actually found this treasure. The box automatically flew into the package. And Renyu clicked it to check, Purple Jade Box. There is a special item inside. And you will know its wonderful use after opening it. Renyu opened the box. And the box disappeared. And a small chisel-shaped icon replaced it. Press the use button next to it. And the chisel automatically flew out. He tapped the skill bar. And a small space appeared. It was similar to the process Li Jiao said. But seeing a skill bar added in person. The joy was only known to me. With an extra skill slot. The previously disappeared career panel options lit up again. And Renyu was in a dilemma. She wanted a group attack skill. Among the sharpshooter's skills, only the level 20 skill laser ray was a group skill. And it had restrictions. It had to be used in a series. Who would consciously line up in a series for her to attack? She felt that this skill was not very satisfactory. At this time, she thought of Shinkong's dual main careers. And she was very tempted. You don't have to choose the sharpshooter's skills. But can you choose another main career? Rinyu tested it, but didn't press the final confirmation button. But the icon that lit up let her confirm that she could choose this way. But she remembered Xia Jinghui saying that it was a system bug, and he also gave him a reward for fixing the bug. Was the system not fixed? Or was it just released to let players arrange it freely? Unlike the one-time skills that exploded when killing players. This is a long-term one. Rinyu finally decided to choose another main profession. But she didn't plan to choose a magic attack, because her magic damage was not high. She didn't want melee, and she didn't want low-level skills. After looking around, she chose the archer's 20th skill. Random Rain. Group attack, at least 15 targets, adds confusion effect. Can cause the opponent to fall into confusion for a short time, attack each other, lasting 5 seconds. What a great skill, but it is a little far from level 20, so I can't use it for a while. Wait until I get a scroll next time. This thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly became a little worried. After all, the game judged that Shinkong's operation was a bug at that time, and she couldn't really let it go completely. Right? She was worried that this setting would be cancelled in the later stages of the game. I can still jump for a long time with one leg. What's the point of having multiple skills that can't be used temporarily? Rinyu no longer hesitated, restarted the operation decisively, pressed the final confirmation, and a random rain appeared in the skill bar. Skill, Chaotic Rain, requires Professional Archer, requires character level 20, requires weapon level rare, or above, when released. It is like a falling meteor, can cause 160 damage to 15 to 20 targets each time and produce a chaotic effect, lasting for 5 seconds. In terms of skill level, the damage value is not outstanding. The swordsman's level 20 skill Sweep Across is also a group attack, 8-12 targets, the damage value is 180, but there is no additional effect. The characteristic of Chaotic Rain is chaos, causing targets to attack each other, the same people fight each other. The more Rinyu looked at it, the more satisfied she was, even though it could only be used as a decoration now. After coming out of the appraisal center, everyone was naturally curious about what skill she chose. Rinyu did not hide it, and told her choice. Everyone was a little surprised. After all, they subconsciously thought that Rinyu would choose another life skill, or a more advanced sharpshooter skill. Unexpectedly, she chose a different main profession. Rinyu confirmed with Shinkong again, whether his choice at that time was judged to be a bug. Shinkong, it's a bug. It told me that I found a bug for the game and gave me a reward. Didn't it fix it? Or did it just follow the setting? Rinyu shook his head. I don't know. It works now. But I'm afraid I won't be able to choose it this way in the future. I'll just grab the archer's ultimate skill first. Shinkong nodded. You have high attack and your weapon has control. Even if you choose the sharpshooter, the other skills you can use are not outstanding. It's better to do it according to your own ideas. He smiled and said, as for the game, as long as your strength is enough for the time being, you can play however you want. Rinyu, I agree. Jiang Shujia screamed. I want to spawn monsters non-stop. I want scrolls. Others were also eager to expand their skill slots. Back at the residence, Zhai Gangyong followed Rinyu happily. After waiting for a while at her door, Rinyu took out the equipment and sold it to him. Zhai Gangyong glanced at the attributes and said with satisfaction, the attributes are really good. The top is double physical. My lifeline has been extended again. Rinyu, go back and rest for a while. We will meet at 1 o'clock. Okay. Zhai Gangyong left. And Rinyu also turned around and went home. She first went to see the little seedling in the field. It was in good condition. She smiled with satisfaction and went back to the house to make props. All the raw materials in the package that can be made into finished products. The high-quality ones are left to teammates, and the low-quality ones will be put on the shelves for sale later. After the work is done, I looked at the time and took a short nap. High-end furniture is good. In addition to 4 hours of deep sleep, it also helps you sleep, and you can fall asleep as soon as you close your eyes. Woke up on time at 12:55, when you stretched his body refreshed, opened the channel to call friends, and everyone gathered at the alley entrance, and rushed to the safe zone to meet up with Swain, and ran to the second vortex together. The location of the second vortex point is not a safe zone. There are also players who are in a team and shouting, but compared with the bustle of the first vortex, this place is a bit deserted. Moreover, I didn't see anyone setting up a stall to sell things. It is a non-safe zone. Even if you are setting up a stall, you can be attacked, and no one dares to take that risk. I didn't expect there are so few people here, Li Jiao said. Zhai Gongyong's 2 days in the Vortex team have not been in vain. In fact, it is not that he has not succeeded before. Yesterday he helped a team to get through the Vortex, and got a pair of good shoes. The players who formed a team with him told him a lot of gossip information. He said, at the beginning, everyone didn't know that there were different levels of vortexes. Some people entered the second vortex, and were dumbfounded. The monsters were only level 8. They were no match at all. They didn't last long and were wiped out. But no one would share their own failure experiences. Watching teams go in vertically, and come out horizontally, it was very refreshing. But gradually, some people couldn't help but tell gossip. The news gradually spread. And many players knew that the monsters in the second vortex were only level 8. Nowadays, there are few players who have reached level 8. Unless you are very strong, do not try it easily. Current. Filong. Level 6 Lurker is looking for a high-quality team to fight the vortex. Current. Wingqiu. The team is recruiting level 6 magic players, requiring them to bring blue weapons, at least 1 blue defense equipment, 3 green equipment. Seeing Ringyu and his team coming over, many players cast their eyes to look at them. When they saw the faint purple light entwined around Ringyu, someone came over and asked, "What level are you? Beautiful lady, come to our team?" Ringyu. Sorry, fixed team, no dismantling. She walked to the side, with her teammates, and started eating props. Seeing the props they took out, the nearby players became restless again, and several swallowing sounds were heard in succession. Are you selling grilled fish? Where did you buy the beef noodles? You even have braised pork. Can you give us some? Ringyu and the others declined one by one, ate quickly, and entered the vortex. As usual, there was a warning of danger before entering the door. But since they had decided to come, there was no reason to be scared away. At this time, everyone stood in a snowy place, and the snow under their feet was above their calves. Zhai Gangyong scratched his head. Yesterday, the guy told me that the scene here is a grassland. He lied to me. The temperature dropped, and they spoke with white air. Rinyu calmly analyzed, it's just a scene. There's no need to lie to you. Maybe the vortex scene will change. Everyone should. Before he finished his reminder, Jiang Shujia rushed out from beside them with his eyes blank, and opened his arms to pounce forward. At the same time, a white fox emerged from the snow in front. Squinting, staring at Jiang Shujia. Mutated white fox, level 8, HP 800, skills charm, ice arrow, sonic oscillation. Start fighting. Rinyu shouted coldly, raised his hand and fired. The white fox went into a dizzy state. The charm was interrupted. Jiang Shujia came back to his senses with a start, only to find that he was no longer in the same position as before, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 37. The weather was freezing cold. Swain screamed, Captain, your attack is so high? How come Fox is still dizzy? 2 days ago, Rinyu's critical damage value of more than 200 shocked him. Now it's even more exaggerated, hitting more than 400 damage. Even riding a rocket can't be so fast. And it has a status. Since Swain was in a daze, he forgot to attack. But Shinkong slash came, with 1 slash, killed the remaining more than 300 health points of the white fox, Jiang Shujia's scorpion skill, Li Jiao's poison kiss, and Zhai Gongyong's attack skill virgin heart all failed. Shinkong's attack speed is lower than Rinyu's, but much higher than these three, and his current damage value is comparable to Rinyu's. Swain was hit again. Shinkong also took a rocket. The monster fell to the ground, and a lot of materials were exploded. Fox for 1. Copper coins 15. Wood 3. Silk 2. Silk thread 2. Copper or 1. 7-star grass 2. Phantom stone, excellent, 1. Phantom stone, a material that casters like. It should also be used to forge weapons. Zhai Gangyong exclaimed. The fox is so generous, giving so many things. Maybe it's because of the high level, Li Jiao said. Everyone followed the method of last time and arranged the order of picking up. This time, Rinyu got the first place. She stepped forward without hesitation and put the things into the bag, and continued to move forward, looking at the white snow in front of her. Feeling the slightly low temperature, Rinyu worriedly said, such thick snow. Even if the game does not give us a status, our movements are very limited. Every step is a deep pit. Not to mention that the walking speed can't be increased, and it will be difficult to run when dealing with the boss later. Jiang Shujia, look at my zombies. It's so hard to walk. I said it didn't go over when we were fighting the white fox just now. It seems that it didn't make it in time. Everyone looked at the zombie. It was struggling to move. It couldn't see anything when it moved normally. But in this environment, the zombie's flaws were suddenly revealed. Its joints were not as flexible as humans. It could pull its legs out of the snow, and it would just keep moving forward. As the owner, Jiang Shujie was speechless. Fortunately, I have a scorpion now. The giant scorpion was not affected. It was more flexible than humans. Rinyu retracted his sight, scanned the thick snow, and reminded everyone, be careful. Pay attention to the monsters in the snow. It's okay now. The position is flat. Any changes can be seen directly. The real danger is in the pine forest not far away. Well, it is estimated that it is about 200 meters into the pine forest, and it seems to be a hillside. I will lead the scorpion, Jiang Shujie said. The beast is flexible and in attack mode, and will automatically attack once it senses a small monster, which makes it easier for us to judge. As for the zombies, don't worry about it. After a certain distance, it will appear next to its owner in an instant, and then continue to walk. Jiang Shujie led the way. When Rinyu raised her weapon, a virtual sight appeared in front of her. She used the virtual sight to scan the snow in the distance. Once a monster appears in the camera, the virtual scope will emit a faint red light, prompting the user to enter combat mode. Whoosh! There was movement from Jiang Shujie's side. His divine beast sprayed a stream of venom towards the snow not far away. Almost at the same time, an ice arrow shot out from the snow and attacked Jiang Shujie. He was half a beat slow to react and was hit by the ice arrow. He let out a shrill scream and instantly lost more than 150 blood points. A layer of ice quickly covered his body. He froze there, and blood numbers began to drop from his head. -12-10-9. Zhai Gangyong followed up with a purification. The ice melted. Jiang Shujie resumed his actions. He shivered violently and hissed, "It's so cold." He added, "Damn. It hurts." Although he knew that the 8th level monster had high damage, Jiang Shujie was still scared. "Tell me about the negative state, and how long it lasts." Li Jiao attacked with Poison Kiss, and said at the same time, "There should be a reminder when being frozen, but except for Jiang Shujie himself, no one else can see it." Jiang Shujie, the negative state means that you can't move, which lasts for 4 seconds. The key is that it is very uncomfortable. In addition to the pain in the place where you were hit, it feels like your bones are instantly frozen. Zhai Gangyong began to heal him and helped Jiang Shujie heal his wounds. While they were talking, Rinyu had already fired 2 shots into the distance, with 2 critical hits, killing a snow fox 20 meters away. Here, Shinkong was the main output and killed the white fox. Swain and Shinkong went forward to pick up the drops of the 2 monsters, and everyone continued to move forward. Jiang Shujie began to move back and forth to facilitate the giant scorpion's investigation. Rinyu was responsible for scanning the distance, and this time 4 small monsters were discovered at the same time. She quickly reported the direction, and said, "Shinkong and I will be responsible for 1, and the 3 of you will be responsible for 1, and the treatment will not be fought, and be prepared for purification and blood supplement to prevent teammates from being charmed, and whoever has time to spare will go over to deal with the 1 at 3 o'clock. Okay." Several people responded, and accelerated their speed to approach, and launched an attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was unknown which fox launched a sonic attack, and the sound was sharp and piercing, and everyone felt a buzzing in their brains, and they couldn't tell where it hurt, but they all started to lose blood. Bang! Bang! Rinyu fired. Then she found that one of the 2 shots missed. She shouted, "Sonic attack effects skill release." "I missed too," Li Jiao said speechlessly. "This effect is too disgusting. What a waste of her mana." Swain smiled proudly. "It has no effect on us in close combat." Whoosh! An ice arrow attacked Rinyu. Rinyu dodged. The next second, her eyes flashed, and she was momentarily distracted. She was bewitched. A prompt popped up in front of her. "Come on! The fox god is calling you. Come quickly. You are bewitched, and the control of your body belongs to the mutant white fox, which lasts for 5 seconds. The raincoat bounced back immediately, and Rinyu took back the control of her body. At the same time, the white fox walked towards Rinyu with his eyes blank. "No need to come over, just go." Raised his gun and shot, sent the white fox away. Just after noticing that Rinyu might be in a state, Zhai Gangyong who was about to close the distance to perform purification, retreated silently, forgot that the captain could rebound the negative state himself. Turn around and throw purification to the fighter. Swain is a melee fighter, so close, it would be impolite if the white fox didn't seduce him, but fortunately the treatment reaction is not slow, immediately judged that he was in a state, immediately relieved him, a level 5 skill punch hit him, killing more than 100 HP of the white fox. That's too disrespectful. I just finished bragging, and you gave me a status, he said angrily. Just as the giant scorpion attacked, the white fox was hit by the scorpion's status and entered dizziness mode. Several people beat it up and sent the white fox away. After dealing with this wave of monsters, it was their turn to pick up the dropped items and go forward to take them away. We continued to move forward and soon entered the pine forest. After entering the pine forest, we were panicked for a while at first. The number of monsters increased. In addition to hiding in the snow, they also hid in the trees. The sound waves affected the skill lock, and the charm confused the mind. Rinyu could not rebound the former, and the treatment could not purify it. Just one charm split Zhai Gangyong. Several team members were hit at the same time. His purification still has a cooldown time. He can only judge who is in the most danger, and use it as soon as the cooldown ends. Fortunately, the captain can solve this problem by himself, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. You don't need to give me the healing spell. You take care of him, Rinyu said. She has a lot of health and can withstand beatings. Give me the purification first. I have high attack. You don't need to give me the healing spell. I can also withstand it, Shinkong said. He has high attack. After removing the negative effect, he can instantly kill the small monster with low health. If the small monster is using charm on others, then the status disappears after death. Zhai Gangyong can save a purification. The other teammates were not so confident. Okay. Zhai Gangyong swung his legs in the thick snow, adding blood and clearing the state, and was very busy. During this period, he was charmed once. Rinyu turned around and fired 2 shots, destroyed the monster, removed him from the charmed state, and continued to swing his legs like a wheel, moving among teammates. In the end, everyone worked together, passed the pine forest without any danger, and harvested a lot of materials. But unfortunately, it took too long, the item bonus disappeared, and they didn't see the shadow of the boss yet. The crowd was not in a hurry to go. They found a safe place, cleared a piece of open space, and meditated to recover. Shinkong meditated while saying, "The monsters are not susceptible to ice control. If the boss is not susceptible to ice control, then there will be one less control." He tried it once. He cut out the staff and cast ice to kill some blood. But the monsters would not be sealed. Rinyu, it's okay. There is an extra scorpion this time. The scorpion venom is very good. It should be helpful to fight the boss. As she spoke, she looked around. Maybe the location was not chosen well, because it was open, so it felt particularly cold. Jiang Shujia straightened his back proudly. He said that he was very wise to choose the giant scorpion as the baby beast. Rinyu looked at Li Jiao. I have a poison master's level 10 skill weaken, but I don't have a poison master's weapon. Do you have extra equipment? Li Jiao shook her head, exhaled a cloud of white mist, and said, no. She kept the flying blade that exploded when fighting the wild boss in the morning in the residential area. When you need it, shout. I will throw it to you. As she said, she raised her hand and rubbed her face. Weakening is good. This skill can reduce the target's defense, attack, speed, life, and last for 15 seconds. But the cooldown time is very long, 10 minutes. Of course, Rinyu's skill is a one-time skill. It doesn't matter whether it cools down or not. Rinyu. Okay, then weaken it first. Shuin will follow my rhythm to perform Shadowless Kick, regardless of whether it can trigger the double damage effect of critical hit. Shinkong will follow up with the attack. I will fight immediately after changing weapons. While the boss is in a weak state and stuns for 5 seconds, Qianxiao will put back the weapon and immediately give poison mist, add a layer of poison. Beast, keep an eye on Scorpion, don't let it get ahead of me, you can do whatever you want behind. Qianxiao's weapon attack speed is definitely not as high as hers. She will lower her attack speed a little when she changes weapons to perform skills, but it should be higher than Scorpion, but I still remind her to prevent disrupting the rhythm. Okay. Jiang Shijia agreed. Shinkong added, looking at Zhai Gangyong, you can attack now. But don't get too obsessed with fighting. Keep an eye on everyone's status and health. Don't worry. I'm busy enough. I probably won't have time to attack. Zhai Gangyong nodded, shivered, and felt a little cold. He didn't have to kill monsters to calculate his contribution. His blood and purification also counted as output, so his contribution was higher than Jiang Xujia's last time he fought the number 1 vortex. He also got a blue weapon that time. But Jiang Xujia also changed to a blue weapon. Now the two have the same weapon level. It's just that Jiang Xujia brought a baby beast today. The scorpion's attack is much higher than that of the zombies. It's hard to judge the final contribution this time. The strategy is discussed, but we don't know where the boss is. It's so cold. Do you feel it's getting colder? Swain couldn't help it, stopped meditating and stood up. Hugged his arms and began to stamp his feet, said, Li Jiao, it seems that I feel much colder than before since I started meditating. She also stood up, walking back and forth to move her hands and feet. Jiang Xujia even jumped up, trotting back and forth, stretching his stiff legs. Rinyu also shuddered. And after careful recollection, he said, I didn't feel cold when I entered the combat state, but it seemed to be more obvious after I left the combat state. Everyone thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true, but it was not very obvious at that time. When I was meditating, the feeling was a bit stronger. Rinyu suggested, let's hurry up. Slow walking can also restore the value. This state should be better when we move. Okay. Everyone prepared to hurry up. But at this moment, Jiang Xujia, who happened to run over, pointed to something not far away and said, Hey! What do you think is that? This special light looks so much like what you usually collect. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Sure enough, they found a pile of unidentified objects in a slightly concave place, emitting a soft light, which really looked like something that could be dug or collected. I'll go over and take a look first. You guys be alert, Rinyu said. Prevent it from being a trap. Everyone prepared for the battle. Rinyu stood up and went to check. And when he walked nearby, a prompt popped up in front of him. Player Yu. You found the crop ginger frozen in the ice. If you want to collect ginger, you need to remove the outer ice first. Note, only pickaxes or shovels are allowed to clear the ice. Ginger? Rinyu's heart skipped a beat. She vaguely guessed something and hurried to clear the ice. Tools? She had them. When she initially selected to collect, she was rewarded with 2 items, a hoe and an iron pickaxe, which were used to collect different crops. Rinyu turned around and told her teammates, use the collection function. An iron pickaxe automatically appeared in her hand, and she began to clear. After the clearing was completed, the name of the crop was displayed in front of her, frostbitten ginger. Rinyu started collecting again, and the iron pickaxe was replaced with a small hoe. One by one, the crop's health bar was exhausted, and a piece of frostbitten ginger floated in the air. After picking it up, I learned about its properties. Frosted ginger, I don't know if it's still useful. Rinyu, you ask me? Go back and meet up with your teammates, and explain the situation. Everyone is not optimistic. Are there resources to collect in the vortex? It would be strange if there weren't. Although I have no experience in playing the second vortex, but such an obvious hint, anyone with a brain would think it's abnormal. Starry Sky, this should be a prop to remove a certain status. Either the game will give us a status, or we may encounter a special level, and ginger is the key prop to crack the level. Rinyu, too bad, the location is so hidden, it's not easy to find at all. Even if they found it. If there happened to be no life skill players with shovels and pickaxes in the team, they could only watch and not take it away. Can you make ginger soup? Will we drink ginger soup to drive away the cold? Rinyu opened the package and looked at the frostbitten ginger. There was no operation reminder. She clicked into the chef interface to look for it. It was not in the free area. She found ginger soup in the icon that required payment to unlock. Unlocking requires 50 copper coins. Rinyu chose to unlock, but the unlocking failed. It prompted her that the scene was wrong, and she could not buy it. What do you mean? You are not allowed to spend money in the vortex? You found ginger, and happen to have the right props, but you are stuck here? Is he dissatisfied that she didn't spend enough money to buy all the locked recipes? Li Jiao, maybe ginger soup is not needed. Is it possible that the props in the vortex can only use the recipes and materials found in the vortex? Let's look around and see if we can find similar props, Shinkong suggested. Rinyu, then let's look. Everyone was divided into groups to prevent any danger. Rinyu took Li Jiao, Shinkong and Jiang Xujia in one group, Swain and Zhai Gangyong together, and began to search carefully. Chapter 38 Ginger Soup. There are only two things you can find. You can find something or you can't find it. There were no other surprises. In the first few minutes, the three groups did not find anything. Then Shinkong found dry firewood, which could be picked up, but it was also frozen in the ice. He had a de-icing tool, so he broke it and picked it up. On the other side, Swain found a broken iron pot. Fortunately, there was no ice, so he dug it out directly from the snow. Renyu and Li Jiao did not find anything for the time being. But the more tools the teammates found, the more they could not be underestimated. Even if it took a little more time, they had to look carefully. The two returned to the pine forest for a walk, and found something this time, picking up a lighter. Li Jiao complained, "The things are thrown in a hidden and scattered way. If it is really an important factor to pass the level, it is obviously a trap for players. It is difficult to fight monsters in the whirlpool. Who would have thought that a dog game would have such a setting? If we can't find it, we won't know the real reason for failure in the end. Ginger, lighter, iron pot, firewood. If we really want to make ginger soup, we only need water and recipes." Renyu thought, maybe there is no need for recipes. Water? She looked at the snow on the ground. Boil snow water? Li Jiao, let's look for it again. 10 minutes later. None of the three groups had any gains. But Shinkong and his team encountered a new monster, the snow wolf. Team. I am not a beast. 5 wolves, come here. Renyu opened the map to check the location, and rushed over to support immediately. Mutated snow wolf, level 8, HP 800, skills Ice Rain, Cage, Ice Wall. Ice Rain is a group attack, Cage is to control people, Ice Wall is a defensive skill for small monsters. When Renyu and his team arrived, just a piece of ice rain fell from the sky. Several people showed their magical powers to dodge, avoiding this wave of attacks. Jiang Shujia said unhappily, "Damn, I can only use defensive skills when I reach level 20, and this wolf cub has defensive skills at level 8. Renyu, don't be depressed, you can compare with me, I probably will never have defensive skills." Jiang Shujia, compared with you, the blow is even greater. With this upgrade speed, this damage, how can he compare? Swain, this ice wall has such high defense, I can't even break it with one punch, I wish there was a fire mage. Renyu, I have a fire ring, but it doesn't work here, it's a push and reject skill. I can use it when we fight the boss later, see if I can carry the boss out. She fired, critically hitting a snow wolf, removing more than 400 HP. Li Jiao cast poison mist. When the poison mist descended, a thick ice wall appeared in front of a snow wolf, and the green poison mist fell on the ice wall. A miracle happened. The ice wall immediately turned into a honeycomb shape, and melted quickly, collapsing. Swain was overjoyed. Awesome. What fire mage is needed? Jiang Shujia also explained, poison actually has this effect. This is awesome. An ice cage fell from the sky, and came towards Renyu. She rolled to avoid it, stood up and fired. The ice in front of the snow wolf was destroyed by Li Jiao's poison. The bullet hit the snow wolf, and successfully took it away. After a while, all the monsters fell to the ground. Everyone recalled the order of picking up, and each randomly selected a monster's drop, and went forward to pick it up. The things that snow wolves drop are similar to those of foxes. But there is an additional unexpected drop, the fragments of skill books. Zhai Gangyong picked it up. I was so happy for nothing. I thought it was a skill book. Renyu, 2 books can be combined, but there is a chance of failure. The rest are wolf skins and various materials. And the blue item Phantom Stone. The drop rate of Phantom Stone is not high, and there are not many foxes to bring. Shinkong has been reserved at a high price, and we will go out to trade after the end. Everyone looked around, but didn't find any other items, so we continued to move forward. When we met wolves again, we had more experience with cooperation and quickly solved them. This time, another wolf dropped a fragment of a skill book, and the silver was picked up. Zhai Gangyong came over to talk to him immediately, and they agreed on the price. They threw the fragments to the ground and took turns picking them up. Everyone stopped and waited for Zhai Gangyong to synthesize the skill book. With good luck, he succeeded in one go. He immediately strengthened the healing spell, and the blood volume increased by 20 points. As usual, everyone walked around the area, trying to find hidden props, but found nothing. Continuing forward, he saw a canyon. At the entrance of the canyon, there lay a huge gray wolf, which looked like it was dying, with a name on its head, Gray Moon Wolf Guard. There is no level or health displayed. Is this a monster NPC? Swain said. Jiang Shujia threw a skill at it, but the attack was invalid. It should be a decoration. I'll try to see if I can get around it. He walked forward with the scorpion, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, and two options popped up. Close barrier. Force to enter / ask the guard to open the door. Jiang Shujia turned around. Can we force it? Should we rush in? Wait a minute. Rinyu walked near the Grey Moon Wolf to see if he could get any hints. There really is one. Grey Moon Wolf guard. Save quickly, save me. Rinyu, how? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Grey Moon Wolf guard. Cold, so cold, save me. Rinyu turned back. The props we picked up before are probably used here. But we didn't find the recipe. Zhai Gangyong said. According to the nature of the game, props cannot be made without a recipe. Jiang Shujia, why don't we go back and look for it? If we really can't find it, we can force our way in. Since there is this hint, the enchantment should be able to open. Rinyu shook his head. Don't worry, the materials and props are all there. Even firewood is there. Could it be the original production method? Directly make a fire and boil it? Everyone is not sure, but you can try it. Immediately take out the props picked up and give them to Rinyu. And clear a piece of open space. Prepare to boil ginger soup. Jiang Shujia, I still have half a bucket of water, which should be enough. Rinyu, I'll try to boil it with snow water. She used a broken iron pot to scoop up most of the snow. If this step works, then there's basically no problem. If it doesn't work, the snow can't be scooped into the pot. Use a lighter to light the dry wood, and the fire will jump up immediately. Put the pot on top, and it will melt in a short time. Rinyu took out the frozen ginger, broke it into pieces with her hands, and threw it into the pot, and a countdown popped up in front of her. Ginger soup is being made. Countdown 02 minutes, 59 seconds. Everyone's face was relieved. It's done. Time is up. The ginger soup is boiled. Rinyu held the pot and approached the Grey Moon Wolf. I didn't see it drinking, but the ginger soup was visibly decreasing. And finally only the ginger pieces were left. The text popped up in front of me. Finally much better. Thank you for saving my life. Old Wolf will help you open the gate of the barrier. The egg of the sky-swallowing python inside was stolen by someone. I have a bad temper recently. Be careful. After that, the Grey Moon Wolf disappeared. There was no more interception at the entrance. And everyone walked in. Rinyu reminded his teammates. Could the egg lost by the sky-swallowing python be a hidden clue? Shinkong, let's pay attention along the way to see if we can find this item. Fortunately, ginger was found. And other items were found. Otherwise we could only rush in. And I'm afraid we wouldn't receive this reminder if we rushed in. This game is really a shit. It's so complicated. If the final reward is not generous, Rinyu feels that he must go on the channel to taunt. Jiang Shujia, is the sky-swallowing python a boss? Rinyu shook his head, not sure. The entrance to the canyon seems to be a dividing line. It's snowy outside. But there's not even a snowflake inside. It's so quiet in the canyon, there are no monsters blocking the way. As soon as Zhai Gangyong finished speaking, there was a rustling sound, and a snake-headed monster came out from the side. Seeing Rinyu and his group coming, it shouted, Hey, egg thieves! As soon as it finished speaking, above the heads of all Rinyu and his group, including Jiang Shujia's beast, 3 words appeared, Egg thieves! A bunch of egg thieves. Everyone was speechless. The scorpion had already launched an attack, and a stream of venom sprayed over. The snake on the opposite side twisted its body, hid to the side, and opened its mouth to spray out a big fireball, which crackled towards Rinyu and the others. Everyone attacked together. Before the round was over, the monster fell to the ground, and snake skin, snake venom, spark stone, copper coins, minerals, purple star grass, dates were exploded. The egg thief above everyone's head disappeared. Li Jiao went forward to pick up the fallen items, and everyone continued to walk. Another monster of the same kind appeared, and shouted egg thief. Rinyu and the others changed their names again, and killed it, and it disappeared again. What the hell? Jiang Shujia complained speechlessly. My scorpion has become an egg thief. Come on. Contribute another egg thief. He used his skills, and summoned a zombie. The zombie died heroically in the pine forest before. Jiang Shujia thought it was lame, and didn't summon it again. Now there is no snow on the ground. So he summoned it. When the third monster came out, Rinyu fired a shot before it opened its mouth. Successfully controlled it. And then took it away with the second shot. The names of the people did not change. But this monster exploded with a round egg. The lost egg of the sky-swallowing python. Everyone. Is it a coincidence, or is it the thief crying catch the thief? Silver, we should have checked our packages just now. He speculated, maybe all the monsters are egg thieves, but we can't let them shout out these 3 words, because if they shout out, we will become egg thieves, and the item may be transferred to us. If we can't crack it, we will take the stolen goods to see the owner without knowing it, and we may die miserably. The analysis makes sense, but no one really paid attention. Li Jiao instinctively clicked into the package to take a look. And she screamed, and then threw out something, a small piece of broken eggshell. Named the item that the snake demon accidentally dropped when transferring the stolen goods. Others checked and found broken eggshells in the package. Fortunately, this was just a setting. Otherwise, with so many broken eggshells, the python egg would have been broken into pieces. Take it. It's something that proves our innocence, Renyu said with a smile. Let the sky-swallowing python see how many hands its poor child has fallen. Everyone continued to travel with laughter. And this time they didn't encounter the snake-bodied human-headed monster again. But at the end of the canyon, I saw the sky-swallowing python in red font from afar. I finally saw the boss. The huge sky-swallowing python kept circling in its own little piece of land, spinning, and its thick tail whipped the canyon wall, knocking down large pieces of rubble. Renyu, rest and recover first. Everyone sat on the ground. Li Jiao, shall I give you the weapon now? The captain wanted to weaken it first. Renyu, wait a minute. Let me see how to use this item first. There is no prompt. Only the name is displayed. There is no reminder of any effect. Shinkong, is it too far away? Renyu nodded. It's possible. Swaying, maybe it will be triggered when it reaches a certain stage. This analysis makes sense. Renyu, let's go closer and take a look at the situation later. Chia Xiao, give me the weapon first. Shinkong, you take the props. I'm worried that I will need to hand in the props later. I have to change weapons again. I'm too busy. Li Jiao threw the weapon down, Renyu picked it up, threw out the props, Shinkong picked it up. Okay. Everyone's status has almost recovered. Get up, and walk towards the sky-swallowing python. Chapter 39 Clearing the Second Vortex. Everyone approached cautiously. As soon as they entered the territory of the sky-swallowing python, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of them. The sky-swallowing python in a rage, increased damage by 50%. Do you want to challenge? Continue/exit. Exit is considered as failure of the vortex mission. The character dies for 1 hour. Zhai Gangyong's most concerned question. Will the equipment drop? It should drop. If you are killed by the monster, you will be resurrected in 1 hour. If you quit, you will also die for 1 hour. Equipment will definitely drop randomly. Li Jiao said. Shinkong clicked into the package. The item has a prompt. Return it to the sky-swallowing python, the damage value will return to normal, and the unexpected mechanism will be triggered. He clicked submit. A prompt popped up in front of him again. You helped the sky-swallowing python find its cub. The sky-swallowing python's mood has returned to normal. You have entered the sky-swallowing python's territory. The Lord's Majesty is inviolable. The sky-swallowing python wants to teach you a lesson, but since you helped it find its cub, to express gratitude, it will not trigger the runaway state. Everyone only pays attention to 2 points. One is that the damage value returns to normal, and the other is that the original boss would have a runaway state, but now it has been cancelled as a reward. The latter is the unexpected mechanism that is triggered. In regular online games, the damage of the boss's rampage state is very high. If you can't avoid it, you may be wiped out. Now that this state is avoided, they can be much more relaxed. So what are you waiting for? Renyu, get ready for battle, Swain. Follow me. Okay. Renyu stepped forward, raised the glass bottle, and drew an elegant arc in the air. The weakened skill was triggered. A green ribbon-like special effect light flashed in the air, and appeared on the boss the next moment. All states decreased by 30%, lasting 15 seconds. Swaying performed the Shadowless Kick, successfully triggered the critical hit effect specifically for the boss, doubled the damage within 3 seconds. Shinkong caught the rhythm very well, only 0.1 seconds behind, and then used the skill on the boss. Renyu lost some time because of switching weapons, but he also fired 3 shots in the remaining 2 seconds, dealing a series of amazing damage, and successfully stunned the sky-swallowing python. Jiang Shujia and the Divine Beast also attacked, and Li Jiao added a layer of poison after changing weapons. In the weakened state, the boss was in a dizzy state and bleeding from poison. Jiang Shujia's scorpion successfully stacked a state. As soon as the cooldown of Suane's Shadowless Kick was over, he immediately hit it again. This time, luck burst, and a fatal blow was triggered. Everyone beat him again. 15 seconds later, the boss had not struggled out of the dizzy state. After another 5 seconds, the sky-swallowing python swung its tail under the dizziness, but due to the dizziness, it missed. It means it started to struggle. It's about to wake up. Shinkong switched his staff and cast a freeze. The monsters outside were not affected by the freeze. I don't know if the boss would be affected by it. Very good, it was affected, but it didn't last long. Its huge body shook violently. All states were ineffective against it. Its steel-like tail swept across, and its skill name popped up in the air. Sweep the thousands. Everyone dodged quickly. All the long-range attacks were successfully avoided, and those who ran slowly only took a little damage, and didn't lose much blood. But the scorpion and the zombie were killed instantly. Broken Silver was directly knocked out, stuck to the cliff in the distance, slowly slid down, and only 1/3 of its health was left. Jai Gangyong hurried over to get treatment. Where is Shinkong? Shinkong got up from the ground, and said, you can dodge it by staying close to the ground. He also saw that he could not run away, and the skill special effect light was about to hit him, so he suddenly pounced on the ground, and he actually dodged it. Jiang Shujie summoned the scorpion and the zombie again, and directed them to continue fighting. Renyu also adjusted the distance and continued to attack. Swain successfully delivered a critical hit, and everyone fought like crazy. Renyu's weapon poison took effect once, and the boss was beaten on the spot. Li Jiao's poison also successfully stacked a state, although the time was a little shorter than the normal state. But everyone could safely output a wave. When they struggled out of the negative state again, the sky-swallowing python seemed angry. It raised its huge head, opened its bloody mouth, and a large piece of flame spurted out, sweeping towards them in a crescent shape. Shinkong glanced at the radiation position of the skill, and shouted, lie down. Jai Gangyong had just refreshed Shinkong's blood bar, and the distance from the boss was not far, so he quickly lay down obediently. Swain also hurriedly slid himself up. I really didn't expect that. I could survive like this. Jiang Shujie couldn't command his pet and the beast to lie down, and was taken away by another wave. Fortunately, it had lasted for a while, and the two skills had cooled down. He laid down and prostrated himself, and then stood up and summoned again. Li Jiao and Renyu didn't lie down, and they ran out of the attack range. Attack, and continue to fight. Another sweep the thousands of troops everyone already had experience, successfully avoided it, and continued to output crazily. When he was in good condition, he seized the opportunity to beat him hard. When he was not in good condition, he was on guard against the boss's counterattack. And he did not forget to throw skills. When the health bar was halfway, the boss used a new skill, Summon. He summoned dozens of snow foxes at the same time. The snow wolf helped him fight. It hovered beside him to rest, and its health bar slowly recovered. The scene was briefly chaotic. Renyu, Qianshao stared at the ice wall. The healer paid attention to purification. Shinkong and Swain fought the white fox, and I fought the wolf with the beast. Everyone quickly locked their targets, cooperated with teammates in an orderly battle, and gradually became proficient. After a while, the bodies of the monsters fell to the ground. Nothing was dropped, but a lot of experience was given. Jai Gangyong upgraded on the spot, and didn't have time to add points, because the captain was in charge. Renyu, keep going, don't let it recover. Everyone attacked the boss in groups again, according to the previous rhythm. The health bar didn't increase much, but it took 5 minutes to get back to the previous state. Keep grinding. The boss counterattacked, sweeping the army, and everyone dodged. But after getting up, Shinkong said, it's low. It's repairing the shortcomings of its skills. As he said that, he looked up at the cliff behind the boss, and reminded Swain, try to climb the wall next time, and see if you can avoid it. The two of them are close combat, and are most likely to be hurt by the boss. If they run, they can't guarantee that they can escape every time. Okay. It shouldn't be a problem. Swain's shadowless kick landed, but it didn't trigger a critical hit, so he could only output slowly. During this time, he sprayed flames again. Everyone observed that the flames were also lower. Shinkong climbed the wall with the help of jumping, but the speed was a bit slow, and he was scratched, and lost a little blood. Swain performed the shadowless kick, and with the help of the skill, he jumped at a good height. But he didn't climb the wall, and the landing time was not good, and he suffered some aftermath, and lost more than 100 blood. When the aftermath ended, Jai Gangyong hurried over to refresh the blood bars of the two. The battle continued. When the boss's health bar dropped to a thin layer of blood, the flames spurted out again. Everyone clearly noticed that this attack was more powerful than before, with a wider coverage, faster speed, and even longer distance. This time, Swain used the shadowless kick to jump up and successfully jumped onto the cliff behind the boss, climbing up a few steps, and actually avoided the flame attack. Shinkong could only rely on basic movements to climb, and his speed was a bit slow, and he was scraped by the flames, and his health bar dropped by half in an instant. Jiang Shujia and his two summoned beasts failed to dodge and died together. Their characters turned gray, and their shoes and materials exploded. Li Jiao and Zhai Gangyong also died. Neither of them could run away, nor could they hold on. Renyu was hit, and her health bar dropped and then rose again. She turned around and started fighting. Keep going. There's only a thin layer of blood left. Damn. This time it was hard. It felt like it took a long time. The silver fragments fell, and a punch hit the top of the boss's head. Not only did the boss take a long time to fight, but it also took a long time to fight the monsters and find the props to pass the level. Shinkong's combo followed up. Critical hit, combo damage, a string of beautiful numbers. Renyu even added the stun. Swallowing Sky Python was beaten on the spot, and everyone beat it madly. The last fire skill may have hollowed out the Swallowing Sky Python, and the next two counterattacks did not cause them much damage, and although everyone lost blood, it was not serious. After grinding for more than 10 minutes, the huge body fell down with a bang, and a densely packed ground exploded. This time, the reward was not level 1, but a lot of experience was given, giving 1,000. This 1,000 experience points allowed Li Jiao to successfully upgrade, resurrect on the spot. Jiang Shujia and Zhai Gangyong were still lying there. Swain laughed. The timing of the treatment upgrade is too unfortunate. If it hadn't been upgraded just now, wouldn't it be resurrected on the spot after upgrading now? Li Jiao laughed. I still seized the opportunity well. Renyu went over to pick up the things they dropped, and returned them after the two were resurrected. The void popped up a reminder. Congratulations to the player Yoyu, Starry Sky, Swain, pinched lips and smiled. You are delicate and soft and easy to be pushed down. I am not a beast, successfully passed the second vortex, and obtained a large amount of experience rewards. No attribute point rewards, no life, mana bonus. Probably the last time was the first pass of the entire whirlpool system. This time it's just the first pass of a single whirlpool. Renyu looked at the things on the ground, then looked at the gray teammates, suggested, let's take pictures of the things, and distribute them after the beasts are resurrected. How about that? Shinkong, I have no objection. Swain and Li Jiao also had no objection. Renyu counted the copper coins, more than 800 dropped, recorded the number, she picked them up, automatically accumulated them into her personal account, and distributed them when they were divided equally. Other things, 3 purple outfits, for blue outfits, 2 green outfits, skill books, various gems, strength stones, materials needed for various life skills. Renyu's bag couldn't hold everything, so he took the equipment. Shinkong took the other materials with him. Li Jiao put the remaining materials in his bag after his bag was full. Shinkong reminded, other players will also see the reminder of clearing the level. It's not a safe zone outside the second vortex. Be careful. Drink blood recovery medicine as soon as you go out, and then leave immediately. Swain nodded. No one will think we are in a low health state and want to rob us. Right? Renyu, even if there is no such phenomenon now, it will appear in the future. As soon as we leave, we will run to the safe zone. Li Jiao, I am full of blood and mana now. If there are really blind people, poison them to death. Renyu, try not to fight. There will probably be more than 1 or 2 people who dare to take action. Jiang Shujia and Zhai Gangyong don't need to worry about it. They will automatically appear in the street of corpses. Renyu, get ready. I'll click on exit. Click on it. Everyone was just preparing for a rainy day, but they didn't expect to be ambushed when they went out. Fortunately, everyone took precautions. Swain drank a big berry tea immediately, and a fireball hit him. He didn't resist and ran away. Renyu was stabbed, and the helmet was triggered, and she was immune to physical attacks. Of course, she couldn't be taken down even if she wasn't immune, because her health bar was not much. Shinkong also quickly recovered his health, but he was poisoned, and his movement slowed down. Li Jiao used poison mist to counter control. Renyu shot and hit the opposite poison master. Everyone was frightened by her damage value, and the attack stopped for a moment. Renyu said coldly, get out. If you don't get out, I will kill you. And you must take a few away even if you die. Shinkong's negative state ended, and he quickly replenished his blood, saying, Do you want to fight? Renyu shook her head and called the two to leave together. Retreat quickly. Her analysis was correct. If there were really only 1 or 2 players, they would not be so reckless. At the same time, they were attacked by 8 or 9 players, and some people tried to join in. If they really surrounded them, they would not get any advantage. Several people sped away. Renyu relied on her high HP and didn't even take medicine. She even deliberately slowed down and ran behind the team. She had the highest HP and could withstand, counter, absorb blood, and was immune to physical attacks. Starry Sky and Broken Silver both needed to be restored. The two continued to replenish HP during the cooldown. Damn, those people were actually prepared. A mage threw a fireball without giving up, but the next moment, he found that his mana was instantly reduced. The female shooter who was hit by him just looked back at him, and the other damage was nothing. Bloodsucking? The poison master who was hit earlier shrank in the crowd, with a look of fear on his face. Luckily, the scene was chaotic at the time. No one noticed that he was controlled, and fainted for 5 seconds before recovering. If someone took the opportunity to attack him, a drop of cold sweat fell on this man's forehead, and he quickly drank a bottle of blood recovery medicine. Players, some people reflected in annoyance. In fact, it's not wise for us to do this. Such a master player, it's not too late to win him over. Why offend him? Why didn't you say it when we were discussing it just now? Why are you talking after the fact now? A swordsman said unhappily. The man smiled awkwardly. When they were discussing, they analyzed their low health status, and they would definitely not be prepared, and they felt that they should be sure to win. Mainly, they were jealous of their success in clearing the level, and they must have dropped a lot of good things, and maybe they would be lucky enough to get it, and they could make some money. They couldn't beat the second vortex, but couldn't they kill a low health player? Who knew that those people were so defensive? Not only were they prepared, but they also reacted quickly. Here, Renyu and his group ran into the safe zone, and their speed slowed down. Shinkong's health was not full yet, but they didn't need to take drugs anymore, and everyone found a place to sit and rest, recover their status, and wait for the two teammates to revive. Chapter 40 Selling Guides. In the second vortex, a team of 12 people walked to the entrance of the canyon, and saw the gray moon wolf lying in the dense grass. One team member was close, and triggered a text dialogue. Gray moon wolf guard. Save it, save me. He turned around and shouted, There is a dialogue, let's save it. Several teammates came over. Someone subconsciously said, How to save it? Gray moon wolf guard. Hungry, so hungry, save me, I'm starving to death. The ice mage next to him said, There is a famine outside, change your request. The archer team member. Don't talk nonsense. The only way to get through the entrance barrier is to force it or ask the guard to open the door. It seems that I have to do a small task first. I happen to have a multi-grain steamed bun in my bag. No, it can't be used. It was prompted that props could not be used in the vortex. A sharpshooter came over and rummaged through his bag. Is it the wrong prop? I have barbecue. No. It can't be used either. Other team members rummaged through their bags, trying to find out what the Gray Moon Wolf guard could choose, but none of them could be operated. Everyone was at a loss, and the atmosphere gradually became irritable. The team's healer said, It said it was hungry, we provided food, but it couldn't be operated, what should we do? Swordsman team member. Captain, are there any special reminders when entering? The captain shook his head, only danger reminders, same as when entering the number 1 vortex, nothing else. Some people were suspicious, worried that the captain didn't look carefully, or operated too fast, so that he missed something. Of course, I had doubts in my heart, but I didn't say it out loud to offend others. Another team member said, Captain, come and ask. Is it because we can't trigger the key dialogue? The captain came over, and there were only those 2 repeated sentences, and no other clues. Everyone's patience was gradually lost, and they all suggested, since the barrier can be forcibly broken, just rush in. That's right. The food in the package cannot be operated, and there are no other reminders. So just rush in. After confirming that the problem of the Gray Moon Wolf's hunger could not be solved again and again, everyone turned around and began to attack the barrier, under the impact of various skills. It took 5 minutes to break the barrier and rushed in. As soon as they entered, they met the snake demon. Hey, egg thief. The names of the people changed, but they reacted quickly and started to attack. After a while, the snake demon fell to the ground and continued to move forward. What do you mean? Why did you change my name? It's just a setting. The players discussed the name change just now, but they didn't care too much. At this time, the captain spoke. This monster is similar to the previous monster. There is no need for so many people to bomb it together. Don't waste mana and fatigue. Let's follow the previous group formation and take turns to kill it. The next monster will be in charge of one group, and then the second group, and the third group. If more than 2 appear at the same time during this period, the same direction distribution method will be used. One group will attack the middle one. The left side will be assigned to the second group, and the right side will be assigned to the third group. Don't mess up the rhythm and prevent wasting skills. Everyone responded. The second snake monster appeared, and also cursed him as an egg thief, and began to attack. The mages, swordsmen, and summoners in the group all activated their skills at the same time. But the healer in the group did not make a move. However, 3 players were more than enough to deal with the snake monster, and the snake monster fell to the ground. They continued to move forward, and a new snake monster appeared, and cursed him as usual as an egg thief. As soon as the words fell, the attack of the god gunner arrived, and the special effect light exploded on the snake monster. The poison master in the group lagged behind a little, and he was in good condition. The other fighters and archers also attacked one after another, and after a fierce beating, the monster fell to the ground. Everyone pushed the canyon easily, and the team members gradually calmed down. They started to chat while walking. This level is not difficult. Yes, there are not many monsters in the canyon. Not only are there not many monsters, but it is also bare here, unlike the dense grass outside, where the monsters appear and disappear like ghosts. They pushed the canyon smoothly all the way, and finally saw the boss in the distance. Everyone was excited, and said, "It's finally over." They rested and adjusted their states, and then stood up again and surrounded the boss together. As soon as I stepped into the territory, a prompt suddenly popped up. The enraged sky-swallowing python. Damage value increased by 50%. Do you want to challenge? Continue/exit. Exit is considered as failure of the Vortex mission. Character death for 1 hour. Everyone was shocked. Why is it like this? How can it be increased by 50%? I said that the barrier cannot be forced. Then why don't you tell me how to solve the wolf's hunger problem? Okay. Everyone be quiet, the captain shouted, and asked with a sullen face. It is not easy to increase the boss damage value by 50%. Do you want to continue or give up directly? Retreat? How can we fight this? Quit and review. I think the wolf is the key point. We have to find the key point. The damage is so high, it's impossible to fight. Why quit and start again? Why quit? Of course we should continue. We have already fought this far. Can we just quit? If you quit, you will die directly. You should also drop equipment. Won't that mean the whole team will be wiped out? In this case, we might as well give it a try. If you can't win, you will die. If you quit directly, you will die. Of course we should fight. There is still hope of survival. The boss didn't say that there will be drops after death. What if there is no equipment drop? Everyone argued endlessly. The captain roared again, then said, "Vote by raising your hands. Those who agree to continue raise your hands." Hula, many people raised their hands. More than half of the votes, he said. The minority obeys the majority. Those who disagree should also be prepared. Don't drag the team down. If someone deliberately lets go, just wait to be hunted down by us. Battle preparation, I clicked. He clicked to continue. Of course, everyone did not dare to neglect, and they all prepared to release their skills. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up from the ground. The subtitles popped up in the void. Damn human, it turned out that you stole my eggs. Damn, damn. Die, all of you, die. Everyone was shocked. What eggs? That egg thief meant this, but we didn't. Before they could react, an extremely thick tail swept towards them with a violent momentum. The skill light effect was fast and fierce. So fierce. This state is not right. It seems to be out of control. Dodge, all dodge. Everyone turned around and fled in all directions, increasing their speed to the extreme, not noticing that something flew out of their packages and floated towards the sky-swallowing python. Although everyone pushed their speed to the limit, the speed of escape still couldn't catch up with the speed of skills. There were screams at the scene, and the health bars of the entire team members were collectively cleared, and their consciousness dissipated. The sky-swallowing python was holding a huge egg, and its mood gradually became milder. Team. I'm not a beast, Hoo ha 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 I. Hoo Han-san. And back again. As long as the team is not disbanded. The character will always be in the team after death. So Jiang Shujie reported it as soon as he was resurrected, and took the time to poke Shai Gangyong. Are you alive? The two died at about the same time. Shai Gangyong, who had just opened his eyes, hurriedly said, alive. Alive. Team. Purple lips and smile. Don't be funny, hurry up and meet up. Jiang Shujie had already seen his skyrocketing experience, and the piles of private messages in the backstage, and immediately concluded that they had passed the level. He hurriedly whispered to Shai Gangyong, passed. We passed again. But he was unable to revive in the vortex this time. So he quickly checked his equipment. And then he found that he was barefoot. And he was immediately in tears. Shai Gangyong grinned with his big teeth. It's good to follow the master. I was carried away again. That is, where is his weapon? Where is the beautiful silk ribbon that is so elegant and graceful, which matches his temperament so well? Shai Gangyong felt so distressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Jiang Shujie quickly typed a reply beside him, and even made a joke. Team. I am not a beast, come on. Come on, I and Wonder One will run right away. I can't seem to run, my shoes fell off, woo woo. Team. Purple lips and smile. The captain has picked up all the things you dropped, hurry up, coordinates. Team. I am not a beast, woo woo, thank you captain, thank you teammates. Team. Soft and easy to push down. The captain is righteous, everyone has worked hard. Love the captain, love you, pin refill. Team. Yo you. Jiang Shujie and Shai Gangyong. A pair of brothers in distress, one barefoot, the other empty-handed, supported each other as they walked towards the coordinate point to meet up with the team. Jiang Shujie was troubled by the private messages in the backstage asking for help to lead the team through the vortex, asking for strategies, and asking him to introduce other teammates. He reflected deeply. I was too arrogant last time and added several people. Shai Gangyong glanced at his backstage and nodded in agreement. Me too. Later, I cooperated with other teams and added many more friends. My private messages have also exploded now. Fortunately, he reacted and closed the new friend requests before. Otherwise the friend requests would have exploded. Then he walked and looked at the channel. Everyone on the channel was chatting enthusiastically. And they all talked about how they won the first pass of the second vortex. They were all asking for experience in clearing the game. Some were asking for help, and some were even asking for moral blackmail. But I didn't see Yoyu and the others reply. Renyu also received 3 private messages. In addition to Laolang expressing his intention to cooperate, Xiaolu Luansong and Suck My Blood and Dai both said congratulations. Suck My Blood and Dai also said that the remaining barrels were ready, and asked her when to deliver them. The hat that Renyu promised to make for her had not been made yet, so she roughly gave a time, around 8 p.m. Suck My Blood and Die. There will be monsters in the alley at that time. Right? Yoyu, it's okay, it won't affect you. Eugene when finally realized, with Renyu's strength. Would she still be afraid of the monsters in the alley? She quickly agreed. Jiang Shujie and Shai Gangyong arrived. Renyu, I'll throw the things out. You pick them up first. We'll divide the items dropped by the boss when we get back to the residence. Okay, thank you. Lady. Thank you. Captain. She started throwing the 2 people's drops. Equipment, materials, etc. The 2 quickly picked them up. Not far away, a lurker player saw this scene, hidden his eyes, and approached. As a result, the female player did not throw anything anymore. And the 2 of them left together. The lurker who wanted to get a bargain was sneaky. The few of them returned to the residence and collectively went to Renyu's house to divide the spoils. All the things on their backs were thrown onto the ground, and they were densely packed in the living room. Male and female daggers, rare, boxing gloves, rare, heavy sword, rare, long sword, fine, pistol, fine, ring, fine, windbreaker, fine, earrings, excellent, dagger, excellent, skill books 3, residential permit 1, window paper 4, strengthening stones 2, yellow gems 2, rubies 2, wood, cotton cloth, tin ore, iron ore, etc. The copper coins are with me. I will transfer them to you directly after the things are distributed. Renyu said. In addition, we took photos of all the drops, you can check them. Shai Gangyong was shocked. After mixing with other teams, he felt more and more that their team was united, the relaxed atmosphere and the fairness in distribution. He didn't expect the team to be better than he imagined. He and Jiang Shujie didn't revive in the vortex. Not only did everyone wait for them to revive before distributing the items, they even took photos, so that they could check all the drops. They gave the dead the greatest respect. The tough guy was so moved that he almost cried. Jiang Shujia also hurriedly said, "Lady, what are you doing? If we don't even trust you, what will happen?" Zhai Gangyong said, Yes, it's too polite to do this. We trust you very much. Li Jiao, this is respect for each other. Okay, let's divide the items. I don't know how it happened this time. Renyu actually got the first contribution again, and his contribution value was only 10 points more than Shinkong. But she was not polite. She took the skill book and said, I just need 3 books. By the way, killing level 3 monsters will also give you skill book fragments. Tomorrow we can team up to fight level 3 monsters outside the city. Get more fragments. Strengthen our skills. And then do the second copy again. Swain, that's great. What time do we meet? I'll strengthen my shadowless kick first. Renyu, we have to go out to find resources tomorrow morning. We'll be done around 8 or 9. Okay. You guys join me then. Swain knew their strength. And she didn't feel comfortable saying she would go along, because she wouldn't be able to help much, and would just take advantage of them in sharing experience. Shinkong stepped forward and took the male and female daggers. Although the professions were not equal, they could be sold or exchanged with others for the equipment they wanted. Swain happily picked up the boxing gloves. I have to work hard to upgrade, and quickly upgrade to level 10 so that I can change equipment. Although Jiang Shujia failed to revive on the spot, his contribution was not low. He ranked 4th this time. He went over to take a look and gave up the purple heavy sword and took the blue ring. Zhai Gangyong did not take the purple weapon either, and chose the windbreaker. Li Jiao picked up the heavy sword. In the second round, Renyu chose a blue pistol. After a glance, it had good properties. She could sell the green weapon she replaced. Although it lost some durability, it should be able to sell for a good price because of its good properties. Shinkong took the blue long sword. Swain took the residential permit. Go to the trading hall to sell a house tomorrow. Jiang Shujia took the earrings. Zhai Gangyong took the dagger. Li Jiao took the yellow gem that increased life. Renyu chose the window paper. Shinkong took the strengthening stone. The remaining materials were divided up one after another, and then Renyu divided the copper coins according to the contribution, and then everyone started trading with each other, selling the materials they picked up in the vortex to teammates in need. Starry Sky collected phantom stone for 40 copper coins, and other mineral materials. Renyu collected various animal skins, cloth, thread, and food materials. Li Jiao collected medicinal materials. After finishing these, everyone was not in a hurry to leave. They each took out their own food to solve the problem of filling their stomachs. They reviewed what happened today while eating. They chatted for more than half an hour before saying goodbye and leaving. Li Jiao agreed with the two of them to continue to collect materials tomorrow morning. Renyu disbanded the team, closed the door, came back and opened the box, took out the synthesized skill book and the reward for upgrading to level 10, and strengthened the skills. Enhance. Skill. Deadly Pursuit Shot, operable at level 1, universal for guns and cannons, can cause 140 damage to the opponent each time. Effect Pursuit Shot, 100% hit rate, 20% chance of flame burn, can cause 25 continuous damage, lasting for 12 seconds. You have enhanced 4 times. Deadly Pursuit Shot cooldown time is reduced from 0.5 seconds to 0.3 seconds. Damage value increased by 60 points, the chance of flame burn increased by 10%, continuous damage increased by 10 points, the duration increased by 4 seconds, the skill cooldown time is also reduced. In this time, I can almost fire continuously. Not bad. But I need 10 skill books for the next enhancement. It's getting darker. Fortunately, she is not in a hurry, just save it slowly. Renyu went to the back of the house to check the wheat seedlings. They are lacking water again. Not only lacking water, but also growing weeds. I watered them, pulled the weeds, turned back to the house, and made a fur hat. Magic Defense 36, Physical Defense 60, Life plus 42, 1 fixed agility. Renyu sent a message to the customer, Yu, fur hat. Physical defense is the main one, is it okay? The customer replied very quickly. Those who suck my blood will die. Okay, do you want to trade now? Yo, I'll knock on the door, and you can come out later. She got up and went out. She didn't even use the flame pistol. She changed to the blue weapon she got today, 1 shot and 1 kill. It's not too easy to kill in 1 second. When she arrived at the customer's door, The nearby monsters had been cleared. Just as she was about to knock on the door was opened from the inside. The two of them quoted each other the price, and it was about the same, so they just bartered. Rinyu, keep collecting the barrels, you can do this for a long time. Yu Jingwen, excuse me, can I buy some water from you? Rinyu quoted the price readily, and said, you can buy it, or you can exchange it with the materials I need, but you need to prepare the props for holding the water yourself. She quoted the materials she needed again. Yu Jingwen thought for a while. I have some meat, skin, the cotton cloth you want, and some cotton thread and berry materials. Besides water, can I exchange some food with you? If it's not enough, I'll use copper coins to make up for it. Rinyu went back and forth again. She collected the materials, and gave Yu Jingwen 2 buckets of water, 2 portions of roasted sweet potatoes, a portion of roasted wild boar meat, and a portion of brown sugar. However, the carpenter himself had no buckets left, and he owed Rinyu 2 buckets, which he would pay back tomorrow when he delivered the goods. After the transaction, Rinyu turned around and saw another monster coming from somewhere else. He raised his gun and killed it, picked up the fallen items, and went home calmly. Yu Jingwen looked thoughtful. Half an hour later, she came out again, holding a bow and arrow, and stood at the door of her house, shooting arrows at the monsters on the opposite wall one after another. She kept the distance, and there was a way to retreat behind her. She seemed to have found a new trick to fight monsters at night. She guarded the door until midnight, and Yu Jingwen happily counted the harvest, which was actually not bad. Why didn't you think of it earlier? On the other side, Rinyu didn't make any more equipment after she came back. She processed all the newly harvested ingredients, spun the hemp thread into hemp rope, and then lay on the bed to browse the channel. After several days of rolling, I want to be lazy today. Swipe slowly with your fingers, looking for the previous chat records. After the vortex in the afternoon, there were too many messages on the channel, and the scrolling speed was too fast, so I simply didn't read it. It's a lot quieter now, so I can review it. Slowly flipping, I found a recent message. I want to buy a clearance strategy from them, and also tag their entire team. Huan Chong, I really want to ask for a strategy to clear the game. You can set the conditions. I want materials, equipment or copper coins. At Starry Sky UUAT. Anyway, I tagged all the team members. Below this message, this person also posted, Huan Chong, if anyone knows the great players above, please help me to connect them. I really want to buy the strategy. There were some players who followed the chat, but they were all sour, such as don't ask, I look down on us ordinary players. I have sealed my heart and locked my love, I don't care about anyone, and so on. Rinyu thought for a moment, checked the time, sent a team application to Shinkong and the others. After everyone joined the team, she told them about it on the channel. Finally, clearance experience can only be exchanged for some resources at this stage. When everyone's strength is improved, there will be a lot of gossip, and it will no longer be mysterious. What do you think? Team. Shinkong, you can take the opportunity to make some money. Team. Purple lips and smile, or talk to them, see what they can give. Team. Swain, Captain. You can make any decision, I don't care. Team. I'm not a beast, I don't care either, I support whatever decision you make. Team. Soft and easy to push down, +1. Team. Yo-you, then let's talk about what we want. We estimate the price ourselves first, and then we can talk to the other party after we have discussed it. Everyone started to discuss. Among them, food was mentioned the most. They all said that the equipment can be made by themselves, and there are tailors and forgers in the team, which covers the defense equipment and weapons, and they can make whatever they need. After counting, the most lacking thing at the moment is food. Finally, Rinyu made the decision, then we need food. Wheat, rice and sweet potatoes, 100 portions each, except bargaining, the bottom line is 70 portions each. If there is none, it can be replaced with something else, but it must be food. She is responsible for processing, and distributes it to everyone after processing. Team. Silver, how about we just ask for the finished product? Steamed buns, rice. Rinyu didn't mention that she could get double the reward if she made it herself. She said, I can earn some processing experience, and share my share of the finished product with you. She would have made a lot of money if she kept the double reward. Team. Silver, no. No. No, that's not necessary, you're being polite, I didn't think it through. Jiang Shujie was worried that they didn't have that much goods, after all. Resources are in short supply, especially food. Rinyu didn't care about the connection. and let Shinkong go to negotiate. After bargaining, it was finally determined that 80 portions of wheat, 40 portions of rice, 40 portions of corn, 50 portions of sweet potatoes, and 30 portions of potatoes. The transaction will be carried out in the Safe Zone Trading Hall at 9 o'clock tomorrow. After the goods were delivered, Shinkong sent the other party a detailed strategy. Team. I'm not a beast, you are rich. You can actually take out so much food. Team. Yo, there should be a team. Besides, the resource points are just hard to find. But not impossible. It's just that our range of activities is too fixed. And we don't go out much. Team. Shinkong. The captain's analysis is correct. They are from the same company. They spontaneously gathered together to form a small organization with a special collection team. After chatting for a few words, Renew disbanded the team to rest. 4 hours of deep sleep made her wake up at 3 in the morning. She got up and made 2 windbreakers, 2 homemade belts, and saw that the time was almost up, sent messages to Shinkong and Li Ji respectively, then formed a team, and waited for teammates to apply. She took out a bowl of Lanzhou ramen, a bowl of stir-fried spinach, and started eating. When she was almost done eating, Shinkong and Qian Shao applied to join the team one after another. She drank the last mouthful of soup, got up and went out, and started a new day.